I did not make this fanfic, check out the author in the link below. His Father's Son by Sideos. Izuku Midoriya doesn't have a quirk. Izuku has a curse. A thing. A horror that burned his skin, ruined his life and filled his head with monsters. His dream is to master the darkness and become a hero, but can anyone overcome such darkness? Or will he fall to shadow and flame? Well, he is his father's son. Chapter 16. Brothers. Let's enjoy some friendly bonding, shall we? Read on peeps. Crunch. Izawa felt the villain's arm break under his heel, and he turned his head, his eyes flashing onto his next victim, even as the woman launched herself at him. Her quirk, some strange ability that let her use her hair like coiling snakes, suddenly died before her, blanketing her face and causing her to yelp in shock. Izawa reached forward, grabbed her by the hair, and pulled her towards him while, all in one fluid movement, smashing his elbow into her nose. She fell like a bag of tossed garbage. And yet even as she did so another took her place. There were almost 10 bodies laying about him now, some moaning softly, others quiet and still. All had tried to take him, and all had failed. He let out a calm breath even though his lungs begged for more, and his heart pounded within his chest. Sweat plastered his shirt to his skin, despite it being designed to absorb perspiration and keep him moving swiftly. His scarf was already torn in one place, and he had another sharp cut along the leg of his black pants. All his senses had become razor sharp, like the hunting wolf, like the stalking tiger. His body, even now, wanted to break and swing madly and go into a furious warrior rage which would destroy the villains before him, but it was also a warrior's mind that kept him focused, kept him on the defense rather than the attack. For each one that tried to kill him, or each one that took even a step onto the vast staircase, they were met with his cold, unrelenting punishment. He sniffed and then spat onto the ground, his spit tinged with coppery blood, and let his cold eyes cross over the hesitant villains before him. There wasn't one yet who could even remotely challenge him. They were all low-level criminals, dollar store thieves and thugs who could barely use their own quirks, let alone actually fight. But that wasn't the point. The point was that there were a lot of them and that was only in this area alone. Who knew how many others were in the USJ itself? He had seen a full third of his class vanish before the Shadow Man's quirk. If they were alive, kidnapped or dead he had no idea. But such thoughts were not conducive to his process. It wasn't that he didn't care, of course he cared. His heart almost spiked through his chest at the thought of any one of those children being hurt. But he had to force that side of himself away because acting irrationally would only get himself, and them, killed. What he required right now was focus. His eyes moved up to the fountain where he once again spied the 2 villains who had yet to do anything. They were his true target. His gaze moved across them for a moment, the man with the blue hair and hands over his body, and the giant monstrous-looking creature with the strange symbols carved directly into its bulging flesh. Something recoiled within him at the sight of the bizarre, somehow violent symbols. Something that sneered in disgust at the idea of them even existing. Something deep inside him, right in his heart, and perhaps even deeper than that. He cried out in sudden pain as someone slashed a knife across his back. In the same moment, he turned and smashed his opponent in the face with a whirling kick, knocking the villain down in an instant. Damn it, he was getting distracted. He couldn't afford to get distracted, lives were on the line. He refocused his efforts, ignoring the stinging pain across his back. The wound wasn't deep, the villain's swing was bad, and the cut was shallow. But they didn't label it death by 1,000 cuts for nothing. It was another wound that was subtly, quietly dragging on him. Another weakness he had allowed into his defense. There were only 2 left now, 2 acting as a thin wall between himself and the 2 villains standing by the fountain. He could take them. He had no idea what their quirks were, but if they were supposed to be the elite of their attack, then they were a sorry bunch. A man who could teleport others, likely with no real offense to speak of, a man covered in hands who looked like he'd snap under a good punch, and the monster. Again, something about the creature clawed at Izawa's mind. Something about the symbols across its chest, the way its eyes seemed empty and soulless yet screaming and full of wrath. Something about it was just wrong. The 2 minor villains fell in quick succession. Izawa robbed one of his quirk, some kind of metal arm protection, and smashed him in the face before using his capture tape to throw him to the feet of the final villain, a hulking man made of muscle who leapt easily over his fallen comrade to charge at Izawa. Big ones were always so easy to defeat. All that muscle clogged their brains of logical thought, for example, thinking that rushing at a man who knew 5 different forms of martial arts while screaming with their arms held wide open was a good idea. Izawa ducked easily under the Hulk's arms and smashed his fist upwards into their jaw. The sudden strike knocked the brute senseless, and he was out cold a moment later when Izawa swept a foot under his legs and shoved his face into the floor. He heard clapping. Panting, he turned and looked up to the fountain where the teal-haired villain stood, clapping politely. From behind a hand-like mask he wore over his face, marked with a sigil not unlike those upon the monster, Izawa could see evidence of a wide cracked smile. "Good job, Eraserhead." His voice was like someone had clawed at his throat from the inside, yet somehow youthful and betraying of his age. How old was this man? At a guess, Izawa would say only as old as the third years in the school itself. "You beat the peons, you must be really high level to do all that on your own. Stand down now, and maybe I won't break your arms." Izawa's threat was vicious, but held together with his trademark stoic manner. He remembered what the Shadow Man had called out before he had vanished from his fellow villain's side, and his own eyes narrowed. "Tamura Shigaraki, right? I'm guessing you're the leader." He smirked. "Aren't you a little young to be ushering in the apocalypse?" Maybe he could get him talking, stall for time while some form of backup arrived. They must have noticed the USJ systems were down, they'd send someone to check it out. Or so he hoped. Either way, a moment to regain some of his stamina would be worth its weight in gold. "Mock me all you want, but I've seen the truth. I know what lies beyond this wretched world." Tamura continued to smirk behind his hand mask. "You see, the fate of mankind is the fate of lice. They move constantly, unseeing and looking out only for their own survival. All of them unaware of what all their little sins add up to. Where they're all going to end up." As he spoke, his voice began to dip again, taking on a tone that caused spider legs to crawl across the skin of his neck. "I've seen it. Hell. It's real, Eraserhead. It's real and you're all going there." Izawa wanted to call out how stupid he was. How heaven, hell, or any of the other dumb myths weren't real. But something held his tongue. Something in the man's voice, in the symbols etched onto the hands clutching his body. Something flashing in his ruby eyes. "You're going to burn. All of you. And it's all going to start with the death of All Might." His eyes flickered, and Izawa suddenly realized that while he was talking his focus had been off the monster at his side. The monster which was no longer at his side. A shadow fell over him, and Izawa turned, his eyes flashing as he tried to activate his quirk. But it was too late. A hand the size of his face grabbed his head and simply squeezed. Pain tore through his skull as the monster lifted him from his feet, and his scream was muffled by the monster's palm. From behind him, he heard Tamura speak in that sickly soft yet coarse voice. "Don't be rude, Legion, introduce yourself." A voice suddenly met his ears. The voice of a laughing child, a crying woman, a furious man, and a thousand others all twisted and linked and coiled together. A voice that caused his brain to alight with a primal fear dragged from instinctual memory. "We are Legion. We are many." The wind howled like a beast possessed. Izuku had no idea how they could ever manage to create such a thing and keep it up like this, but he could only suppose it cost the school a lot of money to maintain. The wind and rain, however, provided several advantages to their position. First, it helped hide their movements, as most of the villains seemed unsurprisingly reluctant to stand around the streets of the foe city and patrol for their intended victims. Most of them huddled into awnings or stood inside and peered out of windows. Secondly, it hid any sound they could make. The roaring wind and battering rain allowed them to practically sprint from street to street without making much noise at all. It hadn't taken long for Izuku and Fumikage to find the right directions towards the exit. Mostly because there were actual signposts pointing the way, which was helpful. The villains probably hadn't had the time to begin remove them, or perhaps they simply hadn't thought that the two would-be heroes would actually use stealth rather than outright violence to solve their problems. Izuku had told Fumikage he wanted to avoid fighting if they could. Not out of cowardice, as Dark Shadow had accused, but simply out of necessity. Time was not on their side, for every second that ticked by another one of their friends could be dead. It was a grim but honest assessment, and Fumikage had nodded as he had adjusted the gauze that Izuku had wrapped around his wound. Izuku still had the impression that Fumikage didn't fully trust him, and more than once he had glanced to see Fumikage's crimson eyes watching him carefully. They had spoken little since the holy water test, other than quick commands and warnings for the villains they had spotted. The bird-headed teenager had pulled Dark Shadow back into his body once the demonic shade had loudly protested about the run and hide approach and not the tear them apart approach. So now they were here. Crouched on the second floor of a building, peeking out of a large water-soaked window. They could see nothing of the USJ proper, the rain and wind made sure of that despite the glass ceiling of the dome. And even if they could, he doubted they would see much. The high walls of the dome were designed to stop much of anything getting over them. Izuku had wondered internally if they had some kind of flooding mode due to the way the concrete seemed to considerably darken a few meters up the wall. His eyes moved down. A huge solid metal door stood closed, and in front of it, a small tent with a white ceiling and clear walls had been put up in what would have been the middle of a road. The road itself split into two and vanished into the fake city, creating a three-way intersection with a roundabout. Izuku and Fumikage had managed to sneak into one of the side buildings, giving them a decent look over the entire road. He could see them even through the storm, the 6 villains posted to the exit. They had collected under the tent, and most of them seemed large and bulky. One of them, however, stood near the edge of the tent, trying and mostly failing to smoke a cigarette. He was slim and oddly demonic looking, though Izuku got none of the klaxon loud internal warnings he'd gotten from Dark Shadow and had concluded quickly he was not a true monster. His eyes turned to Fumikage, whose stoic expression was betrayed by a single twitch of his crimson eyes. Then he ducked back down and turned to look at Izuku. The room they occupied was lit only by fluorescent lights, most of which were out, and the ones that remained flickered constantly with the rattling of the building, casting them in and out of shadow and gloom. Izuku knew in the dark he must seem like some strange, impish thing with his pointed ears, though Fumikage too looked like a creature of the night, dressed as he was in black with his spiked feathered head. Fumikage had an intense gaze, either naturally or not, and it caused a subtle crawl of heat to move along Izuku's scars. It was off-putting, his narrow avian stare. Along with his almost constant aura of moody darkness, it made him seem distant, aloof and brooding. It was the kind of aura that would shoo most people from him purely on instinct. But Izuku didn't. In fact, he scooted on his hands and knees under the window to get closer to him. Izuku knew what it was like to be surrounded by shadow. He was more than used to it, almost to the point where he was secretly glad to see someone shared his dark impression. 6 villains, he hissed under his breath to the raven-headed boy, they're making sure to guard the gate well. We cannot avoid them as we have the others. To get through we must defeat them and lock the gate behind us if possible. Fumikage mused, for a moment tipping his head up again at the window. Such cursed souls are we for being handed such a challenge. We're cursed souls anyway, Izuku answered with a shrug, so, we've got nothing else to lose, right? Fumikage fixed him with a sharp piercing look for a moment before what he swore passed for a smirk flittered over his beak. No, I suppose not. We have an opportunity to strike, Nemesis hissed through his ears, its battle hunger evident in its dark tone. We should murder them all. What do you think? Izuku asked Fumikage suddenly, deciding it was better not to take the advice of whatever Nemesis actually was. His hand curled into a fist atop his knee, and his fingers absent-mindedly stroked along his palm. He could almost feel the odd tingling sensation even now, despite the fact he had his gloves on. Fumikage was quiet for a moment before answering. The villains we fought before had little combat training and seemed to rely entirely on brute force or their quirks to fight. They are street thugs and little else. Between the two of us, I believe we have the power capable of defeating our enemies. But you're injured, Izuku mumbled, a curled finger coming up to his bottom lip as he thought. You can't fight like that. Not true, Fumikage replied swiftly. When in combat, I use Dark Shadow. My injury was from the lucky strike of a villain and my own ill fate. Izuku looked to Fumikage with a frown for a second, and, even in the pressing situation they found themselves in, he felt a stab of jealousy in his heart. Fumikage's quirk familiar was so strong, so powerful, and in many ways reminded him of Nemesis. Yet despite the violence and terror that Dark Shadow threatened, he obeyed Fumikage completely. If only he had such command over his own accused power. Dark Shadow is nothing to envy. It is a parasite creature. Nemesis hissed, almost offensively through the inside of his skull. But still. That leaves me. Izuku took in a steadying breath. Obviously my control over Nemesis isn't great. Not to mention it's not well suited to this environment. The boy shrugged. Last time it was 2-on-2 and the wolf guy came in pretty close. This time though, he huffed quietly, 6-on-2? I'll be useless after a few fireballs, and then we'll be screwed. Fumikage nodded slowly. Agreed. We need to think. Izuku frowned again. We have the element of surprise, we need to use that to our advantage. The building rattled around the 2 cursed young men for a moment before, suddenly, Fumikage asked, Izuku. How did you survive being dropped into this place? The boy in green blinked and looked over to his black-clad companion. His memory jumped to the events which seemed a forever ago, but was more like only a handful of minutes. He smiled sheepishly, his fangs flashing in the blinking light. Well, flew. Fumikage raised an eyebrow slowly. You flew? Well, more like fell, with style, and he wagged his fingers in front of him. Nemesis can, he gave Fumikage an unsure look, summon wings to stop me falling. But it kinda only does it when it feels like it. We can summon forth our wings anytime we wish. Nemesis whispered temptingly through his mind, if only we stopped being so stubborn. Izuku's fingers curled and he wished he could dig his fingernails into his palm. Thankfully his padded gloves stopped him. Fumikage's eyes narrowed at Izuku, blue fire, shadowed skin and now wings. You hold quite the arsenal within you, Izuku midoriya, especially for one who claims to not be of demonkind. The teenager simply shrugged. Just lucky I guess. And besides, I passed your test, that knocked me off the possessed list, right? Fumikage made no other noise, he simply locked Izuku with a stare that seemed to be boring through him. It was as if he was again judging Izuku, unsure if he was being tricked or was simply faced with a quantity he had never dealt with before. However, after a moment he saw Fumikage slowly raise a finger to his beak, and he hummed in thought. Izuku frowned and cocked his head a little in confusion. What is it? I believe I'm forming a plan. It will require precision timing, speed and your promise that you will not allow your demon to consume you. Izuku nodded, though his stomach suddenly flipped. I promise, whatever you need. Fumikage smiled and in the same moment the light above them flickered off. In that second, it became difficult to tell who he was looking at, Fumikage or Dark Shadow. Good. This isn't going to work. Nemesis growled as Izuku approached the rooftop. The wind outside rattled and roared with the intensity of a caged beast, and Izuku could already feel the temperature dropping. Nemesis kept him warm of course, but it was like putting a radiator in the middle of a snowstorm. The seventh son is trying to kill us. His curse continued like a whining child. A whining child made of bloody axes and severed skulls, but a whining child still. He'll abandon us at the last moment. Just wait and see. He and his soulless parasite. He won't. His life is on the line just as much as ours, I mean mine. He gritted his teeth as his hand closed around the rattling, freezing cold doorknob to the roof. He'll be there. I trust him. Our trust is misplaced. Nemesis replied like a coiling snake. But at least we'll claim these kills as our own. Izuku sighed loudly before shaking his head. There was no point responding to it any longer, after all, he had no intention of killing anyone or anything, no matter how much danger he was in. Though a part of him knew even if he didn't want to kill, Nemesis sure would and perhaps it wouldn't even give him the choice. He opened the door and was instantly drowned in a torrent of rain and wind that almost completely knocked him off his feet. He held onto the frame of the door as he began forcing his legs forward, crouching down and crawling when he needed to as the never-ending tropical storm-level wind hit him full force, stronger than ever. Now he was atop a 5-story building. He was almost on his stomach by the time he got to the very edge of the building, and he peeked over the stone rim. Squinting down, Izuku could see the tent below him, and though he could no longer see the villains through the cream tarp roof. Two now lingered outside, a flickering orange glow told him they were sharing a lighter. Izuku fought against his drenched hair as he tried to brush it from his vision. Within his head he quickly began making calculations, trying to account for the wind, the distance and everything else he could need for the plan to work. Maybe we won't use our wings. Maybe we should just drop to our pathetic death, Nemesis complained, clear even through the howling wind. Maybe we should, you'd be doing me a favor for once, Izuku snarked back as he crawled away from the edge. We'd never let ourselves die. The curse almost predictably cried back as Izuku climbed to his feet and began hunching down, aiming just askew from his original position on the ledge. We are Shadow and Flame. We are Nemesis. We are Izuku midoriya. No fall can ever kill us. Well, it looks like you won't mind this then. Izuku ran. As he ran he shoved Nemesis deep into his legs, feeling them shift and burn and alight with fire as he reached the edge of the rooftop. With an almighty yell which was lost to the roaring of the wind, he leapt off the rooftop and far into the street. And he prayed to whatever god was listening that his accursed quirk would do the rest. He began falling. The wind grabbed him and took him in an instant, throwing him through the air like a plastic bag. However, he had planned for this, the power of Nemesis had launched him far from his target, and as he fell like a stone, he tried his best to angle himself down, rushing towards the tent like a green-clad missile. Nemesis responded. He held back a scream as once again the muscles on his back split and cracked and tore open as wings, black as the void and coated in burning shadow, erupted from his flesh. Still, he rocketed to the ground, His falling slowed just in time as he angled perfectly with the top of the tent. But he wasn't done yet. Before his feet even touched the top of the tarp, he held out one hand and gathered whatever was left of his blasphemous power into his palm. He could feel his dark curse rush through his body, burning his scars and lighting them to a furnace blue. Shadow burst up his skin like rushing flood water, and his fingers cracked, mutated, and were reborn into terrible rending claws. He collided with the tarp, instantly caving it inwards as he collapsed whatever metal structure had been holding it up. In the same moment he detonated the gathering demonic blue flame within his palm, and, for a brief moment, his entire world was filled with nothing but the explosive, mind-breaking sound of his profane power erupting across the tent around him. Despite the downpouring water, it was blown apart in mere seconds, the pieces being scattered to the howling winds around him. But Izuku couldn't even focus. His world was a spinning and liquid and hissing steam on burning fire. His breakfast was already falling from his lips as he staggered forward and collapsed down to the water-drenched ground. His power was still pulsing through his body, begging and clawing at his heart and demanding access to more. More fire, more chaos, more fury. Izuku curled into a ball, screaming to no one's notice as Nemesis was denied its prize and instead burned its way across his scars in a flash of corrupt blue flame before finally fading back into his body like a receding wave. Izuku could hear shouting from somewhere. He had no idea how many his surprise attack had managed to take out, but he hadn't bet on removing all them. He had kept his eyes closed as he had screamed bloody murder, but as he finally opened them, almost blinded as he was by the furious wind and rain, he could see three of them gathering to their feet. One of them pointed three arms at Izuku, and they began closing fast, screaming words that Izuku could barely make out through his ruined senses. And then the shadow took them. It reached not for one of them but all of them in one vast sweeping gesture, like the paw of a great animal. Within the space of a breath it had picked them up and thrown them into the side of a nearby building. It was out of Izuku's range of vision, but he could hear the crunch of bones breaking against flat concrete. There was the smash of glass, the laughter of a great mocking jackdaw and the screaming of men. And then, suddenly, there was no more. From the haze of rain came a new figure. A bird, a crow, Fumikage. From his back stretched the great form of Dark Shadow. The boy walked over to Izuku slowly and then knelt before him. Rain pattered off his form, his feathers dripping and soaked. He cocked his head a little, seemingly ignorant to the actions of his monstrous familiar. "You didn't abandon me," Fumikage announced in a quiet tone. "And you did what I asked, even though it was practically suicidal if you had failed. It's what a hero would do." Izuku panted out softly, trying to wipe the dribbles of vomit and spit from his mouth as he slowly tried to raise himself up on shaking limbs. Fumikage frowned again at the teenager, however, his gaze was not annoyance, but a strange sort of look that reminded him, sharply, of the look Hitachi had given him when he had spoken similar words before. A sort of amused, gladdened, perhaps even hopeful look. Then the crow boy shook his head slowly, and as the world gradually rotated back into place, Izuku swore he could see a smile playing along his beak. "You are a strange one, Izuku Midoriya. A child of darkness that will sacrifice himself for the light. You have the quirk of the damned, the soul of one claimed by shadow, and yet you insist on playing the hero." He stood up and then did something Izuku hadn't seen coming. He offered his hand. "Come, we have our classmates to save." Izuku paused for only a moment, looking to the outstretched hand and wondering for a brief second if this was another one of Fumikage's little tests. Then he managed a weak smile, nodded, and in a wet slap, he took the hand of the boy and allowed himself to be hauled up onto his feet. He staggered and almost fell onto Fumikage before managing to find his balance, as shaky and uneven as it was. He looked around, wiping his hair from his drenched head. Oh, shit. His attack had not just been a great distraction, as intended, but it had demolished the tent. Pieces of it still burned despite the heavy downpour. Apparently, there had been a table with treats and drinks within the tent because food and burned plastic wrappers were now littered across the road if they weren't already caught up in the wind. Izuku's eyes moved to the bodies laying about. 3 of them had been knocked out the moment Izuku had landed, he could tell by the way they sprawled out on the floor, one with the tarp still thrown over them. Dark Shadow had made short work of the rest. Izuku had always considered Nemesis to be excessive in its violence, Kachin was now wearing the proof of that on his face, but Dark Shadow came a close second. One villain simply hung from a window he had been thrown through, blood flowing from some unseen wound in his face. Another lay at the base of a crater his body had punched into a wall, and his legs twisted unnaturally under him. The third Izuku couldn't see, but he had no doubt they had suffered similarly brutal fate. Are they? They'll live, little demon, Dark Shadow replied grumpily. Master will not allow me to take lives. At least, and their grin grew as it circled Fumikage, not yet he won't. Dark Shadow, return. Fumikage snapped and the shadow monster obeyed, rushing back into their master's body. The crow-like teenager then turned his eyes to Izuku and commanded, let's go. And with that, he stormed forwards, not even giving Izuku or the bodies another glance. Izuku joined him quietly at his side, staggering along and feeling as weak as a newborn kitten. He had pushed himself so far that he was amazed he hadn't surrendered control the moment he'd landed. He was proud of himself for that. He'd burned his limbs and now his entire body ached with every movement and effort he made, but he was still moving. He could still help. He thought about what Dark Shadow had threatened, how Nemesis had so often threatened to do the same. Tired, slightly unfocused eyes turned to the water-drenched crow. It's horrible, isn't it? Izuku said in a voice that was almost stolen by the wind. Having that thing inside you. Fumikage's voice was much the same. Yes. Sometimes I wonder if God hates me. Izuku continued as he began to follow Fumikage, the two of them heading towards the small archway, which held the double doors to the Storm Surge arena. I don't think God actually cares. Fumikage's reply was so blunt that it practically tripped Izuku over. He felt his stomach roil and he staggered a little, being forced even to throw a hand up against a wall as they stepped into the barely dry archway. But who are we to question the Almighty? He is supposed to work in mysterious ways, and for a moment, Izuku could see a great and terrible sorrow hang around the bird-like boy, dripping from him like rain. Each soul plays its part in the great theater. Some, perhaps, must suffer in darkness so others may enjoy the light. Izuku paused at this and then slowly nodded. Yeah. Maybe. He allowed a smirk to appear on his lips, or maybe life just sucks, you know. Fumikage almost smiled. Izuku could tell, the beak twitched, and the crow boy was forcing it down. Maybe. They stepped forward and the double doors whooshed opened automatically. Quickly the two boys hurried through and it slammed behind them, locking the storm away. The moment they were back into the USJ proper, Izuku could feel the sudden, almost dizzying sense of difference from their previously wind and rain-ravaged environment. It was only now he noticed just how truly drenched they were. Water was practically pouring off them, and even in the new warmth of the overhead sunlight, Fumikage seemed to be shivering. Izuku, however, did not, as Nemesis's inner fire already comforting him, and steam gently rose from his form. We should block the door. Izuku glanced at it. I would try and melt it shut but, he sighed heavily and wobbled where he stood. I still need time to recover. Understood. Fumikage turned and without a word Dark Shadow once more emerged from his body. However, rather than take shape, it darted up and forwards, rushing towards the door controls and smashing them like a fist. Electricity surged through the doors, and Izuku heard something loud click into place. He smirked as Dark Shadow returned back into its master. When in doubt, smash things, I guess. UA's systems have a tendency to lock down on a hair trigger. I noticed it first when the journalists tried entering the grounds, Fumikage mumbled almost to himself, what a dark design flaw this academy holds. Izuku couldn't help but silently agree. Still, they were outside, finally. Soaking wet, windswept, bloodied, battered and, in Izuku's case, one more quirk use from throwing up all over himself and collapsing. Or worse. But they had made it, and now they could work on helping the others. He looked around and spotted the huge staircase leading up to the entrance. The main fountain area was hidden by a long curved line of shrubs and bushes planted along the edges of a walkway that led to the Storm Surge arena. He could see their way back to their friends. All right, he started as he gulped down another roil of vomit that played across his stomach and threatening to reach up to his throat. All we need to do is stick to the bushes and we should be able to make it back up the. There was a loud crash and a shout from the fountain. Izuku felt his heart go cold and heat again prickled greedily along his scars. It was Izawa, it had to be. His feet began to move on their own, but a hand shot out and grabbed his shoulder. He turned to see Fumikage, looking at him with his focused crimson gaze. We can't get involved. You said yourself you can't use your quirk much longer, and I am still injured, even if I do have Dark Shadow. He paused for a moment, and Izuku saw him gulp. You saw that thing with the villains, didn't you? Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, I do not know what it is, but it is not human. Fumikage let the words hang in the air for a moment, like a warning, before pressing on. Or if it was once, its body and soul have been corrupted beyond recovery. Either way, it is dangerous. The seventh son is a coward, Nemesis spoke distantly within Izuku's mind, vicious and swift, we could tear it apart without issue. Simply unleash us, and we shall bathe in its blood. Izuku breathed deeply and pushed the image from his mind before continuing, but Mr. Izawa, Izuku looked back to where more shouting, more heavy smashes were coming from. We have to help him. Then what is your plan? Izuku bit his lip and raised a finger up to them for a moment, mulling his options before starting to move towards the bushes. Slowly, carefully, both to keep from being seen and because he still wasn't completely over his sense-destroying attack on the other villains. He felt wobbly, uneasy on his feet, and his temples throbbed with a possible oncoming migraine. He could still taste acid at the back of his throat, and he felt as though he needed a nice long drink of water. Minor complaints when taken in a normal context, but when combined with the knowledge he could lose his grip on his dark curse with one more surge of power, each served as a warning sign to stop. Maybe we can draw some of them away, lighten his load. He shot a smile over his shoulder to Fumikage. A tired, weary, unconfident smile, but a smile nonetheless. Anything to give him a better hand, you know? I might not be able to use my quirk any longer, but I can still run like hell. Fumikage didn't seem to totally accept the plan, but he said nothing and continued to follow Izuku. The green-haired boy took it as a sign of submission. It was a stupid plan, Izuku knew that, but he also knew that he owed his sensei more than he could ever give. Izawa had seen him at his worst, when Nemesis was pulling his strings and looking for fresh blood to spill. Izawa had stepped forward and stopped him in a heartbeat. That was why he had to save him, that was why he had to do something. Because everyone else was acting so heroically, while he just sat and cowed at the curse of his own blood. No more. He was trying to be a hero, damn it, and if he could pull even a handful of villains away from his teacher and lead them on some merry goose chase through the USJ, it would be worth it. This thought hardened in his heart as they reached the end of the length of bushes. He stopped as he heard more crashing, this time louder and somehow far more brutal than before. Anxiety turned his stomach and crawled along his arms as he crouched low and turned his head. Fumikage locked eyes with him and nodded only once. Then, together, they moved just past the corner to peek around the bushes. What Izuku saw sent his heart into overdrive. He had assumed the crashes were that of his sensei kicking the villains into next week, and indeed across the courtyard before the fountain the bodies of villains lay practically stacked on top of one another. But it was not the villains making the noises. Their teacher lay on the ground, crawling with only one working arm, the other dragging uselessly at his side. He was coated in blood, it flowed from his face, his lips and stained his clothes in worryingly large blotches. And walking behind him, almost casually, was the hulking form of the midnight-skinned monster. The creature walked with long purposeful steps towards the broken-looking man with barely a scratch on it. It grabbed his leg in one massive hand and simply turned, hurling the teacher over its shoulder in a gigantic arc and slamming him full force into the ground. Izuku could hear Izawa's bones snap even from his distance. He could feel it now. Closer as he was to the monster. The same deep, stabbing, instinctual pull of his soul that told him this thing, whatever it was not of this earth. It wasn't even human. It was something pulled up from the most terrible parts of hell and forged into a flesh and bone shell. It was like the Shadow Man, like Dark Shadow, like Nemesis. This monster, Nemesis, almost gasped through the insides of his mind. This thing, this creature, one fallen soul, surrounded by so many connected shadows. Like strings of maggots to a carcass. Izuku listened. He listened because right now he had no idea what was going on, and even with Fumikage at his side, had no time to ask for answers. Right now, he was running on fumes and instinct. His eyes turned to the man with the blue hair, and, bizarrely, he felt Nemesis shudder through him, like the grasping flickers of a fire caught in a storm wind. That man. Nemesis spoke again, a long, blade-drawing whisper that seemed strained almost, as if it was struggling to comprehend what it was seeing. His soul is strange. We know he is corrupt, he must be, and yet we cannot pierce the veil which shields him. Those hands, and Izuku's eyes flicked to the dismembered limbs grasping to the man's body, they are like a cloak, hiding his soul behind thick shadow. Are you having fun yet, Eraserhead? The man he suddenly remembered being referred to as Tamura Shigaraki laughed and spread his arms as he stood, watching passively from the edge of the fountain steps. Legion was summoned especially for just one purpose. To destroy All Might so that I may claim the remains of his withered soul. Izawa went to shout something, but the creature called Legion was already upon him, grabbing his head and twisting it upwards, forcing his focus on its master. I've seen the snake crawling from the virgin's womb, I've seen the rising flames on Armageddon. I've seen the armies of the eternal damned shattering the great shield gate. Each sentence seemed to stab at something deep inside Izuku, something that made his stomach churn and bile taste on his tongue. I've seen it, Eraserhead. And it's all going to start with All Might's death. Izuku could feel his arms shaking. He could feel a bizarre numbness enter his legs and his heart hammering in his chest. He felt horrified, he felt scared, he felt terror and fear and anger. So much anger. It wasn't until he felt a hand land onto his shoulder and squeeze tightly that he realized he had been rising to his feet. He turned, feeling his scars burn hotter and hotter as an unbridled rage threatened and teased with promises of power, with the satisfaction of violence. Cold, crimson eyes bore at him, and the raven-headed boy simply whispered, "Don't." Izuku's fingers were curling tightly. He was shaking with the fire in his scars, in his blood, with fury unrivaled circling his heart. He could feel Nemesis crawling through his system, tugging at his arms and legs, whispering in the dark corners of his mind. Just go out there, just let go, just kill them all. His breath came in shudders as if he was forcing himself to take in lungfuls of air just to keep control. There was a sudden movement from the fountain, and the distraction was enough to pull Izuku back into the present. The shadow creature formed beside Tamura. Again, its very presence set off alarm bells within Izuku. Another vicious predator forged of darkest shadow, one not meant to walk the world of men. Yet there it was. Master Tamura. It bowed its head towards the blue-haired youth. I bring news. The Hero 13 has been defeated. Good. However, it kept its head bowed, some students escaped my grasp, and one managed to escape the facility. He is no doubt gathering help even now. What? Damn it, Kurogiri, you let one of them go? Tamura's voice was furious, and yet suddenly some of the overwhelmingly threatening aura that had poured off him faded. Suddenly he seemed almost childish. My deepest apologies, my master. If a dozen pros show up along with All Might, we're done. Not even Legion could take them all on at once, Tamura grumbled, and he raised his hands to his throat, where he began scratching at bizarrely dry skin. We're going to be outnumbered any minute, and Legion is going to be lost. We can't win this boss fight without our tank, he ranted to himself as he scratched over and over again, before suddenly stopping and slumping like a spoiled brat. Fine. Whatever. Let's leave. So much for ushering in the end times. Izuku felt his heart start to rise. He looked to Fumikage and silently they shared the same glance. Hope. Maybe they could get out of this alive, maybe their friends could survive, and everything would be alright. Maybe. But Izuku wasn't one for hope. His quirk had made sure he was a born pessimist. This isn't right. Nemesis whispered through his mind. They leave too easily. They hold such overwhelming strength, why abandon their mission now? Before we go, let's make sure they remember us, Tamura announced coldly. We can at least slaughter the kids. His gaze turned right onto the two boys. Starting with you two. Izuku's blood ran cold. Ice cold, colder than Nemesis had ever allowed. Fear gripped his heart as the two figures by the fountain turned their collective gazes to the boys. Tamura raised a finger to them. Legion, bring me there. Master, wait. The air froze around them, locking the two boys in place. Izuku was standing tall now, though when he had fully risen to his feet he wasn't sure. Fumikage was at his side, on his feet, hunched, but just as frozen to the spot as his ally. Fear, cold and unrelenting, gripped them both, anchoring them with an almost physical weight on their limbs. Kurogiri pointed a ghostly, black-clad finger to the two boys. When I first moved to the top of the staircase, I scanned the students for signs of corruption. These are 2 of 3 I spotted whose souls had been touched by the hand of hell. Really? Huh. Tamura raised a hand to his throat again and scratched as his ruby eyes flashed at the two boys. Well, that changes things, doesn't it? A sickening, cracked skin smile grew from behind the palm mask he wore, and he stretched out a welcoming hand towards the two. In that case, I offer my greetings, brothers, and on behalf of the Heralds of Ibarra, his smile turned into a yellow-toothed grin, I invite you to join us. Gasp. Izuku has an offer to join the Heralds. Should he take it? Or should he freak out and go all nemesis on everyone? I mean, it's really a very easy choice to make. So next chapter is gonna be the big finale of USJ. Also, I'm gonna be announcing some changes coming to the schedule that I'm making for my own sanity and a very obvious change to the update time. But until then, tell me what you think of the chapter and have a great 2 weeks, my dudes. Thanks for reading and for all the kudos and everything. Peace out, peeps. Chapter 17? Drowning, so this is it, kids, the big one, the finale. At a whopping 8,600 words it comes in like a wrecking ball. Enjoy my dudes. What? The question floated in the air like a dumbfounded ghost. Izuku's jaw almost literally hung open and would have done so if his body's worn-out groaning wasn't keeping him on guard. His body ached. Every part of it ached with the effort of using Nemesis so swiftly and so strongly in such a short amount of time. He wanted to curl under his covers at home, forget everything in the wide world, and sleep for 1,000 years. He wanted to feel his mother's soft fingers running through his hair as she told him everything would be okay. He didn't want to be here, staring at a man covered in disembodied hands, each marked with a symbol that seemed to set fire to something deep inside his soul and lingered like sand behind his eyelids. He didn't want to be looking to his flickering living shadow, the being who called itself Kurogiri, who set off klaxon warning sirens in his mind because he wasn't human. Izuku didn't want to look only slightly to his left to see a hulking demon covered in blasphemous glowing blue symbols holding the unconscious blood-soaked head of his sensei in one hand, like he was a child's plaything. But he was. He was here because he refused to turn away when others were in need. He refused to let the monster inside him turn him into a coward. He refused to let the darkness in his soul consume him and drag him from the light forever. He was here. And damn it, he would not turn away. Izuku's scars were burning hot, rising with each passing heartbeat. Nemesis was alive and roused within him, flexing its claws through his blood, whispering darkness to the depths of his mind and urging him to take a step forward. To let it take control. To kill them all. You're both corrupted, right? Tamura spoke finally, his voice a cruel, harsh scrape of nails on a chalkboard, a rake of a chipped blade along a ragged concrete wall. Your souls, I mean. Don't pretend like you don't already know. You. Crow child. Kurogiri's voice was a deep resonating tone, almost clashing with the manner of his ghostly body. You are the seventh son of your line, cursed from birth. He moved beside his master, and Izuku could almost feel Fumikage's feathers rise as the teen continued to hold his ground beside him. Your soul has been claimed by a demon, which marks you as already damned to the unholy flame. Then the demon's tarnished gold gaze moved to Izuku, and he trailed for a moment, his eyes narrowing and his voice growing strangely low. What manner of, we're not joining you? Fumikage cut him off suddenly, his voice sharp and angry. His good hand came from under his cloak, and Izuku's eyes glanced quickly to him. He was already holding his bottle of holy water in his grasp. I would rather die than side with your kind. A familiar phrase, one Izuku had already become acquainted with. But never had he heard Fumikage speak it with such hate. Something was happening to him. Something awful was entering his gaze, and Izuku was suddenly struck with a horrible, terrible sense of déjà vu. All this time he had thought Fumikage had his monster under control, a grumbling but willing familiar quirk who obeyed his every command. Now, sharply, he realized that maybe he was wrong. Maybe Dark Shadow was just as corrupting as Nemesis. Fumikage had it under a tighter leash than Izuku ever had, but it was still there. Still whispering dark thoughts into his mind. Still pushing him to just give in. Izuku's hand was on Fumikage's shoulder within a second, and the boy seemed to jolt out of the shadow that had been crawling across his mind. Crimson eyes turned to look at his emerald own. Izuku said nothing, but the shock faded into a sudden shame within Fumikage's gaze, and then a minute nod of thanks came from him. Ha! Tamura's laugh was a grating, almost painful-sounding cough. Look at you two, struggling with every step you take. I wonder why? He cocked his head slowly. You know you're damned, so why fight it? Join us. Revel in the dark, shed all the blood you could ever want, take their souls for your own. You're natural-born villains, no, more than that, you're natural-born demons. You cannot ignore the call of hell, not when the end so quickly approaches. Just give in and join us, my brothers. A dragon's claw ran down Izuku's spine, and he felt fire rising within him, almost burning into his throat and setting every scar alight. He held it back, desperately, almost forcing it as a choice between keeping himself standing and keeping Nemesis at bay. To be called brother by this monster of a human being. It was wrong. It was so wrong that it raked violently at every moral Izuku held within himself. His heart burned, and his mind spat at the very thought of it. Even his soul, his poor, tattered, corrupt soul, seemed to recoil at the concept. And yet he couldn't deny that there was a part of himself that was tempted. A dark, awful part of himself that he hated to admit was even there. The part of him which enjoyed the pain he inflicted on others, which reveled in standing tall in violent triumph, which loved the sight of ruby-red blood and the rush of life-threatening battle. But that wasn't all of him, and it wasn't who he knew he was. You're wrong. Izuku stammered out, his breath in short, sharp gasps. "We're good, no matter what curse has us, we are never going to give in. Do you hear me, villain?" His voice was rising, nemesis was flowing power into his limbs, and the hate and anger was fueling him. His eyes sharpened into a determined glare, dark yet bright, and his hands curled into fists with nails that were sharp and stabbing into his palms. He knew he needed to step back from the brink, but he only needed to hold them just a little more, just until reinforcements arrived. Maybe, just maybe, he could scare them into stalling. After all, Kurogiri was terrifying, the monster by Tamura's side was terrifying, even Dark Shadow was terrifying. But Nemesis was something beyond that. "We're never going to stop reaching for the light." Izuku's voice rose ever louder, ever more determined. He raised his fist to his chest in defiance. "We're never going to stop trying to save lives and help others. We're not evil, we're not villains, we're not damned, and we're not your brothers. We are heroes." As his words echoed through the vast dome of the USJ, Tamura's chin raised up slowly in dismissal. His face twisted as his expression turned ugly behind his mask. "Fine, have it your way." The air soured, and it became hard to breathe. The light above seemed suddenly darker, as if a shadow had passed across the sun, and Izuku could hear the pounding of his own heart through his ears. In an instant, he knew his gambit had failed. Tamura wasn't intimidated, he wasn't scared, all Izuku had done was mildly annoy him. Even as the villain raised his hand, Nemesis was racing through his system. The dam was cracking, the black power spilling over and flooding into his scars. He could feel the shadow black of his accused quirk growing in patches across his skin like ink blots. "Master, wait," Kurogiri urged again, a note of panic in his tone. "The child, Legion." Tamura barked out, ignoring the shadow at his side, "Kill them both." The world shifted on its axis, and time slowed to a crawl. Izuku blinked and Legion was already on top of them. A fist the size of his torso was falling down upon Fumikage. A mouth lined with spit and bone-shard teeth was open and grinning and laughing, as the boy seemed to be only now just noticing the monster was upon him. Izuku's curse acted on instinct. He couldn't let Fumikage die, he couldn't let anyone die. There was no argument, no pulling back the leash. There was only fire and shadow. Within that moment, Izuku felt the dam break. Within that moment, Izuku drowned in the blasphemous power he kept within him. Within that moment, Nemesis roared. There was a second where Fumikage knew only sound. It was a sound he was familiar with, though never quite like this, never quite this loud, never quite this furious. It was a roar. A roar that didn't simply bleed his ears but reached down into him through his ears and lungs and began strangling something inside his heart. A roar that was not of this world, but of myth and legend. The roar of a monster, of something that mankind knew not on principle but on spirit, of ancient genetic, instinctual knowledge of what true evil sounded like. But a roar that, for a second, was everything Fumikage knew. And then came the fire. It was bright blue and corrupt and terrible and wrong, and it hit him with the force of a speeding car. The blast threw him clear within half a heartbeat, far from the thing called Legion, far from the boy he wished he could trust, but knew it was folly to do so. The fire heat hit him like a tidal wave, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he would be burned alive. Something huge and black leapt between his face and the sudden explosion, and within the blink of an eye, he found himself colliding with a nearby bush. It took him a moment of dizzying, maddening senselessness to realize that Dark Shadow had saved his life. His quirk familiar, however, was in immense pain. He could feel it through his own body, burning skin he didn't have, and melting bones he didn't use. And yet even that pain was blanketed by the sound of the roar and the horror and fury it contained. It rattled his brain and tried to stop his heart and stole the breath from his lungs. It was the screaming of 10,000 bloodied blades. The cries of a burning city. The roar of an ancient battlefield, hot and wrathful and violent. The cry of hate made manifest. Crimson eyes opened, and for the second time in under 3 seconds, the breath was stolen from his lungs. Through a gap where he had collided with the branches of the bush, he beheld Nemesis. What had once been the Izuku midoriya was simply no more. This thing, this demon, was far beyond the pale skin, the exhausted eyes and scarred features of the teenager it inhabited. Legion roared back. Its voice was a melody of chaos, the roar of an army charging to war, a song of young child, a cry of a heartbroken widow. "We are Legion, we are many." The reply from Nemesis was just as loud, "We are Nemesis, we don't care." Then a fist the size of Fumikage's head swung down, practically smashing its beak in half. The skin of Nemesis was shadow black, void black, it was the unlight, made flesh. But it had form, a humanoid form lined by burning, corrupt, hellish blue lines of fire that ran railroad across its skin in ways that should have seemed random, but somehow formed a blasphemous pattern. The unlight fled from it as much as it clung to it, like an ever-wavering smoke, drifting with every movement it made. Its body was strong, powerful yet sinewy, like that of a well-trained fighter. Moments ago, when it was Izuku Midoriya, it had been barely 5 foot something, but was now easily over 8 feet tall. Nemesis stood not on human feet, but vast claws on digitigrade legs, as the world literally blackened and burned around it. Along its forearms, back and shoulders were jagged barbs of blackened unlight, and upon its hands were claws, which looked as though they could tear through a souled vault door with ease. Legion swung back, bright red blood pouring from its now disjointed mouth, as the symbols across its body lit up as if encouraged by the violence it was experiencing. A tail caught its wrist, long and thick and topped with a spear tip end that twisted with the force of a hydraulic press and simply threw the thing into the fountain, which almost instantly exploded into water and brick. The two villains who had been stood there must have moved, for they were nowhere to be seen. Just for a moment, Fumikage saw it in full, vast arms spread to either side, legs apart, tail whipped and raised, and bat-like demonic wings curled up and back. Its face caused Fumikage's soul to shudder. It had a bestial maw, lipless and lined with shark-like teeth. From its head grew 2 sets of vast horns, one pair which curled up and above, the other curling around and down, like those of ram, both twisting to their deadly sharp points. From its head downward was a great mane of flowing black-green hair. The only thing about it that even suggested it had once been Izuku Midoriya, for its eyes held no sign of humanity. They were a deep, foreboding green. Green like the darkest depths of a damned forest. Green like the moss over a tombstone. Green like the panoply of an ancient pagan god. Stark against a glowing, hellish blue fire that fanned from the long scars across its face, its arms, its chest and legs and, yes, even its tail and wings. They were a burning, hateful, demonic green which glowed with something beyond human. Something almost divine, yet so utterly fallen and gone that they belonged only to the most cursed of all of God's creations. And yet perhaps out of all of that the most horrific and terrifying thing of all was that around its head, like the image on a church window, was a halo of black light. Like the event horizon of a black hole, like the corona of an eclipse, like the death of the sun. Fumikage knew, instantly, without any other provocation, that Izuku Midoriya was unholy. The kingdom of heaven was said to exist within all humankind, but in that form, with that power, he was not of that kingdom, but of something that God mourned. And then, with the sudden beating of vast burning wings, Nemesis moved. It was so fast. Nothing that big should be that fast. The air shimmered around it, though whether it was from the sheer burning heat that it gave off or from the very world itself, desperately trying to reject it from the physical realm, Fumikage wasn't so sure. It dived on top of Legion and began simply tearing into its flesh with no poetry to its action, all the while screaming not with a voice, but with the very sound of violence itself. It was a beast, a dragon, a demon made of nightmare and furious hate. Fumikage wanted to turn away, to run and hide and cower in some dark corner, forgotten and alone. But he couldn't. He couldn't tear his eyes from the profane majesty of the creature, and as much as he wished to flee from it, a part of him, a terrible, cursed part of him, demanded he fall to his knees before it and proclaim his dark allegiance. It was the part that Tamura had seen within him. The part touched by the hand of hell itself. Fumikage finally managed to wrench his eyes from the bloodshed as the two monsters fought. Dark Shadow was hurt. Its pain had been pulsing through him like it was his own, slow and sharp and stabbing. The Quark familiar still lay across him, whimpering and panting softly into his shoulder. Dark Shadow? Fumikage whispered, as if not daring to make his voice any louder as to draw the attention of Nemesis. Master. It hurts, my master. It had been a long, long time since he had heard his inner curse talk with such pain. Though the blue fire, it hurts. Fumikage looked to the body of his demonic parasite, and his eyes went wide with horror. The fire had burned the shadow. The unlight that made up Dark Shadow's form was somehow gone, as if someone had torn a chunk of flesh from its body. From the cavernous gape in its back flowed with smoking tendrils that seemed to reach out and grasp at one another without truly connecting, as his monster's natural form tried and failed to heal itself. Thank you, my familiar, Fumikage whispered as the floor under him rocked and shook from the war being fought. Return to me, I will reward you later. Dark Shadow said nothing and simply whisked back into Fumikage's body. The pain intensified. It wasn't the first time Dark Shadow had been hurt, and he doubted it would be the last, but Dark Shadow's pain was Fumikage's own. It was part of the nature of their relationship. He felt as though something had scorched him on the inside. Something deep inside his heart, something at the back of his mind and like a whisper throughout every atom of his being. His soul was in pain. Fumikage, however, ignored it. He climbed to his feet and grit his teeth as he did so. Dark shadow had saved him from being burned alive, but the force of being thrown so far still hurt. His wound was bleeding again, and he held a hand to it tightly. His holy water was gone, thrown to one side and forgotten, not that it would provide much help now. He looked up as he saw Nemesis slam a fist into Legion's face at a speed faster than his eyes could follow, and almost immediately there was an explosion of blue fire that tore through the air, grabbing and clinging to anything it could find. The very ground under the two beasts shook as their war was raged. With every blow that Nemesis landed upon the monster, the stink of burning, cooking meat reached his senses and threatened to snake down Fumikage's throat and forcibly pull up the bile from his stomach. Legion roared in defiance of its new foe, charging out of the smoke and dust that was quickly filling the air to land skull-shattering blows upon Nemesis. The beast of the unlight, however, replied in swift kind, crushing the bone-shard teeth of the fellow demon and, in almost the same motion, ripping part of its chest away with one bloody strike. The monster howled in pain, though even as it did so Fumikage could see its wounds already healing, already stitching back together. Something crawled within him as he watched in guilty, horrific fascination. It was as if 1,000 threads were reconnecting, pulling its skin back tight over the blood-soaked wounds that it once sported. And there was already so much blood. It was coating Legion, coating the ground around it, coating the fists and claws of Nemesis. Blood that stank of burning, sizzling heat and life and death all at once. Blood that curdled the darker parts of Fumikage's heart and sent it racing just a little faster. He tore his eyes away as he forced his body to move, deciding that the only thing left for him to do was try and make his way back towards the staircase. He couldn't stop Nemesis, but perhaps there was a chance he could still save Izawa. He moved through the bushes with all the strength he could manage, his limbs aching, and his body screaming for him to stop and let unconsciousness overwhelm him. He refused to give in to such weakness. As he made his way out of the bushes he paused. Tamura and Kurogiri were stood, almost statue still, watching the two monsters fight. They had moved to just in front of the fountain, avoiding the shattering of the USJ centerpiece altogether. Their eyes were focused on the pair, and just behind them laying in a puddle of his own blood was Izawa. Fumikage gulped softly and again grit his teeth as he made his way as silently as he dared along the skirts of the row of bushes. He could see Tamura's mouth move, and he knew he was speaking to his shadow demon companion, though what Fumikage couldn't hear. Not over the sound of Legion screaming in pain, anyway. As he circled around, stepping over pieces of the fountain and the occasional body of a defeated villain, it was obvious, even from Fumikage's perspective, that Legion was already losing the fight. Nemesis dodged a blow and again tore at Legion's chest with fire and shadowed claw. The huge hulking beast was forced to step back, and then again, and again, and again. Nemesis pushed forwards faster and with more fury than Legion was prepared to defend. It not only matched the creature blow for blow, but it was dodging and weaving with an unnatural speed, as if it literally shimmered in and out of reality. The way the world seemed to spark and bleed around it almost reinforced that fact. More blood flowed, and the more it flowed the more violent, the more intense Nemesis seemed to become. It let out a long screech of battle joy as it again forced Legion back and back and back, heading towards the shipwreck zone. Legion continued to try and fight, but it was failing miserably. Nemesis threw fire into its face, its chest, its entire body, burning where it tore pieces of it apart, ripping through muscle and sinew and bone. Fumikage was horrified and captivated in equal measure, his heart racing and his mind reeling at the unholy sight of two demons. And yet something inside his soul, something that was as corrupt and black as the unlight itself, was enjoying the spectacle. Something was urging him in midnight dark whispers to go forth, to summon his wounded beast to his body and let go. To join them. As he reached his teacher he found himself almost stepping past him, towards the fountain, towards the two villains who stood with their backs to him. He could take Shigaraki, it would be easy. He could sneak up behind him and wrap his hands around his neck and breathe. He huffed the mantra through deep, panicked gulps of hot smoke and dust-infused air. Breathe, Fumikage, focus yourself, find your balance, don't let the darkness win. Once he felt as though he had gathered his temptations back under control, he knelt down and pushed his bloody teacher onto one side. The man had the weight of the dead, something which caused the teenager's heart to almost stutter in his chest. His face was a mess of clearly shattered bone and blood. Nothing looked right, nothing looked survivable. No, Izawa-sensei couldn't be dead, He couldn't die, not like this. Izuku's words still lingered in his head about how they weren't villains, they weren't evil. How they were aiming to be heroes, to be good, to fight against the darkness despite being born into it. He let the words strengthen his soul, and with a newly focused mind, Fumikage placed 2 fingers against the swollen, purple-ringed neck of his teacher and desperately felt for a pulse. There it was. Faint, distant, dying, but there. Relief flooded through him, even as he almost fell on top of Izawa when the ground shook with an earthquake-like roar from Nemesis. He looked back up just in time to see Legion die. Legion threw a punch, an almost desperate move despite the power and speed of the attack. Nemesis ducked, turned, grabbed the arm and threw the gigantic mass of blackened muscle over its shoulder, lifting itself from the ground with a mighty flap of vast wings. The impact was so great that the floor simply gave way under it, cracking and crumbling apart along random lines, causing dust and dirt and blood, and the screams of an unnatural creature in pain to fill every inch of the air. Then the shadow-clad demon dived on top of its prey like a descending hawk, and this time there was no recovery for Legion. The sound of ripping, tearing, wet flesh rose through the air, though it was drowned by the sound of the monster screaming in an horrific pain. Then there was an almighty crack of bones breaking, and the screaming stopped. The victory cry of Nemesis was like the arcs of lightning at the end of the world, like the howling of the behemoth of legend, like the cries of a gore-soaked berserker on an ancient corpse-soaked battlefield. Within one hand it held up a giant monstrous heart, blood pouring from it, and soaking the shadow demon's arm in a tide of red. Fumikage's mouth hung open as he looked to the crater which it stood within. From around the sides, he could see hundreds, no, thousands of shadows fleeing across the ground. They were tiny things, slivers of unlight, but all darted and ran and faded to ash as they escaped like rats from a sinking ship. Then, Nemesis crushed the heart within its vast claw and brought it down, only to bite through the organ with the sickening hunger of a starved wolf. It tore and ripped and devoured the heart in an orgy of animalistic violence, and when it was done, it roared again, blood and gore freely flowing from its lipless, jagged maw. Then it to begin devouring the rest of Legion's corpse. And yet even through the sound of cracking bone and ripping flesh, Fumikage could hear the 2 villains speak. It had killed Legion. He heard Tamura Shigaraki call out, his voice shattered and broken. It's eating it. We still have a chance, my master. Kurogiri urged, his voice a strange, focused tone, and pulling Tamura's attention to him. It's distracted, if we set up a soul. He never finished his sentence. Within the next second a wall of blue fire consumed the air around them, and it was only by the sudden sprouting of void black portals that it didn't utterly burn the both of them. Nemesis was upon them. It rushed through the flame like it was part of it, the tongues of the blue fire licking from its own horrific scars. Master? Portals opened under Tamura, and for another second, time slowed as he fell back into the inky void. But Nemesis was over him, huge and terrible, with a mouth bleeding fire and body trailing shadow and smoke. Its claw was descending at a speed which no creature could avoid. Before Tamura fell through the portal, 4 long, bloody lines had been opened across his body, splitting his skin from left shoulder to his right wrist. Fumikage blinked and in that time Tamura had vanished from the center of the fountain to halfway between it and the landslide zone. And he was screaming. His pain filled the air, infecting everything with its fury and shame and hate. Nemesis, however, only barked a laugh, a sound which was the embodiment of cruelty, spoken through 1,000 tones. Fumikage was dumbstruck and useless. He wanted to retreat, to get away, but how could he? How could he escape this thing, this beast of the apocalypse which stood before him? Nemesis's vast maw opened again, and again it looked ready to strike at the 2 villains. But then, like a gift from above, their salvation arrived. There was a boom. A boom which sounded not like the ending of the world, but the saving of it. A boom which brought light piercing through the darkness which had settled deep into every shadow of the USJ. Have no fear, students. The voice was that of a warrior god, golden and shining, brave and courageous. Hearing it brought instant strength to Fumikage's heart and soul, and he could almost feel the shadow of his curse recoiling at its presence. Suddenly his hands were gripping his teacher tighter and his feet were digging into the dirt. Suddenly he was dragging Izawa back. Fumikage glanced up, and from the top of the staircase a figure appeared, and in the suddenly brighter USJ, he seemed to almost glow with a divine light. He wore yellow striped pants and a white shirt, but already he was tearing his tie away, already the muscles he bore bulged and flexed ready for war. For I am here. All Might. The symbol of peace. The world's #1 hero, the strongest man on earth, the most powerful force for good on the planet. And yet within Fumikage he heard the distant whisper of another title. He didn't give it thought because it was put into cruel, hateful words by Nemesis before he could even consider doing so. The fading king. All Might didn't so much hear the words as much as they cut at his ears like rusting blades, and his teeth grit into a hard battle-ready grimace. The air stank of blood and smoke and dust and violence. From his position on the top of the staircase, he had a commanding view of the terror that had been wrought. Bodies of villains were piled up at the base of the staircase, where young Fumikage had been dragging a blood-soaked Izawa back. The fountain had been demolished. There were 2 villains, one lying in a bloody heap on the floor, as the other hovered protectively over him. 13 was almost torn apart from the back. There was a crater by the flood zone with some bloody mess within it, and at the center of it all. Oh god. That was the creature which had torn away at young Bakugo's face? That was what had been hiding inside Izuku midoriya? That was Nemesis? He felt his old wound grow suddenly pained and tight at the very sight of the dragon-like monster. Everything about it seemed wrong. The way the darkness, blacker than the void, seemed to trail and cling to it. The way it stood, hunched like a beast yet tall like a man. The way the horrible, soul-burning fire lighted along its many interlacing scars. Its wings, its horns, its rending claws and jagged teeth. The halo of terrible shadow light that glowed from around its head, like a saint of the profane. And its eyes. There was no humanity to them. No pity, no sorrow, no fear. There was only an incomprehensible hate that he could feel raking at his heart. All of this was wrong, so wrong. And it was all his fault. Damn it. The slender man's voice rang out through the hall. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Master Tamura, we must leave, there is no victory to be found here. The shadow man spoke in a swift, almost hushed tone. You're hurt, and I cannot allow you to die. Fuck you. Tamura screamed, though not at All Might but at Nemesis. Even in the pain he was clearly in, the utter hate which fueled him continued to push him forwards. You traitor. You disgusting traitor. You turned against us, your brothers and sisters, your own kindred. Nemesis turned its horned head, though it gave Tamura nothing more than a dismissive snarl. As the shadow took them both, Tamura continued to scream out, we'll kill you. We'll kill you all. The end of days is coming, and I swear on my lord and my father I will kill you all. Ora pro vobis satani. And with that, his hateful menace still echoing through the USJ, Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri vanished into shadow and void. Nemesis huffed again and then turned back slowly to look at Fumikage. It seemed to pause for only a split second before grinning. Filthy sinner. Nemesis moved, but so did All Might. Like a thought, like a ray of sunshine piercing darkened cloud, it took less than a heartbeat for him to appear in front of Fumikage, shielding the boy with his huge body and grabbing the fists of the monster before they could continue to reap their bloody harvest. The second his hands touched the burning shadow skin of the beast, he felt fire not just scorch his skin, but burn through his entire bloodstream, rushing to every part of his body, as if he had touched something truly damned and its rotting curse was infecting him. But he held it back. Because he was a hero, damn it, and he would not let this beast hurt anyone. He could see it was hurt already. Blood was pouring from the wounds that something else, perhaps what had been in the crater, had inflicted upon it. Wounds that should have brought any other being to its knees. Clearly, however, they did not bother Nemesis. The monster was taller than he was by an entire head, and as he gripped it with a ground-breaking hold, he could smell the blood and fire pouring from it. And those eyes. Those eyes which lacked anything that resembled the divine touch. The eyes of a truly godless creature, or perhaps worse, eyes that knew of an almighty being and yet had spat upon its feet. All Might poured his strength into his limbs and began, with a truly Herculean effort, pushing Nemesis back. Young Tokoyami. He roared, his voice rising above his fear, above the unholy terror that Nemesis radiated. Go. Now. Save Izawa, save yourself. All Might. The boy replied from behind him, his voice heavy and pained from his many injuries. You need to go. The huge man roared to the face of Nemesis. He heard Fumikage suddenly scurry behind him, and taking the cue he suddenly turned his body, throwing himself to one side, causing Nemesis to twist erratically and follow him in the fluid movement. Already his veteran warrior's combat-drenched mind was rushing through every opening, every option, every attack pattern he could launch at the beast. And yet all the while 2 thoughts lingered, anchoring everything to a horrible reality. This was Izuku midoriya. This was a demon. The 2 facts clashed and warred and battled within his heart. How could young midoriya be this? How could something so dark, so terrible, so instinctively wicked exist upon the earth? And how could it be within the body of one of the kindest, most selfless children he'd ever met? The leap should have cleared half the USJ in an instant, but Nemesis followed him as easily as a lion follows a fleeing wildebeest. The creature caught his leg and, as the fabric burned in its grasp, it turned and flung him into the floor. All Might was not so slow as Legion had been and turned it into a sudden roll, springing up and looking back to the monster. A fist collided with his jaw that almost tore it right from his face. His skin burned and sizzled from the impact, and the pain sent shockwaves through his skull. But he turned back half on instinct, half on his own intention, dodging another blow and narrowly avoiding a claw that would have carved the ribs from his chest. It was relentless. Again and again and again, Nemesis roared into the attack, a mixture of animalistic claws and swinging fists, and even the spinning use of its barbed tail. The assault was like few All Might had ever faced. The speed and ferocity coupled with the sheer white-hot fire it wielded was almost unbreakable. All Might barely held his ground, every inch of his own power being pushed further and further to keep Nemesis from overwhelming him. Izuku. This isn't you. He cried out as blood began coating his cheek, his chest and his own hands. Limbs were burning from the effort of simply keeping up with the demon, but he had yet to truly unleash an attack of his own. How could he? Buried under the shadow-burning skin of this monster was his student, a boy who had tried so hard to control this evil, a boy who had given his all into being good, into being a hero. Maybe there was a chance he could still pull it back. I know you're in there. You can stop this madness. You can stop your quirk. Ha! The beast barked fire and smoke into his face, its grin cracking white and terrible. Foolish old man. We are Izuku Midoriya. We are Nemesis. We are the punishment of the sinful. We are shadow and fire. It opened its mouth wide, and there was a split second where All Might's own darkened eyes whitened in horror before he dived to the floor. The air above his head became ignited with blue flame so hot he felt the shirt on his back peeling and burning away. He was up and back in a second, but all it took was a second's respite from the fight for every part of him to groan and scream in pain. This fight was pulling everything he had from him, from One for All. He had come in with what he thought would be a solid hour's worth of power left. He had burned through it in less than 10 minutes. And Nemesis just would not stop attacking. It was as if it was fueled by some endless energy from which it drew its fire, its hatred of everything it looked upon. Some unholy power drawn from the black depths of Hades. It seemed limitless and all-consuming. And increasingly All Might was realizing the dawning horror that told him it would only stop when it was dead. It fainted suddenly, diving to one side and smashing All Might square in his old injury. Blood spurted from between clenched teeth, and for a moment the man saw only blinding stars in his vision. The beast laughed at his pain and a pair of burning hands clamped around his neck, lifting him up suddenly as the air was squeezed out of his throat. Look at you, fading king, Nemesis sneered out, its malice almost as infectious as a maligned virus. How long do you have left until your body gives out? How much blood can you shed before your life finally drains away? Its sneer turned into a growl. We will devour you and make you pay for the sins of your soul. All Might felt the hate pour off it in droves as he desperately tried to pull its claws from around his throat. It was almost threatening his own heart, his own mind, his own soul. The rage it held was crawling into his brain and telling him to unleash himself upon his enemy, beat it, destroy it, kill it. And then the air was filled with fire. But it wasn't the brilliant blue flame that Nemesis had poured across the USJ. It was bright red, life and anger and furious righteousness, the rage of the light against a curse of the dark. The blast hit Nemesis square in the side of the head, throwing the demon down within a heartbeat. All Might fell and let out a strangled cry as a hand went to his blood-soaked throat. The skin had simply melted away, burning and peeling like paper. He could barely take a breath, and inside he knew that, given only a handful of seconds more, Nemesis would have killed him. He turned dark eyes to see who his savior had been, and the moment he did his stomach almost dropped away. It was Katsuki Bakugo. The boy was panting, though not from injury or pain. His skin was pale to the point of looking sick, his hands outstretched and his eyes wide. He was terrified and yet he was standing there, teeth clenched in a furious, horrified grimace as smoke faded from his shaking palms. His clothes were marked with dirt and ugly blotches of black soot. Nemesis was already on its feet, and yet the moment it turned its vast horned head towards the boy, it was hit again from behind. This time it was not fire, but a huge wave of ice that rushed forward, drowning out everything before it and consuming the beast like a cocoon. All Might knew that ice, and he knew somewhere behind it was Shoto Todoroki. Already, however, the ice was melting, and from within he could hear the screaming of hell itself brought to earth. He could feel the ground rocking as the trapped monster pounded relentlessly at its cage. All might, sir. He turned again to see Hantashiro running from Katsuki's direction to his side, pulling tape from his elbows as he did so. He too was dirty and worn, his costume wrapped in some places with his own tape. Sir, are you okay? Fuck you. Katsuki was screaming hysterically at the ice even as it cracked and broke, and then was instantly reformed by Shoto, who was slowly circling around, his hand up and his face etched with the intense focus of his task. Fuck you, you inhuman bastard, fuck you. Sir? Sir? Hanta panted. He too was pale with fear, but not nearly so much as the almost fear-mad Katsuki. He had no idea how they'd managed to make their way through the fire and rowing smoke, nor through the villains who young Iida had told him had infested the USJ zones. They were brave, all of them, impossibly so for such young ages. But he was their teacher, and he couldn't let them fight his battles. What are you doing here? You need to get out, now. All Might managed to croak out, one blood-soaked hand around his throat. I can handle young Midoriya, sir, with all due respect, that's not Midoriya, not anymore. Hanta was already wrapping tape around his wounds, without All Might even asking him for the help. He couldn't let them get involved. I can't keep him contained forever, Shoto shouted over the din of the screaming demon trapped in the ice cocoon as he edged towards his teacher. All Might, if you can, children, please. The man rose to his feet, taking his bloody hand from his skinless throat and once again gathering his power to his chest. You need to leave, now. I will deal with this. His heart was pounding with the raw exertion of keeping his body standing, but he couldn't stop now. He had to stop Izuku, he had to stop Nemesis. I'll bring him round, trust me and, as your teacher and a hero. He raised a fist and pounded it to his bloody chest as he looked to the boys. It'll be fine, because I am here. Pete please, sir. A new voice joined them. He turned again to see Hitachi limping towards him. His heart almost stopped beating. The boy was a wreck. A busted lip, a bloody eye, a clearly broken leg, and who knew how many more injuries. And yet his gaze was the most terrible of all. It was a fatalistic 1,000-yard stare that spoke more than words ever could. Sir, you know you can't talk him round. You have to stop him. The word hammered into All Might's heart, into his very soul. He knew exactly what stop him meant. He didn't want to think it, he didn't even want to consider it, but he and Hitachi now shared something. They had both looked into the eyes of the beast. They knew how Nemesis was stopped. There was a sudden explosion, louder than the others, and the ice simply tore apart at the seams. A gigantic ball of blue flame rushed from the cocoon, consuming everything in its path. But the boys and All Might were no longer there. Within a heartbeat, the pro had acted, rushing from his point and grabbing every one of them before they could even process they were being moved. He had taken them all out of the range of the burning ball of fire, closer to the fountain where the water still managed to hold off the ever-growing flames. Rising like a demon from hell itself, Nemesis stood tall once more. It roared, holding out its arms and stretching its vast wingspan to the full. The blue fire responded, intensifying suddenly around it like a baying cheering crowd. All Might knew what he had to do. Boys, go, now. He ordered, his voice lower, more serious and suddenly full of a terrible sorrow. Go back to the top of the staircase, help who you can. I'll stop Nemesis. The very use of the demon's name caused a morbid dread to run through the teenagers. He stood and turned back to the monster, which was already moving towards him at a frightening speed. All Might, however, was done holding back. He dived forwards, rushing into its attack with a brutal intent, and, for the first time in their fight, he went on the offensive. His fist smashed into the face of Nemesis like a warhead hitting a bunker. The blow caused the beast to scream in shock, but All Might wasn't done. He followed it up with another, and another, and another. Nemesis finally caught its footing and fought back, and now, truly, the fight was on. The teenagers watched in awe-struck shock as the two battled. It was as if they were witnessing the war of two demigods of ancient myth, one a fallen hero, consumed by unlight and terror and all-devouring flame, the other a bastion of righteous fury, of the goodness of mankind's spirit manifest. Their blows rocked the earth they stood on, it should have shattered bone and ruined flesh, and indeed they did. The injuries on both the warriors grew more and more, blood flowed from them both through gritted teeth and open wounds. Nemesis, however, didn't slow down for a second, as if it didn't even feel the pain that should be ruining it. The dragon-like demon poured itself at its human opponent, its assault at a speed which should have torn its enemy apart. A flurry of fire and claw and fist and teeth and tail. An unstoppable monster of rage and unending hate. But All Might was no longer purely on the defense. He too poured himself into every attack, his fists flying faster than any eye could hope to follow. Blood flowed from him and should have sapped his strength, but there was a fire within his soul, a fire which had been passed down to him like a torch. Not the all-consuming blue which Nemesis wielded, but a bright light, a guiding light, a light of hope and strength and power. A light that guided every blow, every strike. He let it shine from his glowing blue gaze as he grit his teeth and pushed against a monstrosity before him. Golden lightning crackled around him, the very manifestation of his overwhelming strength, of the power he wielded, of the quirk which he'd used to save the lives of millions. The difference of skill was not lost on their audience. Nemesis was pure wrath and nothing more, a furious unrelenting assault with no regard for its own survival, which would have torn through a lesser man's defense. But All Might was All Might. The #1 hero in the world. His raw battle experience was his shield, his rational tactical mind his sword. He was pounding the wounded parts of Nemesis, maximizing the pain and damage inflicted with each blow while minimizing his own. Nemesis took one step back, and the fight was decided. The beast screamed and roared. It continued to rain fire and hell upon All Might, but it was already over. How dare you do this to young midoriya? All Might's furious roar left his bloody lips. The hate he felt for this monster, for this thing which had taken Izuku, was almost overwhelming, and yet as he battled he did not push it down. Instead he channeled it through his body, into his fists, into the enormous force he needed to push himself beyond his limits. How dare you do this to a student of mine? You monster. You demon. No. All Might's bellow drowned out the beast. You are not Izuku Midoriya, you are an abomination. And you. One mighty blow cracked Nemesis's jaw from below, launching it up. All Might was there in less than a second, jumping up and holding two linked fists above his head. Done. His fists came down and Nemesis broke into the ground with such force that the entire floor of the USJ simply gave up the fight and fell away, raising to form a vast crater which stretched from the impact site in the center of the arena to every corner of the dome. The thunderclap-like noise broke whatever windows were left, including those of the storm zone, and the wind and rain trapped there was released like a howling spirit from a bottle. It was nothing short of a miracle that the entire USJ did not simply fall away there and then, even as the walls around it crumbled and many broke down entirely, leaving vast openings in the concrete and steel. All Might landed with a great thud with rock and stone flying from his impact. He breathed and stood to his feet. It was over. He'd won. The silence that settled after was, for lack of a better term, deafening. The air was filled with the debris of battle and the smoke from the still burning fires. From where he knelt, All Might coughed and choked. His form was already melting away, but he didn't care. He estimated, through his pain-addled brain, that he had at least a few minutes until the dust settled and the students could see him openly. He wasn't so sure he cared about that anymore. On shaking legs, he made his way forwards through the ruin, over the crumbling, disjointed rock and stone to the center of the crater he had made. And as he hobbled forwards, he could feel the wet, warm blood flowing from the numerous wounds that covered his body. His old wound had been brutally reopened. He was missing most of the skin on his chest. His ribs were broken inside his paper-thin body, and he was sure he was missing some teeth. His throat and arms burned from where the skin had simply sizzled away, though incredibly the tape Hanta had applied had remained. But that didn't matter. Another few steps forward, he could hear the blood dripping from his fingers to the floor. A body appeared in the murk of fire, smoke and dust. A small, frail-looking body. A body that stank of blood and fire. A body not pale but black and purple and red. There was so much red. Toshinori fell to his knees beside him. The boy was laying still, too still. His eyes were open and glazed and almost colorless. They saw nothing. All Might wept cold, bitter tears even as, somewhere in the far distance, he heard the sound of shouting, of fellow heroes arriving, of sirens and help and hope. He managed, though how he didn't know, to take off his own shirt, what remained of it, and draped it over Izuku's lower half. Through crimson teeth, he whispered, "I'm so sorry, my boy." That was how the other heroes found him. A bloody, broken man, crying over the shattered body of Izuku Midoriya. Like I said, dear readers, USJ is when shit starts flying off the goddamn rails. So just some quick notes here. Firstly, I'm sad to announce now that USJ is wrapped. I'm going on month-long break to catch up on chapters and build up another backlog of chapters to work with. Another thing is that when I do return, I'm going to change the update times to once every 3 weeks at 7 o'clock, still on Fridays. I know, I'm very sorry to be doing this, and I know you're all mad, but honestly keeping up the work rate for this has been hard, especially lately. Having an easier update schedule should help not only keep chapters updating for longer, so less month-long breaks. It'll also take some pressure off myself and help my creative process. Anyway, his father's son will re-update on November 16th. Until then, well, I'm sure you guys can hang off the edge of this cliff just fine, right? Right. Peace out my dudes. Chapter 18. Fathers, and we're back woo-woo. Time to see our green beans suffer. Are y'all excited? I sure am. Onwards my dudes. There was no cheerful reunion of the class once the police and heroes arrived. There was only a drowning silence as they stood and watched, huddled together like lost sheep, as the emergency services fought back the blue fire that threatened to engulf the USJ proper. There was sound, yes, yelling and shouting, boots rushing from one place to another, sirens wailing and radios crackling with barked orders. But from the class, there was only silence. Hurt students had been tended to, and their wounds dressed, and yet even as they'd had their injuries wrapped with heavy bandages and their cuts soothed with stinging antiseptic, they had made almost no sound. The sunlight above seemed dimmer somehow. The darkness that had infected the USJ had fled, and above the sun was starting down its slow climb from its afternoon pinnacle. And yet somehow, despite the mostly clear sky, there was a chill that they all felt. As if the very area itself had somehow been robbed of its warmth, of its life and, dare one say it, its sanctity. Unholy forces had appeared there, and for that alone, it was forever scarred. A man strode towards the group. A man dressed in a flowing trenchcoat hiding a smart navy blue suit. His face was plain, almost surprisingly so, and yet his eyes were stern and determined. They were eyes of a man who had seen many hard things and had overcome them. "Excuse me," he called out to the group of teenagers, most of which turned their heads towards him. Some however continued to look to the USJ and to the slowly shrinking fingers of blue flame which beckoned from the broken windows. "My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, and I'm going to be interviewing all of you on the events that just happened. You're all of Class 1A, correct?" "Yes, sorry," a young man spoke up, moving through the crowd towards him. He was tall, strong-looking, and one of the few who did not look truly haunted with the color still remaining in his cheeks. "Yes sir. I'm the class president Tenya Iida. In the absence of Izawa-sensei, I've done a full head count of our class. Other than Izuku Midoriya and Hitachi Shinsu, we're all here." The detective looked surprised at the professionalism, or perhaps simply the stuffed shirt attitude of the young man, but soon nodded. "Good, thank you. Now, sir, before anything else, please," a young woman stepped forward. Her round face was pale, and she wore the same haunted look as most of her class, along with tears dripping from her cheeks. But there was a deeper fear there, something that was gnawing at her heart. "Izuku, H. Hitachi, Izawa S-sensei, and All Might, are they okay?" Now all the class was looking to him, and the detective felt an all too familiar weight on his shoulders. His heart became heavy. He never quite got used to doing this, no matter how many times he'd uttered such words to worried faces. Maybe it was worse because they were all so young. Too young to be dealing with this kind of tragedy. Hitachi Shinsu is being treated for his injuries now. He took quite the beating, but he'll recover in time. All Might is being seen too as well. He's a tough old son of him. I mean, he's tough. He'll be fine, as will your teacher, Eraserhead. There were a few sighs from the class, though some continued to hold their breaths. And Izuku, the girl, could barely put the words together. She was terrified. Naomasa looked down for only a moment before taking a breath through his nose and quietly, but firmly, announcing. "Izuku Midoriya has endured a serious amount of harm, and he's being rushed into emergency surgery right now." I'll be honest with all of you for a brief second, the words hesitated on his lips. It doesn't look good. His words seemed to move between the teenagers like a poisonous cloud, wrapping around their throats and quietly strangling the strength from their bodies. Naomasa looked across them all, his gaze an anchor to the seriousness of his words. "He's still alive, and from what I understand he's fighting. He needs you all to be strong for him right now." "Strong for him?" A voice punctured the air like an explosion. "Strong for him? He's not even fucking human." Another teenager stepped out of the crowd, and Naomasa instantly frowned, or went to, except when he saw the way the young man stood, the way his hands were shaking lightly, and the way his amber eyes seemed to almost bulge from his head, he stopped. This teenager was more than shocked, he was traumatized. Why the hell the medics hadn't seen this in him he wasn't sure, but he was going to notify them as soon as possible. He almost killed All Might. "Did you know that?" We haven't. I fucking saw him. The teenager spoke through grinding teeth. I saw him strangling All Might. Covered in blood and fire and he's not human. He's not. He's fucking shaking, hands raised to his head, gripping his blonde hair tight, and his eyes began drifting, almost glazing over. He's not human. He's not human. Dude, one of the other boys, a redeed, reached towards the boy, but the blonde batted the hand away. Get the fuck off me. It's okay, No. No, it's not fucking okay. The blonde barked back as he looked to the group. And you all know it's not fucking okay. I'm not going to lie to myself and say it's okay, not when we have that fucking thing in our classroom. Nemesis or whatever the fuck it calls itself. It isn't human. Not one person replied, neither in agreement or argument. There was only the damning judgment of silence. You. Come with me, Namasa ordered to the blonde with a voice as tough as iron, now. Surprisingly, the teenager obeyed. He turned from the others and stormed after the detective, who turned and simply began walking away. The silence remained. Namasa felt something cold gripping his heart. A bizarre sense of dread which curled and settled within him. He had hoped that the kids would have the strength to overcome this. A villain attack was shocking, but it was what they were being trained for, first years or not. But the way they looked. The 1,000-yard stares they seemed to have, and the words that the young man had spoken so venomously. What the hell had happened here? Tamura wanted to scream. He wanted to rip through the world like a demon unleashed. He wanted to disintegrate crowds of pleading innocents starting with their heads until only ash remained. The pain in his shoulder, across his chest and to his wrists, was immense. It was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. The wounds had half cauterized simply on touch from the demon's claws, and yet even so blood continued to leak out of him. He could barely feel his wrist, though the twitching of his fingers had thankfully told him that nothing had been severed. His breaths came in deep, shuddering heaves, and he leaned back heavily against a thick wooden headboard. Bandages had been wrapped tightly around him, bandages that were still being wrapped around him by a doctor clothed in black robes trimmed with gold and flecks of red. The doctor, however, had pinned his sleeves back, allowing him to administer care without interruption. Tamura's shirt had gone, along with his collection of severed hands, revealing a surprisingly sinewy body, if a little on the thin side. He had a few old scars across his chest, nothing serious, though that wasn't the thing that caught the eye. Across his shoulders, his stomach and chest were a myriad of interconnecting tattoos. They formed both a strange, disturbing language and, at the same time, an intricate and equally disturbing pattern, terrible and blasphemous all at once. The one on his back was the most damning. A vast inverted five-pointed star starting from his shoulders and ending at the base of his spine. Tattooed within each section were his words of oath, his sanctifications of unholy power. Proof that he had passed the tests given to him. They were also the reason he could punch above his weight class and move like a man training for the Olympics. They were proof his faith was true. Along, of course, with his severed hands and the sigils of blasphemous maledictions upon them. They were the only reason he was still conscious, he knew that. They were his protection, his profane blessings, the shield that protected his soul. And indeed they protected him, or rather, they had. Now they would have to be recharged again. If the monster had ruined them. The doctor picked up a small bottle from a first aid kit to one side and sprayed it against Tamura's wrist, causing a sharp wasp bite sting to rush through his system. The younger man gritted his teeth tightly, hissing in a deep, almost serpent-like manner, his thoughts snapping back to reality. His eyes squeezed closed, and the moment he opened them again they focused back on the balding head of the doctor beside him. Do that again, and I will make sure you no longer have hands to work with. Do not threaten me, Master Tamura, the doctor replied in a voice that implied years of smoking and a little irritation. I answer to your master, not to you. Tamura growled out a long and vaguely threatening non-verbal response, but otherwise kept his mouth shut. He was in a lot of pain right now, sharp and stabbing pain that seemed edged with a flame that simply wouldn't die, but it wasn't enough for him to willingly incur the wrath of his master. Not when it might also incur the wrath of his father. He looked around the room simply for something to do. His bedroom was sparse, like all bedrooms in the chapel. He had his bed, which was currently stained red with his blood, a spare bed across from him, a chest filled with a few his personal belongings, and that was it. It was a Spartan lifestyle, designed to make their initiates tougher, stronger, and to focus their faith. Tamura had always thought it was a bit stupid, as he was the only surviving initiate left. The walls were made of old stone and were deathly cold. The floors were an ancient wood which creaked and groaned with every step. The room was lit not with natural light, for there were no windows, nor with electric light, but with the flicking candles on brass sconces along the walls. The flames were, of course, a corrupt blue and did not truly light every corner of the room, making it seem gloomy and unnaturally haunted. On one wall was an inverted red splattered cross, small and mostly unassuming. On another was a picture of All Might, covered in thrown knives and large tears. Tamura frowned at it, then turned away in disgust. Standing to one side, watching over them both, was Kurogiri. His shadowed form was blanketed by a robe which matched the one the doctor wore, though the markings across were different, more ornate and somehow more disturbing. Beside him sat a laptop on a wheeled cart. The laptop screen was all black and simply had no video written in white in its center. Unblinking, tarnished gold eyes, still flickering and weaving, watched the doctor work on his master. "You would do well to listen to him, Master Tamura, your injuries are grave." "My injuries are nothing." Tamura hissed back, looking up from his bloody wrist to the demon, his chest heaving with pained breaths. "And it's your fault I got them in the first place. If you had been faster, my master, I apologize, as have already apologized profusely for my error." Kurogiri replied with a nod towards Tamura, "But I must remind you that I warned you of taking this action in the first place." "Oh, so now you're smarter than me?" Tamura snapped at his demonic companion. "I ought to turn your host to dust, and then we'll see how sorry you are when you're dragged back to hell." Master Tamura I him the demon huffed as calmly as he could, almost as if he'd ran through this kind of tantrum with the young man before. "I do not claim any such thing, I only suggest that." "Tamura." The room went silent, and even the doctor stopped his work to look up. Eyes glassy and aging, eyes made of an ever-shifting golden shade, and eyes as red as freshly spilled blood, all looked to one location. The laptop. From behind the darkness of the screen came a sense of power and dread which seemed all-invasive and corrupting. The candles flickered, though there was no wind. "Tamura. Was your mission to kill All Might successful?" The voice belonged to someone strong. Someone unbelievably strong, and someone just as equally as dangerous. The question was no real question at all, Tamura knew that. His heart beat a little faster out of a mixture of fear and utter admiration for the man he knew to be speaking. "And no, my lord sensei, it was not." There was a moment where the screen seemed to glitch, and again, the blue flames on their candles flickered. "So, you took one of our strongest summons in one of our most perfected hosts, and you failed to kill All Might?" Kurogiri shifted awkwardly. "My lord sensei, did I say you could speak, Kurogiri?" The tone of his voice was akin to being shot through the temple with a gun. Sudden, swift and brutal. The demon almost seemed to shrink in fear at the voice, and he bowed his head towards the screen. "My apologies, my lord sensei." "Tamura. I want you to explain to me what happened, in your words." Tamura hesitated for a moment. His sensei was angry, he could tell, and yet he knew that his sensei would never truly hurt him. Even so, he was not beyond punishment, no one was, even though he had suffered a wound which would have killed most men. Good thing he had been protected by a power stronger than his own. Tamura began explaining, slowly, his voice croaking and hoarse. He spoke of their initial good fortune, of how they infiltrated with their army of hired goons and split apart the classroom for the lower thugs to deal with while they targeted Eraserhead and 13. Everything had been going to plan, right up until it appeared. Tamura's voice took on a spiteful, hateful tone. "My lord sensei, they have a demon of their own working for them, but I swear, it was like no demon I have ever seen." He paused for a second. "It was the thing that killed Legion. It tore it apart, Lord Sensei. It ate its heart, and even now the memory of the creature that had attacked them seemed burned into his brain." Tamura had seen many terrible things no man should ever see, and yet that thing. It scared him. It scared him, and he didn't like it because it meant that he was weak, and he couldn't be weak. Not when so much was dependent on him. "They have a demon?" His lord sensei's voice drifted through the laptop. "What manner of demon?" It was huge, bigger than Legion. It looked kind-of like a dragon. It had horns and wings and it used the blue flame like it was its own. Tamura winced as his wounds suddenly pulled tight and stung, like he was being raked all over again. Even describing the beast seemed to be enough to bring his pain back to the forefront. And it had a halo of unlight. A halo of unlight? This was not spoken by his lord sensei, but someone new. A voice that reached forward through the screen and held Tamura's chin softly, lifting his eyes back up. It was a voice that seemed feminine and masculine at the same time. It was a voice of polished, shining gold, of glory and awe unbound and without end. And it was terrible to behold. It was nightmarish in its purity. It was the gilded dagger slitting the throat of a king. It was the naked witch bathing in the virgin's blood. Father, Tamura stammered, his eyes growing wider. Are you absolutely sure, my child? The voice was a soothing balm to his wounds and strength to his heart and soul. Are you absolutely sure of this? I swear to you, my father, I'm telling the truth. Tamura stammered softly, even bowing his head a little and gulping. What attacked me? What attacked Legion? It came from some child. He spat the last word out, his hate filtering in once again. Some little scrawny nobody who had big ugly scars on him and green hair. And did he tell you his name? No, my father. My lords, if I may, Kurogiri spoke suddenly, shifting awkwardly again. I believe at one point I heard the creature refer to itself as Nemesis. There was a small pause from behind the laptop before father spoke once again. I see. Did you see what happened to this demon? No, it attacked me, then we left as All Might arrived. I'm getting confirmation from our sources within the police force, Lord Sensei added in a stern tone. The USJ was saved from burning to the ground. Reports claim that some kind of monster attacked All Might. There was a smirk to his tone. How interesting, perhaps this demon was not so firmly on their side as you thought. I did not assume it would be, and if anything, Tamura's assault has proven my suspicions true. Father spoke again, their soft tone like velvet that was laced with razor blades. You did well today, my child. But father, I didn't kill All Might. I didn't claim his soul as my own. But you acted as I assumed you would. The voice smiled, as gentle as a summer breeze, as destructive as a hurricane, all goes according to the prophecies long foretold. I am proud of you, Tamura, you have dealt our enemy a great blow. If you believe so, then I suppose I can hold off on your punishment, Lord Sensei spoke in a tone that also suggested a smile, though perhaps one more akin to a crocodile than a human, though it will take time to replace Legion and recover our losses. There was a silence once more, though not the tense cliff-edged silence as before. This time it was one of awe and reverence. Tamura moved, standing to his wobbling feet despite the hushed irritation of the doctor to his side and the pain that shot lightning-like across his body. Then he fell to his knees before the laptop and bowed his head low, clasping his hands together in an apparent prayer. My Lord Sensei. My Father Satani. I owe you my life, my soul, everything. I promise, next time, I will kill All Might and whatever else stands in our way. There was a soft chuckling from behind the screen, and Father Satani answered softly. The first blow has been struck, now we must wait and see how they react. Recover, Tamura, now for we plan our next move. Thank you, my father, I shall. Oh, and Tamura. The young man looked up at the laptop, blinking in surprise. I plan on arriving soon. Make sure the offering is replaced. Perhaps a woman, this time, Tamura nodded his head, yes, my father. The screen cut off by itself, and Tamura again rose to his feet. Ignoring the calls to sit back down from both the doctor and Kurogiri, he pushed open the wooden door and began making his way through the narrow corridors of the windowless chapel. On he walked, ignoring the pain in his chest and body until he, at last, came out into a vast room. It was a nave. Tall and imposing, Gothic and stern, seemingly carved directly into the stone walls like an ancient church. Yet it was, for a chapel, surprisingly well kept. The floors were swept clean, the pews in neat rows, and the vast black, red and gold-lined carpet runners spotless and well-maintained. Along the walls hung long tapestries, each black with a gold and red trim, each marked with a vast sigil in a bright corrupt blue, each as somehow blasphemous as the last. Tamura ignored them all as he walked forward to the altar where a vast inverted wooden cross stood before him. A wooden rail separated him from it, lined with votive candles, all of course, lighted with a blue flame. A man had been nailed, literally nailed, to the inverted cross. His throat and stomach had been cut, and the blood and viscera had flowed down below him. The insides of the man had been taken away, of course, the doctor had requested them, but the blood remained, pooling under his corpse and running into a long line of symbols carved into the stone. Tamura read them silently to himself, Deus autem flabitus. God shall weep. And he smiled, his whisper turning to an echoing roar within the corrupted church. Thy will be done. Inko had never driven so fast in all her life. She'd ran through every red light she'd came across, skipped over every stop sign, and had almost caused 3 crashes on her way to UA, but she didn't give a damn. Because the moment she heard the words your son was attacked she had moved. She had thought of nothing else, felt nothing else. Her vision had tunneled entirely on where she needed to be and what she needed to do, if there was indeed anything she could do. She skidded into a parking space, well, more like 3 parking spaces, and jumped out of her car without even shutting the door. She ran into the UA medical wing, pushing someone aside as she did so, and grabbing onto the receptionist's desk so tightly her fingers hurt. "Where is he?" Her voice was loud and panicked and edging into hysterical. "Who are, my son, where is he?" The receptionist, thankfully, seemed to have some degree of realization and simply pointed down the hallway. "He's in surgery, Miss Midoriya, follow the signs, room 3A. If the nurse said anything else, Inko didn't hear it. She ran, the breath burning in her lungs and her heart hammering painfully behind her ribcage. Her child. Her son. He was hurt, he was in pain, he was dying. The thought was a fear like no other. It was a fear that transcended any fear she could have ever had for her own life. Her child, her only child and the only child she would ever have was fighting for his life. And there was nothing she could do about it. She hadn't been there to take the blows for him, to protect him from the evils of the world. She wished more than anything that she had told him to stay home that morning, that she had pulled him from the school for some bizarre, unneeded reason, and that everything had gone differently. That was wishful thinking though. Imaging the paths of roads not taken. She spotted the operating room almost immediately, it was guarded by a police officer after all. As she approached he began stepping forward to head her off. The moment he was close enough she began wailing, "I'm his mother. I'm his mother. I have to see him. Let me see my baby. Ma'am." She fell against the officer, trying to push past him with arms weakened by desperation and terror. He was far taller and stronger than her, and he held her back with ease. Still, through the top, circular windows of the double-wide doors to the operating theater she spotted crowded heads, turquoise blue capped and lined with the elastic straps of medical masks. She felt as though she was going to throw up. "Come with me." The officer took her by the shoulder and began pulling her to a side corridor. She followed him, having no idea of what else to do, and no thought to question him. All she could think about was her boy laying on a hospital bed as huddled figures opened his body apart, trying to save his life. She was shaking. Tears were falling from her eyes, and she made no effort to stop them, no effort to fix her messy hair or running makeup. Her child was dying. Nothing else mattered. The policeman opened a door and escorted her up a small set of stairs that she could barely find the strength to climb. Her legs were shaking, her body moving almost entirely on a mind-numbing instinctual automation. He led her along the observation deck and sat her down on one of the small plastic seats. "Would you like a coffee or some water, Miss Midoriya?" She didn't answer. Her eyes were focused forward on the scene unfolding below her. There were 9 of them. 9 doctors or nurses, she wasn't quite sure, huddled around her child. Occasionally one would move away suddenly to check a monitor, or move a light closer, or pick up some odd-looking medical instrument before returning to the table. It was in those small moments she caught glimpses of her child. And no. Inko answered in a voice that shattered even as she spoke. It was barely above a whisper, barely above even the movement of her own lips. The policeman nodded. "I'll be right outside if you need anything." He left her as she sat, frozen to her seat, clutching her knees and leaning forward. The observation room was dimly lit, yet the operating theater itself was bright, almost blindly so. It looked bleached clean and sterile, and with the vast array of strange medical instruments hanging overhead. It was like some bizarre otherworld to which she was peering into. Her child was surrounded by machines, all beeping and chirping with screen covered in data that she couldn't read, and showing numbers she had no idea how to interpret. Though there was one monitor she could see, one that she knew immediately. His heart rate. It was so slow. The tiny, bouncing digital green line was so weak. It ran constantly though, which she took as good sign at the very least. If he needed a new heart, she would gladly hand over her own. If he needed blood she would give him hers. If she needed life, she would trade her own without a second thought. Her breath came so lightly her lungs started to burn, but it was distant pain that didn't matter. Only her son mattered. Only her poor Izuku, whose blood was cursed from the moment he was born. In that moment she wondered if she had done the right thing. Taking him to doctors for the visions he had, drowning him in medication just so he could live as normally as possible. What if she had told him the truth from the get-go? What if she had let his power flow naturally? What if she had demanded his father stay? She frowned at this. No. No, she had made the right decisions. He had suffered, yes, and it had been at her choices. But if she had not blanketed his mind, who knew where he would be now? Who knew what he would have become? Who knew what that monstrous side of his blood would have made him into? The observation room door opened suddenly, and Inko looked up, turning her head with her eyes wide. A man ran up the stairs and into the room, not even sparing a second to look at her. His shirt was white and yet dull in the half-light, his pants a deep navy blue, his shoes smart and black. His blue tie had been pulled down from its once neat knot, his usually well-combed hair was fraught with messy strays, and even his glasses had nudged down his nose. He looked to the operating room, one hand laying flat against the tinted windows, and, even in the dull light, his skin seemed to pale. Then he turned to Inko and for a moment the room grew inexplicably cold by some other, intangible force which went beyond the natural. Eyes as black as the infernal void looked to her, his freezing burning blue eyes flashing in the gloom with an emotion that Inko knew all too well, but seemed strange and unnatural on his narrow-chinned face. He swallowed softly. "Inko, don't." Inko's voice was blade wet with blood. It was a hammer blow on a skull. She was not a powerful woman, her quirk was not particularly strong, and she couldn't swing a fist to save her life. But in that moment, no being in heaven, earth, or even hell could match the rage in her eyes. Then it was all shattered in a moment. There was a sudden panic from the operating room, and both turned to look. Izuku's heart rate had stopped. The fear that took hold of Inko was like being dropped into the darkest point of an endless ocean. It drowned her, utterly. It stole the thoughts from her mind, the breath from her lungs and the warmth from her blood. It strangled her tightly, crushing her mind and heart in a cruel, ruthless fist. There was no fear like that of watching your only child die. At what point she had stood, she didn't know, but suddenly she was banging on the windows, her fists hammering the glass as she screamed incoherently. A mixture of her hysterical wailing and her utter, heart-shattering sorrow. Tears fell without stopping from eyes couldn't tear away. The doctors swarmed and panicked, shouting and screaming to one another as the boy simply slipped from their fingers. Inko didn't even notice the shadows growing suddenly across every corner of the room, as if they were madly reaching for something they couldn't grasp. It was only when Hisashi Hikori stepped back that she turned to look at him. His eyes were wide with a terror she barely believed he truly felt. It wasn't in his nature to feel things like empathy or sorrow. "You." Her voice was bordering on being inhumanly angry. The fury that she had felt only moments before now flooded back, fueled by the horror unfolding before her. A mother's rage at the sight of one who stood, pretending to be helpless while her child died. "You." She rushed him, grabbing the man by his shirt and pulling it tight. Eyes that could tear through the souls of mortal men looked down on her. They were scared. So utterly scared that, for only the tiniest of moments, she considered holding him tight to her. But that motion was quickly squashed. "Help. Him." She half-choked the words out. They were angry, demanding words, clawing at her throat and screaming through her heart. I can't," Hisashi replied with a pathetic shake of his head, avoiding her eyes. "He's beyond. You are his father." Inko screamed the words at him. They were more than a fact, they were an accusation and an insult to everything he had done in that role. At her words, Hisashi looked back to her once more. Time slowed to a crawl as she saw something fill his gaze. It was an emotion. An emotion she had never seen in his eyes before, not once in all the time they had spent together. It was an impossible emotion, an emotion that should have been alien to his kind, but it was there. She dared not put a name to it. She didn't have that kind of hope. Echoing strangely in the overshadowed room, she heard herself speak softly, as if from some distant place. "Please. Do something. Save him." He turned again, and she turned with him, her hands falling from his shirt. In the manic chaos of the operating room, the nurses and doctors around their child parted for just a moment, and together they saw him. The blood-soaked form of Izuku Midoriya. His bones shattered, his body purple and black with cuts and bruises beyond belief. A mass of wires and machines linked to his skin, clamped over his mouth, and hands and fingers. They saw the stumps of horns that had come just from the sides of his forehead. They saw the limp black-clad tail hanging from the table, its end pointed like a barbed spear tip. They saw the droplets of blood falling from his lips and ears and many wounds. The nurse pressed a defibrillator to his chest, sweat beading on her forehead, and at the crawl of a snail, his skinny body jolted onto the bed. Again and again this happened, all to the soundless shouting of doctors, to the punctuating thud of dead weight on the operating table. The heart monitor continued to read nothing, just a single line matched by the toneless whine of the machine. And then, Hisashi broke the silence. "I can't save him." There was a strangled tone to his words, a mix of hatred, desperation and maybe even fear. "But I know someone who can." He turned, pushing Inko from him with a firm, but not violent hand, and moved down the staircase, vanishing out of the room. Inko turned back to her boy, lying dead on the operating table, as the doctors began pulling off their masks and looking to him with defeated eyes. And she held her breath. Well now. I have to admit I'm grinning like a maniac over here because yeah. So the most obvious plot twist in history was finally dropped, though I'm hoping that enough of you are still excited to see it happen. More importantly I think is that our boy is dead, so can Hikori save him? And just who is Hikori, anyway? And who is this person who can save his son? Prepare for more answers next update my dudes, because Izuku is taking a little trip down to his dad's house. And I do mean down to his dad's house. Till next time. Thank you for reading and keep safe. Chapter 19. Identity. So this is a chapter 1 think a lot of people have been expecting for a while. It's also a chapter where I try to do my best Neil Gaiman impression. Either way, read on my dudes. Izuku was in hell. He knew that because there was no sky above him, nor ground beneath his feet. Only an all-consuming, starless night that wrapped around him like a suffocating cloak, squeezing and crushing his lungs. It pressed against his temples and eyes like the thumbs of a hated enemy, it punched into his gut like a fist. It weighed on his shoulders trying to force him to the floor. He couldn't see his body. He couldn't see his hands before his eyes, or the feet under his legs. He couldn't feel cold air in his lungs, or the pain of what surely should be his crippling wounds. All he could feel was the numbing, corpse-like cold of the void across every inch of his skin. For a moment, he almost gave into the darkness. He almost curled into a ball, ready to stay there, still and silent forever. And then he heard it. Or rather, he felt it. Something was calling to him. A whisper carried on a wind that he couldn't feel. A distant beckoning hiss that spoke to the very depths of his soul. On legs shaking, on feet numb, he stepped forwards. Then again, and again, and again until he was staggering and stumbling through the eternal dark. He didn't know what was whispering to him, but he trusted it. It wouldn't hurt him, this thing, this strange feeling calling to his blood. It was somehow familiar, as if it had always been calling to him. As if he had always heard it, somewhere, deep within his heart. Izuku tried to feel for his quirk, for the monster within that he called Nemesis. He was met with only silence, and yet, he knew that Nemesis was still there. Still within him, still flowing through his blood and curling around his heart and stalking through his mind. He didn't know why he couldn't hear his demonic quirk's words. Maybe here, in its birthplace, it was bound to be silent. Or maybe he was Nemesis, and Izuku Midoriya had died up on Earth. He didn't know anymore. But in this strange cold, unrelenting void, he knew he was at peace. Not the peace of medication, but the peace of being whole. Being one. Being the thing his blood had been demanding he become all this time. He wasn't sure how long he walked uncertainly through the eternal void, but eventually, he saw something. Something that got bigger and more defined as he approached it, step by tentative step. It was a gate. It was small like the gate of a cottage. It was tall, like the gate of a chain-linked fence. It was gigantic, like the gate of a vast antediluvian fortress. And it was connected to a wall of living flesh that stretched eternally in either direction, moaning and screaming with mouths that were melded into its surface. Hands, fingers, feet, stomachs, and eyes seemed to form endlessly out of it. The gate itself, however, was nothing but solid gold and made of an uncountable number of bars, gears, grates, and cogs. It was also ornate past the point of reason with patterns that Izuku somehow knew, yet had never seen before. Written above it on a great arch in a language long dead, Izuku read, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." He walked towards it. Run, run, for hell awaits behind the gate. The mouths of the wall screamed and cried and moaned in a cacophony of madness. Tartarus knows, Tartarus knows. Thou must flee. Tartarus knows. Hell awaits behind the gate. Izuku approached the gate, and though he couldn't see his own body, he stretched out a hand. There was an immense rumbling, like overhead thunder. The many gears and cogs and maddeningly complex mechanical parts began to grind and groan and move all at once. The gate began to open. The mouths fell silent. Beyond the gate was a vast thick fog that seemed to move like an ocean, flowing back and forth on an endless shore of void sand. Izuku blinked his eyes hard as he swore he saw faces in that fog. Faces of people long dead, their names lost to history, their bodies on earth long forgotten and graves no one mourned. He heard the whisper run through his body once more and felt the pull that coaxed his blood. He approached the edge of the fog ocean and for a moment stood on its eternal shore. He knew, instinctively, that no mortal should ever step into this damned mist. No mortal mind could withstand the madness hidden within its depths. No mortal soul could survive the terrors of hell without being corrupted forever. Izuku stepped forwards. The floor was blood, ankle-deep and never-ending. Around him, untold millions strangled one another, stabbed one another, shot and gutted and beheaded one another, only to rise again seconds later. Every war ever fought was being endlessly contested in a shower of constant bloody drain. They reveled in the maddening chaos of their never-ending battle, laughing and screaming in their all-consuming bloodlust. Izuku stepped forwards. The ground was black ice, all-consuming, all-devouring, and under his feet, trapped under the unbreakable frost, were people. Hands clawed at the sheets of ice, grasping for peace from their eternal frozen torment. They screamed with silent mouths and cried frozen tears as their flesh was forever gnawed by the frostbite, by the crushing, void cold of their endless prison. Izuku stepped forwards. Around him were cages, rusting and ancient and hanging on gigantic chains. Each was filled with a human body, naked and bone-thin. Each person tried to claw their way out, or at each other, with fingers bleeding from being worn to the bone, crying and moaning in their misery. Unknowingly vast machines with blue fire furnaces churned and belched out smog and toxic gases, choking the air and causing the cages to crush tighter, ever tighter. Izuku stepped forwards. The cries of untold pleasures filled the air as monstrous, pale-skinned things toyed and tormented their adulating slaves. They removed the skin from their bodies, flaying them alive, roasting them, mutilating them, stitching some together and ripping others apart. Sadistic, hedonistic bliss on a scale unimagined stretched on a floor of silk, with an air filled with a noxious mix of heady opiate-like aromas, human fluids, and blood. Izuku stepped forwards. Decaying food stank and piled around him as bloated, obese figures gorged themselves constantly on the rank meat, on stinking wine and even on one another. They even tore chunks out of their own flesh in their madness to eat. Others drowned themselves in wine and spirits, eternally gasping for air while filling their bursting stomachs with alcohol. Izuku stepped forwards. 1,000 plagues rotted and tore through the screaming human bodies. They bloated and boiled alive in their own skins, pus and bile falling from their open sores. Their skin molted brown and green and yellow with their flesh-devouring viruses. They mutated and changed, becoming vast maggots or horrific demonic rats or other unnameable things. Izuku stepped forwards. There was only darkness and silence now. No, not darkness, but unlight. It was somehow thin here, delicate, like a membranous wing of an insect. He had only to put his hand out to pierce it, and he knew he could see to whatever it was hiding. And yet somehow knew that behind this veil was the worst of all that he had seen and heard and felt here. Behind this thin skin of unlight was true oblivion. Izuku stepped forwards. And the gate closed behind him. He stood now in a vast hall, greater than any other he had ever seen or ever would see. On either side were billions of seats, stretching until they vanished into the horizon. And yet Izuku had the impression that it wouldn't matter where one sat, they would always be able to see the center of the physics-defying hall. The hewn rock sides were gothic and great, rising up and up into an empty, dark sky. Ash fell softly from that great void, though it did not gather upon the ground. It simply melted the moment it touched the black marble floor. Along the walls were impossibly vast, Gothic windows in the manner of those from cathedrals or basilicas. And yet rather than show saints or great deeds through the colored stained glass, they showed scenes of horrific blasphemy. They showed scenes of the war in heaven, of the great fall, and of every vile thought and deed mankind had ever possessed. Through them Izuku could see a black sun, eternally setting on the horizon of the fog of lost souls. It cast a bizarre half-light upon the hall, lighting it and shadowing it in equal measure. From the walls in the space between the windows hung vast banners and tapestries, displaying the sigils of every demon of hell. Endlessly they hung, unmoving, from the walls of the impossible hall. There was a smell to the air. A smell of old bones left to dry, of the falling ash from a fire that long since faded, of stale air and unmoving eons. For the first time since arriving in hell, Izuku felt the weight of his own body. He could feel the tomb-like coldness of the air on his skin and his heart beating softly in his chest. He also felt different, strange but not unwelcome. He felt as though he had changed out of ill-fitting clothes into something tailored for him. He could feel a fabric across his body, some kind of tunic perhaps, but it wasn't a feeling that could be prescribed to what he was wearing. It was something deeper, something primitive, instinctual, something natural. Izuku's gaze turned forwards to focus on the raised center. 7 thrones sat waiting. Each one was different. One was made of what seemed to be living flesh, much like the walls outside, though they spawned no mouths or eyes or hands. Just blood and muscle and bone. Another was pure gold, shining and brilliant and utterly heart-stopping in its awe-inspiring majesty. And yet it permeated a sense of utter, unbelieving horror that sent a shiver down Izuku's spine, even in this terrible place. Another seemed huge, fit only for a giant, and seemed to be of constant, shifting metal and swords and cogs that turned and melted and reforged all in time, some unknown clock. They were all empty, save one. One on the furthest right of them all was occupied by the corpse of some bizarre insectoid-like monster. It had a human head and torso, though its eyes and nose had long since rotted away, and only carcass dry skin stretched over its skeletal, multi-limbed body. The rest of it from the waist down resembled something akin to a millipede or a slug or some other strange, unholy insect. From either side of its body vast bat wings lay, their thin membrane torn and ripped apart in tattered shreds. Its body, all rotting chitin and fungi and bones curled and vanished behind the eternally decaying throne. It had been there so long that it had fused to its resting place through the melting of its skin to long-dried pus and unclean fluids. And yet it was only the center throne which drew Izuku's gaze. Unlike all the others, it was raised a step higher and was made entirely out of old oak wood. It had no ornate patterns, no great embellishments, making it look almost like the throne of a pauper king. It sported only one feature: a single candle sat upon the flat pediment of the chair, and upon it was a single blue flame. And yet this throne called to him. This was where the whispering of his blood was coming from. He could feel it now, greater than ever before, like a siren song to his soul. He stepped towards it slowly, dimly aware, somewhere in his mind, that he could hear the clicking of talons on void black marble. Closer he stepped, ever closer. He could see himself in his mind's eye, taking the throne, sitting upon it, like a king of old. He could rule this realm of untold, unholy horrors and torments. He should rule this realm. It was in his blood. This throne. This place. This realm of shadow and fire. It was his birthright. He reached close enough to the throne to touch it, and his hand outstretched. A hand made of unlight black, ending in long claw-like nails that were not quite talons, his scars glowing with a fire-flickering corrupt blue. He paused. No. No, this wasn't him. A part of him, deep inside, a piece of his heart, his mind, his soul, told him this wasn't right, this wasn't him. To touch that throne would be to damn himself truly, eternally, to never again see the light that he strived for so dearly. He wasn't a villain. He wasn't evil. He was good. And he knew that. Just as he knew he could take the throne for himself, he knew that he shouldn't, that his real calling was greater than this. His soul was not damned. Not yet. His fingers curled back. Lucifer? Izuku jumped and turned. The corpse thing creaked with the aging of old still joints as its head turned to view him with unseeing, empty eye sockets. Lucifer, my sibling, is that you? Its voice was the howling of ages, the anger of the aged, the rotting of old flesh, and the grinding of forgotten bones. Lucifer. It began moving more, its body pushing forward from the throne. Dust fell away from it as it slowly uncurled its massive form. Only now did Izuku seem to realize just how huge it actually was. It was bigger than any monster he had ever seen, a true giant of unnatural, impossible size. Lucifer. It began stretching out a hand with too many fingers, attached to an arm with too many elbows. I waited. All this time, I waited for you. I held the realm while all our other siblings left. Izuku stepped away as it continued to move towards him at the speed of crawling lava. We were not Apollyon, Mammon, Belial, Lilithia, it groaned out, its voice somehow stuttering and joyful. Even our dearest sibling, Satani, left us. No. We're not. Have you returned to lead us again? The monstrous insect thing asked. Please, tell me you have. I've been so alone here, waiting on my throne. Izuku cried out and stumbled back as the smell of the creature hit him. It was like every infected wound in the world, every bloated corpse with every writhing, fat maggot chewing on old, decayed flesh. We were not. He turned to run from the monster, but tripped and fell over his own feet. He landed with a heavy smack on the marble floor and went to push himself back up. And for a second, he froze. He could see himself, reflected in the impossibly black marble floor. He could see his horns, one pair curling around his pointed ears, one pair curling up over his head and coming to a sharp uptick. He could see his hands and arms. The unlight coating them to the elbows, black and shadowed, his fingers ending in sharpened claw-like nails. He could feel the same on his legs, covering him to his upper thighs. He could feel his feet, his rending claws scraping against a marble on hind legs like a wolf. He could feel his tail, spear-tipped and curling from the base of his spine. He could see his teeth, sharp as if shaven down to knife-like points. He could see his wings, folded against his back and arching above his head. He could see his eyes, black as the void, cold and burning, crushing and all-consuming, lit only by the paganistic green of his eyes. Worse of all, he could see the halo of unlight that crowned his head, royal and unholy all at once. Izuku could see himself. And he knew he belonged here. And he knew he needed to escape. The monster scraped itself along the floor, and Izuku turned up to see it. Gigantic, spear-like legs smashed through the marble around him as it crawled over him. Pus and black fluids dripped from open, painful sores as the body of the blasphemous creature lowered itself. The wings it sported tried to stretch, though they failed and instead cracked and creaked with the decay of millennia. "Lucifer, why do you?" It stopped suddenly. It had been stretching out a hand towards him, as if to help him up, but suddenly its open socket eyes became angrier. "Wait, you're not Lucifer." Its voice was no longer feverishly joyful, but a horrific, maddening anger that was growing with every second. Who do you think you are, little demon? Imitating my family, stealing my brother-sister's blood and threading it in your flesh, wearing the crown like it is yours to own. Izuku was beyond words now. His terror, all too human and sane, was utterly consuming. He began scrambling back, away from the huge millipede slug corpse-like thing that had no right existing on this or any other plane of reality. Who are you to mock me like this? Its voice was the grinding passage of time itself, the slow fall of all things into death and rot. It rose to a horrific roar that came from every direction and filled every inch of the air as it screamed into the starless sky, "I am Nergali of decay and plague." And then it moved. Izuku barely dodged the attack. A vast mantis-like forearm rushed forward and smashed into the floor, tearing up the marble and throwing it to one side. Izuku moved faster than he had ever moved, save perhaps when Nemesis had claimed him at the USJ. He dodged and dodged and dodged again as the monster, Nergali, moved faster than it had any right to. It smashed into the ground with its vast body flowing after it, its many limbs swiping and clawing at the boy. Through the marble dust that rose it dived again and again after Izuku, seeing with corpse-empty eyes, sniffing with a nose long rotted away. Izuku ran. He sprinted on clawed feet from the monster, though it sped after him with the sound of a million thunderous insects. He could hear the buzzing of demonic flies, the screaming of unnatural locust, and the war cry of the Black Death itself. As he ran he felt his wings unfurling from his back hand, just as the air sang with the sound of rushing death on Carapace's spear, he leapt. The mantis-like forearm missed him by merely an inch as he took to the air, flying up and up into the eternal dark of the vast hall. It consumed and swallowed him instantly, though even in its embrace, he knew he would not be able to hide from the infernal creature that chased him. Nergali howled, and in its howl, it infected the air with its unholy pestilence. He could almost see it, like a living fog of a billion tiny, gnawing flies, rushing towards him. Izuku screamed and in the same moment, turned and raked his talons across the air, spewing forth a deadly wave of brilliant blue fire. Within an instant, the fog was destroyed, burned to nothing. What is this? What are you? Nergali's roar was like hearing time itself erode the human soul, breaking it down piece by rotting piece. He couldn't move fast enough, he couldn't fly fast enough. Nergali was reaching towards him with one multi-fingered, multi-elbowed corpse-like hand, and it was so close, so close, so close. And then the air split apart with the sound of an almighty trumpet and the purest of light. It was the most painful, yet somehow most soothing sound Izuku had ever heard. The light was so white, so undiluted and perfect that it hurt him to even be caught within it. It embraced him, it crushed him, it comforted him and tormented him. His skin burned as if caught within the most terrible of flame, and it was healed with the touch of the divine. The light took him in its embrace, and Izuku felt safe. The sound surrounded him, and he no longer felt fear. He simply stopped struggling and hung, suspended in the air as the light pierced the darkness. He closed his eyes and went limp, falling back into himself. He felt no pain, no power, not even his own body. Just his soul remained, his tattered, worn, corrupt soul still fighting for all it was worth to be good. The light went past him, and it hit Nergali. The monster, the thing, the beast of decay and plague simply fell away, recoiling and fleeing utterly from the purity and power of the light that punished and healed in equal measure. Nergali could have stank of charred, burned flesh, it could have screamed 1,000 bloody, malignant curses to the suspended form of the boy, but all Izuku could hear was the trumpet. All he could feel was the light. Izuku felt his spirit slowly, carefully being lifted out of the dark realm of hell, away from the shadow and flame. And back into the world of the living. Inko's hand moved forward towards the window, the cold glass barely registering within her mind. It was shaking, as her whole body was shaking. Her heart might well have stopped within her chest, she didn't know. All she knew was that the doctors were turning away from her son, who lay, lifeless and dead on the hospital table. The only sound she heard was the tinny whine of the heart monitor, reading nothing and announcing the death of Izuku Midoriya. The seconds stretched for years, and each seemed to age her just as much. She could feel the weight of all her fears, all her anxieties pressing at her shoulders, trying to force her to her knees, trying to force her to fall into despair and never rise again. And it almost did. Her legs were giving way, her hand slipping from the window, the breath stolen from her lips. Izuku's finger suddenly twitched. The heart monitor beeped. Then it beeped again. And again. And again. Time came crashing back into motion, the entire world seemingly catching up all at once in a mad chaotic crash of sound and light and action. The doctors had paused for barely a second before they were back at his side. They shouted and barked orders, machines whirred back into life, and monitors exploded with sounds and lights and data. Izuku Midoriya had died. And now he was alive. It should have been impossible, but Izuku Midoriya had always been an impossible child. A smile tugged at the corners of Inko's lips. It was a smile of joy, of hope, of the wishes of the desperate coming true. The breath returned to her lungs, and she could feel her heart hammering in her chest. Her son was alive. Her son was alive. He would live. He would walk again, talk again, make memories with her and for himself. His story had not ended, not here, not yet, and she had him to thank for it. The thought robbed the smile from her lips and was quickly followed by a new, more terrible thought. What had he done? Inko sat beside her son, holding his hand as she watched his sleeping form. The doctors had told her everything, of course. His internal organs had been almost ruined beyond repair, over half the bones in his body shattered, his skull broken, and enough pints of blood lost to have almost killed him, even if he hadn't suffered his other injuries. And yet, somehow, he had recovered from it. Like a broken record, they had told her over and over again as they had wheeled him into the room, it was truly a miracle he was alive. Inko, however, didn't believe in miracles. She had stopped believing in them when she had been in the car crash as a young woman, the one which had left the ugly scar across her abdomen. The one which had ruined her for children. She didn't believe in miracles because despite all the medical knowledge in the world, there was no repairing what had been done to her. It was a tragic accident, they'd told her, 1,000 to 1 chance that she had even survived at all, a true act of God. Surely the loss of being able to have children was worth that? No. Not when it was all she had ever wanted. Just a baby of her own to raise right and good and see grow into someone she would always love and be proud of. Inko didn't believe in miracles. But she did believe in other things. She lowered her head down onto her arm as she looked to her son. She eyed the stumps of horns on his head, they'd been forced to shave them down during the surgery. The doctors couldn't explain where they'd come from. Her eyes turned to the side of the bed where Izuku's new tail, a long and thin thing, was draped over the covers, ending with a spear-like tip and barbed at the corners. They couldn't explain where that had come from either. They couldn't explain a lot of things when it came to Izuku. She knew why, of course, but she hadn't told them. Instead, she had simply nodded, thanked them and told them she would be staying overnight with him. They had allowed it, she was his mother after all, and if he woke up he would need her there. Her thumb moved over her son's knuckles softly. His skin was cool to the touch, though not deathly so. Not so much that she thought he would fade any second now. Still, it was terrible to see him like this. With drips pushed into the tops of his hands, wires and machines surrounding him, and with a mask over his face helping him breathe. Beside her machines beeped and whirred occasionally. Digital doctors assisting in keeping her son alive while he recovered from a nightmare not of his making. They had told her what had happened. Someone had attacked the USJ, while the children had been there to work on rescue exercises. Some fanatical religious cult, or so they said. They had scattered the children while they were waiting for All Might to arrive, also some giant monster they had brought could kill him. Her son had been trying to get back to his classmates when they had attacked him, and Nemesis had done the rest. Her hand squeezed Izuku's a little tighter. Nemesis. She had felt a strange twist in her stomach when Izuku had told her he had named his quirk. Why had he given it such a dark title? Why Nemesis? Was it some attempt at being poetic? Or maybe he was always supposed to call it that? She shook her head. No, she couldn't go believing in fate. Not now, not when so many of her hopes were dependent on one being able to shape their own destiny. She had always tried to distill that into Izuku. Shape his own path, forge his own future. Nothing was written in stone, nothing was predestined. There was only the fate one wrote for oneself. It was only through hard work and determination that one made it happen. She looked away. What a hypocrite she was. Hard work? Determination? Where had those virtues been when she had struck her deal with that accused creature? She didn't regret it, of course, not when the most perfect son any mother could ask for lay before her. He was a troubled child, yes, a child to whom hell itself laid claim. But he was her child first and foremost. Nothing could change that, nothing ever would. She would fight every demon of hell for the right of her child to make his own destiny. She looked away from her son for only a moment to the phone which sat at her side. Despite there being no notifications, she opened it anyway and checked the messages. Inko midoriya? Where are you? What did you do? How did you save him? Answer me, damn it, the bastard. I did what I always do. I made a deal. Inko midoriya? What deal? What are you talking about? Answer me. What did you do? She had sent that an hour ago and had received nothing. If he wasn't going to answer her, fine, he could go back to rotting in hell or whatever it was he did with himself. She had to admit she had been surprised to see him burst into the observation room at all. Part of her wondered how he had even heard about what had happened, then again, he was him, so there could be a million ways he heard about it. Without thinking, her jaw clenched. She wouldn't thank him for this. Never. This was basic fathering, and something that could have been entirely avoided if he had simply sat down with their son at some point and talked to him about who he was, what existed in his blood, why he had the power he had. But of course, that wasn't who Hisashi Hikari was. He wasn't even really Hisashi Hikari. Everything about him was a fabrication, a lie. Every word from his lips was a falsehood designed to trap and ensnare. He looked out only for himself, and nothing else came before that. And yet she remembered what she had seen in his eyes. The emotion that she had never seen before in that blasphemous gaze of his. Was that a lie too? All part of whatever scheme he was playing? The logic in her brain told her it was. The depths of her heart, however. He had saved their child, that much was obvious. When he could have let Izuku die, he had instead acted. She wasn't sure how his deals worked, though she understood enough that there was always a sacrifice involved. Nothing was free, nothing was simply handed over. Everything came at a price. She blinked exhausted at her phone before she clicked it closed and looked back to her son. And as she did so, she couldn't help but wonder. What had been the price for Izuku's life? Izuku woke as he always woke. With a jolt. His eyes sprang open and his head jinked back against the pillow. He took a sudden sharp intake of breath, only to find that it hurt to breathe. Then his body seemed to recall that it hurt to live, and as such, he was hit by a rushing wave of muscle-gnawing pain and mind-draining numbness. Painkillers fought with his wounds as they battled over how much agony would be inflicted on his body. But it didn't matter. He knew. He knew what he had done. The drugs, despite fighting a desperate battle with his memories, couldn't stop that which filtered through into his mind. The flashes of the USJ, the blood on his hands, the stench of fire and burning flesh, the feeling of hate that lingered even now in the very depths of his heart. Shaking fingers curled softly, grabbing fistfuls of the blankets which lay across him. His eyes were open, wide, staring up at the ceiling. His breathing was not the mad panic of anxiety and fear, nor however was it soft and easy. It was forced, strained, the breathing of one who had to tell themselves to keep breathing. He stared without seeing. His gaze lost to the memories filtering through his pain and painkiller-addled brain. Memories not just of what he had done to the man he admired above all others, but of what had happened after that. Memories of hell. Memories of the blighted realm forged of darkness and terror where he had walked. Memories of the blood, the madness, the pain and suffering without end. Memories of the throne which had called to him, whispering to his very soul. And most damningly, memories of how close he had come to calling it his home. Izuku? He felt weightless. He felt as heavy as stone. He felt empty and full, dead and alive. He felt he didn't know how he felt. There was no emotion fitting for what passed through his mind in that eternal moment. Izuku was lost. Lost to himself, lost to the memories that danced before his mind's eye. Lost to the darkness that his soul had been exposed to and had yet welcomed with open arms. Lost to the insanity of what he had seen and what he had almost claimed as his own. Izuku. How could anyone recover from this? How could anyone act normally ever again? Izuku. He wasn't human. He wasn't human. He wasn't Izuku. The word finally brought him out of himself. His transition from the crushing empty madness of his thoughts back into the real world was marked only by the slight shifting of his head and the way his eyes refocused upon his mother. She was there, standing over him, her hands reached out to his shoulders and her eyes filled with tears. The look within them was nothing but pure love, relief, and joy that her child was awake, and even more, that he was alive. Izuku felt a guitar string thrum in his heart, and something of the emotionless wall he'd built within himself cracked. "Mom?" She spoke no other words. She simply grabbed him and pulled him tight, for a moment ignoring the wires and IV drips that were connected to his skin. Izuku felt the soft warmth of her cheek against his and the comforting embrace of his mother's arms. Tears welled along his eyes, and even though he knew inside he should be furious with her for holding back the knowledge that he wasn't human, he couldn't help the choking cry that crawled from his throat. He was alive. Of that he was glad, at least. And someone loved him. Despite everything he knew he had done, all the pain he had caused, all the terror he had wrought. She loved him. For just a moment, that was all he needed to remember who he was, truly, on the inside. His arms curled around her shoulders, grabbing her shirt tightly and refusing to let go. Together they cried giant, heaving sobs of joy and sorrow in equal measure. The kind of sobs that shake the whole body, that rattle the heart and ache the lungs and burn the nose and throat. The kind of tears that only those who had come so close to losing everything they love and care about, only to be saved at the very last second, could ever know. "Izuku, you're all right, you're okay, oh thank God, his mother's words whispered into his ear as she held him to her tightly like he would fall away at any second. Izuku's eyes opened slowly, looking past her shoulder and back into his memories. Though this time he didn't dwell on them. This time he allowed them to drip, one at a time, though his mind's eye. The demon. All might. Blood. Fire. Hell. Light. Mom? He whispered to her, breaking her repetitive mumbling. Yes, my angel? What am I? Shadow and Fire Nemesis's voice was a pained, distant thing, and it crawled rather than stalked along the meat of his brain. It sounded as exhausted as he felt, and his eyes narrowed in irritation at it, but he was too tired to deal with it now. He felt his mother's hesitation. In the way her hands gripped tighter to his body, in the way her breath faltered from her lips, in the way the air of the room seemed to tilt ever so slightly. There was a long pause from her, which spoke more to Izuku than she ever could have with words. She shifted. Moving from his embrace to sit on the bed, and for the first time since holding her, her eyes met his. He felt a fluttering of candle fight along his scars, somehow anxious and protective. Izuku, her hand moved to run through his messy, limp locks of greenish-black hair before moving to his cheek. There was pain in her eyes. Regret. Sorrow. Memories that stabbed at her heart and tore at her conscience. She took a deep, shuddering yet solid breath and wiped away the lingering tears. Her voice cracked as she spoke. "You." The door burst open suddenly and in rushed two nurses and an old woman, whom Izuku recognized a second later as Recovery Girl. The mother and child yelped in unison, and Izuku felt a strange, drunken stab of fire at his scars before the shock fell away. There was a moment of confused frowning before Recovery Girl placed her hands squarely on her hips and almost growled at the two. "A false alarm, I see." Humph. She turned back to the two confused-looking nurses and began shooing them away. "Off you go, off. I'll deal with it from here." The door closed behind the two nurses as Recovery Girl began walking around the boy, a deep frown etched onto her face. "When I got the alert that your vital signs had spiked, I feared the worst." She hopped up on a chair across from him. "You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Midoriya. Very lucky indeed. And your recovery has been nothing more than miraculous, to say the least." She spoke all of this while poking and prodding at various parts of him. Before he could reply, she took out a torch and shined it into his eyes. "Someone up there must like you." Izuku stammered and then looked to his mother, who looked equally as shocked. "Excuse me, but you need to rest up. Both of you." The old woman's narrow gaze turned now onto Inko, who cowered back. "You've been at his side for 4 days. You need to go home and sleep." 4 days? Izuku blinked in shock. He'd been out for 4 whole days? Yes, young man, 4 days. She hopped off the chair and began walking back around, moving towards the door. "Which means a lot of people want to talk to you. I'll be back in again soon, I've more tests to run, but until then just try and relax." She shut the door behind with a quick click and silence once again settled on the room. Izuku's mind drifted back to the question he had asked her. The question which now burned at the very core of his soul. The question he needed answering. "Mom," Izuku began but was quickly cut off. "Sweetheart, you don't need to ask what you are." She spoke softly, though there was something to her tongue. Something hiding, something suppressed, something that shouldn't be there because she was his mother, and why was she doing this? "You're my angel, my hero." She moved a hand to his cheek and cupped it again, looking into his eyes. "You're my wonderful, amazing son. It doesn't matter what anyone else tells you, you will always be my world, and I will always love you." She smiled, and in that smile was held a million tiny truths. Truths hiding the one great lie she was desperately keeping from her own son. Nothing will ever change that, do you understand? Nothing? Izuku paused for a moment which could have lasted a second or 100 years before slowly, almost carefully, nodding in response. All right, Mom. I love you too. He could see, looking into the same pagan green gaze that he himself held, that she wasn't lying to him. But she wasn't telling the truth either. So yeah. Writing that first piece was so super fun, especially as I'd been planning it since the beginning. Also, really, his uncle Aunt Nergali should be nicer to him, that's his nephew after all. Any theories on what all Hakori did to save Izuku? So I'm gonna apologize in advance, but the next chapter may be a little late for the obvious reasons. Holiday seasons don't exactly leave a lot of time to write fics. The next chapter is written, of course, but it's mostly the editing which takes time, so I dunno. We'll see. Anyway, happy holidays to all of you and hope you enjoyed. Thank you for reading. Till next update dudes. Chapter 20. Logic, and we're back. With a chapter which pushes some things, doesn't push others. Sorry about that. But unfortunately it was kind of needed to explain a few things, and besides, we get to see more of Nezu. Y'all like Nezu, right? Right. Anyway, onwards. Toshinori felt sick. He had felt sick for the past few days, ever since the incident at the USJ. Ever since he had lost himself to his anger and he'd. His hands shook. The very thought of it made what was left of his stomach churn, which in turn made his insides feel flooded with bile, and the bones ache under his skin. He looked thinner than usual, which he knew had pushed his practically skeletal form into panic mode. More than once he had been told he needed to see Chiyo, to have her check over him and make sure that his injuries weren't having some lingering effects. He ignored them, of course. He was stubborn that way. He was also self-punishing to a degree that some may call excessive. He was eating less, drinking less, even his hero work seemed less infused than normal. The nightmares weren't helping. Every time he slept it was there. Nemesis. The grinning, blood-soaked maw, the horrific blue fire which flowed from the blasphemous lines across its body, and the eyes. God, those eyes. Even thinking about them made his wounds ache. Even the greatest and most devastating of his injuries seemed to burn with fresh agony at just the thought of it. He shoved it down. He was no coward, and he knew eventually it had to fade. Eventually. Toshinori paused as his hand came to rest on the handle of a door. Behind it was the teacher's meeting room. Today they were discussing the fate of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. The boy whom All Might had murdered. He had been told, of course, that he had come back to life. That he was recovering in the Dagaba hospital and was making remarkable progress considering the extreme extent of his wounds. He had been told that considering the circumstances, no one blamed him for acting as he did, for making sure the thing that Izuku had become hadn't hurt anyone else. There would be no charges for anyone, Izuku included. He, after all, had not willingly become a monster to hurt others. He'd been attacked by psychotic villains looking to murder him. His use of his quirk had been beyond his control. In fact, Toshinori had been told he'd only used Nemesis to save the life of one of his classmates, young Tokoyami. He had sacrificed himself to save another. Toshinori had come to expect nothing less from Izuku. And yet, the price that had been paid. Toshinori had murdered him. He'd murdered him. Perhaps not in cold blood, perhaps not even willingly, but he'd murdered him. No amount of therapy, no amount of conciliation about how everything would be fine and the boy had lived and the day had been saved would make him feel any different. How could he? How could anyone resolve themselves to letting murder be an answer to a problem? And yet it wouldn't be the first time Toshinori had killed someone. The other time had been different though. That man, who was called only a man by the barest definition of the word, had been a true monster. A being of evil forged in the darkest depths of hell. A man who had wanted to enslave the entire world through the use of his terrible quirk. A man to whom Toshinori had believed himself destined to fight, to defeat, to throw down forever. All for one was dead. He had died when Toshinori had cracked his skull open with his bare hands and beat his brain to nothing more than gray meat on cold asphalt. He would never forget the sight. The smell of tangy copper and raw meat. The feeling of brain matter and dripping blood on his fists. For as long as he lived, he would never forget it. It haunted his dreams even now, whenever he closed his eyes it was there, lingering like gritting, irritating sand. Just as he would never forget the eyes of Nemesis, staring into his soul, bringing up every regret and fear he'd ever had, and causing hot boiling anger to burn under his skin. Anger that he thought he had kept under control until those last moments when he had smashed Nemesis into the earth, as if trying to send it back to hell where it belonged. And then it had just faded away in a shower of ash. Faded until only Izuku remained. A boy broken under the fists of his teacher. The battle had taken much out of him. He now estimated that he now only had 4 hours within his All Might form, down from 6. He had suffered wounds that had torn through him, wrecked his body, almost ruined him for good. It was only due to the miracle working of Chiyo he had come through as well as he had. It wasn't a high enough price to pay. He should have had one for all ripped from him for the great sin he had committed. He should hang up his boots and tell the world that All Might could not be a hero, not if he had to resort to killing children to keep the peace. But he couldn't. He hadn't passed a quirk on yet, though he knew, now, he had to do it and do it soon. He had no choice. He couldn't go through another battle like that, it would surely be his last. Toshinori sighed, letting the memories momentarily move from his thoughts, and he pushed forward into the meeting room. The others were already there, and already the room had the temperature of an icebox. Toshinori said nothing as he took his chair, the plush back easing some of his aching muscles. He was covered in bandages that wrapped up along his arms, his neck, even across his forehead. His wounds were, mostly, ones he would recover from in time. However, around his neck would be a burn scar that would never heal. He was glad his uniform tended to have high collars, he didn't want to have to explain that one to the press. Izawa somehow looked even worse, well, looked wasn't quite the right word. He seemed worse, though that would remain to be seen. Literally. He was wrapped so tightly in bandages from head to toe that only the flashes of his dark eyes could be seen from under the shadow of the gauze. Beside him, Hisashi seemed to fret and worry over him in his own, odd way. He was trying to not make it obvious of course, but everyone could tell. Nomuri glanced at Toshinori as he took his seat and even flashed him a smile. Though it was a small smile, sad, held down by the knowledge of what they were going to discuss. And at the head of all of them was Nedzu. Never had Toshinori seen him look so grave, so defeated. He looked smaller than ever before, and even his fur has lost some of its usual luster. The room was pregnant with the knowledge of what they had to do, the awfulness of what had happened, and the heavy reality of the situation. Outside the world was cloudy, gray, though there was no rain. It made the world seem static as if time has stopped and only the room containing the 5 teachers remained. So, it was Izawa who started, never one to be afraid to break the thick ice, about the USJ. It wasn't his fault, Toshinori blurted out before he could even think about what he was saying. It wasn't we can't blame him for what happened. Another long, eternally heavy second of silence passed. Toshinori let out a sigh which turned into a growl of irritation. He ran a hand through his hair as he rested a bony elbow on the table. Izuku midoriya. Please don't punish him for what happened. It's my fault, I should have been there, I should have saved my energy and done my job. All of this is on me. Nobody is blaming anyone, though I must admit, I wished you had focused on your teaching, Toshinori. Nedzu's voice was strange. It was a cold knife resting on a cutting board. It was a pen waiting to sign a death warrant. It was patient, controlled, but deeply frustrated, though with himself or others Toshinori couldn't tell. But we cannot talk about the what-ifs. We must focus on what happened. What happened was that Izuku was attacked, Izawa swiftly cut in, he, along with all the other students were attacked. It's as simple as that. But the other students didn't lose control of their quirks. Not like he did, Nomuri commented, we can't ignore that. We can't ignore what he did just because he was attacked. It wasn't under his control, just like last time? Hisashi's voice was surprisingly low, is this going to happen every time he's pushed? It wasn't his fault. Izawa replied sternly, hammering down each word as he spoke it, we all know that. We can't point the finger at him just because he was attacked. Not to mention he only lost control because he was trying to save his classmates. From what the reports say, he took a blow meant for Fumikage Tokoyami. A blow which would have killed him. And we're not saying that wasn't heroic of him, Hisashi countered, what we're saying is that twice now his quirk has lashed out and seriously hurt people once it's unleashed. Twice. And that's not to mention what he did to whatever that thing was they brought with them. The creature they called Legion, Nedzu almost mumbled to himself as he spoke. He reached forward and picked up a piece of paper on the desk in front of him as he quickly reread the information. It was a biological weapon. From what our reports say, it contained the DNA of over 6 people and a dozen animals, even some plants and some components which simply defy explanation. It technically shouldn't have even been alive, how it functioned at all is beyond me. And Nemesis killed it. Hisashi leaned forward as he spoke. No, more than that, from what some of the other students reported, it ate it. There was a new silence that now rested on the room. A horrified, sickened silence. It was broken, however, by Toshinori. You know. A long time ago I met the boy, before he came to UA I mean. He linked his fingers together as he spoke, his eyes forward but unfocused, lost to memory. He asked me if someone with an evil quirk could be a hero. I told him there are no such things as evil quirks, only evil hearts. But what I saw in the eyes of that thing Izuku became. He didn't want to finish his sentence, but his silence perhaps spoke louder than any words ever could. He had seen the hell within Izuku. The monster that lived inside his blood. The creature called Nemesis, which was no creature at all but something far worse. He wanted so much to believe there were no evil quirks. But Nemesis existed. But then, so did Izuku. And yes, he had looked into the eyes of the beast and had seen the very flames of hell itself looking back at him. He had seen horror and anger and wrath and hate without limit. But he had seen Izuku there too. Screaming from within himself. Screaming and drowning and helpless to the chains that bound him to the monster inside his blood. A good soul trapped in an eternal battle with its evil shadow. We can't punish him. We can't. Toshinori shook his head slowly and came back to reality, turning his freshly frozen ice blue eyes to Nezu. I don't care what the rest of you think. Izuku Midoriya isn't evil, and I believe he can tame Nemesis. What he needs is love, understanding, and help. No one is claiming he is evil, Toshinori. I talked to the boy myself, remember? Nezu quickly countered before sighing and leaning back into his chair, but he can't be a hero. I'm sorry, but he just can't. Not with that quirk. It's too volatile, too violent. I'm going to move him to general studies once he returns to class. You can't. Toshinori shouted the words, but he was not the only one. Aizawa had called out too, slamming a hand down as he did so despite the wince that Hisashi gave him. This wasn't his fucking fault, Aizawa snapped at the tiny principal, his anger manifesting as a teeth-clenching growl stalking through his words. He was barely getting on track again after what happened with Katsuki Bakugo. I taught him during that time and he was trying, damn it. I saw it. He can learn to control it, he just needs time. How much time? How many chances? Nezu quickly countered, we can't risk what happened the last time we had a student like this. This isn't the same. Aizawa was on his feet now, and there was a darker fury to his tone. Toshinori wasn't sure what was happening anymore, but he knew this had moved beyond the discussion about Izuku specifically. There was something between Nezu and Aizawa. A ghost of the past, a failure that they both shared. For a long moment, the world was still and quiet and tense. At any second the air could have torn apart with the anger from the two teachers, and each of the pro-heroes in the room felt themselves slowly moving their legs and arms to better leap up if a fight broke out. Finally, however, Nezu placed his paws calmly onto the table before him. His voice had returned to strange, knife-edge coldness of before. Shouta. I understand your concern, I truly do. I believe in the goodness of the boy's heart, I believe in his drive, his passion. But sometimes we just have to face facts. We cannot sacrifice the safety of 19 students just for the sake of one. You know this is the only logical path forward. Everyone held their breath, consciously or not, as Aizawa, his expression hidden behind his many bandages, seemed to go as still as a marble statue. Then, he simply kicked his chair back, literally, and stormed out of the room. Hisashi hesitated for a second before hurrying after him, calling out his name as he opened and shut the door behind him. Toshinori let out a long, tired, weighted groan before also rising to his feet. I want you to know I don't agree with this. Not for a second. You're making a mistake, Nezu. I don't believe I am. This is for the greater good, Nezu replied, his black eyes staring back at the fiery passionate blue of Toshinori's gaze. However, perhaps tellingly, he couldn't hold it and finally turned away. Nezu looked to the papers before him. They were all filled out, clean and proper, all that was left was for him to apply his signature, and it'd be done. Izuku Midoriya would be moved to the general course. He had been staring at the paper for almost 10 minutes. 10 minutes while the wind picked up outside, howling and scraping its nails along the windows. The gray skies above had darkened, the clouds becoming angry and heavy. There was no rain, not yet, but the threat was imminent, like an axe raised above a waiting neck. It'd be any second now. This is the right thing to do. The thought had punched its way through Nezu's mind the moment he'd assessed the damage caused by the boy's quirk. And not just to the USJ, but to his fellow students. He had seen them, shambling through the halls as if haunted by demons, hollow-eyed and exhausted. Hisashi had been teaching their class while Izawa recovered, and he'd told Nezu plainly that it was like the energy had been drained from the classroom. It was only as the week had progressed that any life had returned to them at all. God, what a cursed quirk Nemesis was. And cursed was such an apt term for it too. He had seen quirks tear through people like butter. He had seen strength to lift buses and trucks and even airplanes, and he had seen speed to rob the air from the lungs of those that stood too close. But this trauma that lingered and lingered. This nightmare that ate at the minds of those who witnesses it. This was beyond the normal. Izuku was a good child, a good student, a young man with a heart of gold. And an undeniably evil quirk. He set the paper down slowly in front of him and reached across his desk for a pen. His heart weighed heavy in his chest, but this was the right thing to do. For the greater good of the class, of the school, maybe for everyone. He held the pen in one paw and took one more moment to reread the transfer papers. The pen moved to the bottom of the page, touching the paper for just a brief moment. "You're making a mistake." Nezu dropped the pen as he jolted in his seat, crying out for a moment in surprise as he looked up. Hisashi Hikori stood before him. His suit crisp and sharp, his hair combed back, his eyes black and ice fire blue and as terrible as always. And he looked like hell. There were streaks of gray in his hair. There was stubble on his chin. There was a hollowness to his cheeks and bags under his eyes, and were those crow's feet? He didn't look old, no, he simply looked aged. As if time had suddenly remembered this was supposed to be a man approaching his 40s and had caught up to him all at once. Good God, man, what happened to you? Please don't mention the almighty bastard in front of me, Nezu, you know better. The man turned from his position and moved over to the window, looking out for a moment as he spoke, and I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about. You look different, Hikori. Nezu finally managed to gather himself, and he shoved the transfer form, with the pen, to one side, focusing instead on the lawyer in front of him. You look, he paused before shaking his head and throwing his paws up, different. Really? Hikori seemed to pause at this as if in thought before turning and looking back to Nezu. It's not important. Nezu wanted to press the matter, but he knew better than to pry into the affairs of his defense lawyer. That was a world best left alone. Instead, he took a moment to gather himself before cocking his head just slightly and asking, "What do you mean, I'm making a mistake?" Transferring Izuku Midoriya from the hero course, Hikori replied with a joyless smile, "It's a mistake. Leave him where he is, let him learn and grow. Let him become the hero he wants to be." Why? Nezu's stomach was tightening, and he felt his fur rise along the back of his neck. What does it matter to you? It matters a great deal to me, Hikori urged as he placed his hands behind his back slowly. That's all you need to know. That's not what we agreed on. Nezu's voice deepened, finding its strength in the face of the silent threat that Hikori always seemed to represent: honesty, trust, and mutual respect. Those were our terms. And I am giving you all of them, old friend, Hikori replied swiftly. I'm telling you, for now, all you need to know is that keeping Izuku on the hero course is important. There was a long, quiet pause. The kind of pause that exists between two fighters before the bell is rung. Nezu felt his claws press against the old mahogany wood of his desk before he breathed slowly, letting the strength of cold air fill his lungs. He's a danger to himself and others. I have to move him from the course. I don't know what plan you have for him, Hikori, but I'm doing this for the greater good. A greater good which you swore you would uphold with me. Yes, and I'm telling you, keeping Izuku on the hero course will benefit your precious greater good. Nezu, Hikori's voice darkened and was somehow laced with fangs. This isn't like before. Izuku is different, he is special, unique, but if you cut him adrift from his destiny, the world will suffer for it. Nezu could feel the cold hand of destiny on his shoulder. Or was that the cold hand of his inhuman lawyer? Sometimes it was hard to tell one from the other. How can it? That quirk of his, Nemesis, it's too violent, too vicious. He paused, not wishing to speak the words, but knowing here, before this man, it would be a sane thing to say, it's demonic. No, not demonic. You insult him with such words, Hikori counted swiftly, a block to Nezu's sword thrust. I told you he is unique. He will become who he wishes to be, and you will let him. I'm sorry, old friend. Nezu shook his head at a man whom he knew could flay his soul within a second and looked back to the paper, reaching a hand over to draw it close once again. Let none say that Nezu would not die for his beliefs, but I can't. The safety of the many outweigh. I'll reduce your debt. Everything froze. The air, time, the wind outside, perhaps even Nezu's heart. At those words, everything froze. Black eyes went wide with utter shock, and he slowly turned his head back to Hikori. The silence was broken by the machine gun sound of rain on the vast window panes. Within the gloom of the office, Hikori looked strange, almost liminal as he stood, hands behind his back and his eyes glowing with a corrupt blue. Nezu knew well enough, however, that the man he saw before him wasn't the true Hikori. There was a creature under that suit, under that skin. The creature he knew had a second name. A darker name. A name of myth and legend. A name eternally cursed and damned. You'll what? I'll reduce your debt. He spoke the words as if they were a simple thing, like grabbing a beer out the fridge or picking up some soap on the way home. And yet to Nezu it was everything. Don't give me that look, Nezu, you heard me. Hikori frowned a little in irritation at the animal. Right now, due to my efforts, the events of the USJ are being mostly brushed over by the media. I've reduced it to nothing more than a few paragraphs, a minor incident at best. A cold smile crossed his lips. The cost was 7, however, should you accept, I'll not count it against you, and I'll reduce it by a further 10. He brushed down his suit idly, as if it was all so easy for him to do so. So, do you accept or not? Anyone else perhaps would have leapt at the chance, throwing the paper away and thanking the man in hurried bursts of sputtering, blubbering gratitude at such kindness. But not Nezu. Nezu had not made his deal with Hikori with a desperate heart. He had not become enslaved to a cruel overlord or tempted to darkness by a serpent deceiver. Honesty, trust, and mutual respect. They were business partners, equals supporting one vision, one idea that they both aimed for. Why? His eyes narrowed slowly at the man, whom the gloom and half-shadow seemed to embrace, not like a starved animal or even a gentle lover, but a slave tending to a master. I told you. Izuku is special, and he's going to change the world. But to do so, he must rule his own destiny, which means, and he leaned forward slowly, placing his hands flat on the wood of the desk. His eyes glowed ever brighter, until he wishes to leave, you will keep him in the hero course. Nezu paused for a long moment. He matched the inhuman stare of the man before him, knowing his own soul, weighed by the debt he had long collected at Hikori's hands, was bared open to him. Nothing could hide from Hikori's gaze. It was the gaze of a creature beyond the description of mortal kind. It was the gaze of the perfect predator, the first predator, the monster that hunted for the souls of the first mortals doomed to die. All right. You win. Lower my debt, and he'll stay where he is. Nezu pushed the paper towards Hikori, who took it quickly, folding it into a neat square and pocketing it as he straightened up. He turned to leave, giving Nezu a curt nod and a smile that seemed more like a smirk, and crossed the room swiftly. However, before his hand opened the door, Nezu called out, but tell me, honestly, Lucifer. Hikori paused at the doorway, who is Izuku Midoriya? Who am I teaching in my school? Hikori paused in thought, before his eyes shone suddenly in the half-dark, though not with malice, with something different this time. Something Nezu had never seen within his blasphemous gaze before. Something almost human. I already told you, Hikori announced from the shadows of the dark office, he's unique, and one way or another, he's going to change the world. Izuku was numb. He had been numb since he left the hospital, discharged far earlier than they had thought after suffering such terrible wounds. But, as they kept reminding him, he had healed at a remarkable pace, though it seemed to have slowed recently. All that were left were for his stitches to heal over, and he would be right as rain. Though that was a lie. Izuku wasn't sure anything would be right again. Everything had changed. In the space of only a few days, everything had changed. He had shown the world who he was on the side. A monster, a demonic beast waiting to be unleashed. He had died and descended to a realm of darkness which had felt more like a true home than the one he lived in. And yet at the same time, his soul had screamed to escape out of that place of shadow and flame. In the space of a week, Izuku had lost all sight of who he was, of what he was, even of what he wanted to become. He had spoken little since returning home, and he knew he was worrying his mother, but he couldn't find the energy to care. She had lied to him. Perhaps not to his face, perhaps not directly, but she had revealed her hand. She was hiding something from him, something that would explain why he was the way he was, why he was cursed. Was she doing it to protect him? Or was there some deeper, crueler reason why she kept hiding the truth? He didn't care to ask. He had spent the first day at home curled up in his bed, not eating and barely drinking, and it seemed very much like he'd spend the second day doing the same. The curtains were drawn, the lights turned as low as possible. The darkness no longer seemed as all-consuming as it once had done. Though he supposed once a person had seen what true oblivion was really like, everything else was a poor imitation. He looked to the phone beside his pillow, ignoring the texts from his group chat. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk to his friends, it was just well, he was sure they weren't his friends anymore. How could they be? They had seen him do horrific things. They had seen him tear one creature apart, devour its sour, bloody flesh, then go after the symbol of peace. How could anyone be friends with someone who had that inside them? The dull phone light flickered over his face as he scrolled past the headlines dotting his social media. The big news recently was that some pro-hero had suddenly snapped and killed his family, then turned on the police who had shown up to stop him. 7 dead, including the hero-turned-villain. Now the news cycle was going about the stress levels of heroes and how the government really should step in and do something about it, though the other argument was this was just an isolated incident, a terrible tragedy, but otherwise a one-off. Nothing on the USJ. He frowned at this. Surely there'd be more in the media concerning the demon monstrosity summoned at the most prestigious school in Japan, right? Or on how it almost tore All Might apart. Get up. The hiss of his curse echoed through his mind, and Izuku clicked his phone closed, suddenly shoving it under his pillow and pressing his face into the fabric while gritting his teeth tightly. Get up. This is pathetic. We are acting stupid. Izuku didn't reply. How could he? What would he say? The voice in his head, which had tormented him all his life, was no longer just a mental illness to be treated with pills. It was something else, something more, something that called him to the very center of hell to take up that accused throne he had been so close to sitting upon. Is this how we're going to act from now on? Nemesis continued, its voice the burning of cities long past, curling up when faced with reality. What am I? Izuku whispered softly into the darkness. Not to Nemesis, never to Nemesis, but to himself. His fingers curled tighter around his bedsheets, trying to ground his own senses and failing to do so. He barely felt anything outside the crushing numbness of the truth that had settled into his heart. Am I even human? Nemesis seemed quiet for a long moment before answering. We are Nemesis. We are Izuku Midoriya. We are shadow and flame. That is all we are, and all we need to be. Izuku's teeth ground together, but he said nothing. Nemesis had repeated this claim several times by now and was offering no explanation for anything that had happened. Weirdly enough, Izuku wasn't sure that it even knew itself what had happened. It had never outright lied to him, though it had toyed with its words before when he truly didn't wish to listen to it. There was a sudden knocking at his door, though he made no effort to move or answer it. It'd just be his mother again, fretting and worrying as she always did. He was no longer sure how he wanted to act around her. He had always believed her every word, always trusted her to tell him the truth, to be there for him at his darkest moments. Now, however, he wondered who she really was. If she could lie to her only child for years without batting an eye. Izuku? Honey? Her voice drifted through the closed door. Are you awake? No reply. Izuku, there are some people here to see you. That got his attention. He slowly sat up, his wounds and injuries spiking in pain, but he made no effort to stop. Pain was one of the few things he could still feel, and he welcomed the Nemesis silencing stings across his body. Suddenly there was more knocking, though not the soft gentle tap of his mother, but a loud and slightly irritating banging. Boy, Legolas, get the hell out here, we're not spending the whole day sitting in your living room waiting on your dumb ass. Hitashi's tired yet irritated voice was like a lightning bolt across his senses. He was here? Seriously? Why the hell was Hitachi at his house? And how the hell did he even know where he lived? Izuku wanted to stay in bed. He wanted to continue wallowing in numbing misery at his fate. He didn't want to talk to anyone, or be around anyone, or have anything to do with the rest of humanity for the remainder of his life. But Hitachi would just not stop tapping on his door. Come on, Spock, we brought you mochi and everything. I brought him mochi. It was a Chaco, you brought him a keychain. Of All Might. Hitachi protested. He loves All Might. You're both being unreasonably loud. Tenya quickly joined in, if he's resting, we should let him be. He's been resting for a week, I'm not leaving without talking to him. Hitachi quickly grumbled back before knocking again. Seriously, Izuku, get up. I'm so sorry for his behavior, Mrs. Midoriya, Tenya announced as Izuku found himself slowly but surely getting out of his bed. He could already see the young man in his mind's eyes, bowing repeatedly to his mother. The floor was cold from the cool darkness of the room, and the only real light came from the thin strip that lined the bottom of his bedroom door. Yet step by tentative step, he walked towards the light. Were they really here? Really? After everything that had happened? After everything he had put them through? His stomach flipped and his heart picked up a beat in his chest. This was the most emotion he had felt since leaving, and he wasn't even sure what he was feeling. A crushing, nervous, anxious energy that was half fueled by fear and half by the weakness he felt infecting his every limb, and yet perhaps there was even joy in there. Somewhere. It was hard to tell. His tail swished softly behind him, worried and jittery, like that of a nervous cat. It had taken some getting used to for the first day or so, especially since it seemed to act entirely on its own devices most of the time. Spiking when he was shocked, drooping when he was sad. He was half sure it would wag if he smiled, though that was an embarrassment he had yet to suffer through. He had mostly tried to ignore it, however, after all, it was another marker in the road to his eventual damnation. He had treated his new horns, or rather stumps of horns, much the same. Thankfully the bandages across his head hid them, and he hadn't had the emotional, mental or physical energy to really examine himself in a mirror enough to check them out fully. Outside the door, Tenya continued to apologize for Hitachi, please forgive him for. The floor creaked before his door, and all talking stopped. Izuku placed a shaking hand on the doorknob and wondered, for a moment, if he should retreat to the safety of his bed. His warm covers, his comforting isolation. He could stay there, and everyone would be safe. Maybe he could declare he was going hikikomori and they'd leave. And yet, slowly, he turned the knob and opened the door a hair. The light was so bright that he had to squint and blink hard for a moment, causing the bandages around his forehead to pull. Once his eyes adjusted, they widened as he saw Hitachi, Tenya and Achako standing together in his hallway, and to one side his mother, watching anxiously, her hands fidgeting together. Hitachi's smile was small, as all his smiles were, but it was genuine and honest, and it caused a warmth of candle fire to flicker along Izuku's scars. There he is. Sleeping Beauty awakens. Izuku. Achako practically pushed Hitachi to one side, her grin wide and worried and joyful all at once. You're okay. Good afternoon, Izuku. Tenya, towering above both his friends, matched Hitachi's smile and raised a hand squarely up in greeting. It's good to see you up and about. They were happy. They were happy to see him. This was impossible. It was more than impossible, it was wrong. They shouldn't be here, they shouldn't, this was wrong. Are you dressed? We thought we could hang out for a bit. Hitachi added with a shrug. We figured you needed some company after what happened. Hey. We promised we weren't going to bring that up. Achako hotly chided Hitachi. What? I'm just saying. Hitachi swiftly defended in response before his eyes flicked back to Izuku. Hang out? Izuku asked as he opened the door just a little wider. His voice croaked and was clearly weighed down by the maddening confusion of the situation. Now he could see them a little better. Izuku took a second to note their clothes. It was the weekend, and he didn't expect to see them in their uniforms, so to Izuku it was the first time seeing them dressed how he supposed they would normally dress. Tenya wore beige slacks and a polo shirt with a designer brand logo on the chest pocket, as smart and professional as always. Achako wore a white pleated skirt and a nice pink top over a white shirt. Hitachi wore a pair of dark blue jeans and a black t-shirt with some ornately curved logo and the words Deathclock on it. On his right wrist were a number of rubber bracelets with more various band logos on them. That was, of course, over the many bandages that were wrapped around him. His right leg and his left arm were in casts, one with a walking boot on and the other held in a sling, which Izuku was rather shocked to see. Izuku suddenly felt very underdressed in his t-shirt, which had t-shirt written on it, and his all-might pajama pants. He hadn't showered in a few days either, and his total lack of any proper meals meant he looked every bit of his extended hospital stay. We could do with the company, we are bored of isolation, Nemesis whispered to Izuku's mind, causing the boy to squeeze his eyes shut for a moment, and at least the child of pharaohs is tolerable. Gee guys, Izuku stammered out softly. How did you? We called the hospital, Hitachi shrugged, they said you'd been released. Then Achako did a little digging and found out where you lived after you wouldn't answer our texts. She laughed awkwardly at this and rubbed the back of her head with one hand. Well, you know, I was worried about you. We all are. So, we decided to pay you a visit, Tenya announced boldly. We're your friends, after all, and friends check up on other friends. Izuku was lost for words, didn't even begin to cover it. He was utterly blown away. How could they? Why were they? How? He had been a monster, a demon, and the dam within him broke. The wall that he'd built within himself to hold back the tides of horrible, raw emotion that he didn't want to feel cracked and began falling apart. And with it, the tides of sorrow and self-hate and pain washed into him. He began sobbing. Within a second, however, the door had been pushed forward and out of his tentative grasp, and he found himself being pulled into a hug not just by a Chako, but by all three of them. Even Hitachi had reached a hand around his shoulder, which for Hitachi was practically unheard of. Izuku's body shook with the pained sobbing of his crushing anguish. Tears wouldn't stop falling from his eyes, yet they were quickly taken into the shoulder of Chako. Her perfume, some summer, bright scent, washed through him and candle flicker moved across his scars. Hitachi's hand squeezed his shoulder tightly, strong and comforting, and even Tenya wrapped an arm around Izuku's upper body. And between his three friends, Izuku let out all the pain, all the horror, all the crushing anxiety that had been welling up inside him. He sobbed and sniffed and choked and wailed into the arms of people who should, by all rights, hate him. But here they were. Even Nemesis, for all the pain and misery and hate it caused Izuku, seemed humbled by the kindness of the three teenagers. Its fire was not the burning hot of defense or the wildfire of anger, but like an open fireplace within him. Warm and controlled, if just for that moment. It took a long time for Izuku to stop, long enough that he became embarrassed by his outburst and began trying to wipe his snotty nose on his t-shirt. I'm so sorry, he stammered out finally as one by one his friends released their grips on him. I'm so sorry, I'm sore. Izuku, please, you have nothing to apologize for. Tenya's voice, always so solid, drew his eyes, and he looked to his friend's gaze, the same color as the open ocean. What happened wasn't your fault. But you were attacked, we all were. Hitachi spoke with a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. He raised his sling-bound arm, some more than others, obviously. Nemesis took over, Chako added, because you would have been killed otherwise. Everyone knows this, everyone. And yeah, maybe All Might had to do all he could to stop you, but you didn't hurt anyone else. Izuku paused at those words. Yes, he did have to stop him, and he didn't blame All Might for a second for doing what he had to do. In a strange way, it had opened his eyes to a lot of truths about himself. Truths and more questions, but in his case, he wondered if he would ever run out of questions. He thought back to the USJ again, to the hell it had become, and to Hitachi just before it had all gone to shit. For a moment his pagan green gaze turned and looked down the hallway towards his mother. Her eyes were ringed red, and she had a handkerchief in her hand. She had been crying too, though she had done it away from the rest of them. She had known how much it had meant to him to have the others there, and she had let them have their moment. Izuku's heart felt strange in that moment. He knew his mother loved him, just as he loved her, yet a refusal to let him in on the secrets he knew she kept. Hey, gee guys, Izuku sniffed again, finally gathering himself together. Let me wash up, and, I'll be out, okay? His voice lowered suddenly to a whisper, his eyes growing hard and his voice taking on a new, angry, hurt tone. I have some things I need to tell you. Privately. So another chapter in the bag. I'd also like to take a moment to apologize for last chapter and the uncalled for break. Holidays kinda swamped me and everything was well, it was the holidays. Also I didn't answer a whole lot of comments, and I'm sorry for that too. Anyway, next chapter is super fun. It has drama, people apologizing, all kinds of things. Kinda wish I'd found a way to combine this chapter in the next one, but the writing gods have spoken so. Yeah. Till next time dear peeps. Chapter 21? Changes. TTTTEM for an update dudes. Y'all know the drill. Enjoy the reading. It had been easier than Izuku had thought to light at his mother. I just want to get some air, you know? I was inside all day yesterday. He had even smiled while doing so. I'll be back in a bit, don't worry. She had wanted him to stay in the house, to spend time with his friends in his room or the living room. They could watch TV there, or play video games, or do anything other than get into trouble. But Izuku had insisted. He needed time away from her eyes which seemed somehow accusing and afraid, like at any moment he would grin a wolf's grin and bare blackened talons. Besides, it was only a half-lie, he did need some air, though he also wanted to talk to his friends about the hell he had personally been to without his mother listening in. He had dressed in some gray cargo shorts and a black zip-up hoodie, along with his usual red trainers. He didn't want to stand out too much after all, and he was used to wearing dull, muted colors to avoid the attention of people around him. Once they were outside, Chako had asked where they were going. Izuku had simply said, somewhere quiet, and had left it at that. His friends had taken the cue and had followed alongside him for their walk. The first topic of discussion was, of course, Izuku's new horns. Well, he didn't exactly have them right now of course, but they had all been fascinated by the stumps on the sides of his head. Izuku told them what the doctors had told him, that they would eventually grow back. Whether he wanted to let them grow out properly or keep them shaved down was up to him. He was honestly still deciding on that. The next topic had been his tail. It had been hard for the others to hide their shock on that one, and Ichako had been particularly interested in poking and prodding it, causing it to jolt back suddenly at her touch. It was a weird feeling, suddenly having an extra bit of you swishing back and forth. He had been forced to stab a hole in the back of his shorts to let it through without it being uncomfortable. Still, once the surprise had worn off, they seemed to have accepted it gracefully. Hitachi had even joked that he could call him even more names now, while Tenya had helpfully suggested a number of clothing outlets that specialized in custom clothing, explaining that he had to get most of his pants fitted for his exhaust pipes. Izuku didn't mind, if anything he welcomed it. Hitachi's gentle teasing, Ichako's insistence that it was cute, and Tenya's helpful wonderings on how it could help his hero training had been more of a comfort than he thought. They were on the third topic now, as they approached the Dagaba beach. And that's why I'm so beat up, Hitachi finished with a loud sigh, an exciting and riveting story of my great failure to think ahead. And how Shoto totally came in and saved your dumb face, Ichako added with a wicked smile, and how you're now totally crushing on him. Hitachi went a strange color of red. No, I'm not. He quickly looked to Izuku, she's lying. She's a filthy Ichako made a bunch of loud smooching noises, filthy liar. Tenya sighed loudly, really you too, you should be focusing on your studies, not on your fellow classmates. I'm not. Hitachi countered, you're just making shit up. He so is. Ichako giggled and nudged Izuku playfully. When the teenager gave her a tired smile, she winked at him. Watch him on Monday, he's a complete dork around him now. I am not. He is, Nemesis hissed suddenly through Izuku's mind, look at him. It's obvious. Izuku frowned for a moment at the voice in his head before allowing a smile to cross his otherwise stoic lips. That's if I'm still in class on Monday, he sighed and looked down adding, I'll be shocked if they don't move me out of the class. They won't, what happened was an accident, and it was one caused by villains. They can't punish you for that. Hitachi replied swiftly before suddenly looking forward and whistling, drawing Izuku's thoughts from his incoming classroom-related doom. Whoa. This place looks like crap. The beach was just as messy and as trash-filled as it usually was, though the look of the place had changed since Izuku had last been there. His own training, now seemingly a lifetime ago, had made a dent within the small mountains of rubbish that had piled up everywhere. Still, people continued to use the place as a dump, and new piles had formed, almost as if they had grown naturally. The air was permeated with the stench of old, forgotten trash mixed with the cool, salty breeze of the open shore. It wasn't pleasant to take in, but it was tolerable. I dunno, it's got a kind of Ichako cocked her head before sighing and shaking it in defeat. No, you're right, it's awful. Izuku, why did you bring us to a garbage dump? I sometimes come here when I want to be alone, Izuku replied simply, his hands moving into his pockets as he looked over the rusting, rotting piles of metal and refuse. No one ever comes here so I could hang out by myself. There was a moment of silence as the other three considered this before Tenya raised a hand. Is there a particular place you want to talk to us? He looked back to the smaller boy, you said you had something you needed to tell us privately. Izuku nodded to himself and began walking towards the piles once again. Yeah, we're almost there, just follow me and try not to fall over. With the other three wobbling after him on the uneven ground of piled electronics, damp trash bags and other leftover waste, Izuku led them carefully to a large, hidden patch of open space within the trash piles. Hitachi, with his bad leg, had it the worst to the point that Ichako had to float him over several pieces using her own quirk. From the moment they got there the others quickly put together what it was. The burned materials, the old memory foam mattresses that surrounded the circle, the metal fold-out chair set to one side. So, this is the secret training ground of Izuku Midoriya, Hitachi smirked as they finally gathered back on the sand. Not bad, not bad. Could use a little sprucing up, I guess. It's a bunch of trash in the middle of trash, Izuku couldn't help but snark back, you don't have to dress it up. He added a shrug, but like I said, no one knows about this place, and considering how my power works he trailed off before finally sitting down onto the sand. His friends looked to one another for a moment before joining him, though Hitachi took the chair as getting sand in a cast was probably a bad idea. It was Tenya who spoke first, his voice solid and steady, and an anchor for Izuku's confidence to cling to. Whatever you want to tell us, Izuku, we're listening. We're not going anywhere. The other two teenagers nodded. Izuku took a deep, steadying breath and tried to stop his stomach from doing flips. Let them know, we don't care, Nemesis offered unhelpfully with a voice like the splitting of skulls, tell them everything. We are eager to see the looks upon their faces, it'll provide great amusement. Izuku made no attempt to hide the screwing of his eyes or the way his fingers grasped a handful of sand before slowly letting it go. Again, his friends looked to one another with caution, though not with fear. All right, his voice was small, so small it was almost drowned by the distant hissing of the ocean waves upon the golden sand. I wanted Fumikage to be here too, but I can't just keep hiding this. It's not fair on any of you, not after what I've put you all through. What I've put everyone though. To their credit, the others remained silent. They knew the value of just allowing him to speak, to put his heart out on a platter to the others without defense. They would not betray such trust. He coughed to clear his throat, and his eyes flickered to them. They were all staring at him, quiet and intense, but he didn't feel judged. He didn't feel like they were about to start running from him or laughing at him or treating him like a china doll cracked and worn, and one rough shove away from shattering completely. They were his friends, his best and only friends. They deserved to know. It all started when I was 5. And so, he told them. He told them of the voice in his head, of the monsters that had plagued him all his life, of Fumikage and Dark Shadow, and what had happened to them both during the USJ, though he skipped over what he felt from the holy water, simply stating how it hadn't done anything. He told them of his journey through hell, what he remembered of it anyway, and how he had come face to face with a beast of unholy, inhuman proportions before being saved by a beam of light and waking up in his hospital bed. They had all gasped in shock when he had told them he'd been dead for several minutes, and several times Achako needed a moment to wipe tears from her eyes. He left out how Nemesis came to be though. Yes, he told them everything else, but that one sin, the greatest of all his sins, that he kept to himself. Some secrets were best kept secret. By the time he had finished speaking, the shadows had grown slightly longer, the breeze a little colder, but the warmth from the still hanging sun lingered, providing a measure of comfort to the small group. There was silence for a stretch as each of the teenagers considered Izuku's words, and increasingly the anxiety built within Izuku with every heartbeat that passed. Well, fuck me sideways, Izuku, Hitachi broke the silence like a man taking a sledgehammer to a window. I mean damn. Do you believe me? Izuku braved, his voice shaking and his eyes watering, despite his best efforts to keep himself from bursting into tears again. Yeah, I believe you, Hitachi replied so genuinely that Izuku blinked in shock, as did Tenya. I believe you, too, Achako added a second later, her eyes set and her face stern. Izuku stammered, how can you? You forget, I looked right into your eyes during the whole Katsuki thing. Hitachi's smile was joyless, almost sad, and he shrugged. I got a good hard look what Nemesis was like while controlling you, and I was there when it was fighting All Might. Being possessed, or something like it, would make a lot of sense. I've seen Nemesis twice, Achako added, I agree. It's Izuku, it's unholy, there's no other way of putting it. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that, I'm so sorry, Izuku, she ended with a sniffle and once again wiped her eyes on her sleeve. They are not as scared as we'd assumed they'd be, Nemesis hissed through his mind, and to Izuku's shock it sounded almost surprised, why aren't they fearful of us? We are shadow and flame, they are nothing, they should fear us. I'm sorry, Tenya announced suddenly, his voice was low, and his eyes were hidden by a cast of light across his glasses, I'm not sure how to take this. His words brought a new wave of silence to the others, and both turned to look at him with wide eyes. I understand you've been through much, but he paused, as if wrestling with his own thoughts and feelings, but all my life I have been taught that there is nothing beyond the world we see. Angels, demons, ghosts, none of them are real. I'm sorry, Izuku, but I can't just accept all of this without some kind of proof. Tenya. How could you? Achako immediately started, her eyes growing angry and her fists already curling at her side. But Izuku quickly cut her off. No, it's okay, Tenya's right. Her eyes blinked and looked back to him, surprised. Izuku took a moment to give her a quick wobbling smile and looked back to the sand. Tenya's words had hit him hard, and he felt his stomach curling and twisting at the rejection. But it also wasn't a rejection. He hadn't called him crazy, or weird, or stupid. He had simply stated something logical, which Izuku couldn't exactly disagree with. I don't really have any proof of any of this. It's not like I brought a souvenir back from hell. Dude, did you just joke about going to hell? Hitachi smirked suddenly and pointed a finger gun over to him, because if so, props. Izuku had to pause for a moment. He did just joke about going to hell. He was pretty sure that wasn't normal person behavior, but then again, he had just explained in full to his friends how he was 99% certain he wasn't human at all. He shook his head for a moment and then continued. Right, well, this is why we need to talk to Fumikage. He's the only person who can confirm anything, and, frankly, he seemed to know a lot more than me. He began carving out soft swirls in the sand with a finger. I mean, it's clear to me I'm not something's different about me, about Nemesis. Something that I don't think can be explained with just science. He let out a dry, humorless laugh and added in a bitter tone, my mom tried that for years, and it clearly didn't work. I can't vouch for your mother, Izuku, but thank you, Tenya added with a nod. I've never seen Nemesis, I've never even heard it, so if I seem ignorant, I apologize. And besides, there are other holes in the story that need addressing. Mr. Izawa's quirk for instance, if your power is supernatural, why does it work on you? And if Fumikage was so sure, why didn't his test work? I wish I knew, Izuku sighed loudly and leaned back onto the sand, allowing the damp yet warm feel of the sand to greet his fingers and calm his nerves. I always thought my life was a dumpster fire, but now it's a dumpster fire from hell, Hitachi added swiftly before looking around to the others. What, too soon? I think this is exciting, in a weird kinda way, Achako added with a sudden determined smile, angels and demons, and who knows what. I mean, I know it's not been fun for you, Izuku, and she gave him a quick apologetic look, but I mean we're like, unique heroes, you know? We're not just saving lives, we're saving souls. What? Izuku raised an eyebrow at her before Hitachi quickly cut him off. I mean, heck yeah. Hitachi grinned his usual small but wicked grin, I bet not even All Might knows anything about this stuff. We're like fighting secret villains, you know? Like, the most evil of villains. His grin suddenly got a little wider and a little more genuine, which makes us the most heroic of heroes. Heh, that'll make a nice change. Even Tenya smiled and pushed the glasses up his nose. I must admit, if this is indeed the truth, then there is a certain thrill in the thought we could be saving lives in a unique way and fighting a truly terrible type of villainy. Of course, it only means we must study harder, work harder and train harder to fight such mighty foes. He brought down a hand in a chopping motion. We should be sure to talk to Fumikage the moment we can about all of this. I'm eager to see what he can show us in terms of combating these creatures, should they actually exist. Is this actually happening? Nemesis hissed suddenly, clearly irritated and confused at what it was witnessing. They're excited about this? We offer them the truth of hell and fire and darkness, and they want to keep fighting? Izuku grinned suddenly, fangs flashing with joy. His heart was filled to bursting, and tears were again lining his eyes. He couldn't believe this. This was too much. How did he deserve this? How did he come by these people who were so understanding, so brave that they would help him face the darkest of all evils? Oh stop, you big idiot, Hitachi scolded Izuku softly and reached over to punch him lightly in the arm, which from Hitachi was as good as an actual hug. We told you, we're here for you. I mean, what did you expect? You're talking to people who are literally training to save lives. Professionally. So what if you're a demon or half demon or whatever the fuck, you're a good guy, and we know you're not evil, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Exactly. Achako grinned excitedly. We all know you've got a good soul, Izuku. We'll keep you on the straight and narrow, no matter what Nemesis says. We cannot. This doesn't. It was bizarre hearing Nemesis confused, as if it simply hadn't expected any normal human to ever be able to handle the thought that demons existed and that they wouldn't be afraid of them. A strange soft warmth moved along Izuku's scars. We have good allies. We do, Izuku mumbled to himself before suddenly looking to the others, an age-old shock running through him, and the urge to hide his words almost spilling from his lips. However, he paused at the looks the others gave him before coughing and, almost embarrassingly, mumbling out, Nemesis likes all of you. We never said that. Oh. See, even the big bad Nemesis isn't all it's cracked up to be. We hate them all. Oh hey, look, Hitachi announced suddenly and pointed over to Izuku. Izuku blinked in surprise and turned his head only to see his new tail, spear-tipped and jet black, wagging back and forth happily. The teenager was so embarrassed that he almost literally buried his head in the sand. Izuku hadn't expected any more surprises over the weekend, but apparently, fate had other thoughts in mind. The first half had passed easily. After spilling his soul to his friends and finding their resolve had only strengthened in the face of the unholy truth of his possible origins, they had decided to go for some ice cream. Because there was no better balm for telling your friends that hell was a very real place and you may come from there than a nice bowl of ice cream. There had been some more discussion, of course, most of it light-hearted, though the talk about if hell was real, did that make heaven real, and therefore was there only one true religion had gotten a little too heavy before Ichako had told Hitachi that maybe, with Izuku's help, they could use the unholy powers of hell to help him ask Shoto out. After that, they had all joined in on some good-natured teasing and had said their goodbyes, with Izuku returning to his home in far better spirits than when he had left. Even so, the air within the Midoriya home was still tense and awkward. Izuku couldn't bring himself to press his mother for answers, and it seemed she was unwilling to say anything unless provoked. He decided it would be easier for them both if he kept mostly to his room, working on homework and really just reading up on whatever he could about hell and demons. Most of what he researched, however, came back with very little results. There were 100,000 ideas floating around, and reading through them all would no doubt be tedious and boring. He had even tried pressing Nemesis a little more for answers, but as always, its replies were a simple and unsurprising repeat of, "We are Nemesis, we are Izuku Midoriya." Izuku was in no mood to poke his inner demon with a stick and had decided he would leave it at that. Besides, they had all agreed as a group to essentially corner Fumikage and see if they could get him to open up. That was a conversation Izuku was both looking forward to and simultaneously dreading. It had been in the evening of that Sunday, during a weirdly quiet dinner with his mother, that the doorbell had rung. Both had looked to one another in surprise before Izuku had volunteered to go get it. To say he wasn't expecting who was there would have been an understatement. "The Fading King? I am here. At your household, young Midoriya." All Might, and it was All Might and not Toshinori standing before him, practically filled the entire doorway. He stood, dressed in a white t-shirt and green cargo pants, his apparent go-to casual wear, with his ever-present and inspiring grin plastered across his face. Though Izuku felt a lance of shame as he spied the many bandages he seemed to be sporting. All Might Izuku stammered in complete shock at the sudden appearance of the world's greatest hero and took a step back, even as a sudden fire spiked along his scars and his tail whipped up in shock. Has he come for a second bout? He could feel a wolf's maw grin within his blood. We'd be honored to finish the job. Izuku immediately went to grab one of his still healing stitches to stab pain through his body. However, before he could do anything of the sort, he heard his mother's gasp from down the hallway. He turned and saw her, wide-eyed and staring right at the number one hero. All Might? Ah, good evening Mrs. Midoriya." All Might gave a polite bow. Well, may I come in? If it's not too much trouble?" To hear All Might sound bashful was weird. Weird because the man exuded such a presence of power and righteousness that by all rights, he should be able to walk into any home and be immediately welcomed. And yet it took a few seconds for both the son and mother to find their voices. Izuku spoke first, having been a little more acclimatized to All Might than Inko. "Oh, of course, sir. Please come in." He stepped aside as the giant entered the house, stooping just to get through the doorway. "Thank you, young Midoriya." There was a strange awkward pause for a moment as he saw the great hero's eyes note the newly formed stumps of horns on Izuku's head and then to the twitching, anxious black tail. Izuku quickly grabbed his tail and tried to stuff it, awkwardly, up his shirt as he stammered out, "Yes sir, I am." "No need to explain, young Midoriya, it's all right, I understand." All Might replied in a smooth, understanding tone. It seemed as though he was about to continue when suddenly Inko spoke from down the hall. "I Mr. All Might, it's an honor to have you here." Inko seemed panicked, though there was certainly a tenseness to her words that Izuku couldn't help but notice. A thickness, a dam she was holding back with the tip of her tongue. "Izuku," she hissed suddenly to her son, who quickly made his way to her side, "go put the kettle on, I'm sure Mr. All Might would like something to drink." "Oh, no, nothing for me please, I shouldn't be long," All Might called out from where he was taking off his shoes. "A glass of water would be nice, though." However, before Izuku moved to go get just that, Inko grabbed him tightly by the arm, looked him square in the eyes and, in a surprisingly irritated tone, hissed, "What is he doing here?" "I don't know." Izuku anxiously whispered back, all thoughts of being awkward around his secret-keeping mother vanishing in the face of All Might's surprise visit. "Maybe it's something to do with They didn't need to mention exactly what it was. There was only one recent event big enough to warrant such a hushed tone and unspoken words. Izuku vanished into the kitchen while Inko showed All Might to the living room with a cautious and cold politeness that Izuku immediately recognized as her passive-aggressive way of being angry. When the teenager re-emerged, he was treated to the utterly bizarre sight of All Might sitting on his couch, as the chair would no doubt be unable to hold his giant bulk, chatting idly with his mother, who seemed to just be nodding along to whatever he was saying. He set down the water for All Might, who gave him a quick bow of thanks. His voice shook just a little as he began to speak. So, All Might, sir, what can we do for you? He could bleed for us again. Izuku curled a hand suddenly into a fist, his fingernails digging into his palm as he silently told his demon, not now, not now. Actually, it's what I can do for you, young Midoriya, and you, Mrs. Midoriya. All Might's voice drained softly as he spoke. He sat with his hands linked together before him, his elbows resting on his legs. He looked to the water, his gaze dark and unreadable before he swallowed thickly and began speaking. As I'm sure you both know by now, it was I who fought Nemesis during the incident. Izuku felt a cold chill run across his skin, just as Nemesis sent a roll of liquid fire moving through his blood, and he could hear his demonic monster cackling from within his head. And it was I who hurt you, Izuku. All Might's hands were starting to shake, just softly, and the breath was taken from Izuku's lips at the sight. All Might feared nothing. He was a man who knew only courage, only bravery. He was the shining light in the darkest shadow. And he was scared. I hurt you so badly that he gulped softly, not meeting the gaze of either Midoriya. I killed you. No. Izuku snapped suddenly, taking a step towards All Might. No, that's not what happened. It wasn't your. Let him speak, Izuku. Inko's voice was no longer polite. It was cold. Colder than Izuku had ever heard it, perhaps even more so than when she had screamed down the phone to that unknown caller all that time ago. It was angry too, angry with a mother's rage at the pain caused to her child. I killed you, young Midoriya. You died because of my actions. And it's a true miracle you came back to us, but don't think for a second I am not torn apart by what I did to you. He gulped again, his voice a bottomless pit of swirling emotions. Sorrow, self-hate and regret. To see All Might like this was wrong on so many levels. He was the symbol of peace, the man who never stopped smiling no matter how bad things got. And he was here, ruined by the consequences of his actions. I realize how it easily could have been different. His hands squeezed tighter, going almost white. You could have never come around, you could have never woken up. You could have. Nemesis moved though Izuku's system again, its anger somehow tempered, like a wolf that was no longer growling but cautious, waiting for whatever trap was being set to spring. All Might's head dipped lower. There was no attempt to garner any pity in his tone, and he was clearly asking for none. It was a statement, pure and simple. It was the truth he felt in his heart, and nothing could persuade him otherwise. He stood suddenly, then in a quick movement, he stepped to one side and sank to the floor in a bow until his forehead touched the floor. I am so sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, young Midoriya. With all my heart and soul I apologize. I failed you both, as a teacher and as a hero. I failed to do my duty, to protect young Midoriya, to keep everyone safe. That's not true. Izuku finally snapped, ignoring the look of silence his mother tried to give him and staring right at All Might. That's not true, and you know it's not. All Might looked up in surprise. You had no other choice. It was that, or everyone else would have been hurt. We're not wrong. I know what Nemesis is. I know how it works. Izuku continued, his eyes blazing as he spoke, his hands curling into fists. It wouldn't have stopped All Might. It would have never stopped. Not until everyone in that place was dead. Again, not wrong. Izuku Inko spoke softly, looking to her son with white eyes, but Izuku ignored her. You did the right thing. You saved lives. It was my fault Nemesis was unleashed, it was all my fault. Izuku paused for a second before falling to his hands and knees and bowing low to his teacher, with even his tail laying flat onto the ground behind him. Nemesis immediately flared through his scars and growled with blood-wet teeth through his mind. What are we doing? I'm sorry. Izuku spoke through tight, wet eyes, his voice holding back a sob through the sheer force of his intention. I'm sorry I failed everyone. I failed to hold Nemesis back. I failed you, All Might. All Might looked up at this, blinking in pure shock. For a moment the world seemed to pause before it was split suddenly, but not by Izuku or his teacher. Both of you, get on your feet. Inko's voice was a cold, slicing blade through the room, and both the boys looked to her. At some point she had stood, and while she was the shortest person in the room, in that moment she towered over them both. As they both slowly climbed up, she spoke, her eyes fixed on All Might, as cold and as sharp as a dagger thrust into his heart. All Might. I admit once Izuku had come around, I felt a lot of rage towards what you did, and towards the entire school. How could you let that happen? After what you knew about Izuku's quirk. You should have been there, and not just to stop the villains or to look after my son but to teach. From what I understand, you were late because you were saving others and not looking after the ones you are paid to look after." Her words cut All Might deeply, anyone could have seen it. However, she sighed softly, slowly, her anger melting with the breath of her lips. She gulped her emotions down before continuing, "I am not an idiot. I understand what my son's power is like. I know how difficult it is. How it's unique." Her eyes moved to Izuku now. "My child has struggled all his life with this power, with all the curses laid at his feet, and he's come through time and time again. If I lost him," her voice trailed away, and Izuku could see the pain in his mother's eyes. She finally turned back to All Might, her voice hardened once again. "He wishes to be a hero. He wishes to help others, to do good in this world despite everything he's gone through. He's a good boy, All Might, and he has a good soul, I know it, I see it every day." She hesitated only a moment longer before saying, "I cannot forgive you for what happened. However, perhaps, with time, if you help my son become the hero he is inside, if you help him overcome the darkness that plagues him, perhaps then I can find my way to seeing past this." Mom Izuku wanted to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. He just stood there, his emotions whirling inside him and candle flame dancing along his scars. "I will do all I can, Mrs. Midoriya," All Might suddenly announced, almost shocking Izuku as he did so. His head bowed low once more, his voice strong and serious, "I promise you. I will help him conquer and control his quirk, and I will see him achieve his dream. I promise you, I will do this for you both." All Might had left soon after, and all appetite for his dinner had left Izuku. He wanted to chase after his teacher, to beg him for something. Forgiveness for himself, for his actions, for all the pain and horror he had caused his entire class. For more than that perhaps, though what he wasn't sure. There were a million things to apologize for, and he had no idea where to start. One thing he knew for certain, however, was the coldness of his mother's gaze as she watched All Might leave. It would be a long time before she found any forgiveness for the number one hero. In the end, he decided it was better to focus on healing up and getting ready for Monday. Life went on, after all, and despite everything he could say, he knew his actions would forever speak louder. Right now, his actions demanded he make amends for his sins. Besides, All Might wasn't the only person he needed to make amends with. Achako had mentioned during their ice cream trip that while his friends were there for him no matter what, the rest of the class was a different matter. Most of the class had suffered from a wave of sleeplessness, nightmares, and losses of appetite. Those who had seen Nemesis with their own eyes had been the worst off. Katsuki especially was about ready to snap and strangle someone at the mere mention of his name. That didn't exactly put Izuku at ease, but what other choice did he have? Despite everything, despite the looming anxiety and fear that the moment he stepped into Class 1 he'd be told to leave, he still wanted to be a hero. It was all he'd ever wanted to be, and now more than ever he felt the need to find a way to conquer Nemesis. Even if he couldn't be a real hero, even if the shadow of evil would always lay across him, he could still find a way to control his curse. Maybe he couldn't save people from villains, but he could save people from himself. Leaving the class, leaving the course, would only land him back to square one. One bad day from repeating what he'd done to that unknown kidnapper, to Katsuki, to whatever it was that had assaulted him in the USJ, and to All Might. Hell was in his blood, he knew that now, as a fact. The only thing standing between Nemesis and the world was himself, which meant he needed to be stronger. The problem was, of course, that he didn't know what he was anymore. He knew he was Izuku Midoriya, and he knew he wanted to be a hero, but what was he? Why was he cursed? What really was Nemesis and why had it chosen him to inhabit? Why had that terrible throne been calling to him? Why had that thing called him Lucifer? He was pretty sure, after all, that he wasn't the original fallen angel, of that at least he was certain. He had always been convinced that he was just some unlucky soul, picked by God to be the whipping boy of the universe. Now he was sure the reason was far more sinister, far more predestined. Thinking about it too much, however, brought on headaches, ones that seemed to originate from where his new horns emerged from his skull. What am I? The question hung like an anchor around his neck, and no matter what he did, it didn't seem to grow any lighter. He left for school that Monday with an anxious mind and a heavy heart, giving his mother a hurried goodbye that somehow didn't feel genuine. His train ride was filled with the usual monsters and demons, including the weird snake thing that always seemed to appear on his trip to school. He was close to naming it. Maybe something like Danger Noodle. He'd briefly and quietly asked Nemesis what it thought he should call it. It told him, food. He'd not asked it anything else after that. Izuku felt slightly better by the time he met up with his friends. Their presence was a comfort to him, even more so now that they knew just what he went through. Achako had even asked if he was alright, if Nemesis was getting loud, and if he just wanted to listen to music. He had declined, of course, but the fact she had even offered it made him feel slightly more at ease. Hitachi no longer wore his casts, though Izuku could spy bandages on his arms. He had explained, helpfully, that recovery girl had further treated him over the remainder of the weekend, though he wouldn't be allowed any more treatments for a few more days. At least he had been cleared for heroics class, which of course kicked up a new discussion of what classes they could possibly have. It had been a nice, calm, peaceful walk to the campus. And predictably, of course, it had all crumbled once they had reached the classroom. The moment he'd stepped through the door, the room had gone quiet. Not the same low-level chatter as had happened the first time he'd been out for a few days. Oh no, it was quiet. Every eye had turned on him, every gaze locked to his form, and in an instant, he knew what they were thinking. Horns. Tail. Fire. Terror. USJ. Nemesis. Achako was right, the events of the USJ had affected the class. He could see it in their slightly pallid tones, the fading rings of sleeplessness around many of their eyes. He could feel it in the air, in the way that some of the life and energy had been drained from them all. Maybe not all of it, but enough. Enough that it was almost a tangible loss to each and every one of them. He paused, his heart skipping a beat as he felt the insane pressure crash onto his shoulders, and he wanted nothing more than to find the nearest black hole and throw himself into it. He gulped and began waving a black fingernailed hand to the other students. Hi, what the fuck are you doing here? Katsuki's voice rang out across the classroom like a war cry. Izuku jumped in shock and fire raced across his scars, and he had to quickly pull back the oil-thick waves of power that jumped to his defense. The blonde was sat at his desk, and it was the only thing separating him from Izuku. Izuku would never forget the look of pure hate that screamed from Katsuki's eyes. His mouth twitched as if being pulled by a hook, and his teeth clamped together so tight that Izuku was worried his teeth would shatter. Already explosions littered across Katsuki's desk as his anger melted into his quirk. His other classmates looked drained, but they looked to be recovering at least. Katsuki, on the other hand, it looked as if Nemesis itself had reached into his soul and tore out the last of his joy. It looked as though nothing but the memories of that day had played repeatedly through his mind without end. It looked as though a parasite was eating him alive from the inside, and he could feel every bite and chew it took out of him. Somehow, in that moment, the scars across his face seemed so stretched and tight. Tenyu and Hitachi quickly came to Izuku's sides, already ready and willing to fight Katsuki if it came to it. Yet this time it seemed different. Katsuki was enraged past the point of his usual anger, but he wasn't approaching them. He simply sat, his hands twitching to the sounds of miniature explosions, as his gaze remained an unrelenting barrage upon Izuku. How dare he speak to us like this? Let us free. Let us tear him apart for his insolence. Kachanai, why aren't you fucking expelled? The question was an honest one, and really, Izuku had no answer. Why wasn't he expelled? Or at least moved from the class or something? He had been waiting for the phone call since waking up. It had simply never come. Katsuki. It isn't your place to shut the fuck up. Katsuki's voice again exploded across the room, though this time there was something different to it. There was shaking, a fear mixed with an increasing hysterical madness. He's not fucking human. He shouldn't be here. What the fuck is your problem? Hitachi snapped back, stepping forwards and focusing his gaze on Katsuki. Seriously. What happened wasn't his fault, and Izuku's paid for it enough. Let it go. Katsuki opened his mouth, but then paused and suddenly bit the inside of his cheek, causing Hitachi's eyes to flash with a sense of annoyance, though whether it was from avoiding his quirk or just from Katsuki's fury Izuku wasn't sure. Izuku stepped forwards, his voice, his lungs, his tail, every part of him shaking in anxious, terrified fear. Kachan, Pete please. Katsuki moved suddenly, and in that one movement, everyone in the classroom reacted. He stood and stepped back, knocking his chair over and raising a finger to point dagger-like at Izuku. Don't you fucking talk to me, demon. At the same time, several members of the classroom had jumped to their feet, others even taking a step towards him, as if expecting him to leap over his desk and start trying to kill Izuku with his bare hands. Nemesis burned along Izuku's scars, all too eager to set his hands burning with blue fire and cover his skin with unlight once more. When it spoke through the grinding, gritted teeth of a wolf. We are not a demon. Katsuki's twitching eyes narrowed dangerously, and he quickly glanced around the classroom. All of you fucking cowards may be too afraid to say it, but I'm not. He's not fucking human. We all know it, all of us, and yet you sit there pretending otherwise. Fucking look at him." The blonde lowered his hand slowly, and Izuku could feel the eyes of the class locking to him. His tail flicked nervously, his new horn stumps felt heavy, and flame whispered anxiously across his scars. He was being judged, and he knew he was being judged. What fucking quirk changes a person like that? What fucking quirk causes nightmares like that thing did to all of us? Katsuki's hissing tone was somehow more dangerous than when he was screaming. It was a knife pushing its way slowly into Izuku's heart, drawing more blood with every second. "You're not human. You just pretend to be, like it's some amusing fucking game for you. But I know the truth, you're a fucking monster, Izuku. That's enough." Izawa's voice cut through the classroom like a blade of its own, almost dividing the air between Izuku and Katsuki. He stepped into the classroom, his eyes already blazing with anger towards the blonde from behind the many bandages wrapped around him. It was shocking to see their teacher covered almost head to toe in bandages. They all knew he had suffered, but the fact he was still here, determined to teach was, well, almost bizarre. But even if they couldn't even see his face, they could clearly see his fury. It was in his stance, in the way one of his hands had already curled into a fist, and in the way his shoulders seemed set. It was in the rolling, growling thunder of his tone, and the way his hair already seemed to be raising despite his quirk not being active. "Bakugo, you will sit down and fuck you too." Now the class gasped. Even Izuku gasped. Had Katsuki seriously just said that to Izawa? Was he seriously going there? Was his anger so great that he would turn it on even the teachers? "You let that thing in here." His voice was shaking, his hands were shaking, and Izuku was sure that if he made just one more sound Katsuki would attack him full force. However, thankfully, the blonde's gaze kept on Izawa, "You and all the other stupid fucking teachers. You're training a goddamn villain. He tried to kill All Might and you've done nothing. When are you finally going to wake the fuck up, huh? When he finally fucking murders one of us. He isn't human." The silence was so heavy that it seemed to hinder the breaths of everyone in the room. It was so tight and tense that it strangled their throats and seized their lungs. Katsuki. Outside. Now. Someone could bludgeon a man to death with the weight of Izawa's tone. The blonde snatched up his bag and stormed past the others, utterly ignoring Izuku as he did so. And yet even as he walked, Izuku caught the look in Katsuki's eyes. He hadn't noticed until now, but he seemed so scared. So deeply afraid that it was eating him from the inside. Katsuki was afraid of him. And Izuku felt his heart crumble into pieces. The second both Izawa and Katsuki exited the room, Izuku's legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed down, caught only by Tenya just before he hit the floor. With Hitashi's and Ichako's help, and by help they basically just walked beside him while Tenya carried him, they managed to escort Izuku to his seat. No one said anything to him, no one said anything against Katsuki. There was simply a maudlin silence that lingered like thick fog between the desks of the classroom. Nemesis tried to whisper something cruel and mocking into Izuku's mind, but he silenced it by swiftly gripping of one of his still healing stitches and a hiss of pain. "Dude, don't let him get to you," Hitachi mumbled, his voice barely being heard above Izuku's own drowning sorrow. "He's a goddamn asshole, don't worry about it." This was followed quickly by similarly helpful comments from Tenya and Ichako, both of which landed on deaf ears. All Izuku could think about was the look in Katsuki's eyes, the tone of his voice, the shaking of his hands, and the way he had looked at him. It wasn't just that he was calling him inhuman, it was that he believed it. Katsuki would never again look at Izuku the same way he had before they had entered the school. It had not escaped Izuku that the old nickname, Deku, had vanished from Katsuki's lips. He'd called him by his name, and somehow, that was far, far more devastating. He hated him. He had always disliked him, always laughed at him and bullied him and mocked him. But now? Now Katsuki hated him. Any stragglers to the classroom came in through the far door, and when whispering voices asked them what was happening, they simply shrugged and shook their heads. Denki briefly tried to pressure Toru into changing into her hero costume, as he had put it, and spying on the two of them. She had, of course, refused him, claiming she wanted absolutely none of that. When Fumikage arrived, he ignored everyone and took his usual seat. For a moment, Izuku met his eyes, but Fumikage simply blinked, then turned away to his desk and gave a tiny shake of his head. Now wasn't the time to go badgering him anyway. Izuku was close to openly crying after all. After what seemed like an eternity, the door finally reopened, though this time only Izawa walked back in. He took a moment to sink into the teacher's chair by his desk, and he held his head in his one good hand, the other being held in a sling, looking to nothing, and no one before Tenya, barely, put a hand up. "Sir?" "Yes, Iida?" Aizawa sounded tired. Really tired. Izuku felt his heart breaking all over again. "Where is he?" gulped. "Where is Katsuki Bakugo?" Aizawa was silent for another moment longer, his eyes drifting across the classroom from behind his many bandages. Finally, he stood up and moved over to the center podium, where he stood looking like a bizarre black-clad mummy. After a second, he calmly and robotically announced, "After talking to Bakugo, I decided it would be best if he transferred to Class 1B. He will no longer be part of our classroom from this day forward." There was a gasp that drifted from the lips of many of the students, as well as many shared looks of shock. Izuku felt many eyes land on him, and in response, he buried his head under his hands and his tail drooped to the floor. Aizawa glanced towards him, but in an act of uncharacteristic kindness from the man, did not order him to sit up. Izuku knew it was his fault. It was all his fault. Nemesis, however, simply grinned from within Izuku's blood, and a cruel fire crawled along his scars. "Good. Let the coward go. We're better off without him. So about them's Katsuki's, huh? Yeah, he's been yeeted out the classroom, so bye-bye for now." Not a whole lot to say other than next chapter we get some more advancement and of course, the gang get to hunt down all Fumikage. Also we get more on how the overall class feels about Izuku. So until next time my dudes, hope you all enjoyed and thank you for reading. Peace out. Chapter 22. Crew, update team. Who's ready for a mini 2-chapter arc before Sports Fest? 'Cause it's starting now. Countdown to fun times at the sports festival is on. And to start the countdown, everyone go check out this amazing fanart of our demon boy by Sapphireclaw. Post 182,927,038,144 Iscario Izuku for Pipifoxasantamoon's rad. I don't know if the link will work on, if it doesn't, go over to my AO3 at Pipifoxasantamoon for the link. Give it all the reblogs and give them all the compliments. Now, read on dudes. Izuku had barely risen from behind his arms all day. Through each class he had stayed in his seat, his head buried, his tail occasionally swinging in a dull, sorrowful motion. It had drawn more than a few eyes of course, and more than a few whispers had been passed around the classroom. Very few had even greeted him. Mina had given him a tentative hello and asked how he was doing, Sayu had done the same, Ijiro had taken a step further, had actually patted his shoulder and given him a smile, though Izuku had barely managed a red-eyed look back to him. Fumikage had yet to say anything, though occasionally Izuku caught him looking over to his desk. He had a strange look to his eyes, a mixture of caution and concern. He had the right to be hesitant, after all, he more than anyone knew the true danger Izuku hid behind his green eyes and sallow skin. He knew of the demon within him, waiting, like the embers of a fire that needed only a single breath to roar again. The classes passed in the blink of an eye, or at least to Izuku it seemed that way, he wasn't focused on them anyway. Whenever he had looked up from his arms, he had glanced past Ijiro's tail and over to the empty seat at the front of the class. He wanted to find Katsuki. He wanted to cry his eyes out and beg he return to the class. He wanted to spill everything to him in the hopes that he would understand, that maybe if he just knew they could find some way to reconcile everything that had come between them. But he had seen the look in Katsuki's eyes. There would be no amount of words he could ever speak that would take away the hate he saw there. It was over. All over. A bridge had been crossed at the USJ. A bridge which had gone up in flames of corrupt blue the second Izuku had stepped over it. Tenya had practically dragged Izuku out of his seat when the lunch bell rang. They had found a table, one far in the corner of the cafeteria, and away from the majority of the other students, and Achako had offered to sit with him while the other two got the lunches. Izuku had once again buried his head into his arms the moment they had sat down. "Izuku, come on, that wasn't your fault." "Nothing, look, Katsuki's been on edge all week. Maybe he'll change his mind and come back once he's had some time to cool off." "Nothing, I heard Captain Celebrity got caught having a foursome in a cave in Brazil." Izuku lifted his head and frowned at her. "What? Oh yeah, saw it on the news this morning, I'm surprised you didn't." Izuku hadn't bothered checking the news, he'd been mostly listening to podcasts and trying not to think about what everyone was going to think of him. He said he was going to build houses for the underprivileged. Izuku sat up a little straighter. "What the hell? I know, right?" Achako nodded thoughtfully. "It's almost as bad as you beating yourself up for stuff you can't control." Izuku went to argue but fell back into his self-pitying frown and looked down. All right, fine. You got me. But still I have to take some responsibility. None of this would have happened if the villains hadn't attacked the USJ. If that creepy fucking cult guy hadn't said his weird-ass demon monster bird thing on you. If you hadn't been brave and tried to get back to help me and Izawa-sensei," Achako quickly filled in the gaps for him, her frown both determined and somehow friendly. "Seriously, Izuku. Stop." "Stop what?" Hitashi's voice drifted over as he and Tenya arrived carrying 2 lunch trays each. They quickly slid into place, Hitachi beside Achako, Tenya beside Izuku. "Nothing? He's still beating himself up over Katsuki." Achako was clearly having none of Izuku's self-pitying today. "Yeah, you need to quit that, Katsuki's an asset," Hitachi quickly mumbled out as he shoved Izuku's tray over to him. As he spoke, however, his voice became sterner. "Seriously. Think about it, you don't have someone in class who's going to try and murder you the moment you look at him funny. And you know what, maybe he'll be a better person without you around to make him mad just by existing. He's a dick. Let it go. The child of pharaohs is right." Nemesis hissed with a lick of candle flame along Izuku's scars. "Let the coward run, we've proven our point. We dominated him, we humbled him, now he lives his life in fear of us, just as it should be. And should he ever come at us again, we'll eat him alive." Izuku made a low, irritated noise to himself and squeezed his eyes tight as he rubbed them with his fingers. He felt so stressed, so pressured. He should do the right thing, he should go apologize, but he knew that Katsuki needed time. Maybe they both did. Maybe they were right. Maybe some space was for the best. And besides, right now he had more serious things on his plate, like finding out if he was actually human. "Hey, did you guys hear about Captain Celebrity?" Hitachi suddenly announced, changing the subject entirely. Both Achako and Tenya nodded in agreement, and Hitachi quickly added, "I heard he was caught having sex with a prostitute to and from his apology statement. You know, I really don't think this is an appropriate topic of discussion at a UA lunch table," Tenya said with a swift and robotic wave of his hand. However, after a small moment, he leaned forward and slyly added, "Don't take it from me, but my brother heard he has 3 lava children all by different women." There was a round of oohs from the others, and Izuku couldn't help a dumb but welcome smile move across his lips. Fine. Maybe he could relax just for a little while. He couldn't do anything to stop Katsuki, but he could still help his situation now, as it was. He needed to get back on track with his lessons, he needed to regain the confidence of the others in his class and prove to them now, more than ever, that he wasn't about to snap and unleash Nemesis again. He had failed in that task twice already. The first time he'd been given a slap on the wrist, the second time he had died. He doubted fate would be so kind a third time. He also needed to get some answers from Fumikage, now all the dust had settled. Though how and when he or the others would even begin approaching him with the subject of figuring out just what the hell Nemesis was, and why he had gone to hell, and why he had been called Lucifer by some monstrous being of the underworld, well, he had absolutely no idea. It wasn't as though Fumikage was going to walk right up to them and discuss it without prompting. Ahem. The table stopped their idle chit-chat and looked up suddenly. Standing there, tray in hand, looking amazingly sheepish for a boy with a beak for a mouth, was Fumikage. There was a long moment of awkward silence while every eye at the table focused on the black-feathered teenager. He shifted uncomfortably before suddenly asking, "Izuku midoriya, may we have a moment to talk?" His crimson eyes flicked across the others, in private, if possible. "He wishes to talk to us?" Nemesis hissed across his mind and Izuku gulped softly as it did so. "He probably wishes to kill us. Or have Dark Shadow kill us. We should rip his heart out." "Sit down, Brandon Lee," Hitachi immediately spouted off. "Whatever you've got to say to the Oman you can say to the rest of us." There was a stretched moment of silence while Hitachi's smug, knowing smirk faded to a look of disbelief, then to irritation. He looked back to his meal and stabbed a piece of chicken with one of his chopsticks. "Goddamn it, I give you guys gold and I get nothing. Why do I even bother?" "Ignore him, you can sit with us, Fumikage." Achako quickly piped up with a cheery smile. She quickly began shoving Hitachi down the table, who reluctantly moved a seat down and then moved herself so that Fumikage could sit across from Izuku. "Yes, join us," Tenya announced with a smile. "We've been meaning to talk to you, so the timing is perfect." Fumikage narrowed his eyes at this and then turned his piercing gaze to Izuku. "Oh really? I'm sorry, Fumikage, I kinda told them things," Izuku announced in the most shamefaced tone he could muster. "All the things." Under Fumikage's intense crimson eyes, Izuku suddenly felt like a very heavy mallet was being held against his head, and at any moment Fumikage would swing and knock his brains out for being so stupid. "I'm really sorry, but after what happened I think, well, they needed to know." No one else knows, though. And we're not going to tell anyone, we promise, Tenya added with a firm nod. I give you my word, as an Iida, and as your class president. Same, Hitachi mumbled through a mouthful of food. Promise, Ochako added with a firm nod and a determined smile. There was a moment where Fumikage honestly looked like he was debating whether to turn tail and march away, or sit, join them, and chew Izuku out for being a reckless idiot. Finally, however, he sat down at the table, looking remarkably awkward. Angry, yes, but awkward. Izuku wasn't always good at treating people, however, at that moment he knew the look that crossed Fumikage's face. He wasn't used to this. He was used to eating alone, working alone, being isolated from other people because of the curse within him. No doubt it had been a lifelong problem for him, just as it had been for Izuku. Izuku, however, had been learning how to socialize and learning fast, thanks to his newfound friends. He supposed that Fumikage was starting from step 1. Still, he had some things to clear up first, and he could at least try and get some guilt off his chest before moving forward. He ignored Nemesis's protests from within his head, as well as the rolling anger of flame that moved along his scars. His inner demon could shut the hell up for the time being. There were more important things to talk about here, other than what Fumikage's blood would look like on his hands. I'm sorry again, Fumikage, Izuku mumbled his eyes down to his plate, for telling them everything. I know the stuff about Dark Shadow was your secret, and it wasn't right for me to tell them. I'm really sorry. Really sorry. Fumikage seemed to consider this for a moment before simply looking to the others. It seems you believe him. It's kind of hard not to be fair, Ochako announced with a shrug. I mean, we all saw what happened. Saying that Nemesis and Dark Shadow aren't exactly normal quirks kind of lines up a lot of things. We are far from normal, we are Shadow and Flame. I for one remain skeptical, but as I said, I will not say a word about this to anyone, Tenya announced in a stern tone, though, I would like some evidence, if possible. Evidence? Fumikage raised an eyebrow at that. You say that as if you are the only one with questions, Tenya Iida. The crow teen's eyes turned back to Izuku, who seemed to shrink once again. He even felt his tail curling up around his waist. And since you are so willing to share information, Izuku smarted at his tone, there are things that I would like to find out about you. Don't tell him anything. Nemesis snapped, causing Izuku to wince openly and bite the inside of his cheek in protest. He's our enemy. He and his parasite crow. Hitachi frowned over at Fumikage. Hey, he's been through a lot lately, lay off. I am not threatening any harm, Hitachi Shinsu, Fumikage replied with a slightly wry smile, apparently amused at Hitachi's knee-jerk defense of Izuku. I simply wish to put it bluntly, put Izuku through a test. There was another moment of confused silence at the table before Ochako spoke up. Test? Like the thing with the holy water? Izuku said that didn't do anything. Ah well, Izuku suddenly spoke up, quietly realizing that he had somewhat lied to Fumikage on that, and clearing the air with him would probably go some way to having the teenager forgive him for opening his big mouth about Dark Shadow's true nature. He'd also not really gone into it with the others at the beach, his mind simply skipping over it without giving it a lot of thought. That's not exactly true. Now all eyes turned to Izuku with a rather intense gaze. Ochako was the first to open her mouth, gasping out a quiet, what? Yeah, well, Izuku fidgeted for a few moments before coughing politely, just to do something other than tap his chopsticks against his hand, and looked to Fumikage. You never gave me the chance to tell you in the USJ, and, well, we had more pressing things to take care of so? Fumikage's voice suddenly became like stone, and Izuku could see the mistrust rising with him. So, well, the holy water. It didn't burn really, but I did feel something when it hit my hand. There was another moment of stretched silence, and it seemed every member at the table, other than Izuku, was leaning in with interest. Finally, Hitachi said, well, in a tone crossed with both interest and irritation. It was like when your arm goes to sleep, you know. Like pins and needles, maybe? It was like a weird tingling numbing feeling thing. Ugh, he hated the fact that he was terrible with words. It was probably going to make Fumikage get right up and leave the table in anger. No doubt it meant something horrible and, I see, Fumikage announced suddenly, his voice low and serious. He raised a finger to the edge of his beak, and he looked down, seeing past his meal and clearly consumed with his own thoughts. This is incredibly serious. The tension at the table became thick and heavy. Everyone was focused on the black-feathered teenager, breaths caught in throats, and even Tenya seemed to pale just a little at his statement. Why? What does it mean? Izuku asked in a voice barely above a whisper, and for a moment even Nemesis seemed to flow softly through his body as a quiet flame, creeping like a cautious cat. Fumikage looked Izuku dead in the eyes and simply said, "I have no idea." The group fell back into their chairs, and Hitachi even threw his arms up. "What the hell, man?" Fumikage evidently hadn't been expecting such a reaction and blinked over at the others, looking utterly confused and almost skittish. I mean this is why I wish to perform another test. He toys with us." Nemesis growled through Izuku's brain and flooded his scars with spiking, prickling heat. "We should punish him. We should set his head on fire." Izuku grit his teeth suddenly and squeezed his eyes shut. He felt a sudden hand on his shoulder, strong and comforting, and when he reopened them Tenya was looking to him with concerned eyes. "Is it Nemesis?" Izuku paused, and for a moment fear rushed through him before he reminded himself that it was okay. They knew, and it was okay to tell them. He nodded slowly and gulped, then picked up his water to take a quick drink. "Yeah, it's just." He paused and looked to Fumikage, who continued to look confused, though there was something other to his eyes. A curiosity perhaps and familiarity with it all. Nemesis doesn't like Dark Shadow or Fumikage. "We can't trust someone like him," his inner monster urged with the tone of tearing flesh. "He's dangerous." "That's understandable," Fumikage nodded. "Dark Shadow feels similarly about you, Izuku, and Nemesis in kind. All the more reason to burn him alive." There was another pause at the table before Izuku bravely, but quietly, asked, Do you hear Dark Shadow in your head too?" Fumikage shook his head, and for a moment Izuku felt the age-old familiar fear of being rejected, of being mocked and scorned for admitting he was insane. However, it passed once Fumikage spoke again. His voice was edged with something new, but something that Izuku knew all too well. He was cautious about revealing this information. Cautious about being ridiculed and insulted and shoved to one side. And yet he was pressing through it with a confidence that Izuku could only envy. "Dark Shadow does not talk to me while within me. No, however," he paused and then looked to the others, "I do feel their emotions. It is an empathetic link of sorts." "Whoa," Achako gasped softly as she looked, wide-eyed to Fumikage. "That's so wow. I mean, I don't want to say cool but it isn't cool," Fumikage added in a low, bitter tone before looking to his meal. "It's very far from cool. It's a nightmare under my skin waiting to hurt everyone I've known or cared about. If I lose control of my emotions for even a few moments." "Mood," Izuku replied without thinking, causing Fumikage to look to him with a sharp frown. "I mean, I know how you feel." He shrugged softly and offered a small fanged smile. Fumikage seemed to weigh this for a moment before smiling softly back, along with a slight shake of his head. "Well, what about this test you want to perform?" Tenya asked suddenly, putting a hand to his chin. "I would be interested to know what you seek to learn from this, especially as you seem to be the only expert we have on the nature of these demonic creatures, if that's what they truly are." "They are," Fumikage replied firmly, and in such a tone that Ichikako seemed to shiver, "and I am no expert. All I have learned only through trial and error, and with the help of someone very close to me." Izuku wanted to ask exactly who that was, but a bell suddenly rang out across the hall, and Tenya immediately rose to his feet. "That was the lunch bell. I suppose we should be getting back soon." He wanted to protest. He wanted to sit there and drill Fumikage's brain for every bit of information he could gather, but he knew that Tenya would have none of it. Hitachi rose and seemed to notice the look on Izuku's face. "Dude, don't worry." He even gave him a small smile. "We've got time, and besides, Fumikage's part of the crew now, right?" "What?" Fumikage's face truly did not suit looking surprised. "The crew? Yeah, the We Know Demons are real crew." Achako smiled and gave him a light elbow to the arm. No doubt it would have been a punch, but her hands were full with her own tray, its working title. "I'm sorry, Fumikage," Izuku admitted with a light shrug as he also stood to his feet. "I know I spilled everything, but really, you can trust us, and if I've learned anything from the USJ, it's that trying to deal with it all alone is a really bad idea. I mean it can literally get you killed." Fumikage seemed to hesitate at this, and once again Izuku could see it written all over him. He wasn't used to this. To being part of a group, to having people he could talk to be open to. And yet he could also see within him that he wanted it. He wanted to have friends, to be welcomed by people who weren't going to run the moment they saw his quirk familiar. They were here for him. Izuku was, he knew that, and not just because Fumikage had answers. Because they shared monsters, and Izuku had vowed to do everything he could to help those who suffered like he suffered. "This is a mad banquet of darkness," Fumikage announced softly, joining Izuku's side as they walked to put their trays away. "Alright everyone, listen up," Aizawa announced in his usual commanding tone from behind his many bandages. Once again, they were outside and once again, the summer sun glowed down on them from up high. Once again, the sky was an open, brilliant shade of blue, the grass was a lusty green, and the world seemed as normal and as vibrant as any other summer day. Except, as usual, the situation at UA was beyond the normal. Set up on the main field was a huge and complex-looking set of walls and corridors leading to the odd room, or dead end, or some other little trap. Within the corridors were small robots moving back and forth, and, even from where the students stood, they could hear them spouting off repeating phrases such as "GRR, arger down with justice." One that made almost everyone laugh the first time was, "All might more like filthy meat bag might." There were several large screens on a command panel, showing images from where cameras mounted on poles looked down, giving everyone a bird's eye view of the tactical course. Aizawa stood before it and the students looked on, huddled in their usual cliques. Though a notable difference this time was that Fumikage now stood with Tenya, Achako, Hitachi, and Izuku, and almost everyone else stood far from them. Aizawa's gaze narrowed at this, though it was well hidden from behind his bandages. He had only been back at the head of his class for a single day, really even less than that, and already he was seeing the divide within the classroom. On side were those who were on Midoriya's side, and on the other, those who no longer trusted him. He took a moment to breathe through his nose before moving forward with the lesson. One of the basic requirements for being a hero is the ability to storm a house or other place with narrow corridors, blind spots, and close quarters combat. Today we're going to run through the basics of this kind of exercise, so you all understand how it's supposed to work. On Thursday we're going to be performing it in full uniform on Ground Alpha, where you will be facing off against one another. Is that understood? There were a number of nods and sounds of agreement. Good. I'm going to put you teams of 2 randomly decided by the computer. He was supposed to pick them himself, but he was tired and in a constant dull pain across his many injuries, and as such didn't feel up to it. Besides, random team-ups were common enough, and it was better to see them work alongside people they might not have usually worked with otherwise. He wasn't blind, he could already see the groups forming in his classroom. He couldn't allow them to stick so closely together, at least not while training. Outside of class, he didn't really care. He turned and ignored the mumblings of the students while he opened the program necessary to choose the teams. The first group came up quickly, Sayu and Shoto. The students looked on as the two took 5 minutes to form a plan, then move through the course. Shoto led the way, simply freezing everything in place, while Sayu basically followed behind him. Aizawa shook his head. The boy needed to learn that other people actually existed and that he couldn't simply rely on deep freezing everyone, even if it seemed to have worked out for him in the apparent rescue of Hitachi during the USJ incident. Why the young man seemed so reluctant to use his right side was another puzzle that Aizawa mentally added to his list of things to work on. Then the next team was up. Rikido and the newest member to their class, Ryuko Yanagi, their replacement for sending Katsuki to Class 1B. The loss of Katsuki still stung at Aizawa, though he refused to show it. The boy had screamed and cried and almost torn his own hair out during their talk. It had been disturbing and worrying, to say the least, to watch one of his bravest, strongest and most promising students have what really amounted to an emotional and mental breakdown. And all because of one student. A student whom Aizawa could see had the heart and the potential for greatness, and yet it seemed as though the world had declared him fated for evil. Good thing he didn't believe in things like fate. For a second, as the others watched the team move through the course, his eyes glanced to Izuku Midoriya. He still had some of his own bandages on, though he had been cleared for combat training. A second longer his eyes rested on the stumps that now came from his forehead and the swishing all-black tail with the spear tip end. When he had first entered the class, he'd only sported a pair of fangs. Now he looked like an imp ripped right from the pages of a fantasy novel. What kind of quirk was Nemesis? That would mutate the user? That would cause such horror to be unleashed upon anyone who saw it? Katsuki Bakugo had been traumatized by the sight of it twice, and now his class had become divided over the issue of Izuku and his truly hellish quirk. And yet Aizawa refused to give up on the boy. He had been surprised when he had been told, loudly, by Hisashi, that Izuku wasn't being taken out the course. When he had managed to corner Nezu, who had looked unusually frazzled for the past few days, the tiny principal had simply told him that he had changed his mind, and that was that. Suspicion curled in Aizawa's heart. Nezu was not one to simply change his mind about anything, not without a damn good reason at least. Still, now wasn't the time to pry further, not with the sports festival and the possible threat of more attacks hanging over them all. They couldn't afford another accident like the USJ. Izuku couldn't afford another accident, hell, Toshinori couldn't afford another accident. He knew getting Izuku to control his power was one step to avoiding further horrors, and getting him to stop believing he was somehow cursed was another. Aizawa was determined to turn that thinking around. He needed to, for Izuku's sake, and perhaps for his own guild, to finally find its rest. His eyes drifted to Shoto as he continued to muse on Izuku's future and on his own past, which seemed intent on repeating itself. He had failed one student before when they have become convinced their quirk, and therefore their own soul, was evil. He wouldn't do it again. The bell was rung, and Aizawa looked back to the test, noting the time and the efficacy which his students had run the course. It seemed Yanagi's poltergeist quirk was quite handy in a pinch, and when teamed with Rikito's strength, made them a good 1-2 punch combo. He'd have to keep that one in mind for later. The next names came up. Hanta and Izuku. A look came over Hanta's face, and no one who was looking at him could have ever missed it. Fear. He glanced over to Izuku, who was already making his timid way over to him. He was only a few steps from him when Hanta's hand shot up. Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa felt his heart sink as he knew what was about to come next. Yes, Zero? The boy glanced at the quickly slowing Izuku and then back to Aizawa. Can I change partners? The excited chatter of the classroom began to die. Dude, what? Ijiro asked with a huge but slightly puzzled grin across his sharp teeth. Why do you want to split? He had been standing beside Hanta, clearly waiting for his own name to be called up. Now, however, it seemed his attention had been pulled from the screen. Look, sir. Hanta looked to Izuku again, who had the same kind of expression on his face as someone who had just been told they couldn't claim their winning lottery ticket. Hanta gulped and firmly announced, I'm sorry, Izuku, dude, I don't feel comfortable working with you. The silence grew heavier, and Aizawa couldn't help a spike of anger shoot through him. This was unfair. This was unfair on Izuku and on Hanta. It was unfair on his class, and Aizawa was not about to stand for it. No. He knew it was bordering on cruel, but he believed that they all needed to see what he already knew. Izuku wasn't a threat, he wasn't a time bomb about to explode at any moment. He was just a kid, a student just like the rest of them, and he would be treated no differently. No changing teams. Sir, sir, Hanta continued suddenly, looking from the utterly crestfallen Izuku back to his teacher, please. Please, I don't, sir. What if Nemesis gets out? The very utterance of the word seemed to send a cold chill across the entire class, and even Aizawa felt the crawling rake of a blade-like claw move down his spine at the thought of the beast. He had only seen it for a second, and the memory still sent gooseflesh rising across his arms. The class had seen it tear another creature apart and then go after All Might. No wonder their reaction was stronger. It's okay, Izuku's voice broke the silence. Quiet, defeated and resigned. His head was down, his new tail drooping to the floor, and he was blinking back tears. I get it. It's fine. I'm sorry, Hanta. I'll join with someone else, I don't want to. Hey. Ijiro suddenly butted in, grabbing Izuku by the shoulder and giving it a tight squeeze. You're not going anywhere. He turned to Hanta, his eyes blazing with an irritation not directed at either boy, but at the situation itself. Dude, I know what you saw was scary, but come on, we all know it wasn't Izuku's fault. Nemesis isn't Izuku, they're not the same person. Dude, Hanta snapped back, a flash of anger moving across his usually calm and smiling features. You didn't see it like I saw it. You weren't there. I heard it just as loud as you did, Ijiro almost growled back, and guess what? I had all the same nightmares you did. No, you didn't. Stop. Izuku snapped suddenly, causing the two to look back to him. Just please, stop. It's okay, I get it, it's fine. The tone of his voice told everyone who was listening he was lying, and Aizawa felt his blood boil at the boy's attempt to shove his own feelings down for the sake of others. He rubbed his eyes on his sleeve as he quickly mumbled out, I'll work with someone else. It's okay. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, No, Aizawa's command cut through the air and caused almost everyone to jump suddenly. I said, no changing the teams, he continued to growl out from behind his bandages, and that's an order. His eyes began scanning the classroom. I get you're all still recovering from what happened at the USJ. It was traumatic for everyone, but I'm going to remind you all right here and now that you are heroes in the making. Heroes don't back down, they don't give up, and they certainly don't avoid things that make them uncomfortable. They confront them, they master them, and they push past their fears to do great things. His eyes narrowed from behind his bandages, and while he was sure no one could see them, he knew that he was not taking any of this nonsense. Not today. Not ever. Izuku midoriya, he addressed the teenager directly, causing Izuku to straighten up suddenly. Why yes, sensei? Do you believe Nemesis will take control in this exercise? Izuku frowned in confusion, but answered, and no, sensei. There's your answer then, Shiro, Aizawa announced, looking back to the other teenager. Now get ready, you have 5 minutes. It was a disaster. Hanta's obvious fear of Izuku's quirk, combined with Izuku's complete lack of confidence in himself and his unwillingness to use his quirk around Hanta, led them to not only not completing the exercise, but somehow actually being caught by the robots. In all the time Aizawa had been teaching, no one had ever managed to be caught by the robots. They had the same computing intelligence as a toaster. Collectively. After spending a full minute simply facepalming at the ashamed-looking boys, he took in a deep breath and announced, "This will not do. I'm assigning you both extra homework to be completed by Thursday. You're going to study tactical hand signals and infiltration tactics and write me a personalized 2,000-word essay on each." The two boys simply nodded, while Aizawa ignored some of the giggling from the rest of the class. He took another breath through his nose and, in a lower, more serious tone, added, "Shiro, Midoriya is not the enemy, he's trying just as hard as you are." The taller teenager nodded. And Midoriya, the boy looked up at his name being spoken, his green eyes filled with anxiety and his tail twitching to match. "You need to work harder on controlling your quirk. I know it's not an easy task, but if you don't, you'll fail by the end of the year." The boy's eyes flashed with fear before he looked down again and nodded. To his credit, however, Aizawa noticed how he curled his fists tightly. He was determined, he could see that. The problem was that outside of telling him to get better, Aizawa wasn't quite sure how he was supposed to get better. Nemesis was like no quirk he'd ever come across, and he'd come across some horrific things in his time as an underground hero. But nothing like this. This thing, this demon living under the boy's skin. "You will not let this happen again on Thursday, have I made myself clear?" Both the boys nodded, and with that, Aizawa dismissed him back to the rest of the class. When was the last time Izuku had gone out with friends? He honestly couldn't remember. And yet here he was, heading towards someone's home. Not his own home, oh no, someone else's home, where they lived, and he didn't live. Because it was their home, not his. He hadn't felt this excited since, well, perhaps since his first day at UA. Of course, he was nervous too. This wasn't just a casual visit to a friend's house, and yes, he still grinned at the concept of actually having a friend who had a home he could go visit, but something a little more than that. It had been discussed and decided upon last Wednesday, during the now regular gathering together of their little group, who were still deciding on a name, since Hunters of Eternal Darkness, as suggested by Fumikage, hadn't quite landed with everyone. At least they had their own table, as no one else seemed to bother taking it before they claimed it, in the far corner, away from most and nicely secluded from prying eyes. There they could discuss what they all held in the tightest of secrets, or rather, Izuku could pepper Fumikage with questions while he tried to give answers. Thing was, he was a little shy about explaining what he knew in UA. It was the same reason why, in the few times he had allowed Dark Shadow to talk to the others, he had disallowed his quirk familiar from doing much the same. In his own words, there were too many ears listening at UA, and that it wasn't secure, though what he meant by it Izuku and the others had no idea, and he hadn't explained much after that. His solution, however, was why Izuku was walking down an utterly unfamiliar dirt road, his skin warmed by the sun between patches in the overhanging canopy, and feeling just a little lost. Fumikage had wished to conduct another test on Izuku to see just how far his possession, if he was indeed possessed, went. He explained that his home was very secure, that he could practically guarantee privacy and the safety of the others. And so, early that Saturday morning, with the sun shining high and nary a cloud in the sky, Izuku had set off out of his home to go hang out at a friend's house. The first time he had done so since he was 5 years old. "Wow, Fumikage travels a while to get to class every morning," Achako mumbled as she walked beside Izuku. She had joined him at the main train terminal, the one they would usually get off to walk to UA from. This time, however, they had taken a connecting train, which had taken another connecting train, picking up both Tenya and Hitachi in the process, before dropping them all off at a rather far-out location. Now all four of them were heading towards their new friend's house together. The air was hot and humid, and not one of them had brought anything heavy to wear. Around them they could hear the lifeblood of the forest. Birds chirped and sang, hidden in overhead branches of lush green leaves. Bugs made loud buzzing, cring noises from under rock and bush, and occasionally one could even hear the odd animal rushing through the long, untamed grass of the forest floor. There was a freshness to the air that set candle flame tickling along Izuku's scars, and the whole thing made him feel both comfortable and yet uneasy. He knew this had to be nemesis within him, no doubt sulking at the vibrant sunshine and display of summer joy. Izuku knew, however, that it was simply his lot. He disliked the winter and autumn months, yet nemesis had always felt easier within him when everything around him was dead or hibernating. Just his luck, he supposed. It was why he wore only a pair of beige shorts and a light green t-shirt, with the words "This is a t-shirt" written on it, along with a pair of trainers on his feet. Hitachi had his blue jeans and dark purple shirt, this one with rough, yellow, 8-pointed star upon it. Tenya wore his smart dark blue striped polo shirt and khaki pants, and Achako wore a pair of red jean shorts, trainers and a white and pink striped t-shirt. "I gotta admit, I'm liking this rural thing," Hitachi added as he looked around. "I wonder why he lives so far out though. Can't be many people to hang out with in these parts." "I would love to run this route," Tenya announced in his usual confident tone, as he too turned his head and admired the heavy tree cover and glorious summer nature that surrounded them, such natural beauty. "Living in the city makes me forget how lovely the countryside can be." Achako chuckled softly at that and turned to look at him. "Oh really? Aren't you super rich? I bet you take holidays on fancy countryside resorts all the time." "Not at all." Tenya quickly countered, making a chopping motion with his hand towards her. "My family all work full-time, even my mother. Running the Idaten agency is a family business, so we only take a week off every year and we travel to our private resort on the New Caledonia Islands." "That explains a lot," Hitachi added with his trademark smirk. Izuku didn't say anything. His eyes were looking from one side of the tree line and across to the other. When they had first entered the forest he had seen plenty of them, the demonic-looking monsters which flitted and crawled through the dark shadows of the forest floor. But now, however, "Izuku?" He blinked suddenly and turned back to the others, shock rushing through him. Sorry." There was a moment of silence from the others before Hitachi, in his ever-blunt manner, asked, "What is it? Can you see something?" He was still not entirely used to this, talking about the things he could see, though he had found that allowing the others to know something was pulling his attention, all while Fumikage had coldly acknowledged the same thing, helped ease his anxiety. Still, the bolts of shame still shot through him before fading once again. "Well, not really," but he paused for a long moment before saying, "There's nothing. No demons, not a single one. And that's weird." The others looked to one another before Tenya simply asked, "Isn't it a good thing?" "Well, yeah, it is, but, you know, this is a forest. They love forests, usually, lots of shadows, I guess," Izuku replied before letting out a long sigh. "Sorry, I know it sounds crazy." "Dude, you're not crazy," Hitachi quickly cut in, "and we're proving it today." "Yeah, so don't worry about it," Achako grinned over to him. Tenya even put a hand squarely onto Izuku's shoulder and gave him a confident squeeze as they approached what looked to be a wide-set opening. "Exactly. Today we all find some answers. And then maybe you won't epic fail like you did on Thursday," Hitachi quickly teased. "Hey," Izuku managed a slightly fanged smile back, "at least I didn't get captured that time." He had gotten used to Hitachi's jokes to show emotion behavior by now, and recently he had been working on joking back. He still had yet to truly match Hitachi's English dry wit, however. "Only Kozujiro was your partner, and it helps Momo Legitran away from you." "Okay, that was." Izuku was about to protest it was all part of his plan, which it hadn't been, but what they saw as they came out of the forest path caused them all to stop suddenly and stare, eyes wide, mouths agape. Hitachi, of course, quite elegantly put it into words as only Hitachi could. "Whoa. So? Fumikage is in the gang, they're off to his house, the class mostly avoids, and some actively dislike Izuku, but really everything is going kinda swimmingly-ish, not really, but it's not the flaming car wreck it was before at least. More like a flaming garbage can. Don't worry Izuku, one day we'll upgrade your life to a flaming bag of crisps, or maybe just a really burnt hamburger." Next chapter and the chapter after are fun though, and by fun, I mean Talanodramatic fun. Till next time my deuterinos, and as always, thank you for reading. Chapter 23. Cage. Hey everyone. Quick note, life hasn't been kind to me lately, and so if this chapter somehow seems lower quality than usual in terms of editing, that's why. I'm getting through it though, so no worries, but just a quick pre-apology. Anyways, onward with some fun. Whoa. When Fumikage had told them all that he wanted to perform another experiment on Izuku to further determine exactly what Izuku was possessed with, Izuku had been a little weary, to say the least. But his friend had assured them all that it would be safe, that his home was secure. Izuku had wondered if Fumikage was rich and lived in some distant country mansion, or maybe had some high-tech lab to do experiments in. He certainly wasn't expecting this. Hitashi's statement quite elegantly summed up the collective reaction from the four at the site which greeted them. It was a temple. Surrounding it was a tall cream-painted stone wall, elegantly topped with traditional sloping red brick tiles, and before them rose an ancient red-painted gateway with a pair of stone kamainu guarding either side. Through the open gate, Izuku could spy the temple proper, as well as a pathway running off to one side, and hints of a Zen garden. Carved into wood and hung on the right side of the temple gateway was a signpost reading, Temple of the Utagarasu, and, almost comically considering the name, leaning against a wall under that sign was Fumikage. While the others were dressed in their usual casual wear, Fumikage was, well, dressed in black. Black pants and a black top with grey, long-sleeved arms which he had rolled up to his elbows, with one wrist adorned with a studded black leather bracelet. Around his neck he wore a necklace with an ankh symbol which came down to his chest, though by far the most attention-grabbing item were his boots. They went up to his knees, were all black with several descending metal buckles, and over the toes were two large metal pieces made like a pair of hooves. Hitachi, in particular, seemed utterly in awe of them. "Hey! Fumikage! Hey!" Izuku quickly called out and waved over to him, causing the teenager to look up suddenly from his phone and blink his crimson eyes over to the group. For a moment he seemed shocked they were even there at all, before visibly relaxing and raising a hand. "Greetings, dude." Hitachi gushed in his typical low-energy manner as they collectively approached their friend. "Those boots are amazing." "Thank you?" Fumikage answered in a slightly confused tone, clearly unused to being complimented. "Fumikage, I thought you said we were meeting at your house?" Achako quickly cut in. "What are we doing at this temple?" "This is my house, I live here." Fumikage's reply made it seem like the most obvious thing in the world. "Wait, you live here?" Izuku's jaw almost dropped to the floor. He looked back to the temple, and his eyes seemed to bug from his head. This is the seventh son lives here?" Nemesis hissed softly, like a knife on a whetstone through the gray matter of his brain. How very predictable. Izuku gritted his teeth and fought his inner demon down. This was no time for it to get dramatic on him. It wasn't like he'd ever been to temples before, of course he had, and Nemesis had never complained about any of them. It was clearly just because it was Fumikage's home, and anything to do with the raven-headed teen Nemesis seemed set squarely against. Or maybe because he wasn't drowning in brain-numbing medication. Or maybe both. Suddenly, from behind Fumikage, dark shadow grew, formed into their usual jackdaw-like shade, and settled upon their master's head, folding their arms and grinning down at the others. They only formed to the size of a cat, and if they had any weight, it didn't seem to bother Fumikage at all. "Welcome to our home, mortals." Dark Shadow joyfully cackled to the others before their tarnished gold gaze turned to Izuku, their expression turning sour and their voice dry. "Oh, and you're here, Nemesis. Great." Immediately Izuku felt fire flow along his scars as his own monster growled back, "We're burning this place to the ground. With them inside." It's the obvious course of action. Izuku was about to grumble something back before he decided to simply take a moment, breathe and clench his black-nailed fist tightly. Today was not going to be another repeat of the USJ or, well, almost any other time he'd allowed Nemesis to have its way. Today was about finally getting some damn answers as to who and what he was. Answers he probably wasn't going to like, but answers he needed. "We're glad to be here, demon." Hitachi answered back with a slight smirk. The first time the others had seen Dark Shadow after the revelations that both Fumikage and Izuku had insisted were true had been an interesting experience for Izuku to witness. The knowledge that Dark Shadow was a demon, a true actual demon, was something they had only seemed to accept in theory until seeing the shadowed bird monster once again. They had at first looked to them with newly fearful eyes. However, with time, and with Fumikage's instance, they had slowly come to believe that Dark Shadow posed no immediate threat to them. If anything, within the grounds of UA, Dark Shadow often seemed mischievous and impish, sometimes even playful. Fumikage, however, had explained it was simply because it was in the daylight when Dark Shadow was at its most cooperative and controllable. At night Dark Shadow became worse. He had gone quiet after that. The others had not pressed him for any further information. Come, we might as well get our dark mission started, Fumikage announced in a serious tone as he pushed himself from the wall and began walking into the temple grounds. The others followed him quickly, though the moment he stepped within the temple grounds, Izuku had to pause and allow his jaw to fall open. It was beautiful. A perfectly manicured Zen garden stretched out across the grounds and along the pathways to an old and well-preserved looking home, built in a traditional and ancient manner. To his right was a small pavilion for washing one's hands and face before offering a prayer to the spirit of the shrine. The shrine and temple proper were before him, again built in a beautiful and traditional manner, painted in brilliant reds and whites, though he saw curious splashes of black trims along the edges. Fumikage, however, did not lead them towards the temple. Instead, he turned to the right and moved towards a modest-looking home, one that matched the architecture of the temple grounds but seemed somehow more modern than the other buildings. This is impressive. Nemesis hissed softly through Izuku's ears, we feel its age. It is an old place, of old power. Any other time Izuku may well have simply brushed Nemesis's words aside, and yet for once, he agreed. Because he could feel it too. He could tell this place was ancient and had stood here for hundreds, maybe even 1,000 years. And because of that age, it held a power all its own. An intangible, invisible power that hung in the air and swirled around him. The power of constant prayer, hope, belief and focus all in one place, condensed and distilled like fine wine. It seemed to run its fingers across his skin, a light tingle so like the one he had felt when Fumikage had dropped the holy water onto him, somehow both gentle and prickly, numbing and sensitive, all at once. Izuku? He blinked back to his senses again and turned suddenly. The others had all gathered on the walkway to Fumikage's home, while Izuku had been what had he been doing? Are you okay? It was Hitachi asking, his voice as low as always, but laced with concern. Yeah, it's just Izuku trailed off, finding it impossible to put the feeling into words. Not until Dark Shadow spoke up anyway. You feel it too, The others all turned to look at the cat-sized jackdaw demon. The energy of this place, the faith, it's heavy here. The faith. If someone had told Izuku at the start of the year that faith was something that could be tangibly felt, he would have looked at them like they had drank a little too much Kool-Aid. Now, however. Now he looked slowly to his own hands and wondered if this was just another sign of his otherness. Another sign that he didn't quite belong in this world, that there was something just under his pallid skin, something dark and terrible. Something more akin to what he should be, rather than what he was. Faith Nemesis wondered through his mind as Izuku moved to catch up to the others, that is the power we feel. Interesting. Can you really feel faith? Achako asked Fumikage suddenly, her eyes wide with wonder. I mean, really? I cannot, but Dark Shadow can. His crimson eyes glanced to Izuku, and so can Izuku, evidently. Being here, in this place, helps me when Dark Shadow becomes too much. The energy here helps keep them controlled. Dark Shadow mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like for now, but was otherwise quickly silenced by a frown from Fumikage. I wonder if it'll keep Nemesis controlled too, Izuku asked as walked up the wooden steps to the porch where his friends waited. I don't know though. He bit his lip nervously and looked around. Nemesis never behaves. Ever. One cannot control shadow and fire. Nemesis reasoned to Izuku, like a snake curling around its prey, we simply act as we will, as we should do. I still have my doubts, of course, Tenya announced with a frown and a nod, mostly to himself, however, regardless of my beliefs, I would like to visit the shrine here and make a quick prayer before we leave, if simply for politeness' sake. Same, Hitachi agreed with a nod, I'm not one for praying, but, fuck, if demons exist then gods should do too, right? Good assessment, mind taker, Dark Shadow mused with a cackle, there are no atheists in foxholes. Hitachi frowned at the demon, though he had no time to push the subject before Fumikage turned and opened the door to his home, allowing them all inside. Once they had taken off their shoes and taken a few steps into the home, it seemed as though Izuku's earlier hunch was correct. The home itself was surprisingly modern for one set on such ancient ground, though it was modern in the sense that it was still traditional in aesthetic, but updated. There was a dip in the center of the home, where a kotatsu table stood, the heater and blankets already put away for the summer. The floors were hardwood and clean, the shelves well organized, and a large screen television was mounted to the far wall across from a comfortable-looking cream-upholstered couch. There was plenty of light streaming from open windows and sliding doors, as well as little trinkets and pictures on the walls. Everything seemed wide-set and spacious, though Izuku supposed it would do. He had lived in his small apartment with his mother all his life and knew nothing else as far as homes went. All was simple and almost minimalistic in nature, though to Izuku it also seemed well lived in and homely. There was no second floor and Izuku assumed somewhere down one of the corridors was Fumikage's room, and for a second, he wondered if it was just as dark and as gloomy as his own. Then, from a side room, which Izuku took to be a kitchen, a voice suddenly called out, "Fumikage? Is that you?" The voice was old, sounding almost as old as the temple itself, yet was somehow backed by a youthful and vibrant vigor. Fumikage seemed to stiffen for a moment and, just for a moment, Izuku wondered if it was fear. It took his other reaction, one of sudden and quick hurrying of the others through the corridor, for Izuku to figure out what his actual reaction was. Though Ichako seemed to have figured it out first. "Is that your grandfather?" She grinned suddenly. "Are we gonna see baby pictures of little Fumikage?" "Who's that?" The voice called again, coming closer now even as Fumikage desperately tried to hurry them along. "No one, grandfather." Fumikage called out, but it was already too late. "We're his friends. From school." Hitachi called out, dodging Fumikage's attempt to literally push him further into the house, "and he's trying to stop us from saying hi." "Fumikage." The voice barked as it rounded the corner to the kitchen, "Do not be so rude." A figure appeared and Fumikage finally gave up his efforts to hurry the group along, much to Dark Shadow's low cackling. It was an old man. His back was hunched, his hands were withered and bony and shook with age. His head was not human, instead, it was that of a magpie, though the no doubt once brilliant shining blue that had streaked from his eyes was faded, and many of his feathers were no longer tipped with white, but an aged gray. He wore a long, baggy white robe with a black billowing pants, like that of a traditional Shinto priest, which drowned his form and made him seem bulkier than he clearly was. In one hand he held a gnarled yet solid wooden walking stick, and as he moved his joints seemed to creak with rheumatism. He only came up to Ichako's shoulders, and she was the shortest of them all. And yet despite all of this, there was an old strength to him which was undeniable, though clearly not a physical one. It was in the way he held himself, in the proudness of his fading plumage. He was a man of a strong, unbreakable spirit, and to look upon him was to know this, instantly. The moment his eyes landed on Fumikage, they brightened, or at least one did. One was the same deeply crimson color of Fumikage's own, the other eye was darkened and gray with blindness. "Fumikage. Since when did you become so rude?" The old man frowned at his grandson before smiling to the others, "And since when did you gather so many friends around you? Welcome, all of you, to the temple of the Utagarasu. My name is Kadai Tokoyami, I am the head priest." His good eye flicked to Fumikage in a frown, and apparently not important enough to introduce. "Grandfather, we're honored to be here." Ichako quickly announced and gave a low, respectful bow. "Thank you for welcoming us to your home, I'm Ichako Uraraka." The others quickly followed suit, giving bows and greetings. However, once Izuku bowed and greeted Kadai, as he did so last of all, the old man paused. "Midoriya?" He nodded to himself thoughtfully. "So, you're the one who saved my Fumikage's life?" Izuku paused at this, unsure on how to take the statement. "I suppose?" He looked to his friends for support, but Fumikage seemed to be very interested in his boots for the moment, and the others only smiled encouragingly at him. When he turned back to the old man, he found himself stammering out, I he paused and looked down, "I did more harm than good." "Nonsense." Kadai hobbled forward until he was within arm's reach of Izuku. The air seemed charged around him, and Izuku could feel nemesis suddenly arching up within his blood, like a nervous animal approached by a fellow predator, unsure on how to react. "He is strong." Nemesis whispered almost nervously through his mind as it slithered heat across his scars, "We have never seen a creature like him. His soul is bright. Like the soul of the fading king, though it is purer somehow." Again, Izuku could feel the strange static-like charge move across his skin, giving him gooseflesh and setting his teeth on edge. The old man seemed to radiate it, though Izuku had no question as to why. He was the head priest, so no doubt he was steeped in the faith of this place. And yet even though his energy, his faith, seemed to make Izuku want to bite the inside of his cheeks, he didn't feel any malice from him. If anything, the static seemed to ask him to relax, to breathe easier, to know he was safe. He didn't, of course, but it certainly seemed that way. "You saved my grandson's life and you saved the lives of others." His one good eye seemed to bore into Izuku's gaze, relentless and unbreakable, "And for that, young man, I thank you, deeply." He bowed slowly, though even as he did so Fumikage rushed to aid him. "Grandfather. You're back." "Don't." At the same time, Izuku quickly began stammering out, No, I don't deserve." "I'm old, Fumikage. But I'm not old enough to thank those who saved the lives of those I love." Kadai snapped at his grandson as he righted himself once more, leaning heavily now on his walking stick. Again, the old man fixed Izuku with his shockingly steady, though half-blind gaze. As for you, take the thanks. You deserve it, but he paused and cocked his head. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he smacked Izuku on the shin with his walking stick. Pain, sharp and hot, chomped into his leg, along with a curious rush of the numbing tingling feeling that he'd now come to associate with holy things. Izuku yelped as fire rushed along his scars, and he tried to hop and grab his shin and pull an infuriated nemesis back all at the same time. As such, he suddenly fell hard against the nearest wall before toppling over completely and landing with a heavy smack onto the hardwood floor. The others quickly jolted in shock, looking in confusion from a wincing, hissing Izuku who was nursing his shin to the old man, whom Fumikage was standing beside facepalming with both hands. Hump Kadai seemed to give a rather self-satisfied nod to himself as Izuku and the others looked on, just as I thought. Unbalanced. We'll burn him alive. Nemesis screamed through Izuku's mind as his friends helped him back up, Hitachi and Achako obviously suppressing grins of amusement. Unleash us. Izuku gritted his teeth and forced his demonic beast back down. There would be no setting anything on fire, not today of all days. Besides, in his own self-defeating manner, he was already reasoning that he deserved it. Dark Shadow erupted into an intense jackdawish laughter as Kadai shook his head at the floored Izuku. Find your balance, young man. Or you may never find peace. And with that, he turned and began hobbling back to the kitchen. I won't intrude on your day, Fumikage, gods know you need to spend time with more people your own age. Just don't get into too much trouble. We won't, grandfather. Fumikage called back as Izuku rubbed the last of the ache out of his shin. Somehow, Izuku didn't quite buy that statement. Izuku liked the room the moment he walked into it. It was well lit and bright, with sliding panel doors and open-top windows. There was a small vase with freshly picked flowers at one wall, as well as a stand where a robe was hung, patterned with surprisingly dark colors and black feathers. The floor was completely clear and hardwood, like the rest of the home. And yet there were some things that stood out. On small stands around the room were wooden symbols of various religions, and on the far side wall hung a large sword in a sheath wrapped with black cloth. This was Fumikage's meditation room, so he had told them, and the place where they would be conducting Izuku's newest test. As the others looked around the room, Izuku found himself being drawn slowly towards the sword, and the closer he got, the more he felt the energy it seemed to radiate. He felt his skin crawling with gooseflesh, and again he marveled at the new sensation. And yet, somehow, this was not the same as the rest of the energy he had felt in this place, nor was it like the old yet comforting static of Kadai's faith. This felt sharp, biting, like the razor edge of a lightning bolt, caught and forged into steel. Nemesis was growling at it from within his brain. It knew it was dangerous, it knew, just as Izuku himself knew. And yet he couldn't stop staring. Izuku? Fumikage asked simply, cutting into Izuku's distracted thoughts. His eyes snapped from the sword to his raven-feathered friend, and he blinked in shock. Oh. Sorry, The sword can be distracting, Dark Shadow mused from atop their master's head. Its singing bothers me, but I've learned to ignore it. The others exchanged confused glances at this, but otherwise kept their silence. Izuku gave the sword one last look, then turned away, doing his best to tune it out. I've been thinking a lot about how you reacted to the holy water back at the USJ, Fumikage announced calmly as he stood on the far side of the meditation room. He seemed oddly tense, almost nervous, though Izuku wasn't sure why, and I've been wondering if perhaps what I used was not enough. Perhaps whatever claims your soul is stronger than a few droplets of blessed water. What is he talking about? Nemesis snarled into Izuku's ear. What new trap is this? Fumikage's eyes turned to the others and he suddenly announced, can you join me, please? What is about to happen may require all our efforts. His crimson gaze turned back to the green-haired boy. Izuku? Will you walk into the center of the room? Now Izuku was staring to feel nervous. He slowly stepped forwards and his tail began swaying and twitching, betraying his anxiety. Of course, one didn't need to watch his tail for any evidence of that. His stomach flipped and he began toying with his fingers, unsure of what Fumikage was about to do. Already Nemesis was moving through his scars, and flickering ember flame was dancing across his body, matching his nervousness, ready to jump to a blue flame defense if needed. He could almost feel it trying to pull him back and away, to escape whatever was coming. The others joined Fumikage's side, each looking confused, though tellingly Hitachi kept his gaze directly on Izuku. Once each of them was in place, Fumikage sighed softly and, in a pitying tone, simply said, "I do not know how this will affect you, Izuku, but I know for certain it will not be pleasant. For that, I apologize." "What are you?" Izuku never got to finish his sentence. Even as he was speaking, Fumikage raised a hand and clicked his fingers. Hitachi had been through a lot in the past month. He had seen his best friend turn into a horrific hell-born monstrosity and tear through another horrific hell-born monstrosity. He had watched as the symbol of peace himself had beat his friend into the ground and had then spent the next few days being unable to rest because every time he closed his eyes, he had seen only blue fire and void shadow tearing through flesh and bone. He had then learned that Izuku had died, gone to hell, found himself at peace there, and then had come back to life. Hitachi had learned that demons were real, hell was real, and that the world was a lot bigger and a lot darker than he had once believed. And yet he had clung on to what he knew. What he knew was that he had spent almost his entire life alone, isolated and shoved aside. What he knew was that he had been labeled villain the second his quirk had manifested. What he knew was that there were others out there who had suffered like he had suffered, and he was determined to turn that around. What he knew, now, was that evil was a real tangible thing, and only through the efforts of those who were good could it ever be stopped from spreading. He knew no one who encapsulated this concept like Izuku Midoriya. A boy whom he knew was good and yet had a quirk, a power, so terrible that it tore at the souls of those who looked upon it. A power literally drawn from hell itself. A boy who had vowed with him, in a memory still so clear and fresh in Hitachi's mind, that he would prove the world wrong. That people like them were not villains by default, that they could be good, even with the shadows of evil calling to them with open arms. They could be good. They could be heroes. And yet even he, when he saw how Izuku suddenly reacted, found himself questioning whether it was even possible for his best friend to ever escape the curse that called itself his quirk. The second Fumikage clicked his fingers, a huge bright light shone from under the floorboards. It was a giant circle, and within it a five-pointed star in which Izuku stood in the middle. However, through each of the outer triangles formed by the lines of the star were set odd glowing symbols, the origin and meaning of which evaded him, though Hitachi was sure he'd seen at least one of them in an old Kurin his grandmother kept on a shelf in her nursing home. Other than that, it was simply a somewhat confusing set of symbols set in a large star inside a circle which glowed from under the floorboards. But to Fumikage, Dark Shadow and, most importantly Izuku, it was clearly something more. Izuku screamed from within the circle and collapsed instantly to his knees. Fumikage folded his arms slowly, though there was an element of tense apprehension to his action. Hitachi went to move forwards to find out why his friend was crying out in pain, but in a second the shadow-cold form of Dark Shadow swept before him, arms held wide. "Do not break the circle, mind taker." For once its voice was sharp, almost hard. "If you do, Nemesis will escape." "What the fuck are you doing?" Hitachi, blocked by the demon, turned his angry gaze to Fumikage. "We can't." "Be patient, Hitachi Shinsu," Fumikage announced in a loud tone, loud enough to go over Izuku's screaming as the boy continued to curl into a ball. "All of you, do not break the circle. He's in pain." Achako called out suddenly, her voice broken with sudden panic. "We can't, we must." Fumikage's voice was suddenly as cold as Dark Shadow's touch, and something almost cruel had crept into his crimson gaze. This was a pain he knew all too well, and Hitachi could see it written all over him. If Nemesis is truly of hell, it will not be able to break the circle. But Izuku is. We need answers. Fumikage's crimson gaze frowned deeper, and the only way we will get them is by forcing them out of Nemesis itself. Izuku will endure, just as I have endured in the past. Hitachi was caught. On one hand, he wanted to help his friend, but on the other, Fumikage was the only expert they had in this kind of thing, and he spoke with such an anchored authority that he felt helpless. Izuku screamed again, and Hitachi felt his stomach flipping as he watched the blotches of shadow, what Izuku and Fumikage had called unlight, form across patches of his friend's skin, growing and fading in rapid succession. They all jumped, even Fumikage, as suddenly a pair of vast wings sprouted from Izuku's back, tearing through his shirt, but only half forming before fading into a shower of ash. Seventh Son. The voice, at once Izuku's and at once 1,000 more, seemed to fill every corner of the room with its vile hatred. Izuku looked up from his position, and Hitachi felt an entire iceberg of fear sail right down his spine. One of his eyes was normal, crying, but normal. The other was blacker than the darkest night. A void space lit only by the unnatural glowing green of his iris. Half his face was crying out in fear, the other half was snarling like a starved wolf. A hand shot out and claws like talons stabbed into Fumikage's floorboard. Where they landed, flames blue and bright and terrible sparked into life. Izuku's scars were flickering as the fire of hell itself coursed unchecked through his body, no doubt being fueled by the monster inside him. Though despite all of this it seemed as though the teenager was still fighting back. His other arm reached out and grabbed onto the one now possessed by Nemesis, and Hitachi could see his now long, blackened fingernails digging deep into his skin in some small attempt to stop his demon. "You will die for this." "I doubt it, little demon," Dark Shadow suddenly cackled back before its master could tell it to be silent. "You'll never escape the cage." "Nemesis," Fumikage called out in a stern, strong tone. "I demand you." Suddenly, on kicking feet with claws ripping through burning socks, Izuku jolted forward and out of the inner hexagon, though he landed with a heavy smack onto the floorboards as only half his body made the attempt. Again, his clawed hand landed into the circle, burning and scraping in any attempt to drag itself toward its most hated target, leaving vast and ugly marks in the wooden floor. The air filled with the stench of burning wood and corrupt fire, so much so Hitachi could taste it on the back of his throat. Fumikage took a step back, his crimson eyes, before so filled with a grim confidence, were now wide and shocked, and at the same time Dark Shadow's grin fell. "You cannot stop us." Nemesis cried out with Izuku's fanged mouth, even as tears still fell from one cheek, almost evaporating as they dripped from his fire-scarred cheek. "You cannot cage us." The half-Nemesis, half-Izuku creature dragged itself forward again, past the glowing symbols and edging closer towards the edge of the circle, and Hitachi felt his heart pounding in his chest. Memories of the USJ were flashing through his mind as clear as day. Memories of the thing Izuku had become, Nemesis Unleashed. Already he could see the muscles bulging under his friend's shirt, his tail had lengthened and thickened and was thrashing wildly behind him. Before Hitachi had been half stupid and barely holding onto his senses, thanks to concussions and heavy punishment brought by the fists of villains. Now, however, he had his chance to make right his failure to stop Nemesis before. He had allowed All Might to take the fight to the monster without doing anything of his own to help. Izuku had died, and Hitachi had practically encouraged it to happen. The guilt had weighed in his heart since, heavy and ugly and acidic. He would not make another mistake like it, not ever again. He glanced to the others and saw Achako, tears in her eyes and panic clearly gripping her heart. He saw Tenya, frozen to the spot, his eyes wide and horrified at what he was seeing, and Fumikage. Fumikage, who had assured them that this wasn't possible, that Nemesis could not escape the circle, was shocked into inaction. So, it was on him then. As Izuku again launched himself forward, one claw finally landing outside the circle and burning another scarred scorch mark into the floor, Hitachi leapt into action. "Yo, demon boy, before you go turning Fumikage into fried chicken, how about we go a few rounds, huh?" Izuku's half-formed gaze turned to him, and the freezing inferno of his shadow black eye fixed Shinsu to the spot, while the other, still human, grew white and shocked. "We are not." And then, just like that, it froze. Everything froze. There was no more screaming or crying from Izuku or from the creature that lived under his skin. There was, in fact, no movement at all. The thing that was half Nemesis and half Izuku went utterly, almost stupidly, still. Its mouth was still half open from its screaming many-voiced cry, but its eyes now only white and staring and somehow empty. What happened?" Tenya asked suddenly, having finally finding his voice amongst the absolute madness he had just experienced. "Oh." Hitachi grumbled out and raised his fingers to his temples, rubbing them in slow circles. He took a long, slow breath through his nose as pain, hot and sharp and stabbing, began radiating through either side of his brain. "Fumikage, shut the fucking circle off, I've got this." "Aye right," Fumikage looked up suddenly and announced, "Voice control, Solomon's cage off." The circle vanished, and with it, a small portion of the headache Hitachi felt. Not all of it, of course, but enough to take some of the edge off. Did you just brainwash a demon?" Achako asked in sudden awe, her voice still shaking, as she moved over to the others, pausing to hesitate awkwardly around the still prone Izuku. It was like he was caught in time, one leg curled and clawed like a wolf, the other human, though with some black nails poking out through his sock. His scars still flickered with the furnace blue of his hellfire power, and blotches of unlight still speckled his skin. Some long spines had pierced through the back of his shirt, and even his tail had been seemingly caught mid-swish. But he remained utterly motionless. "I'm trying," Hitachi breathed out heavily. "It's like lassoing a fucking GHH tsunami made of fire or something." Whenever he took a mind, it felt like a rope that he held within a mental fist. He could feel the pulls and tugs of a will trying to escape, but they were never very strong, and certainly nothing he couldn't handle, even as a child. This felt like he was digging his heels into the ground and gripping the rope with two hands. He had control, yes, but a moment's distraction could let the thing loose. He wasn't sure what it was, all he knew was that it was terrible and chaotic and angry. Very, very angry. I don't know if this is going to work, so NRR surround him or something. Hitachi breathed out as the pain got ever greater, ever more intense. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his skull, and the coppery taste of blood was on his tongue. As he watched the others make a semi-formed circle around Izuku, and Achako's eyes widened at her friend, "Hitachi, why your nose?" "I know," the teenager snapped back. He could feel it. The sickly thick, wet trace of blood slowly flowing from his nose and onto his lip. He winced as Izuku's mind pulled again at the mental control, and he took a sharp breath. But he would not be beaten. He would not allow the USJ to have a sequel right here in Fumikage's home, where nothing and no one could help them. He would save all of them, here and now, because he could and should. "Listen to my words, you complete idiot," he spoke through gritted teeth, the last of his own mental strength, threatening to melt as he spoke, the rope burning in his quirk's grasp. "You're going sleep for an hour and wake up nice and calm. No freaking out, no getting mad, no fire and shadow. Do it now." And just like that, Hitachi felt the rope suddenly stop its struggling. Just like that, Izuku's entire body fell flat onto the floor and, in a shower of dissipating ash that vanished in a wind none of them felt, he formed back into his usual self. Just like that, Izuku and Nemesis went to sleep. Izuku woke as he always woke. With a jolt. He spasmed, his eyes shot wide open, and for a split second, he wondered how many he had killed, how many he had eaten and burned and ruined. How much damage and pain had he caused the world this time? And then he felt the soft warmth of daylight on his face, the comforting firmness of the mattress under him, and, while he felt as though he'd just done All Might's personal training regime, he was thankful he didn't feel the old familiar starch of bandages. He sat up slowly, pulling his head away from the band of sunlight that had shone across him. Nemesis, however, was not happy. Where is he? The fire roared across Izuku's mind and body, and he curled tightly, hunching over as if someone had punched him in the stomach. Where is the child of pharaohs? We'll rip him apart for his treachery. NNNG, the wordless sound of pain escaped Izuku's gritted teeth as he fought to keep the blasphemous oil-slick power from escaping out of his hands and burning everything around him. He curled it inwards with tremendous effort and felt the burning of his own body from the inside. With a heavy pant, he felt Nemesis fade back into his blood, though its fury was far from cooled. All of them will pay for this. They tricked us. They came to us with open arms and then placed us in that cage. And then he could almost feel Nemesis curling its talons within his blood. It was a raking, bloodthirsty simmer within his own mind. And then he dared to take our mind, to command us like a slave. Traitors. All of them, traitors. Izuku had to admit he did feel hurt. He had never felt anything like he had felt in that circle star, whatever it was. It had been like someone had turned the strange numbing tingling sensation of faith up to 11, and it had become a lightning storm roaring across his whole body. Nemesis had of course rushed to his defense, or perhaps had taken advantage of his own shock and sudden weakness to try and finally end Fumikage's life. Either way, it had been like the test with Izawa-sensei all over again, though this time he had not ended it almost dying in a strange grayscale fog, but falling asleep to a command that had been punched into his brain by Hitachi. It had been the last thing he remembered before waking up, though no doubt the command had worked if the entire house wasn't on fire. He'd almost lost control again and had gained no new answers other than perhaps that at least Hitachi, with his quick thinking, could command him to sleep if he ever got close to unleashing Nemesis again. That, and now his socks and shirt had holes in them. Great. Super. Fucking wonderful. Ah, you're awake, I see. Izuku jumped suddenly and turned at the sound of the old creaking voice. His eyes quickly landed on Kadai, who had been sitting by an open panel door, which led out directly into the Zen garden. He was bathed entirely in the sunlight, while Izuku, sitting upright, was at least half cast in the shadow of the room. Kadai smiled softly over to the teenager as he sipped at a cup of tea he held in both hands. The priest, Nemesis growled softly, is he here to trick us too? I'm sorry, Izuku's voice was shaking, weak, though he knew he hadn't hurt himself too badly, it still felt as though he had run a marathon. I think I ruined your meditation room. The old man laughed a soft, genuine laugh before shaking his feathered head I have been raising Fumikage since he was 6 years old. I am used to my meditation room being a little worse for wear, young man." He smiled and sipped at the tea. "Your friends are eating food with my fool of a grandson. I wish he had told me his plans for today. I wouldn't have allowed it otherwise. It's okay, it's my fault, I should have." "You should have done nothing, other than perhaps not go along with it," Kadai cut in suddenly, a frown forming on his old and wizened features. Strange how he could look so sharp and cutting, even with his old age. "He told me everything. Using the Solomon's cage on you, how you reacted, and how your friend saved you all. He's a good one, that Hitachi Shinsu. I see greatness in his future, but he is like you. Unbalanced. We are perfectly balanced when he isn't hitting us with his cane," Nemesis snarked back. It was still angry, but now more irritated and grumpy than outright wrathful. Izuku could feel it tense with Kadai's presence, as if the very aura of the man's faith was a threat to its existence. Izuku could feel his tail twitching and then slowly drooping as he looked down. I thought maybe I would find some answers, but I believe you are looking for answers in the wrong place, young man," Kadai announced in a strange tone as he turned his head to look back out to the temple grounds. His feathers, gray and ancient, fluttered slightly in the whispering breeze. "I understand you trust your friends, and I can vouch that my Fumikage will do all he can to assist you, as he knows your pain like few others ever will. However, you will not find answers face down on my meditation room floor." Izuku blinked at this. Then how? "Go to the source of your problems," Kadai replied simply. "Go to the beginning. Find your origins and move from there. That is how I helped Fumikage, so that dark shadow did not devour his soul. We went to the beginning of it all, and from that point, he found his balance." He sighed heavily before slowly, almost creakingly, getting back onto his feet. Izuku quickly scrambled out of the makeshift bed to help him, but by the time he had made his way over to the old priest, he was already upright. "Now, I'm going to go watch my stories. You should join my grandson and your friends in the dining room before they finish eating." With that, the old man hobbled his way out of the room, sliding the door closed behind him and leaving Izuku alone. The young man, unsure of where to go, simply walked out onto the deck of the home. Without any other distractions, he found himself focusing on the strange, distant humming sensation of the temple's ancient spirituality playing over his skin, and as such, as he stared out onto the Zen garden, began softly wringing his hands together. "The source of our problems? Our origin?" Nemesis whispered through Izuku's mind as he felt the breeze play with his hair and cool the heat on his scars. Izuku wondered himself just what the old man had meant, but after a few seconds, his stomach growled loudly and he rolled his eyes before turning and heading out the room. So, boom. Some exciting new concepts introduced in this chapter. Also, for those with good memories, you may remember the Solomon's cage being hinted at in an earlier chapter. Fear the mighty powers of the foreshadowing. So how many frying pans to the head should Fumikage get? I vote several. We'll see what happens with that next chapter when we finally get a real sit-down with Fumikage and Dark Shadow, and Izuku gets to ask a whole bunch of questions. Finally some answers, am I right? And of course, next chapter starts the Sports Fest arc kinda. And if anyone remembers what happened before the Sports Fest arc, you should all be grinning because a character practically everyone has been asking about is finally making her entrance. Till next time, thank you for reading, stay safe, keep well, and tell your loved ones you love them. It's important. Later my dudes. Chapter 24. Evangelist. So a quick note before I start. I must say I am shocked I tell you, that not one of you noticed that I gave Fumikage Nai boots. Y'all need to read more 2000s goth comics. Anyways, that aside, it's time for another update. Prepare for world building. It had taken Izuku a few moments to make his way around the house and back to the living room. Fumikage's home was surprisingly big for what it seemed, and as such he had almost gotten lost twice. It was only due to the sound of chatter that he even found his way at all. That and the shame of almost letting Nemesis out was lingering in his stomach, twisting and trashing within it, like an angered snake. His heart felt heavy, and he had half a mind to remain in the spare room, pretending he was still sleeping until it was time to leave. But he knew that he was being stupid, and besides, Nemesis did have a point when it came to Fumikage. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little hurt that his newest friend hadn't given him the full details as to what his test would do. What had Kadai called it, a Solomon's cage? Whatever it was, it had hurt. A lot. He wasn't angry at Fumikage, he wasn't going to shout him out over it, but he would like to know why he hadn't been told about it. Izuku had trusted Fumikage, and now it felt as though that trust hadn't been repaid. The sound of chatter came from the other side of a traditional sliding door, and Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts, squish down his anxiety, and silence Nemesis's cold threats of burning them all alive for their betrayal before slowly opening the door. The four friends were seated around a kotatsu table, the same one Izuku had seen when he had first arrived, and almost as one they looked up as he entered the room. Ichako was first on her feet, a white and relieved smile on her face. "Izuku. You're awake." She grabbed him into a tight hug, which sent another flicker of candle flame across his scars before letting him go and grinning at him. "And just in time for lunch. We saved you some food." "Izuku." Fumikage had also risen to his feet, and for a moment the room paused as the two made eye contact. There was a strange heavy tension that filled the air before he bowed deeply, his arms straight at his side, and his eyes focused down. "Izuku, I deeply and sincerely apologize for misleading you. I know the cage is painful, and it was wrong of me not to warn you beforehand." Izuku was a little lost for words before a sudden surge of angry fire rushed along his limbs, and the darker parts of his heart and mind demanded he make Fumikage pay for his actions. "If it makes you feel any better, we got to watch while his grandfather yelled at him for, like, 10 minutes while waving a frying pan." Ichako flashed an amused smile at him. "I really wish I'd filmed that." Hitachi chuckled as Fumikage clearly winced in embarrassment at the memory. "How long are you grounded for again?" "After today, a month, with full temple cleaning duties," Fumikage mumbled, still not making eye contact with any of his friends. Izuku had to admit, part of him wanted to be spiteful and cruel and scream at Fumikage for hurting him. And yet it wasn't in his better nature to do so. It wasn't him to hold grudges, and as such, he sighed heavily and announced, "I accept your apology. We should be burning him alive." Nemesis immediately erupted through his mind, causing Izuku to wince and Ichako, still beside him, to jump just slightly. "Not accepting his apology. But I would, like to know what the hell that circle thing was, if that's okay?" He couldn't help but ask, if only as a way to appease the monster storming through his brain, not to mention his own grumbling irritation at being misled. "Of course," Fumikage bowed again, clearly relieved. "I owe it to you, to all of you. And now that we are somewhere safe and truly private, I will try and answer as many questions as I can." Now this did cheer Izuku up and, combined with the absolutely mouth-watering smell of the lunch Kadai had made, he quickly moved to sit down with the others. He gathered a bowl, filled it with food, and took a swift bite, glad that he had slept off the usual wave of nausea that came from using his quirk. The food was as delicious as it looked, and Izuku made a mental note to thank the old priest later. He even felt his tail give a slightly embarrassing wag of joy as he tasted the meal. He opened up a can of Coke and took a very welcome drink. He often found himself more thirsty than hungry, and he supposed having a power that relied mostly on fire would dry anyone out quickly. Hitachi smirked from beside his friend and with a mouthful of food asked, "So, did you enjoy your power nap?" "We're going to devour his heart," Nemesis threatened with a deep and wolfish growl, slowly. In front of him. "Actually, yeah, kinda." Izuku answered back with a wry smile. "Nemesis didn't. It thinks you betrayed us at." "Well, sorry Nemesis," Hitachi replied with a tired shrug, "but it was either that or everything got set on fire. I'll pick putting the two of you to sleep any day of the week." "Same. At least we know now you can put it to sleep," Tenya answered in a thoughtful tone, though one lacking his usual luster. Izuku looked to him and was surprised to see him frowning in deep thought, his fingers linked over his food and his elbows resting on the table. Something was troubling him, clearly, and it seemed he'd hardly even touched his own food. It took Izuku a moment to realize that for Tenya, this was his first time seeing any part of Nemesis. And what a hell of an introduction it had been. "That's a good thing," the taller teenager mumbled mostly to himself, taking a short, almost shuddering breath. "Definitely a good thing." Ichako rubbed Tenya's back and gave a small, tired smile of her own. "Yeah, Tenya's had his Nemesis cherry popped. Expect not to sleep tonight." "Sorry about that," Izuku muttered out, much to the protests of his inner demon. "But I mean I didn't expect any of that to happen. Which was my fault." Fumikage answered with a slow nod, "Which I again apologize for." "Yeah, about that, I think it's time for you to start answering some questions." Hitachi spoke up and again waved his chopsticks expectantly at the bird-headed teenager. "Firstly, what the fuck? Secondly, how the fuck? Thirdly, why the fuck?" Fumikage paused for a moment as if wondering what the heck Hitachi was even talking about before nodding slowly, "Understandable." He sighed and, in a heavy voice, began to explain, "Dark Shadow's major weakness is light, which is why they're easier to control in the day rather than at night. Still, sometimes more intensive methods are required. The lights under the floorboard form a pattern that my grandfather and I use to control dark shadow whenever they become unruly. His voice seemed to dip at whatever painful memories it brought up before he moved on. It is known as a Solomon's cage. It was dark shadow who showed us how to make it, and only at the threat of the sword at their throat. No creature of hell can escape from the center, no matter how strong or powerful they may be. It causes them great pain to be within, utterly disabling them. And you didn't tell us about this, why? Hitachi asked with a raised eyebrow. It was part of the overall test. Fumikage announced calmly as he turned his crimson eyes back to Izuku. If you knew what you were walking into and knew what it could do, you might not have agreed to it, or rather, Nemesis might not have agreed to it. And after seeing how you reacted to the holy water, well, I came to the conclusion that putting you unknowingly into a Solomon's cage to see how you would honestly react was the best course of action. So, he tricked us like a coward? I can see your point, I guess, Izuku mumbled out, ignoring his own inner demon, as well as the bit of his heart that still wanted to punch Fumikage. Again, he bowed his beak towards Izuku. I apologize for my misguidance. At no point did I truly intend to harm you, Izuku. But as you know all too well, demons are tricky to handle and will not always willingly cooperate. Sounds handy, Achako added before putting a finger to her chin. So how did Nemesis manage to get out? Because we are shadow and fire, because we are unstoppable, and because we are no demon, Nemesis bragged from within Izuku's mind. I honestly do not know, Fumikage replied with a slow shrug before looking to Izuku, who was slowly chewing a piece of beef. Whatever is within you, my friend, is truly unique. I would like to know as well, little demon. Dark Shadow's voice caught out in a long, slow threat as they uncurled from behind Fumikage, forming to sit once more atop their master's head. However, their eyes were no longer mocking and grinning, they had become hard and tense and were glaring right at Izuku. The teenager shifted uncomfortably under their stare and looked down to his bowl of food. Nemesis doesn't have an answer, and I don't either. Though I think I might have a theory. Go on? Hitachi urged in an unusually soft tone. Since sitting down, it had been dwelling in the back of his mind, the words spoken to him by Kadai. His origins, the beginning of his pain and suffering, where all of this had truly started. I know this is going to sound I don't know really dumb or stupid or whatever, but he trailed off as his hands slowly dropped to the table before cupping his coke for a moment. Izuku didn't look up, making eye contact with nothing but his bowl of food and not even truly seeing that. His mind was sifting through all the information he had on hand, and most especially, through the memories of that blasphemous place of shadow and fire that he had walked through. The hell he had seen, which had felt like a true home to his heart and soul, and yet, had been nothing but terror and horror at every turn. A place he never wished to see again, yet he couldn't deny had given him a sense of balance and peace he had never experienced before or after. I never knew my dad. I mean, it's always just been me and mom in our apartment. Whenever I asked about him, she'd just get angry and tell me he was a horrible person who left when I was born. She never talks about him, but lately after everything that happened and he trailed off again before slowly looking to the others, each of whom looked to him with calm, patient eyes. He could trust them. Again and again he needed reminding, but again and again he was given the same answer that calmed his nerves. He could trust them. When I was in hell, he had to force the word out, and a ripple of blasphemous fire moved across his scars. There was a thing, it called itself Nergali, and it called me Lucifer, like it knew me. He frowned and thought as he spoke. It said I stole their blood and accused me of wearing a crown. Izuku couldn't help but notice how Dark Shadow seemed to tense at his words. So what if Kachurm Katsuki was right? What if I'm only half human? What if my father is Lucifer? There was a long pause in which the air seemed heavy and cold and tense. And then Dark Shadow laughed. They burst into a raucous jackdawish laughter which broke all tension within the room and caused all heads to turn towards the shadow black demon. You are truly full of yourself, Nemesis. Dark Shadow laughed so hard that, despite often defying gravity, they rolled off Fumikage's head and landed onto the floor with a heavy thump. You outsmart some tests, so of course you must be one of the fallen. What absolute nonsense. Izuku wasn't sure if he should feel insulted or upset at the laughter. Nemesis quickly roared with anger through Izuku's scars, and he felt the burning of his hell-born fire boil across his body, though again he suppressed it all back down. Before anyone else could act, Fumikage was already frowning down at his quirk familiar, Dark Shadow. I command you to explain yourself. The demon quickly climbed back up to hover above their master's shoulder and seemed to wipe an imaginary tear of mirth from their eyes. I'm sorry, master, but that is the most insane babbling I've ever heard. And I'm over 600 years old. Dark Shadow was over 600 years old? Izuku knew that at this point he really ought to stop being surprised by the weirdness his life seemed to be built upon, but even so, such casual statements continued to catch him off guard. Neither Izuku nor Nemesis seem to burn when touched by items blessed, nor does true faith seem to affect them, unless they're placed within a Solomon's cage, and even then, they manage to crawl their way out of it. Fumikage barked at his familiar, his crimson gaze narrow and irritated, so please, enlighten us if you have any better ideas. Dark Shadow finally stopped their giggling and crossed their arms across their chest. You have done some amazing things, Nemesis, I grant you that. However, for you to claim you are the offspring of one of the fallen, of Lord Lucifer, they who fell first and furthest, your ego must be beyond even the almighty bastard's scope. Izuku blinked in shock as Dark Shadow pointed a talon-like finger towards him. Firstly, the fallen cannot breed with the mortals. It is impossible, otherwise it would have already happened. Every denizen of the pit knows this. Izuku went to open his mouth to protest that he wasn't a denizen of any pit, but he was quickly cut off again. Secondly, you cannot have entered the Hall of Pandemonium to see Lord Nergali, because no one other than the fallen themselves have entered it for thousands of years. Not to mention it is well known that the Rot Mother has long since lost their mind. And thirdly, and now they jab their finger at Izuku, as if to make their point more known, there is a much easier explanation for how you can seemingly perform impossible tasks while clearly being of hell. You are ascended. There was a long and slightly awkward pause at this before Hitachi coughed politely. Well, that was really super informative there, demon, but do you mind maybe explaining what the fuck you're on about? I agree with Hitachi, Achako announced with a slightly confused though calm tone as she grasped a can of Coke in one hand, her pinky finger held out. You can't just babble all that and expect us to know. I mean we're all new to this stuff. Fine, Moonchild, I shall explain for the unenlightened. Dark Shadow moved from one shoulder to the other, looking across the table and seemingly taking a moment to bask in the attention they were being given. I admit I have only ever heard of it in whisper and rumor, but the general idea amongst the damned is that, theoretically, it's possible for a mortal soul to become so deeply corrupted, so infused with the power of hell, that they ascend to demonhood. Such a creature would have resistances to things like true faith or the cage and be independent of any host body needed to maintain itself in the mortal world. They would, for want of a better phrase, be of both hell and earth. A host body? Tenya finally spoke up, having been simply staring into nothing with his mouth hidden behind the bridge of his fingers. What do you mean? Ugh, I should start charging for this information. You're lucky I'm not one of Lord Mammon's types, Dark Shadow huffed out. It's the reason why you don't see thousands of us all over the place. Demons cannot exist in the mortal plane without being attached to, or possessing, a host body. Usually, it'll be some dumb mortal human who sold their soul for something minor and dumb, like a dumb dummy. Ahem, Fumikage spoke with a rather annoyed tone. He didn't even cough, he literally spoke the word out loud and glared to his demonic work. Or, they become possessed as the result of a curse. Like master. You're cursed? Hitachi asked softly, blinking in shock at the sudden revelation. Fumikage, however, refused to make eye contact. I don't want to talk about it if you don't mind. It's personal, and not one I wish to discuss while other, more pressing matters are at hand. Izuku had known this for a while of course, and not just from Nemesis's own whisperers. He remembered the shadow creature during the USJ mentioning it, saying he was the seventh son of his line, cursed from birth. Izuku, however, kept his silence on the matter. If Fumikage didn't wish to discuss it, he would not push him on it. Instead, he simply asked, well, what about the ones we? He quickly looked to Fumikage, see on a daily basis? The unborn? Dark Shadow replied with a sneer, they're nothing more than mindless creatures, created by the many minor sins humans commit every day. They're food for their more powerful kin, like myself, that's if they don't die by some other means. Though if they survive long enough on their own, they can awaken into sentience. It's why we call them unborn, because they have no will of their own. Once they gain thought, they are immediately pulled into hell. Hey, so what's stopping you from exercising Dark Shadow? Achako asked suddenly, only to panic when both Fumikage and Dark Shadow shot her the same, rather piercing look. Well, I mean you see that in the movies. This isn't the movies, Fumikage replied sternly, and while possible it is too late to try. Too late? If you catch a demon possessing another within an hour or so, perhaps the host can survive the separation, Dark Shadow grinned slowly as it explained. However, when a demon claims a mortal soul and the possession is successful, the soul becomes intertwined with the demon itself. To separate them again, even forcibly through exorcism, will indeed banish the demon, but it will also kill the host. There was another sudden silence at the table before Hitachi slowly looked between Izuku and Fumikage. I'm sorry then, I guess, to both of you. I was kinda wondering if that was an option to help you both, but he breathed through his nose and put his chopsticks down. Getting back on track though, I suppose this idea of you being an ascended, and he spoke the word as if it was an unfamiliar one on his tongue, might be an answer, especially since you said yourself Nemesis won't answer your own questions. Izuku nodded, and Nemesis grumbled something dark within Izuku's blood, denying the claim, but seemingly being just as lost on the possibility as Izuku himself. There is only one issue with my theory, Dark Shadow mumbled and put a shadow-clad talon to its ragged beak. You're an idiot. What? You should know all this stuff already. It's like I'm explaining how to breathe to a newborn babe. You should simply know it, by virtue of your own nature. Their tarnished gold eyes narrowed, but you seem to be utterly ignorant on the matters of hell. The beast paused, then shrugged. Maybe you have amnesia. Unless of course, you're just lying. Izuku frowned. I'm not lying. And I really don't think I have amnesia. At least he really hoped it wasn't. The idea of being so utterly, terribly corrupted that he had transgressed past human into something truly, inhumanly evil was, well, actually it was something that would probably happen to him because clearly, God had it in for him. Still, the thought of finally having an answer to so many of his questions was an intriguing one. It didn't resolve every question he had, but damn it, it was finally something. Today hadn't been a waste after all. We could look into it and, I will. The others looked suddenly to Tenya, who had not moved from his position. Slowly, however, he looked up, his glasses glinting just slightly in the sunlight of the room. I will do the research into this ascended concept. You don't have to, Achako began, moving to place a hand on her friend's arm. I mean, no, it should be me, Tenya pressed, his voice firm, his fingers tightening against his knuckles. I had been so skeptical, so sure, that there had to be some other explanation, and I'll be honest, a large part of me still wishes to believe that. But after today, seeing Izuku in that circle and hearing Dark Shadow talk, I don't know anymore. Heh, the truth hurts, doesn't it, child of the machine? Dark Shadow taunted in a mocking tone before being hushed by Fumikage. I think if I did the reading, if I did the research, it would help me get a handle on this. Knowledge has always been a comfort to me, and if this is simply new knowledge to study and learn, then so be it. As a repayment to both of you, Fumikage and Izuku, and as my apology of sorts for not fully believing you, to begin with. Izuku let out a slightly nervous smile and started, Tenya, really, you don't have to. No. Please, let me do this, Tenya quickly insisted, locking Izuku with a stern gaze. I insist. If you wish to do so, I will gladly lend you the books and notes I have. They're not much, but they're yours, Fumikage announced with a nod towards the taller boy, and I will ask my grandfather to share his knowledge with you too. Thank you, Fumikage. Tenya nodded respectfully back. I'll do my best to provide whatever help I can. My family has wealth and resources after all, surely I can use that to my advantage. There was a second where the others watched as Tenya sighed and moved a hand to rub his eyes under his glasses, and Izuku could feel every ounce of the tired weight that seemed to settle on his shoulders. There is one other item I wish to ask you all while we're all here. In fact, it's one of the reasons I insisted we talk here and not at school. Fumikage's crimson gaze once again turned back to Izuku. It's something important and something we can all assist in. Izuku shared a glance to his friends for a moment before they all turned back to the raven-headed teenager. Izuku, do you remember what the demon Kurogiri told us when we stood before it and its vile master at the fountain? Izuku blinked in surprise, though at the same time, he felt his stomach twist in anxiety at the memory. The shadow-clad demon had been unnerving to look at, as had Shigaraki, the apparent leader of the cult that had forced him to let Nemesis free in the first place. Part of him still wondered if there was a better way around that, if maybe they could have been stealthier, if they had been faster or… He shook the thought from his head and took another sip of his coke, almost finishing it. Yeah, kinda. But you might have to be a bit more specific. Do you remember what it said about us? Fumikage urged, though he paused for just a moment, glancing to the others before adding. He said we were 2 of 3 corrupt souls it spotted in the class. There was a long second of silence before Achako suddenly sat up straighter. Wait, so there's another one of you guys in the class? Someone who's been possessed or something? Not exactly possessed, Fumikage suddenly added, but someone whose soul has been touched by hell, yes. Wait, so you're saying someone can be touched by hell, but not possessed? This is getting kinda complex. Hitachi rubbed his temple lazily with one hand. It's not complex at all, mind taker, Dark Shadow replied in its mocking, jackdawish tone. A soul can be corrupted without being possessed. It often makes it easier for the demon in question to lead their target right into their waiting jaws. Humans are very stupid and therefore easily corruptible. Since returning to class I've asked Dark Shadow to try and see if they could also spot this other soul, Fumikage continued, and a thoughtful, almost pouty look appeared on his beak. However, my quirk familiar hasn't seen any sign of another within the class marked by damnation. We know of no other with a soul marred by shadow, Nemesis mused from within Izuku's brain, its voice a razor wire around his throat. The shadow man clearly lied to us. Nemesis says it hasn't seen anything either, it thinks Kurogiri lied to us, Izuku replied with a matching look of thoughtful puzzlement. But I remember the guy, the leader, Nemesis couldn't see his soul either, so it is possible for the informed to hide their souls from others, though it is difficult to do and even harder to do well, Dark Shadow mused. When we first saw you, Nemesis, I encouraged Master to do so. He said it would be pointless. Fumikage shrugged at Izuku, I used Dark Shadow in combat, eventually you would have put the pieces together. Izuku simply shrugged back. Couldn't argue with that. It is also possible that the corruption will only show itself at certain moments, under certain conditions, Dark Shadow continued, though that would require a very careful and therefore very powerful demonic touch indeed, maybe even the touch of one of the Great Fallen themselves. So, what are our options here? Tenya asked with a frown. It would seem strange if we were to start asking individual members of our class about the state of their own souls. Especially coming from us lot, Hitachi added. The others gave him a confused look before he shrugged. Let's face it, at this point we're kind of the class weirdos. I am not a weirdo. Tenya quickly protested. Ichako, however, simply nodded, yeah, I can see that. Ichako, do not put yourself down so eagerly. I propose we keep an eye on our classmates, Fumikage added with a firm tone. Nemesis and Dark Shadow both can see into their spirits, but all of us can watch for anyone acting strange or unusual, or perhaps if we see any markings on their skin or any items that might seem out of place. In the meantime, how about you cook us up some holy water? Maybe a few blessed swords or something? Hitachi quickly asked Fumikage with a sly smirk. We vowed to fight the forces of darkness, and you seem to have all the fun toys to do it with. Hitachi. Ichako quickly snapped across the table to the purple-headed teen. You can't just go demanding holy water like a can of Coke or something. What? The boy shrugged. I'm just trying to be prepared. One of the tripped could come jumping out at us at any moment. It's the Fallen, and if one did jump out at you, son of Alexandria, you would not survive long enough to even fight back, Dark Shadow quickly chided with a deep frown. Your soul would be torn to shreds within seconds and, bitch please, Hitachi cut in. I'm the next symbol of peace, I think I could handle a little red guy with a pointy stick. Dark Shadow immediately began barking out how they alone would tear Hitachi apart, while Hitachi continued to play their temper like a fiddle. Izuku and Ichako's laughter flittered across the table, and even Tenya finally cracked a smile. Fumikage, however, simply sighed, shook his head, and facepalmed. The tension was eased, and for the first time since arriving Izuku felt as though they weren't all on edge. Sure, okay, it had been a close-run thing with Nemesis earlier, but it seemed as though at this point, they were taking anything they could walk away from as a victory. Izuku certainly was. Besides, they were on solid ground now. The USJ was in the past, and yes, he had a lot of hard work ahead of him, but he had his friends and some good advice to follow. He had to find his origins, whatever that was, and with this ascended theory now on the table, he had a semi-solid jumping point. The reminder that one of their own classmates could be a danger was a worry, but one they could investigate with stealth and careful observation. Overall, he was glad he finally had some space to breathe and explore these new answers without anything huge pressing down on him. The UA Sports Festival is pressing down on all of you, and it's huge. Izawa-sensei's stern tone steamrolled through the classroom, causing every student to either sit up straight or cower down into their seats. It was defiantly a mixed bag. Izuku was in the cower into their seat group. Already he was mentally kicking his own ass, how could he have possibly forgotten about the friggin' sports festival? Everyone is competing, the teacher continued, his body still wrapped head to toe in bandages, and I expect each of you to try your hardest. This isn't just an opportunity to better yourselves, it's also an opportunity to advertise yourself and your abilities to potential hero agencies. Every agency in the country will be watching, and once the sports festival is over, you'll be going to your summer internships. How well you do in the festival will affect which agencies will hire you. A hand shot up, and it was Tenya, because it was almost always Tenya. Aizawa sighed and nodded over to the young man. Yes, Iida, sir. I hate to say anything negative about such a prestigious UA event, but is it wise to hold the festival this year considering what happened at the USJ? Yeah, I mean, Kyoka added suddenly, it makes more sense to call it off this year. What if those creepy cult guys attack again? Like, something really bad could happen, you know, Izuku could freak out. That was clearly the unspoken addition to her statement, and everyone knew it, or at least Izuku assumed everyone knew it. He wasn't even going to deny that it was a possibility, and as such he dipped lower onto his desk, his pointed ears poking out of his curled mess of arms and hair as his tail wrapped itself around one of his legs. Aizawa, however, seemed to be having none of it. The school administration wants to project a sense of strength to any criminal organizations out there who think the USJ has weakened us. By holding the sports festival, we're showing that they haven't slowed us down in the slightest. Besides, security will be tighter and tougher than in past years. I see, so not only is this a chance for the UA students to prove their worth and advertise themselves to potential agencies, it'll be a PR victory for the school. Tenya dropped one fist down onto his palm. Genius. As expected of UA. Yes, sir? Izuku quietly spoke up as he raised himself a little from his fortress of anxiety. Is it really necessary to compete? We shouldn't be so cowardly, Nemesis hissed through his ears. We'll fight, we'll conquer, we'll claim first place and demolish all before us. Victory will be ours. Then all will fear our power. Izuku could tell more than a few eyes were glancing towards him, and he could feel their judgments weighing on his shoulders. First of all, yes, Midoriya, it is necessary you compete, unless you intend to fail my class, Izuku gulped at Aizawa's strict words. And secondly, if it helps put you at ease, and somehow Izuku now felt like his teacher wasn't just addressing him, but the entire class, as well as the entire teaching staff of pro heroes, will be watching the entire time. If anything happens, we'll be there to stop it. Izuku breathed out a not quite sigh of relief, but certainly some of the tension he'd been hoarding in his shoulders. Having everyone there would help, he supposed. But these kinds of things always required pushing oneself to the limit, yet he knew for him, that would be a death sentence. There was always the option he could just, well, not try. Yet somehow the thought didn't sit well with him, and not just because of Nemesis's loud protests on the idea. He was here to do his best, right? To be a hero? So, to consider just giving up because it might be too dangerous to even give it a shot. The festival begins in 2 weeks, so use that time to work extra hard and get in all the training you can manage, Aizawa's voice deepened. Don't slack off. Class dismissed. The rest of the day had gone smoothly enough, and it seemed that over the weekend, Tenya had eagerly absorbed everything that Fumikage and his grandfather had written down. It had probably helped that he clearly hadn't slept well, and dark rings of sleeplessness circled his eyes. For that first night Hitachi had stayed up with him, the next he'd got a few hours with the help of some cold medicine. Still, in less than 36 hours he had managed to put out requests for some obscure texts and unique sources, most of which had been far out of Fumikage's ability to find. Even Dark Shadow had seemed a little impressed at Tenya's willingness to learn everything he could about the underworld. Unfortunately, though not entirely unsurprisingly, he had found nothing more on the mention of a human ascending to become a demon. But, as he had pointed out himself, it was early days. The rest of the time, when they had not been in class at least, had been spent talking about the festival. Rumors were already flying everywhere about what was going to happen, what the challenges would be, and even who would be there. Even as the class gathered their bags at the end of the day, excited chatter still filled the air. I heard the Powerpuff Girls are coming from America to compete in the third-year competition. Denki gushed as he pulled his bag over his shoulders. Oh man, I hope they do, that Buttercup Utonium is super cute. This earned him a quick poke in the forehead from one of Kyoka's ear jacks. Why the hell would they ever allow them to come compete in our school's festival, dummy? I dunno. But it'd be cool. Izuku had been hearing rumors like that all day. A popular one was that Lena Oxton, Britain's current #1 hero, was going to do the opening guest speech with many people commenting that it was her turn to do so. Another was that Ember McLean was going to be performing at the halftime show, totally ignoring the fact that she was in the middle of her European tour. Hitachi, despite Fumikage's insistence otherwise, still believed it could and would somehow happen. The chatter, however, quickly vanished the moment Ijiro opened the classroom door. Standing in a large crowd, some literally on their tiptoes to look in, were students. Lots and lots of students. In a sudden state of shock, Ijiro yelped and stumbled back, and in doing so caused the entire class to look to him. "What the fuck?" Hitachi mumbled from beside Izuku, who had been trying to shove a textbook into his backpack. Tenya, however, was already on the case. He quickly moved to the doorway and began waving a robotic hand at them. "Excuse me. But school has now finished for the day, so if you don't mind, please move from our class and disperse." "Yeah. What the heck are all you guys doing here, anyway?" Ijiro called out to the crowd as the rest of the class began gathering closer behind him. "Oh wow, so, this is Class 1A?" A voice called derisively out through the crowd, which slowly parted to reveal a young man with short-cut blonde hair, mocking eyes of cloudy blue sky, and a smirking, cunning face that was somehow not without its charm. He was slim and shorter than most, roughly coming to around Izuku's own height. The class that stood up against a villain invasion and unleashed the devil himself, his mocking smile grew wider, and Izuku felt several gazes turn to him. "So where's he hiding, huh? Class 1A's dark little secret?" Izuku immediately tried to slink back behind his classmates as Ijiro began. "What the hell are you?" "Oh, there he is." The young man's eyes suddenly locked to Izuku, and he felt himself freeze to the spot before turning back to face the crowd, his tail twitching in anxiety. "So, you're the one," the blonde grinned wickedly, "the demon of Class 1A?" Instantly murmuring sprang up amongst the crowd, and along with it, the growling, growing anger of his inner monster. "Peons. Weaklings. Pathetic, filthy sinners all of them." Nemesis's voice was like a blood-soaked axe, dripping with gore, and him, the worst of them all, we see his soul, cowardly and craven and soaked in envy. Izuku felt his stomach twist in anxious fear and his tail curled up. But even so, he straightened himself and gripped the edges of his backpack tightly. I'm not a demon." He had wanted to growl the words out, to seem at least a little tough in the face of so much pressure, but they came out as more of a slightly panicked stutter. Possibly because he was only half sure he wasn't lying. Hitachi was at his side in a second, his eyes narrowing at the crowd. Almost instantly he seemed to take command with an ease that Izuku both envied and felt utterly relieved by. "Alright then, if you're here to check out the competition, just go ahead and look." He raised a hand to the back of his neck, seeming so casual, even though Izuku knew it to be a nervous habit. He shrugged and let out a low chuckle. "You're Class 1B, right? How does it feel to always be the runners-up?" Immediately there were shouts and yells of vengeance from the other class, one particularly large boy with a shock of white hair and strange silver skin around his eyes almost leapt out of the crowd to punch Hitachi in the face, though a girl with giant hands quickly held him back. Izuku almost groaned at the depressing irritation of it all. Hitachi was one of his best friends, really, he was, but he certainly had a big mouth and a knack for knowing just what to say to rile someone up. Still, he took advantage of the sudden chaos to move away from the crowd and slink as best he could to the door on the far end of the classroom. He was quickly joined by Achako and Fumikage, both of whom weren't at all interested in playing class wars with their apparent new rivals. Quietly they moved out of the room and darted around the nearest corner. Izuku soon felt his anxiety ease off at being away from the loud and boisterous crowd of students. He gave one quick look back, watching as some girl floated her hand above the crowd to make rude gestures at his own class before shaking his head and quickly catching up to the other two. However, the moment he did so he found himself stopping, just as the other two had stopped suddenly in their tracks. Leaning against a railing, the light of the setting sun falling across his back, was Katsuki. He was facing a dark corridor, shaded by the angle of the setting sun, his backpack slung over one shoulder, and his tie nowhere to be seen. He was looking to his phone and frowning, though for as long as Izuku knew him he always seemed to be frowning. "Come on, let's go," Achako hissed, and was about to pull Izuku to one side to take another route away from Katsuki, before suddenly the blonde looked up. For a moment, the world seemed to pause. The noise of the battling classrooms faded into the background. For the first time in what felt like years, Izuku and Katsuki looked to one another, with only a few feet separating them both. Beside him, Izuku heard Achako and Fumikage take his flanks, and in his heart, he thanked his friends for standing by him when they knew a single spark could set fire to the world around them. Almost literally, in Katsuki's case. The silence grew uncomfortable and almost hot, as if Izuku was standing too close to an open flame. The setting sun cast an eerie orange glow across them all, with Izuku and the others placed in shadow by the frame of the window, while Katsuki remained in the light, his long, neat facial scars somehow so noticeably pale against his skin. Finally, he forced a gulp down and managed to stammer out, "Hi-Kachan." To his great surprise, Katsuki said nothing. In fact, other than a twitch of his eyes, he didn't react at all. There was no screaming and shouting, no threats of death or violence, no reprisals for making him move classes. Izuku still winced, however, when Katsuki stood up straight, turned to face him properly, and slowly placed his phone back into his pocket. The blonde's gaze went from Izuku to Ochako to Fumikage, then back to Izuku. Izuku felt as though he was being crushed under his gaze, and he felt as though he had to say something. Anything. Look, Kachan-I, Katsuki? A girl suddenly emerged from the shaded corridor across from Katsuki, and the second she walked out from the shadows, Izuku felt Nemesis tense and arch within his blood. He felt gooseflesh along his arms, and the hairs stand at the back of his neck. Every instinct he had suddenly went onto red alert, though why he couldn't explain. All he knew was that, without knowing anything about her, this girl was dangerous. The girl seemed to notice Katsuki's gaze and turned her eyes to look at the three students. The first thing Izuku truly noticed about her, other than the way she made his skin crawl, was that she had eyes that struck him with an instant sense of sadness. They were green but not green like his own pagan green. No, they were a dark green, an old green like the stained glass of an ancient church window. Her features seemed genteel and made one think of Renaissance paintings of nobility or the carved images of warrior queens on ancient marble. She was shorter than Izuku, though only slightly, and she held herself in a way that spoke of confidence, though not pride, strength, though not cockiness, and intelligence, though not conceit. Her hair. For only a second Izuku believed it was a waterfall of flowing green locks before it suddenly struck him that she did not have hair, but a winding mass of vines that crossed across her forehead, flowed down her back, and ended at her shins. But her eyes? They were joyless. They were focused and sharp and decisive, but joyless. And what was more shocking was that as she stood beside Katsuki, he realized that his old friend, who had suffered so much at the hands of Izuku's demonic power, had the same gaze. So, she spoke softly, though her words were so sudden in the liminal space of the corridor that they seemed to strike him like a blow to the cheek. "You're Izuku Midoriya." "I am, and who are you?" Fumikage spoke back, his voice strangely low, almost growling. An utterly cheerless smile crossed her lips as she turned fully to face the three friends. Her hands cupped together in what looked to be apparent prayer as she took a step towards them. Behind her, her hair fanned out softly around her feet, though somehow Izuku felt threatened by the gesture. "She's like him," Nemesis hissed suddenly, sharply through his brain. "She's like the priest. Her soul. I've heard much about you, Izuku Midoriya." She ignored Fumikage as she stepped forward again, now within arm's reach of Izuku himself. Not once did her gaze waver, not once did she even show any sign of trepidation or mockery. Not once did she show any sign of fear. Izuku couldn't look away from her. Her gaze, so sure and strong and joyless. Something human within his soul cried out to help her. He needed to find out what had happened to her, to know why she seemed so like Katsuki. Like someone had reached inside her and tore away her happiness. "And, if you may, I would like to have words with you." "He's not going anywhere," Ochako suddenly snapped, her hands curling into fists. "So whatever you've got to say, I'll say it here, before your acolytes." The girl again twitched that terribly cheerless smile. "They too shall hear my words." Izuku wanted to speak, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He couldn't because as she stepped closer to him, his skin had begun to crawl with the sensation of spider legs moving across his palms, like sandpaper silk over his cheeks, like the very edge of a knife playing across his neck. He could feel her faith. Her true faith. Though it felt different from the faith he had felt at Fumikage's home, from Kadai. Kadai's had been like the warmth of a fireplace, like the flowing of a calm ocean. Hers felt sharper. It felt focused and wrathful. It practically crackled around her, like an oncoming storm at the height of humid summer. It felt like the punishment of great sins delivered by purging, holy fire. It felt most of all like the energy that had sunk to him from the sword in Fumikage's meditation room. It felt deadly. She stopped before him. Barely a step between them. Her eyes locked to his. Izuku cast in dim half-shadow, the girl cast in the light of the setting sun. "I am Ibarra Shiozaki, and I am the wrath of God." Her words punched into his brain, and he felt hellfire coursing into his limbs, as though Nemesis was trying to do something, anything, to combat this threat that stood before him. It wanted to attack, full force, with everything it had. It wanted her gone, dead or otherwise. It didn't seem to care. But Izuku felt frozen, though, with fear or something else, he didn't know. I am the wrath of God, for if I was not, then he would not set me against you. In that moment, without even looking to them, he could feel Ochako and Fumikage both take a step back from the girl. He wanted to turn and run. He wanted to refute her words. He wanted to know why only hate and anger, cold and hard, existed in her eyes. He wanted to help her. But like Katsuki, he knew, simply by her words, her actions, her gaze, that she was out of his reach. There was nothing he could say, or do, or ask of her that would make her feel anything but deep, soul-seated hatred towards him. Hey, Fundy, Katsuki suddenly barked, breaking the moment like the shattering of razor-thin glass. Enough toying with them, we've got shit to do. Ibarra looked to Izuku for only a moment longer, her eyes so frozen and ice-cold with the hate she felt in her heart. Then, only to Izuku, she whispered, Deus Vult, before she turned away and walked back to Katsuki. She did not stride proudly, nor did she hurry. She walked without any fear of reprisal or reaction. She walked as though she had simply wished him good luck in the festival, and that was it. Katsuki huffed as Ibarra passed him, gave Izuku and the others one last look of cold dismissal, and then turned to follow her, the two of them vanishing around the corner of the corridor. There was a long moment where Izuku simply stood, looking to where the two of them had left, all words caught in his throat, his heartbeat almost frozen in his chest. Then, finally, Ochako broke the silence. What in the name of All Might's giant flashy grin was that? Ibarra. Paraphrases Genghis Khan. Mic drops. So a big chapter in terms of just stuff. That scene with Ibarra has been one of those scenes in my brain since I first finalized the concept for the fic, so it's so awesome to finally show it to you all. Also, fun fact, we were supposed to meet Ibarra way back like 3 chapters ago, but I decided it might take from this scene and removed it. I wanted her intro to be like a bomb being dropped. Also, another small note, I wrote the line eyes green like old stained church glass the first time, and I thought it was so great as a contrast to how I often describe Izuku's eyes as pagan green. Just a little pat on my own back there. For those wondering, no, the ascended thing is not me making a hard right turn on Izuku's origins. Lucy is still his dad, but that concept is there for a reason, Anyways, hope you all enjoy the chapter and thank you for reading. Till next update my dudes. Chapter 25. Determination. Update time. So quick note, I fought tooth and nail to keep in Hitashi's opening line here. A lot of his great one-liners and best moments end up being cut, read. Shoto rescuing him at the USJ, yes that was written out and hopefully I'll work bits of it back in eventually, and I was determined to keep this one because it's great. Anyways, time for the readings my dudes. I seriously can't believe you let yourself get punked out by a houseplant. Hitachi looked down at Izuku, I thought you were the Antichrist? Can't let your rep get smacked like this, dude. Hitachi, don't worry about it though, I mean, if she sends one of ours to the hospital, we send one of hers to the morgue. He held up a quick fist and smirked, street rules, baby. Hitachi. Tenya snapped loudly, looking up from his stretching, we absolutely do not go by street rules. Izuku panted as he pulled himself back up again and paused for a moment, holding onto his knees as Hitachi held his feet down. Are you done? He gasped out, "'Cause it's getting real old, real fast. I've got a few left in me, but I can wait till after class." Ground Beta was alive with the sound of wind through buildings and the panting and grunting of Class 1A, preparing for their latest heroing lesson. Team Ebony Darkness Dementia Way, which was not a name that anyone agreed on, much to Ochako's disappointment, mostly gathered in one corner under some shade. This was not an unusual thing in of itself, as the sun was high and hot in the open sky, but the fact that almost everyone else avoided being near them was certainly telling. Everyone had on their hero uniforms, including Izuku, as his had finally been repaired and replaced. Well, repaired was something of an exaggeration. Completely rebuilt would be more accurate. Izuku fell back to the ground, though not heavily, as he continued doing the sit-ups in preparation for their class. Still, despite the light sweat he'd already built up, his heart was only half in the pre-class prep. Ibarra's words the other day still weighed on him heavily. Never in his whole life had he been threatened like that. Katsuki had threatened him often, but it was always loud, brash, only half serious and half ego. Ibarra, however, had used words that he knew would get to him, like she knew what he was, and had positioned herself squarely on the other side of the fence. And the look in her eyes. That cold, joyless look, it was the look of someone who had seen hell up close and come away deeply scarred. Izuku pulled himself up again with a heavy grunt of effort and again found himself pausing, looking away from his friend as he panted out, I wish I could do something, you know? I hate the thought that they're so angry with me, I guess. But it was more than that. It was the fact they were angry at all, because it meant that inside they were in pain, and his heart ached to fix it. He wanted to make amends, somehow, with Katsuki and find at least some common ground with Ibarra, at least enough to convince her that he wasn't her enemy. But how? How could he approach two people who were clearly so set against him? Ibarra had even called herself a divine punishment sent to destroy him. For all he knew, considering the biting edge of her faith, she could well be correct. What then? He had hell inside him, and if she was blessed by heaven, was there any way to convince her he wasn't evil? He wasn't even sure of that himself. It is a challenging situation, I admit, Fumikage breathed out as he finished doing his usual stretches. I have no doubt in my mind she knows about us, and he glanced to his demonic quirk familiar. Dark Shadow already lingered to one side, having been summoned in order for them to hear whatever the lesson plan happened to be. Again, nothing unusual, though the demon had seemed a little more paranoid as of late, once Fumikage had told them about Ibarra after they had gotten off the school grounds. The group had adopted a somewhat strict rule of no demon talk in school, considering the revelation about one of their own class members possibly being corrupted. Instead, they had adopted a strange sort of workaround, only referencing the supernatural world through opaque means. Ichako nodded, her voice low, yeah, and if she knows then she's probably told Katsuki everything, so now he knows. She was doing some stretches of her own, mostly against a wall which provided them their blessed shade. Makes me wonder how many other people in the school are in on it. I've noticed a few, Dark Shadow spoke in a low, jackdawish tone, as it continued to scan the other students, almost all of which were out of their low-tone earshot, or at least I suspect a few. It's hard to get a good reading without being up close. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this as he sat up once again. I thought you said you guys weren't common? That's why I said I suspect a few, Dark Shadow quickly sniped back. Try listening next time, moron. This was quickly answered by Nemesis, sending a shot of irritated fire through Izuku's scars, but he ignored it and pressed it back down. How can you suspect anything? Tenya asked as he hopped in place, surely you either detect a presence or not. I've already had this conversation with him, Fumikage replied for his demonic quirk familiar as he stretched to one side, and apparently, in this new age of quirks, it's no longer a simple case of noticing one of them in a crowd or a person with the gift of true faith. Since you humans suddenly started using these quirks, and Dark Shadow literally finger quoted the word, it's like suddenly we can just hide in plain sight. It doesn't matter if you have horns or wings or can spit acid, everyone just accepts it as normal. They paused to narrow their eyes at the other members of the class before their tone dropped lower. This new world is strange, but humans will always be humans. A slight smirk crossed their beak, and humans will always be stupid. Says the creature surviving on a human soul, Nemesis growled out through bloodied teeth. Pathetic parasite. Well, either way, we've gotta focus on the sports festival. Hitachi shrugged as he realized Izuku was doing no more sit-ups and moved to stand up. It doesn't matter if a crazy evangelical calls you out, that only puts her in line behind the first one. Izuku went to argue but found himself simply sighing, shrugging, and nodding in depressing admission. He supposed being involved in the supernatural world meant he would garner supernatural enemies, even if he really hoped to make peace with them. There was a sudden friendly shout, and the group collectively looked to see All Might striding towards, looking every bit the number one hero he was. The class was starting, it seemed, and it was time to get focused on the task at hand. Yet as Izuku stood up, he still couldn't help but feel more than a little resigned to his fate. They had only 2 weeks to prepare for the festival, which meant he would have to put other priorities on the back burner. Nemesis had been mostly well behaved since the USJ at least, barring the flare-up at Fumikage's home. But then again, he also hadn't been confronted by any other insane cult leaders and their pet monsters. In the end, Hitachi was right. Other than keeping half an eye out for the mysterious third member of their little corrupted soul group, he had to concentrate on getting himself ready for the next major hurdle of his life. The sports festival was going to be tough and he knew it, especially with Ibarra and Katsuki gunning for him. He would have to face them there, perhaps both of them, perhaps even at the same time. As he approached his over-muscled teacher, he adopted a determined expression and felt his hands curl into tight fists. He had 2 weeks to tighten his control over Nemesis, and he didn't intend to waste it. The night was clear and crisp and somehow still heavy with the summer heat. There were no clouds, and all the weather channels were promising the same for tomorrow. Just as it should be. A perfect summer's day for one of the biggest events in the nation's year. Toshinori stood, looking up at the night sky. Light pollution killed most of the stars, but some, the strongest, still shine through, twinkling like flickering candles in the dark. He was standing on the bottom row of the stadium seats, just at the wall that would separate the crowd from the field. Behind him yawned a pitch-black entryway, which come the next day, would be filled with busy, excited people all there to watch the games. His eyes traveled down and slowly, casually, he cast his gaze about the stadium. It was quiet right now, but tomorrow 1,000 voices would be screaming and baying and cheering for the young heroes who would compete there. Young heroes who had already come so far, and with some coming through so much just to get to this point. Toshinori took in a breath and sighed, putting his hands deep into his suit pockets. He wore his yellow striped suit, of course, being that it was one of the only suits he had that he could wear in and out of his All Might form. Soon, he reasoned, that wouldn't matter. Soon One for All would be passed on, and he would no longer have to worry about fitting suits or anything of the sort. He would be retired, a word which still sat ugly in his heart. It wasn't that he selfishly wished to hoard One for All forever, he knew he had to hand it down the generations, it was part of the wonderful gift that was his amazing, incredible quirk. But it was the idea of no longer being able to help others. To be the one needing help. No, that didn't sit well with him, not at all. He hoped that the sports festival would reveal the right person to him, that tomorrow the clouds would clear, and he would see the rightful successor to his power. A person brave and dedicated and determined to do good no matter what. A true hero. One who could maybe make up for the sham of a hero he had become. He breathed out through his nose and glanced down the stadium, allowing himself just a few more moments of quiet contemplation. The air started getting cold. Instinct, trained and honed through long years, suddenly yelled at him that something dangerous was looming down on him like a tidal wave, and every hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He turned suddenly, almost launching right into his All Might form before he stopped, his heart catching in his throat as he realized who had joined him. Emerging from the darkened shadows of the stadium, and indeed he emerged rather than simply stepped out, was Hisashi Hikari. It was always the eyes that Toshinori noticed first. Those terrible, awful blue eyes which burned and froze and crushed all at once, even when hidden behind a pair of spectacles that Hikari wore. His suit was, as always, crisp and sharp, this one a midnight blue, his shoes looked expensive and his hair combed and professional. And yet, even so, the strangeness of his new age, as there was no other way to really put it, seemed striking to Toshinori. The graying of his hair, the wrinkles at his eyes, even the stubble at his chin. No one had asked what had happened to him, because no one expected an answer. Hikari never answered anything he didn't wish to talk about, the staff had long since learned that lesson. Hikari, Toshinori breathed out, what are you doing here? Oddly, the man seemed almost perturbed that Toshinori had noticed him coming. Oddly, Toshinori realized a little late that he had noticed him coming. Hikari had always been able to step into any situation with ease, like a snake coiling up from long grass. The man didn't answer him. Instead, he stood for a moment, eyeing the pro-hero before his gaze turned and looked across the stadium, tracing a similar pattern to Toshinori's only a few moments ago. He took a few steps further and joined his side, though Toshinori felt no less eased by his presence. That sense of danger always followed Hikari, it seemed inexplicably tied to his very aura. Secretly, Hikari reminded him far too much of the one who gave Toshinori the wound that bloomed like a flower at his side. The one which had almost ended his life. I wanted to talk to you. Privately, the answer didn't so much as fill the night air as it somehow strangled it. There was a menace in those words, no matter how simply they had been spoken. Toshinori wasn't sure what to say, and so, he cautiously nodded, all right. Speak. Hikari's face was stony and serious, and for a long moment he said nothing, he only looked forward, though he wasn't looking at anything in particular. Even Toshinori could see that the man's mind was elsewhere, looking to memories that brought emotions he didn't want to show. He seemed to take a moment to breathe deep, and he crossed his arms across his chest. Finally, he spoke, and his words were as void black as his eyes. You killed Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori almost physically felt the dagger piercing his heart. His teeth git together tightly, and he forced himself not to cough up a mouthful of blood. The world doesn't know, because I covered it up. Though I suspect Izuku may have told some of his friends, but it will never leave his group, I'm sure of it. He did not look to Toshinori as he spoke, and his words remained razor sharp, still, it does not take away from the truth. You killed him. I didn't." Toshinori almost staggered back, and not just because of the harshness of Hikori's words. He swore he could feel the man's anger. It was almost a physical presence permeating the air and crawling through the shadows and knifing into his skin with 1,000 blades. His old wound ached suddenly, sharply, almost like it was fresh. The circle of burned skin around his neck seemed to tighten, and he wanted to gasp out for breath. But instead, he grit his teeth harder, even as blood trickled wet and hot down his chin. Hikori still did not turn to look at him. "I don't want to hear your excuses, Toshinori. I don't want to know what you thought it would accomplish, or how out of control Izuku was, or even how many lives you thought you saved by doing so." Toshinori could see the man's hands tightening on his sleeves, and a strange thought hit him. Had Hikori's fingernails always been painted black? "It was a true miracle he came back to us, a true miracle," Hikori added, and for a moment, Toshinori swore he almost smirked before its ghost vanished from his lips. "I know," Toshinori replied through the pain, refusing to allow Hikori the pleasure of knowing how uncomfortable this was for him. "I know, so why are you telling me all of this? Because I want you to know it won't happen again." The ice in his words, so harsh against a fire that seemed to glow in his eyes, was shocking to behold. Still, Toshinori kept his ground, as a man, as a hero should do. "I know," Toshinori replied, his eyes narrowing at the man. "I'll never." "No, no," Hikori interrupted suddenly and turned to look at him. His words were like Arctic ice shelves smashing together, like lava flows devouring all in their path. "You don't understand. It won't happen again. You will never hurt that boy again. Do I make myself clear?" There was no outward threat. "No, or you'll pay," or any other silly petty words of violence. And in a way, that terrified Toshinori more than if he had spoken them, because the weight of his tone alone carried all that needed to be said. There would not be a second time. There would not be a second chance. Right here, right now, he knew almost instantly that he was being handed a pardon. A single pardon. One which stood on the thinnest of grounds. Toshinori stood for a long moment in the darkness of the stadium, matching Hikori's gaze. He refused to be intimidated, and yet, somehow he felt as though he was staring down the devil himself. He felt, in that moment, that all he knew or assumed about Hikori was somehow wrong. That the danger he felt around the man wasn't just an air of dislike or casual dismissive arrogance backed by his own power. It was more than that. Far greater and more terrible than he had ever suspected. There had always been a darkness to him that everyone at UA politely ignored, as he was Nezu's right hand and essential to keeping the school standing. Yet somehow, now they were speaking alone for the first time since Toshinori had known Hikori, that darkness seemed far deeper, far greater, far more unholy than he had ever noticed it to be. Almost as if whatever had been keeping the veil around it was weakening, thinning, and one could finally glimpse the true monster that hid behind it. Yet Toshinori would not be threatened. He would not be brought to heel like some obedient dog. He was the symbol of peace, in this form or any other, and he would not bow. "Why are you saying this?" Toshinori's question split the night air like a sword being drawn, despite the pain in his sight and the blood that threatened to spill from his mouth. "You've never given a damn about any of the students before, so why now? Why young Midoriya?" For just a second, something flashed through Hikori's eyes, something that almost seemed human, and his voice was suddenly laced with the hairlines of something that could only have come from his heart. "Because I care about him." The answer shocked Toshinori so much he almost lost his balance. He certainly lost the battle he was having with his lungs and coughed suddenly, spattering blood onto an open palm. The coughing fit hit him again and again, like punches to the stomach, forcing him to double over and choke. When he finally managed to look up, he growled and grit crimson teeth as he saw Hikori was already walking away. "Best of luck with the festival tomorrow. Try not to make too big of a fool out of yourself." Whatever had been there before had vanished, and darkness had enveloped his every action once again. "Don't forget what I told you." "Hikori. Wait." The hero reached a hand out to stop him, but within the blink of an eye, Hikori had vanished into the shadows which so eagerly embraced him. In an instant, Toshinori was left alone, confused, and somehow feeling as though he had just escaped an execution. Today was the day, and Inko couldn't be more nervous. She watched as her son gathered his things together, though why he was taking a full backpack of school items with him on a day that would be almost entirely spent in the stadium she wasn't quite sure. Maybe it was just the hard worker in him. Always being prepared for whatever may come. And indeed, she wouldn't deny the fact that already her worst nightmares had played out over her mind's eye. Of Izuku being hurt, being killed, being taken by whatever that thing was that lived inside him, that dark part of his soul which was born of his father's blood. No. No, she couldn't think like that. She had to be positive, she had to believe that today was going to go well. After all, she knew that Izuku was thinking that way. Well, she assumed he was thinking that way. After all, it wasn't like he actually told her anything anymore. And she knew she deserved it. Have you got everything? She braved, wondering if he would even reply. Izuku looked up from where he stood by the door of their little home, dressed smartly in his uniform, and for a moment his eyes flashed wide, almost as if he hadn't thought she would even speak to him. Why yeah, I think so. He didn't look to her as he mumbled his answer back. Instead, he looked down to his backpack, giving it another check over before hauling it up onto his shoulders. Inko stood in the hallway, watching him the entire time, her hands wringing, her shoulders tense and her heart skipping beats in her chest. Her hair was a frazzled mess held together in a bun, her clothes heavy and frumpy as always. She wondered just when Izuku had stopped taking after her. He looked so tall nowadays, and he had certainly put on muscle since he began training for the school. He had become more focused, more attentive and perhaps even more confident, though that was debatable. She knew that the medication was fading, or at least, wasn't working as well as it should be. Inko wasn't stupid, she wasn't ignorant of the fact that before the USJ he had been talking more, working harder, doing better than he'd ever been doing before. She had seen this happen a few times over the years as Izuku had grown older and his medication had needed to be changed. So why now? Why when surely as his power grew more each day, was she refusing to mention it? She had thought about it a few times. Asking him plainly if it was the case, if he needed to go on something stronger. And yet she held back. She loved him with every bit of her heart and soul, yet she held back. And she didn't know why. Maybe it was because he didn't look at her the same as he used to. Maybe it was because he had been smiling more and even making new friends. Maybe it was because she was afraid that if she asked, she would lose him permanently. Already things had become so strained that even dragging minor conversations out of him took time and effort. And it wasn't as though he was closing down on everyone. It was just her. And she knew it was just her because he was constantly on the phone with his friends. The worst thing of all was that she knew it was all her fault. She could give the word at any time for his father to step back into his life. To hand him the answers she knew he must be seeking. For a moment, her mouth opened, as if in that tiny second she was going to say something to him. Something like, "Do you want to know the truth? Or do you want to talk to your father?" Izuku caught her look suddenly as he stood up from putting his shoes on, and he paused. The space between them had never seemed so great. So wide and distant, as though no matter how long she ran to her son, she would never manage to hold him in her arms again. "Mom?" Her heart ached. It ached to let him know, to stop this chasm of guilt and shame and heartache from growing ever wider. But she had to keep him safe. She had to keep him as far from the darkness of his lineage as possible. She had to keep him from his father, who despite his apparent sacrifice, was nothing but a bane on her and all of humanity. She would not let him turn her son into something cruel and dark and terrible. "Good luck today, Izuku," she forced a smile on her face which she knew he would see through in a second. The look in his eye told her he already had. "Thanks, Mom. I love you, son." The words fell from her lips, though this time, the look in her eye was far more genuine. Her hand was already stretched out lightly towards him, and she had even taken a step forward. "I really do. Be safe for me, please." Izuku paused with his hand on the doorknob. His messy hair that really needed to be cut hung around his head, hiding the shaved-down horns and pointing ears. From his back curled his tail, black and scarred and ending in that spear point tip. Yet despite everything she could see only a bright shining light in his eyes. Not one of cruel fire, but of something more, something human and pure-hearted and good. And yet there was a sadness there too. Perhaps he wanted to speak as much as she did. Perhaps he wanted to cross the gulf and be in her arms just as much as she wished he would. But then he blinked, and it was gone. "I love you too, Mom." She knew the words were no lie, and yet, they still somehow seemed forced. "I'll be fine. Tape it for me, would you? I'll see you when I get home." And with that he was gone, giving her a flash of a sharp-fanged smile that seemed more falsely confident than anything else. With the thudding of the door closing, Inko seemed to breathe once again. Her home always seemed colder without her son around. She sighed and made her way over to the living room couch, falling into it and leaning forward to rub her forehead with one hand, her eyes closing for just a moment. She thought back to a question which had been playing on her mind for almost a month now. The texts that Hikari had sent her, asking her to consider allowing Izuku to know, to finally allow them to meet. She chewed the inside of her lip as again the thought of doing so pulled at her heart, like it was tied with two ends of thick rope. What was best for Izuku? Before she wouldn't even question that giving him the medication, giving him as normal a childhood as she could offer, was what was best for him. He had survived, he hadn't died or been lost to the terrible hellfire in his blood. But now she couldn't deny he was growing up. He wasn't a child anymore. She looked to her phone, sitting on the coffee table before sighing again. It was time to seriously think about it. Seriously this time, not in the half-hearted manner which she had done before. She leaned forward, though she did not grab her phone, but rather the TV remote. She turned on the TV and leaned back as she turned it to the channel the festival would be shown on. She'd watch the festival at least. She would see for herself how far Izuku had come with the use of his power, and then, perhaps, she would make her final decision. And yet despite it all, her heart felt no less heavy. The sky above the UA grounds was clear, the sun shining hot, though there was just enough of a gentle breeze to cool the skin and stop the humidity from gathering. Over the vaunted walls and great glass towers of UA High, fireworks popped and danced. The sound of thousands of people jaunted the air as they shopped for souvenirs from the stands, bought snacks and drinks, t-shirts and trinkets. The entire event was situated around a huge stadium, which apparently housed all of UA's sporting events, and one which they occasionally lent out to Japan's Quirk Olympic team for training in the off-season. Either way, the capacity was in the hundreds of thousands, and indeed every seat in the house was taken. Outside the school gates, news crews grumbled and griped as they entered one at a time, being patted down, scanned and even sniffed out for any possible weapons. Safety first, or so insisted the smiling, shadow-eyed, sharply dressed man at the security gate. No one argued, and those that did found themselves quickly thrown off the grounds. Inside the stadium, the Class 1 locker room buzzed with excitement as the students gossiped and talked and gushed about what was to come. They had been working their tails off for weeks, Mashirao and Izuku literally, and now the big day had come, and there wasn't a teenager there who wasn't at least a little excited. Excited and nervous. Or in Izuku's case, mostly just nervous. The locker room was wide-spaced, with several tables set up for the kids to sit around. They had all been told to wear only their gym uniforms, which in a weird way Izuku was glad for. His own uniform had only recently been repaired, and he didn't quite feel like ruining it again if anything bad happened. He screwed up his eyes and breathed. No. Nothing bad would happen. Today was going to go just fine. We'll rip our competition to shreds, Nemesis snarled out, not helping the situation in the slightest. The entire world will be in awe of our power. Izuku sighed loudly and rubbed his temples while his tail flicked nervously, betraying his mood. Though honestly, it tended to twitch most of the time, so perhaps people just thought being nervous was his default emotion. They wouldn't be too far off the mark. The gang, which still had yet to decide on a name after rejecting the mystery skulls once they'd found out it was already being used by, shockingly, another supernatural-themed hero team, hung out towards the back of the room. Fumikage and Hitachi stood adjacent to Izuku, leaning on some lockers, with Hitachi talking about what kind of training he'd been doing in his spare time. Achako sat next to Izuku on a blue wooden bench, though she didn't seem in the mood for talk and was muttering mantras to herself. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration, she mumbled over and over, while bridging her fingers together. Will she ever shut up? Nemesis grumbled out, causing Izuku to wince. His inner demon never got to finish the thought. The door suddenly burst open and every eye in the room looked up. Tenya stood there, almost panting, and he certainly took a moment to gather his voice before shouting out, 5 minutes everyone. Get your game faces on, we're almost up. The excitement rose, along with Izuku's growing sense of terror, mixed with undirected, nervous energy, causing his foot to bounce and his tail to swish back and forth. He really wanted this to go well. Anything to avoid another USJ, anything to avoid the world seeing what he was like on the inside. He just hoped they wouldn't have direct one-on-one fighting this year. Last year they'd had team-based matches using weapons with padded ends. That'd be nice and safe and easy to compete in. He was going to set his heart on that, which probably meant he'd jinxed it already. Suddenly, some of the chatter died down, and Izuku took a second to realize why. Shoto Todoroki was storming towards them. Hitachi seemed to notice this at the same time, and as the teenager drew to them, he suddenly began scrambling to right himself against the locker, almost falling over and drawing some confused stares to him. Once Shoto stood before them, Hitachi coughed, trying his best to look cool and failing, and quickly shot Shoto a finger gun. Hey, hi, Shoto, hey, how you doing? Hi. Shoto simply narrowed his eyes at Hitachi for a moment before letting out a low, right, then turned his gaze back to Izuku. A soul caged in ice, Nemesis hissed, snake-like, with fangs of dripping venom, so much cold-blooded hatred. We wonder what drives him. Izuku, Shoto spoke in a firm yet flat tone, before we start the festival, there's something I wanted to tell you. So that was it. Those were officially the most words Izuku had heard Shoto speak since the school year began. He gulped his nerves down as he looked up to the teenager. Their eyes met, and suddenly, he got flashbacks of Katsuki's eyes, of Ibarra's eyes. Shoto had much of the same look within his own mismatched gaze. That cold, cool, marble-like anger that was etched into his very soul, into his every action and word. Though this time, it wasn't directed at himself, which was only a small relief. Izuku felt his heart lurch for the poor teenager, and again he asked himself, what could have possibly happened to this person to cause such pain? He gathered his thoughts back together and stammered out, sure? Objectively speaking, you have the strongest quirk in class. Izuku blinked at this. It wasn't exactly what he was expecting, but okay. I guess. We do not guess, Nemesis hissed through his blood, sending ripples of flame along his scars. We know. We are the most powerful, the most dominant. We are shadow and flame. It's good this child of ice recognizes our strength. However, Shoto began, folding his arms slowly over his chest, I have no intentions of allowing you to win. I will beat you, no matter how scary other people might find your quirk. His eyes seemed to harden even more. Try not to lose control today. I want my victory to be without complications. The room went silent at his words, though if Shoto even acknowledged it, he didn't show it. He simply turned and began walking away. Hey! Shoto stopped and turned, though not towards Izuku, but to Hitachi. The boy had pushed himself from the locker and now stood, his eyes glaring at Shoto. Whatever feelings he had for the slightly shorter teenager had clearly been forgotten in his sudden passion. You can't just go declaring war on people like that, what's wrong with you? Nothing? This is a competition, not a team-based exercise for kids. Shoto coldly replied, we're all out for ourselves here. If we don't do our best, we won't be noticed by agencies. We're competing with the other classes, sure, but we're also competing with one another for the top spot. This caused a sudden murmur to course through the locker room. It seemed that in the excitement of actually competing, that small but very important detail had been forgotten. Now, like the rising of the sun, the inevitable realization that each member of the classroom was a potential rival in the festival seemed to dawn on them all. The air shifted. The nervous static-like excitement of before was dulled, and a new tenseness entered the room, as if at any moment they were all going to start swinging at one another. Shoto, Izuku broke the silence suddenly and, to the boy's own surprise, he had risen to his feet. I want you to know, he looked to Shoto as he spoke, but his voice seemed to rise, as if addressing everyone, I'm not going to let Nemesis take control. Not today, not ever again, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to push myself in the competition. Everyone is going to be trying their hardest, and not just from our class, but from every course. It's only right that we do the same, and he faltered on his words for a moment, even as fire hot but not burning seemed to flow through his blood, and his tail rose and curled rather than twitched. And yet despite the hammering of his nervous heart, despite the fear he felt at failing to hold his demon back, despite everything he knew was stacked against him, he had fire. A cursed fire, yes, but a fire nonetheless, one that burned inside him to push forward, to do better, to be better, and one that demanded he stand up and make himself counted. I want to win. Izuku spoke through sharp teeth, and for a single, split second, it seemed as though the light of his eyes dimmed just slightly. If this is a declaration of war, then right back at you. Yes, Nemesis curled a fist within Izuku's heart, one which Izuku himself couldn't help but take strength from. We want to win, and nothing will stand in our way, especially not some preening, melancholic little ice prince. Shoto seemed to hesitate for just a moment, as if he hadn't expected this sudden show of determination from Izuku, before simply giving a simple, small nod and turning to walk towards the main door. Please welcome to the field, the victors of the Battle of the USJ, Hero Course Class 1A. Present mixed voice boomed over the entire stadium, and as Izuku strode out onto the field, he couldn't help but wonder if it was from some huge and complex audio setup or simply from using his own quirk. The air shook from the almighty roar that rattled the ground beneath him. Izuku felt Nemesis race through his scars, almost setting them alight, as if it was somehow nervous at the vast amount of sound and people. He pushed it down, along with his own shaking heart and wobbly legs. In a moment of pride, He had declared war on the easily the strongest boy in class, so if he didn't hold his head up, he'd be proving himself and Shoto wrong almost immediately. Oddly enough, the words of the lawyer, Hisashi Hikori, entered his mind as he walked with the rest of his class. Shoulders straight, chin up, chest out. Without thinking, Izuku found himself doing just that and oddly found a trickle of confidence enter his heart. He had to believe he could do this. And he had to believe he could do it without turning into a giant shadow-clad rage demon. The class gathered on the main field lining into mostly organized, if a little mismatched, rows. Hot on their tails, give it up for Unquenchable Hero Course Class 1B. Izuku winced, yeah, he was becoming more and more convinced that it was purely just present Mick shouting from the commentator's box. And so, the pro hero announced each first-year class, one after another, until in their class rows, they stood before a raised stand, on which several chairs were set out and Midnight stood, dressed as always in almost nothing with her famed whip in hand. Izuku at one point glanced over the crowds of students, trying to see if he could spot Katsuki or Ibarra, but found he could only spot a tiny glance of what looked to be green hair several rows down. At least she wasn't close enough to make his skin crawl. He did, however, spot several circling, unshapely things in the sky, and there were a few ugly and demonic-looking unborn crawling along the walls of the stadium. There was even one, a kind of terrier-sized slug with spines and horns, crawling slowly along the front of the stand in front of him. He ignored them, after all, as Dark Shadow had stated, while they were terrible to behold, the unborn demons were essentially mindless animals. And he couldn't afford to get distracted, not today. And now, Midnight announced into the microphone as soon as the last of the support class students had walked to the field to start the proceedings, a speech from this year's guest speaker, all the way from Neo-Yokio, Mr. Kaz Khan. There was a loud roar of cheers and applause as a slim, well-dressed young man with a shock of pink hair and skin only slightly darker than Hitashi's own walked out, waving, onto the field. Oddly, at the sight of him, Nemesis mumbled something dark about not liking the look of his soul. Izuku shook it off, it was probably just angry the actual competition hadn't started yet. Kaz Khan gave a quick speech in well, though not perfectly, spoken Japanese on the virtues of young, up-and-coming heroes, which was nice enough, though it ended with an oddly placed plug for Caprice Martinez. It seemed the crowd were still pumped up enough either way and gave him a rousing cheer and a round of applause. After he had sat down, Midnight once again took the mic and grinned a flashing, slightly seductive smile. And now, to officially begin the games, the student's speech given by the highest scoring student in the entrance exam, Miss Ibarra Shiozaki. Izuku froze. Ibarra was the highest scoring student? A second later he felt it. Spider legs crawling up his arm, the edge of a knife playing across his throat, static humming inside his teeth. Yet as Ibarra passed him she didn't even give him a glance as her gaze was fixed forward on the stand. Though as she walked, Izuku couldn't help but notice something odd. Her vine hair, which always seemed to fan slightly around her, curled away from the unborn slug demon. A frown formed on his face as he briefly let his mind wander. She walked up the small set of stairs and soon came to stand beside the microphone. Izuku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While he stood 2 rows back from the stand itself, he could still feel the purring charge of her divine power, but not nearly as strongly, not enough that it became an uncomfortable crawl under his skin. Ibarra looked every bit the model student. Her aristocratic features, matched by her flowing hair, despite its unusual nature, and proud straight posture, made her look commanding, yet humble. It made her look like a student every teacher would want in their class. Attentive, smart and eager to learn. Izuku hoped that she would just keep it short and simple. She had to be under the equal impression that they had to keep all the demons or real stuff quiet, right? My friends, there are demons amongst us. Stupid Izuku, when would he learn to stop hoping things would go his way? They whisper in our ears, they tempt us with lies, they drag us to the depths of hell with their false promises of wealth, of glory, of power and fame. Ibarra's voice was stern, confident, thanks to the microphone, it reached into every corner of the stadium. They exist all around us, some unseen, some on our shoulders, and for some, within our hearts and souls. She might as well have pointed right at Izuku, or so the teenager thought. He really wished his quirk was to shrink into the floor, it'd come in real handy right about now. Fire moved through his scars and he found, despite his better instincts, he stood a little more confident. Nemesis, it seemed, was not about to let him bow to the challenge. We must find the strength within ourselves, and with the help of Holy God, to fight these demons wherever they appear. Though hard work, dedication, focus and unrelenting devotion to the Almighty, we will overcome these obstacles. There will be no darkness that can suffer our light, no enemy that can withstand our righteous fury, and no demon we cannot exorcise from with ourselves and from those around us. She raised her arms as she spoke, her voice climbing to a passionate tone. We are heroes, one and all, let us prove to God our devotion to what is right and good in this world. Amen. There was a polite applause from the audience, though it certainly seemed a little lukewarm. Many in the audience seemed to give one another slightly confused sideways glances, and even from his own classmates, Izuku's pointed ears caught snippets of, "Well, that was weird," and, "I thought she was giving a speech, not a sermon." Midnight approached the microphone, politely clapping, though she too wore a slightly awkward look on her face. "Thank you, Miss Shiozaki, for that very, spiritual speech." Shiozaki bowed politely to her teacher, a calm yet joyless smile on her features before she turned and began walking back off the stage. Then she did something a little odd. As she approached the final step, the one which the unborn slug demon been crawling across, she hopped over it. Rather than step down on what had surely been, to everyone else, a perfectly clear step. She had avoided it. Izuku's eyes narrowed at her as she passed, and a thought flittered through his mind, surely, she couldn't have. A sudden cracking of a whip caused him to jump, and he turned back to the stage. Midnight stood, hand on hip and with a bright grin on her lips. Now. Eyes forward. From behind her, a giant holo screen popped up. The first course will now be randomly decided. Izuku felt himself, and practically everyone around him, tense. This was it. The sports festival was officially starting now, and suddenly it all felt so much more real than it had done several minutes ago. Again, he felt the flame of his blasphemous curse move through his scars. Nemesis was eager for this, and had been since the festival had been announced. Another chance to crush those it saw as beneath it. Another chance to break free and shed blood without its host holding it back. Izuku clenched his jaw. No. Not this time. He would rather lose than allow that to happen. He had to focus. Ibarra's hidden threat or no, she couldn't outright murder him in front of thousands. He had to keep going and push his fears aside. Besides, the thought of another loss because of his damned curse made him sick to his stomach. A spinning wheel, like that of a gambling machine, whizzed on the holoscreen as Midnight, in the way that only Midnight ever seemed to get away with, teased with licking lips and come hither eyes. What will it be, hum? I'm practically tingling at the very excitement of it all. The wheel stopped, and there was a collective gasp from the entire stadium. Ah! Midnight gasped and gripped her whip harder, an obstacle course. Oh, I do love this one. The screen suddenly shone a cartoonish diagram of the entire stadium, to which she pointed with her whip. The object is simple. Run the entire length of the outside path of the stadium, overcoming the obstacles. Now, I don't like to restrict people, unless when it's enjoyable, so feel free to use your quirks however you wish. Just don't seriously harm one another, or you'll be immediately disqualified. Well, that was good, at least. Weirdly enough, he didn't remember them openly stating that rule in the previous sports festivals. Huh. How very convenient. The first 42 students to pass the finish line will progress to the next round. Try your best everyone and good luck. As the collective classes began gathering by the far entrance to the stadium, one with 3 large green lights above it, Izuku again felt Nemesis gathering within his blood. It was grinning, wolfish and dangerous, and its hellish flame was igniting his heart. We're going to crush them all, it hissed through his mind, eager and almost giddy for the challenge. We're going to stand atop this contest of skill with our fist held high. Weirdly enough, Izuku felt himself encouraged by Nemesis's fiery motivation. His accused quirk was clearly geared up for this, and he had told himself that he would do his best. This was his chance to prove to everyone he wasn't just a monster, he was a student just like the rest of them, and just like the rest of them he was going to compete. We'll build a throne of skulls from our beheaded enemies. Well, maybe not that motivated, but still. The green lights faded, and everyone tensed. 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah. Lots to hopefully unpack in this one. Hitachi, Lucifer and Toshinori's chat was originally longer and more brutal, but it was cut because a few of you told me you felt I was dropping Inko, so it was trimmed and really improved to make space for Inko and Izuku's little moment there. I wanted to show how their relationship had become strained and distant, and I think it actually works better for the chapter to have it there. Also Ibarra's speech. And some more mysteries to surround her with what is with this houseplant, huh. Anyways, as always, thank you all for reading and I'll see y'all next time. Chapter 26. Run, woo update time yay. Let's get stuck in. A buzzer shot through the air, but it was instantly drowned out by the roar of the crowd and the sudden surge of hundreds of students all rushing towards the exit at once. It took about a second for Izuku to suddenly click as to what was happening, right as the first elbow went into his ribs. The students clashed and smooshed together within the doorway, and instantly a giant block was formed as everyone tried to push through all at once. He could feel his furious power light up his blood and fire lick at his scars, as inwardly he cursed himself for falling for such an obvious trick. The door wasn't the entrance to the obstacle course, it was an obstacle. It was the first of many, and if they were all like this, he wondered how devious they were all supposed to be. Another elbow hit his rib, and a hand pushed at his face, and another shoved at his back. Someone even stood on his tail, all causing his already temperamental curse to growl loudly from within his brain. Get off us. We'll burn them all alive. He felt fire lick across his hands, and he instantly curled them into fists. No. No. Not now, not this early. He couldn't already be failing. He'd not even got out the damn doorway. Despite his better nature, he began shoving and pushing as much as he could to force his way through the crowd, though it was doing very little. Already some of the more mobile students had jumped up above the heads of others and were quickly making their way towards the exit. For a second, Izuku wondered if there was a way he could convince Nemesis to give him enough control to grow wings and fly up. And then the ice came. It rushed across them all, almost freezing everyone in place and certainly locking their feet to the floor. Izuku felt a bitter cold so suddenly it almost hurt, a deep snapping bite that went right to his bones. He turned his head just in time to see Shoto rise up on a sheet of ice and dart overhead, frost still trailing from his feet. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Then his skin crawled as another, and by now all too familiar, feeling rushed across his body. He turned his head again only to see vines sprouting from the tunnel wall, forming a platform above him. Then, just as suddenly, Ibarra landed onto it from a jump. As she did so, another platform formed before her and again she jumped, repeating the motion over and over. Hands reached up to grab at her, or grab the platforms, to somehow use her quirk against her or at least pull themselves from the ice, but they curled and then snapped dead the second her foot left them. Another half second, and there was a roar overhead, followed by a massive explosions as Katsuki rocketed himself above the herd of students. Izuku felt shame hit him hard in the stomach, and for a second, he wondered if he could even win at all. We will not be beaten by the Ice Prince, the brat and that damned evangelist. Nemesis roared suddenly, and, in a shocking loss of control, Izuku felt blue fire rush across his scars, causing steam to erupt around him. He almost yelped in surprise, that was until one foot broke out from the ice sheet and then his other, and suddenly he was running, dashing forward on legs fueled by the petty jealousy of his inner demon. On one hand, Izuku was terrified that he had almost slipped up. On the other, it had, well, worked. He rushed past the other, still stuck, students, and found himself instantly pulling ahead as he made it out of the archway and onto the course proper. He glanced back, and a jolt of light bright pride shot through his spine, and he found himself grinning a toothy, sharp grin. He would have yelled and punched the air for joy if he hadn't turned suddenly to refocus on the race. He had done it. The first obstacle had been beaten. Now he just had to finish the rest of the course. Great. His pride was further dented when, with yells and shouts of their own, Momo, Masharao, Mina and Tsuyu came flying overhead, having used their own quirks to avoid the ice, followed by what seemed to be pieces of a girl he vaguely recognized as the one who had flipped his entire class off a few weeks ago. Some of the other class of 1B were also soon breaking from the tunnel, and even some of the support and general study students were managing to get free. But it was alright, he was ahead of them, and he was going to hold his lead no matter what. Well, almost no matter what. Just as his lungs were starting to burn, there was a thump at his side, and Izuku turned his head to see Fumikage matching his pace. The crow-headed boy turned to him, and as he did so, Dark Shadow morphed from a pair of long, clawed arms back into their usual jackdaw form. They grinned wickedly at Izuku and called out, "See you at the finish line, little demon." Then they morphed back into the pair of claws once more and slammed the ground, jolting Fumikage over another large patch of ice. If we do nothing else, we are beating Dark Shadow. Our pride is on the line. Izuku half wanted to argue with Nemesis, but he suddenly found himself agreeing. He had no qualms against Fumikage, he was his friend, and he knew even if they were competing, it would be friendly. But Dark Shadow? Yeah, he wanted something to shove in Dark Shadow's face, though he suspected that was the Nemesis part of his heart talking. Either way, he picked up the pace, doing his best to avoid the patches of ice Shoto kept popping onto the floor. He kept running, fire fueling his limbs and burning his heart, pushing him further and further on. He wasn't catching up to the front runners, nor was he particularly falling behind. He was stuck in what he estimated to be around maybe 15th or 20th place and reasoned with himself that, at the moment, it was probably the best he could have hoped for. It didn't seem to matter though, not as they turned the first major corner of the course. Because everyone was standing in a small crowd. Even Shoto had stopped, but then again, it was rather obvious as to why. Looming ahead of them were 6 0-point robots from the entrance exam. Around them were numerous 3-pointers, even more 2-pointers, and even more 1-pointers. Masharao summed it up nicely from Izuku's side as the blonde simply paused, sighed and loudly announced, "Well shit." And yet this too seemed no obstacle for Shoto. As one reached a massive hand towards him, there was a rush of arctic cold air and a huge block of ice rose forwards, engulfing the robot within seconds. To say he was a little in awe and kinda scared would be an understatement. Weirdly, he could also see why Hitachi had such a giant crush on the guy. He was skilled, smart, and powerful. If Shoto had come riding in on a white horse and saved his life, would he really be so different in his admiration? And of course, Izuku quickly reminded himself, he had openly declared war on him less than 30 minutes ago. So more things to look forward to. Yippee. As Shoto darted forwards again, though the 0-pointer that the teenager had frozen solid wasn't just staying still. It was starting to fall towards them, and it was quickly gathering speed as it did so. Memories of the last time he faced one of the monstrous robots flashed through Izuku's mind and, for a second, he wondered if he would have to repeat the process once more. Panic gripped him for a moment as he knew if he threw himself at one of the vast machines, he would shatter himself and completely ruin his chances to. Hundreds of vines suddenly rushed from the ground and speared the monolithic robot before it could fall any further, its fingers only a few meters from touching the floor. Then, with an almighty crack, the vines tore the thing apart from the inside. Izuku and several of the other students ducked as pieces of machine flew, flaming or otherwise, over their heads and smashed into the floor. Izuku looked up and over his arms, which he had raised in some small manner of defense, only to see Ibarra standing for a moment atop the head of the 0-pointer, glancing back before turning and following Shoto into the vast dust cloud the death of the machine had created. So, that was personal antagonist number 2 at work, also yippee. Just as he thought it couldn't get any worse, suddenly there was Katsuki, jumping forward and launching himself into the air with a vicious, almost animalistic roar of battle hunger that reached over the sounds of his rocketing explosions. Half a second later and one of the 0-pointers no longer had a head. And there was personal antagonist number 3. Triple yippee. Izuku allowed himself a long, drawn-out groan of irritation at his lot in life before deciding to bite the bullet and forced himself forwards. Nemesis once more rushed through his blood, setting fire to his scars and swiftly reminding him they had a race to win and heads to mount on sticks. He only took on the first part of the message to heart and fixed a determined look upon his face. Instantly the air was filled with the symphony of battle as the hero students and several of the support and general students went to war with the robots. Izuku, however, was doing his best not to get involved. He rushed and dodged and darted, knowing that he couldn't spend too much time fighting in the dust and noise-filled skirmish. This was part of the trap, he knew it. Those that got bogged down dealing with the robots would fall behind, and he had no interest in falling behind. A fist swung for his head, and only by breaking into a roll did he avoid it, and then another smashed down on his position, only to find nothing but earth as he again dodged out the way. His scars burned with fire, and he knew he was walking a very fine line. But he kept his focus forwards. He had to, one misstep and his classmates could be dealing with something far, far worse than a giant robot. Yet even so, in all the maddening chaos, in all the smoke and dust and cries for help, and even with the tangy scent of blood somewhere in the air, Izuku couldn't help but feel a rush of vicious hot wolfish energy take hold of his heart. He was grinning when he hadn't been a minute ago. Battle called to something primal in his blood, something he knew he needed to ignore, but found that he just couldn't. It called to him to rise above, to fight with all his power and pride, to tear the throats out of those who opposed him and stand tall, victorious over those he dominated. Bathed in blood and fire, the master of all before him. Suddenly, roaring out before him, was a 3-pointer. It utterly blocked his path, and Izuku knew, in a millisecond, there was no avoiding it. He had to fight, and he had to do it fast. His fists were already on fire. The three-pointer raised a vast mechanical palm and, with a surprising amount of speed for a machine, swung it at the young man. There was an almighty boom as blue flame erupted from his palm and within an instant, and with a static Latin monotone scream, the robot exploded into flaming pieces of burning oil and steel. Izuku's head spun from the use of his demonic power, and every noise and smell and taste and touched seemed heightened to the point of overstimulation. And yet he suddenly found himself on top of its mechanical corpse, and before he could stop himself, he clenched his fists and screamed his violent victory at it, fangs open, tail whipping and scars flashing with blue fire. It was only when he suddenly spotted Hanta, just to his left, standing with eyes wide in a mixture of shock, concern, and horror, that he realized what he was doing. The world slapped him across his face as his common sense kicked back in, and his more logical side reminded him he had a race to finish. His stomach lurched, though he kept his breakfast down, and before his classmate could say or do anything more, Izuku leapt off the robot and kept running forwards. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He barked to himself as he darted forward, again avoiding more of the robots, as well as the glassy sheets of ice Shoto seemed intent on leaving behind him. We should go back, we should tear through them all, it would be so satisfying to rip something, anything apart. No. Izuku snapped, knowing he was talking to himself, but in the madness of the robot battle he knew he wouldn't be heard. No. We're winning this race. Nemesis almost seemed to consider this for a moment before it settled back through his scars in a wave of boiling heat. Fine, but if Dark Shadow asks, we killed a zero-pointer. Fine. Izuku shouted to himself as he sprinted forwards, dodging another huge swinging paw of a hand from a three-pointer robot. And then, suddenly, he was out of it. The pathway narrowed, and while behind him there was a maddening orchestra of noise and sound and light, before him was nothing but trees and open track. And of course, several of the front-running students. He also realized, with a tired and panting grin, that he had gained a few places. He had to be just outside the top 10 now, or perhaps even within it. His senses were settling back into place, and while his lungs burned like battery acid and his limbs felt like they were about to quit in protest, he felt as though he could do it. He could finish this race, and not only finish well, but maybe even win. The fire was reignited into his limbs, and some of the ache was eased. Nemesis was on board with victory, and while he knew he'd be paying for it later, when his body would be utterly exhausted, for now, he took the blasphemous energy it offered and pushed himself forward. From some loudspeaker hidden somewhere in the tree line, he suddenly heard Present Mick laugh noisily and announce, "Our front runners have reached obstacle number 3. Hope you're not scared of heights." The pathway opened up once more and Izuku almost skidded to a halt. When the heck did they build this thing? Someone shouted from his right, and Izuku couldn't help but silently agree. The floor had been carved away, and instead, the path had become nothing more than a series of rock pedestals, with only thin ropes connecting them. He scanned across the vast open space and was unsurprised to see Shoto already running ahead, using his quirk to slide along the ropes, and of course, freeze them in the process, making them utterly unusable to anyone else. Katsuki was already leaping and firing himself over the vast gaps, and Ibarra was there too, using her quirk to create her own vine bridges, which of course withered the moment she was across. Damn it, they were all so far ahead, though he knew he had something that could gain him the lead in mere seconds. The question was, of course, could he even use it? He knew if he threw himself off the cliffs Nemesis would spawn wings to fly with, but the only time he'd used his wings had been under absolute emergencies, and even then, he had no idea how to fly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He had to think of something else. We can jump, Nemesis suddenly suggested. We're good at jumping. Izuku went to argue but stopped. Actually, that was something he could do, and even more so, he was shocked that it had been his inner demon to suggest it. What are we waiting for? Nemesis pushed once again. We're losing time. Right? Izuku was still shocked that his demon was being, well, helpful, but he quickly reminded himself that it was only because its own overinflated sense of pride would be hurt if they didn't absolutely dominate everyone on the field. It didn't care about him, it cared about victory. He supposed, for now, that was something he could share with it. As long as it kept it cooperative. As the other students began crossing the ropes, doing whatever they could to move across them quickly, Izuku backed up for a moment. He focused on one of the vast stone pedestals and bounced on his heels, hyping himself up before, with an almighty yell, he darted forwards. Just as he got to the cliff edge he jumped, and as he jumped, he shoved Nemesis into his legs. Within an instant he felt pain and fire rushing through his limbs as the blasphemous power of his demon flowed through his muscles and blood and bone. But what a jump. The rock at the edge of the cliff simply gave away as the boy fired himself on legs already half transformed from human to wolfish, and there was even a small trail of blue fire left from the ground to his heels. Something giddy and infectious ran through him as he cleared two of the columns, flying through the air with the wind throwing his messy hair back and causing his tail to trail behind him. He almost yelled in excitement, even though another dizzy spell hit him, and every sense seemed to stand on end. He had done it. He had used his quirk to push himself forwards, to do something amazing, to maybe even win. Then he began falling and he realized, suddenly, that maybe the pedestals weren't quite so big as he first thought. He did indeed yell, though it was one of sudden panic as he practically nose-dived towards the ground. Izuku braced himself for impact, landing shoulder first and going right into a sudden roll, which threatened to throw him off the side of the pedestal entirely. Only by scraping his fingers almost raw into the dirt did he stop himself in time. His heart was pounding in his chest, and the dirt in his mouth caused him to choke and cough. He could feel the pain pulsing from his hands and knew already that he would have cuts and grazes there. His shoulder cried out from such a harsh landing, but thankfully did not feel broken. He could still move, and he could still keep trying to win. He climbed back to his wobbling legs and looked back. He had overtaken several students, and, to his sudden realization, he was fourth. Behind Ibarra, Shoto and Katsuki he was fourth. Sure, Momo, Tenya and that girl who could apparently separate parts of her body were catching up fast, but damn. He was fourth. Without wasting another second of time he began quickly crawling along the ropes, trying hard to keep his gain without looking down or thinking about how painful it was to keep his shoulder moving. By the time he got to the end of the obstacle, he knew he had dropped down a few places. Momo and Tenya had indeed overtaken him, as had Sayu, though the girl with the separating body parts was still making her way bit by bit behind him. Seventh place wasn't bad, and hell, it was far better than he had ever thought he'd end up doing. And besides, while Sayu was good at climbing ropes, she wasn't great at running. With a measured, controlled breath he overtook Sayu, who shot him a rather wide-eyed blank expression as he did so. His lungs were burning, his arms and palms bloody, his feet aching and his muscles a mix of dull pain, only barely blanketed by his own fire. But his eyes were set, his focus forward. He had to win. He had to win. He was sick of losing. He was sick of always having his quirk ruin everything he wanted because of its damned bloodlust. And besides, more than that, he wanted to prove his enemies wrong. He wanted to let Shoto know he wasn't going to roll over for him. He wanted to let Katsuki know he wasn't a mindless animal, and he wanted to let Ibarra know that while he may be of hell, he wasn't a demon, and she wouldn't crush him like a helpless unborn. He had something to prove, and damn it if he wasn't going to prove it. He saw the sign long before he even approached it. A huge smiling skull face with the words "Mines" printed above and below it. He grimaced as he kept moving forward. A minefield? They would really place a minefield in front of the students? The answer was yes, because this was UA, and UA was insane. Over the speakers, he heard President Mick yell something about them being non-lethal, though he somehow felt that UA's definition of non-lethal was something they tended to stretch as far as they could. However, it did mean one good thing. He could see the front runners slowing down, almost to a crawl, and Izuku couldn't help a sharp-toothed grin. Shoto couldn't use his ice to make a path, it would mean easy passage for whoever was behind him, and at a glance, he could see that Ibarra was having the same issue. Unless she too wanted to forge a path for others to follow, she had to step between the mines one by one. Katsuki, however. He was taking a more direct route. With a roar he leapt up and simply used his explosions to fire himself over the tops of the mines, rushing instead directly towards Shoto. The boy looked up just in time as Katsuki began diving towards him, the blonde screaming something about how he wasn't a coward and how he'd be number one or something equally as egocentric. Nemesis disagreed, but Izuku ignored it, and like many of the others he began trying to step between the mines, though his focus was lost for a moment when Tenya tried rushing past him. Within a second the air was divided by the surprisingly high-pitched bark of a mine exploding, followed by a huge and slightly acrid-tasting cloud of pink smoke that billowed up. Izuku winced as he saw his friend launch into the air, only to land with a heavy thud some way behind him. The fire within his limbs and flowing along his scars was getting impatient at his lack of speed. He could feel the tugging at the darker parts of his heart and mind, telling him to just start running, to use his blasphemous fire to carve a path forwards and allow the flames to simply consume whoever got in his way. No, he couldn't do that, it would be far too cruel, and besides, it would only make the same issue that Shoto and Ibarra were trying to avoid. But more and more he wondered if it was worth taking the chance. Others were catching up, including Tsuyu, Fumikage, several Class 1B students, and even a few he didn't recognize at all. He turned back to see Shoto had given up and was running along an ice path while Katsuki hounded him, and even worse, it seemed as though Ibarra had similarly surrendered caution to the wind. Vines spouted constantly out the ground, holding mines within their embrace and easily clearing her path, though he noted curiously, she stopped every now and then to sprout more. And the more he hesitated in his steps, the further behind he felt he was falling. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He had to do something, anything to. We could slaughter them all. He had to something else, anything else to. We could use our wings. Again, Izuku had to pause in shock. This was the second time today Nemesis had suggested something helpful, and Izuku had to wonder just how badly his demonic power wanted to win, that it would actually work with him for once. But suspicion curled in his heart. This is a trick, he muttered to himself as he stepped over another mine. You're trying to trick me. Out of what? Nemesis replied, victory? We want victory overall. We want to dominate and rule and prove our power to the world. There is no trick. He felt weak, and he knew it was because he had already used his quirk twice. However, he had recently managed to gather up enough control to use Nemesis 5 times in quick succession, without losing any control. Surely one more couldn't hurt? It was well within his boundaries after all. The question was, however, how it would be used. I don't have a high point, Izuku hissed as he watched Fumikage on the far side of the minefield pick his way across. At least he couldn't use Dark Shadow here. And I don't know how to fly. We can jump up and glide down over all their pathetic heads and land victorious before them. We can set fire to the gate and let none pass. Our victory will be complete. Izuku grit his teeth. Damn it, it was a reasonable plan. The last part could be thrown out, but everything else he couldn't argue with. Not when first place seemed so close. And yet his common sense knew there would be some kind of trick, there always was. But he was losing. That was an unavoidable fact. People were already starting to overtake him, even Tenya was catching up, and far ahead Shoto, Katsuki and Ibarra had almost reached the end of the minefield. It was now or never. He chose now. Fine. He yelled to himself, causing a few other students to look his way. On my mark, ready? We are always ready. Izuku pushed his quirk into his legs and again felt his muscles ache and shift painfully within his pants. His feet seemed sharper within his shoes, and the air became superheated around him. The ground blackened as he bent his knees, and then, suddenly, he rocketed upwards. Go! He screamed suddenly as Nemesis tore through his system and, like a man holding back a tidal wave with his hands, he felt it wash over every scar in his body, lighting him with flickering blue. From below him, several students gasped as they saw wings grow suddenly from Izuku's back, tearing through his shirt and suddenly folding out, great and terrible. For a second, silhouetted against the sun, he hung in the air, the very image of a demon brought into the world, with his strange digitigrade legs, his flowing spear-tipped tail, and now a great pair of bat-like wings that seemed coated in black shadow. Izuku, however, instantly knew he had made a mistake. This was too much to hand to Nemesis, and already he could feel it clawing at his heart and mind, smashing at the locks he kept it under, and straining to the very edge of the leash. Fear gripped his heart as he pulled it back, panic and terror rushing through him in equal measure to the intoxicating madness of his hellborn power. Blue flame flowed across his scars just for a second before he began plummeting back down to earth, his wings folding in and out as he battled with his quirk over control of his body. Stop. Stop. Let us free. Hand us victory. No. Stop. Tears were falling from his eyes as he knew he had lost. In that second, he knew he had lost. How stupid, how greedy had he been to think he could allow Nemesis even a moment of trust. The monster wanted him, it wanted to use his body to slay and kill as it pleased. And he curled it all back. He poured the fire inwards as he fell, uncaring how or where he landed. We're going to. I don't care. Stop. Stow. He landed, and he landed hard, his back breaking into screaming pain as he hit the ground with a heavy thud, loud enough to cause several other competitors around him to look and turn in horror. They didn't wonder long. Erupting from his landing point came huge explosions that rocketed and shook the ground, followed by a huge and all-consuming cloud of pink smoke, though some swore they saw flickers of blue flame within it. Izuku world became a cacophony madness. They rocketed around him, throwing him forward and up and spinning him uncontrollably. Instantly his breakfast came back to his throat, but he couldn't even throw up properly as he was spun too fast. He hit another mine, and another, and another. It was like being punched in the kidneys over and over again, like someone firing a fire extinguisher directly into his face. He could barely breathe, and every gulping half-choke he took was filled with acrid pink smoke that burned his lungs. Every sense he had, already heightened thanks to his quirk, was overstimulated to the point of madness. When Izuku finally came to a halt, it was on one of Shoto's ice tracks, sliding him along until he managed to finally stop himself with shaking limbs. Spit and vomit leaked from the corners of his mouth, and his head swam with the dizzying sensation of the mines. He couldn't right himself. He tried to climb to his hands and knees but fell again. His body was wrecked, his limbs useless, his mind a swirling blender of colors and noises and smells and sensations. And yet still his mind, whatever was left of it, demanded he get to his feet. He had a race to win and maybe, somehow, we have our winner. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, joyful and cheering and manic all at once. Shoto Todoroki takes first place. Humiliation. Shame. Disappointment. All of those emotions pushed their way slowly into his stomach with barbed edges tearing at his insides. Tears welled in his eyes as he again tried to climb just to his knees. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If we hadn't held back then. Shut the fuck up. Izuku screamed suddenly, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Disgrace swam and mixed and melded with anger as he slowly, painfully crawled to his feet. His fingers curled into his palms and tears swam down his dirt-covered face. He picked a direction chosen only by the blurry, swirling image of a vast dark archway, and he began moving forwards again. His limbs were numb, and were not numb. His stomach was trying to relocate to his mouth, and his fire, his terrible, awful fire, seemed to both burn and stab at his scars in equal measure. Names were called out over and over again, ticking off those who were earning their place. The top 10, the top 20, the top 30. And what would he get? Where would he land? 50th? 60th? Would he even progress the next round? Probably not. Because people like him weren't meant for the spotlight, they were meant for no. A new fire burned through Izuku. The fire of indignation, of facing another possible failure, of being reminded once again that despite all his power, he did not belong amongst the heroes. But despite it all, despite the fact he could barely see straight, despite the fact he knew he was most likely going to not finish this first round, he wanted to keep going. He wasn't a villain, he wasn't evil, and despite everything he had learned about himself, he wasn't about to let his dreams just slide away because he didn't finish first in some stupid race. He wasn't going to let Shoto look down on him. He wasn't going to let Katsuki call him a monster, and he wasn't going to let Ibarra get away with whatever the hell it was she was planning to do to him. He would prove them wrong. The roar sparked from Izuku's pounding, aching heart and echoed through a mouth of fanged teeth. His feet pounded the dirt as he rushed forwards, allowing everything left within him to give him energy. He couldn't give up, not when he was this close. The archway loomed forward, and he could see students filling it, rushing through, almost fighting one another for their chance to claim the last spots left. Izuku focused forward. All aches and pains were pushed by pure adrenaline and blind willpower. He could feel Nemesis trying to move through him once more, to press fire into his hands and power into his blood. He grit his teeth and ignored it. No, he would not fall for that trick again. If he was going to finish, even if he finished last of everyone in the school, he would finish on his terms. He barged past the other students, uncaring now how he treated them, shoving them aside or dodging under grabbing arms. One student tried to grab his tail, but he curled it back just in time, their fingers slipping over the very tip. He saw someone with a shock of purple hair before him, and before he knew it, he was barreling into them. Hitachi Shinsu takes the 41st place. Present Mick shouted over the baying crowd, and in last place we have Izuku collided with his friend, smashing into him like a missile. The two instantly crumpled together, rolling and falling onto the lush-cut turf of the stadium. I can't believe it. Present Mick yelled, his voice bouncing to every corner of the stadium. It's Izuku Midoriya. What an absolutely astonishing recovery. What is this kid made of? The crowd erupted into cheers as Izuku finally stopped rolling with his friend and managed to turn himself onto his hands and knees. Or rather, onto his head and knees. Izuku's body was still burning. Fire was still flowing through his scars, threatening his heart and soul and mind. Nemesis was still howling within him, demanding it was let free and furious that it had been denied its chance to do so. He had danced along the tightrope and had come too close. He had been so stupid, so foolish, and it had almost doomed them all. But he had done it. He had finished the race. Nemesis roared for more. For blood and fire, to set alight those who had stolen their prized first place. Izuku held it back. He pressed his forehead to the grass, his jaw set and his arms crossed across his chest. Black fingernails dug into the burning scars of his arms as they flickered a hellish blue, and his tail spiked and swished with the effort. He breathed tight, shuddering breaths through a mouth dripping with bile and coppery saliva, his eyes white and twitching. Izuku, Hitachi panted from beside him, and he felt a hand rest gingerly on his shoulder. Come on, dude, breath it out. Calm it down, you've got this, you made it. Hitachi's words were more comforting than perhaps the teenager realized. Nemesis was pushing at his barriers and straining the leash, knowing that it had come so close to getting what it wanted. But as Izuku panted, it faded back into his soul, not calmed but at least pacified, like a tiger pacing the bounds of its cage. Is he okay? Someone asked. Someone Izuku didn't recognize. He didn't look up. Without the blue fire in his blood, every ache and pain came pulsing back into his body, and he breathed hard, forced breaths. He's fine, just needs a moment, Hitachi replied for him, his hand still resting on his friend's shoulder. A few seconds passed and suddenly more shadows fell across him. Is he gonna be okay? Did he get hurt? Here, take this, rehydrate yourself, Izuku. They were the voices of his friends, Achako, Fumikage and Tenya. He felt a blessedly cold bottle of water pressed to his forearm, and with a final, shuddering breath, Izuku pulled himself into a sitting position, his tail laying flat on the grass behind him. Tenya handed him the drink, which he took and began gulping down. When he finally looked back to the others, he found them smiling softly at him. Well done, Izuku, Fumikage spoke first, his arms crossed over his chest. You almost beat me, you know. It is truly an ill fate you did not. Dark Shadow was gone, and Izuku had the distinct impression it was to save them all from the shadow demons bragging. Indeed. You almost beat me too, it's a huge shame you didn't, Tenya added with a nod. I can't believe I almost lost completely, Hitachi sighed as he sat beside Izuku, his hands resting on his raised knees. Fuck, that was tougher than I thought. And Nemesis wanted to, Izuku gasped as he spoke, his limbs still shaking from exhaustion and effort. Nemesis had not quite almost taken him, but it had made a huge go at doing so. Pushing it back into him had taken all his effort, as did finishing the race at all. He took another mouthful of water and managed to regain his voice. Nemesis wanted to use my wings to fly over the mines, but the moment I let it I knew it wanted to do more. He shook his head. I couldn't let that happen. Damn it, I shouldn't have ever listened to it. Well, I think you did the right thing, Achako spoke with a soft, apologetic smile, and think about it like this. You didn't let it get you, that's a huge plus for everyone. We will avenge this loss, Nemesis hissed through his brain, and we will show the world our power. Through shadow and fire will we win this day. But hey, you came in last, but that's still a pass. And you did it without hurting anyone. Achako grinned at him, you really are getting better. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this before allowing a long, slow sigh, allowing the last of his anger and shame and bitterness to leave him. Or at least to be bottled up for now. Achako was right, though her point felt small. He had passed, just barely, just by the skin of his teeth. So, story of his life. Now of course, he had to face the next round. He really hoped it wouldn't be anything to do with combat. The dark room was lit only by the glow of the TV screen. It was a large TV and looked bizarrely out of place considering its almost medieval surroundings. The cold stone of the walls clashed with the large stripe-patterned couch sitting in the center of the room, though the wooden glass-topped coffee table and the ornate floor rug at least helped tie things together. Shigaraki Tamura watched the TV, his pale skin almost ghost-like in the gloom. He leaned forward, his back arching and pulling the bandages he wore tight across his body. He wore black pants and a long-sleeved black shirt as always. His robe was placed to one side though, he found it sometimes got a little hot. He had been healing well, or so his doctor had told him, and soon he would be well enough to begin reapplying the sigils of protection and strength. The ones the demon Nemesis had torn from him with a single swipe. His hands curled slowly, pressing against his knuckles as he bridged them, his elbows resting on his thighs. I can't believe it. The voice of the announcer, the hero present Mick, shouted through the speakers, it's Izuku Midoriya. What an absolutely astonishing recovery, what is this kid made of? The camera focused on the young man who was face down on the turf of the field, looking like he was struggling to stop himself from screaming to the wind. Beside him, a boy with Arabic skin and a shock of deep purple hair spoke to him, though whatever he said was lost. Tamura's eyes narrowed slowly. The boy's black spear-tipped tail flicked and tensed, then slowly seemed to relax. At the same time, the strange blue tint which had flashed along his interconnecting scars faded. His jaw tightened and his teeth clicked together in his mouth. That was the boy. That was the demon host who had caused all his plans to fail. That was the one who had eaten Legion. They still could not find all their parts, and they'd been scrying and searching for weeks now. His sensei was wondering if they should even bother with reassembling it at all. At this point, it would be easier to hand the new host body to another demon. After all, Legion wasn't the only powerful demon in hell. Tamura, however, didn't care. All he cared about was killing that boy and enslaving Nemesis to his own will. At least, that's what he wished to do. He suspected his father had different plans. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? At the sound of the voice, Tamura instantly stiffened, his back shooting straight before he suddenly moved. In one fluid motion, he stood from the couch and to the floor, where he turned, fell to one knee and bowed his head low. Father. Father Satani chuckled, do not worry, my child, you are still recuperating, and a little TV time never hurt anyone. Now, did it? The voice was like the finest of wine, flowing from an emerald green bottle to a perfect crystal glass cup. A cup already half filled with the blood of an innocent soul. There was no gender to the voice, and really, he knew that father wasn't even a he, or a she, or any particular sex whatsoever. He only used male pronouns because he was Father Satani, their spiritual leader, second only to his sensei in authority within the heralds of Aversaris. And even then, that authority was more shared than tiered. Kurogiri had once likened it to a marriage. Tamura dared not even think such things, and he had chastised Kurogiri for giving such thoughts a voice. No one spoke ill of Father Satani. He always knew if they had, and they would always be punished for their transgressions. A hand came to rest on his shoulder, and instantly he felt warmth flow from the touch. A warmth that whispered to him untold, forbidden sins and pleasures, of sadistic bliss and hedonism unquestioned. He dared a glance to the hand and saw the perfect, marble white skin of his father. The nails were long however, clawed almost, and painted the perfect pitch of void black. They connected to a slender arm that was devoured by great flowing white robe of gilded, impossibly alluring, migraine-inducing patterns. You know, I believe I'll join you. The hand removed itself and father glided past him, as saying something as crude as walked or step did not suit the unearthly motion of father's movements. They were too perfect and too inhuman. As his touch left him, so did the warmth, and almost instantly there was a moment of aching void that opened up with Tamura. His body mourned the loss of that touch, that whispering, sadistic power. It faded quickly, as he had long since grown used to the sensation. The young man remained where he was, his head still down as he heard his father sit upon the couch. The motion made Tamura feel uncomfortable. This was not like his father. Usually, he was so elegant and refined and removed himself from such things like watching TV. Father, surely you don't presume to tell me what to do. Tamura, there was no threat to the words, but then again, there wouldn't be. Father never threatened anyone. His words were too beautiful, too soothing to the ear to bully or force compliance. Father did punish, however. And so Tamura kept his mouth shut. Come, join me, let's watch this boy, the host of Nemesis, together. Consider it a bonding moment between father and child. Tamura hesitated for another moment before slowly rising and moving back to the couch, sitting as far as he dared from the flawless fallen angel. Despite all that he had gone through, all that he had seen, Tamura had never gotten used to the feeling of power that radiated from Father Satani. It was intoxicating, threatening, maddening, awe-inspiring, and, like him, it was perfect. Too perfect. Too wonderful to be good, too glorious to be pure. Tamura did not look to his father. He knew better than to lay eyes upon his infernal majesty, at least, not without asking first. Instead, he kept his eyes focused forwards, on the TV, as they showed scenes of the students once again gathering together before the next round began. Beside him, his father moved forward, one elegant leg crossing over the other, his long robes flowing precisely around him, almost like they were staged impeccably to further glorify his form. Now then, let's see if I am correct about the boy. There was a growing smile to his voice. A smile that held all the kindness of a sadist's mercy kill. Let's see what my sibling has created. So. Dad ending huh? Father Satani makes a little intro, more description to come soon. Also hope you all enjoyed the race. It was fun to write D. Anyways, thank you for reading and commenting, and I'll see you'll next update. Chapter 27. Hill, update time. Are you all ready for some fun? Because this chapter is going to be fun. And by fun, I mean horrible. It's round 2. Demonic Boogaloo. Enjoy. They had given the winning students time to gather themselves together and have whatever minor wounds treated while the losers had filtered slowly through the archways. Most of them were either disappointed students from either hero classes or utterly unamused support and general class students. Only a handful of the business students seemed to have shown up at all. Most of them hadn't even bothered participating. Instead, they had allowed themselves to be immediately disqualified while they stood around discussing the winning participants or trying to sell merchandise. Izuku had suffered the indignity of listening to a few of them discuss his performance as they stood a few yards behind him, chatting while a medical drone had cleaned up the cuts and scratches on his hands and knees after handing him a fresh shirt to wear. The boy who came in last, he certainly looks more villainous than heroic. Yes, but perhaps that can be an advantage. There is a market for the dark hero trope. His control of his quirk is quite terrible though, and we've all heard the rumors. Sometimes you need a sledgehammer to break down a wall or two. He would do well in that role. Only if someone attaches a shock collar to him so he doesn't rampage afterwards. Izuku had glared towards the poor robot during the exchange as his tail had swished and twitched in irritation. Good to know the entire school knew about his freak out and looked at him like a ticking time bomb. It was a real confidence booster. By the time he returned, the winning students had all regathered on the field and seemed ready for the next round. He masked his irritation with a wry smile towards the others and a sharp biting of his lip. Nemesis had wanted to tear their tongues out for speaking so ill of them, but he couldn't deny the truth when it was presented to him. His control was terrible, and it had cost him a higher place in the race. Not to mention he had no idea how he was ever going to present himself as a real hero to the world at large. It had been one of those distant nebulous concepts that he assumed would be solved when he got into the school itself. But like all his other problems, he was beginning to realize the only way they would be solved is if he actually put forth the effort to solve them. Hell, he only had a hero costume because his mother had made him one based on an old design of his. It seemed, as he stood with his friends in the loose groupings that now made up the winning students, all notion of neat rows and class order apparently vanishing, that Hitachi noticed his mood. A sudden slap on his arm jumped Izuku out of his self-defeating thoughts, and he looked up. The taller boy didn't bother looking to him, but the smile on his face said it all. Quit being such an idiot. Izuku took a low, deep breath through his nose and clenched his jaw, refocusing on what was in front of him. Okay, so he had all but lost the first round, but that was fine, he could crawl his way back up. He just needed the right opportunity. All right, kids. His eyes turned up as he again spotted Midnight, standing proud and holding out her whip to the large holo screen hovering behind her. Congratulations on those that passed. And to those that didn't, don't worry. We still have plenty lined up in store for you, so hopefully, you'll all get a chance to strut your stuff. Izuku curled his fist tightly, and Nemesis whispered through him with candle fire. It was eager to make up for loss it had suffered before, which made it both an advantage and a disadvantage. On one hand, he could rely on it wanting victory, but on the other, it made it energetic and vicious, and therefore harder to control when he did use its power. He had to be careful when he used it, he couldn't afford another repeat of the race. He had slacked the leash just once, and it had almost cost him everything. He looked back to Midnight, and she smiled with bedroom eyes to the students as cam drones hovered around her, getting what Izuku was sure would be flattering shots of her figure. Now, for the next round, what shall it be, I wonder? She licked her lips as the gambling slot-like wheel began spinning on the huge screen, and again, Izuku felt his stomach tighten in anxiety. Don't be combat, don't be combat, don't be king of the hill. Izuku blinked at the sudden announcement, a mixture of anxiety, joy and confusion, mostly just confusion, crashing through his mind. King of the hill? King of the hill? King of the hill, Fumikage nodded beside him. I see. King of the hill, huh, didn't see that coming, Hitachi mumbled from his other side, adding a slight shrug as he did so, but I guess they want to keep us on our toes. Izuku's eyes were drawn back up to the main screen as it quickly changed to show an image that almost caused him to snort in laughter. All Might, grinning in his banana yellow suit, was standing with his hand touching a flagpole. The flag, of course, was lit up in his usual uniform colors of red, white and blue. Around him present Mick lay on the floor, looking dramatically exhausted. Aizawa-sensei was literally walking out of shot, and Snipe was clearly trying to sneak up behind him, gun in hand. The object is simple. Midnight gave her whip a quick flourish as the screen flashed with instructions. You will all form into teams, maximum 4, minimum 2, and attempt to conquer the hill. By touching the flag, you're laying claim to the hill, and the longer you hold it the more points you gain, though remember, if one of your team isn't touching the flag, then you don't gain points. The top 16 highest scoring students will pass to the next round, so even if one team of 4 holds the flag for 14 minutes and one other team of 4 holds it for only a minute, then both teams will pass to the next round. Tenya's hands suddenly shot up from the crowd, and Midnight blinked in sudden surprise before she quickly recovered and pointed her whip over to the boy. Yes, excuse me, but won't so many teams fighting over one spot be rather chaotic? Indeed. Midnight grinned suddenly and stroked the whip across her chest, causing several of the teenage boys in the audience to gape and Izuku to roll his eyes. Which is why we will have 2 rounds containing 21 randomly selected students each. She gave a quick smile to an evidently satisfied Tenya and looked back to the greater crowd. Now remember, as before, if you seriously hurt your opponents, then you and your team will be disqualified. Other than that, well, anything goes. She again gave a seductive lick of her lips before pointing back to the screen, and the first students to compete will be. The screen flickered into life and, as if rolling out from a giant lottery ball, names quickly began appearing in long rows. Soon the list was filled with students, and Izuku felt his heart jump with a mixture of emotions. He had been placed in the second round, and he was eternally glad that both Ibarra and Katsuki had been placed in the first round. Yet at the same time, Tenya and Achako had been placed there too. Oh well, it wasn't like all 5 of us could be a team, Achako shrugged, giving a quick smile to Tenya. But at least you and I can team up together. The boy smiled and nodded before glancing to Izuku. True, but in a way I'm glad. I've been waiting for a chance to show off my own skills since the competition started. Well, now you've got that chance, Hitachi smirked back. Good luck, motor legs and regular legs, we'll be rooting for you. Hitashi's simple statement of good luck turned out to be just the thing Tenya and Achako needed. Especially as, once the first round started, Izuku, flanked by Hitachi and Fumikage on the side benches, quickly realized they'd need every bit of it. Because Ibarra Shiozaki absolutely dominated. From almost the very beginning of the match until the very end of it, the young woman simply stood atop the hill, which was a literal curved hill several meters high, with the electronic flag planted on top, while her vines spread out around her. They threw back anyone stupid enough to engage them head-on, and, at one point, one of her own teammates simply sat down with his head in his hands, literally bored from inaction. It also didn't help that she and Katsuki had teamed together, which was a surprise to Izuku, who had been sure that his old egotistical friend would have gone on his own. Ibarra must have held quite the sway over him to allow her the chance to outshine him. Not that he made it easy. Katsuki did all he could to make sure the few that threatened Ibarra's maze of vines were fended off using a mixture of swift hand-to-hand combat and explosive fire, which Izuku cautiously noted Ibarra's vines drew away from. Still, one of the great highlights of the match was when Tenya, Achako, Sayu and Ijiro floated high above the battlefield before crashing down onto the hill with a burst of Tenya's engines. Using Tsaya's tongue, Igo's fireproof quirk, Achako's quick thinking and Tenya's speed, they managed to hold the flag for a grand total of 5 minutes before Ibarra seemed to lose patience with Katsuki's inability to get past Ijiro and Tenya's dogged defense and simply used her vines to instantly attack everyone on the hill all at once. The crowd had gone into a strange mixture of awed silence and quiet concern as the stone-eyed girl had held everyone aloft in thick binding vines and stormed back over to the flag to reclaim it, utterly ignoring Katsuki's angry screaming on the matter. When the match had ended and she had dumped everyone back onto the ground, the blonde had barked irritated insults at her the entire time they had walked off the pitch. Izuku and his friends, however, while quietly terrified of what they had all collectively witnessed, had not sat idle during the match. They had, after all, needed a 4th member to their team. It had taken a little convincing, but they had their 4th, and as they approached the pitch to take one of the starting corners assigned to them, Izuku felt his heart pick up an extra beat. They could do this. They had spent several minutes to one side, whispering and conspiring amongst one another as to the perfect plan of attack. It was obvious who they needed to beat, of course. Todoroki had his gigantic walls of ice, and that would be the major component to conquer if they were going to win the day. And they would indeed win the day. Ibarra had put on quite the display, and Izuku would not lie to himself and deny that he hadn't been intimidated. But damn it, he wasn't going to let himself down, or his teammates, or anyone else for that matter. He could do this. They just had to stick to the plan. It's been 9 whole minutes, folks, and Team Todoroki continued to fight off the competition. Can anyone break through this perfect barricade of ice? Shoto winced as Present Mic's booming voice bounced through the roaring stadium. He winced not just because it was irritating, but because he felt as though his time was running out. Another part of his ice blockade fell as a boy using some kind of ground manipulation quirk weakened the hill under it, collapsing it within a handful of seconds. The gap was filled with a huge bestial teenager who moved and looked like a wild animal right before he was stopped in his tracks by Denki, unleashing a wave of lightning at him. Another wall went up, but almost instantly another shout sounded from the other end of the hill, which itself was quite a wide area to protect. Another team this way. Kyoka shouted, her ear-plugged quirk allowing her to spot exactly where people were coming from, hence why Shoto had picked her for his team. He turned and pelted across the hill towards her as she turned and ran, trying to cover another area of the wall. He hadn't expected it to be this difficult. That girl, the one with the green hair, she had made it seem so easy, especially with Katsuki on her team. If this kept up, he knew his father would have something to say about it. Insulting him for being shamed by a girl, though already he knew his father would admonish him for not using his precious gift in the first place. The fire which he hated so much. The fire which felt so alien to him whenever he had used it despite his father's constant insistence that he should use it. The fire which his father had screamed at him for refusing to use, that by discarding his left sight he was insulting his family and insulting their sacrifices. Shoto's scowl became hard and fixed as he again rose up another piece of the wall, feeling the ice course through his right side. He would never use his father's damned quirk, no matter what he claimed to have done made to make Shoto perfect. To make him into this vessel of his own failed ambitions. He would not become as obsessive and cruel as his father. Not ever. Kyoka. He shouted as again he rushed to stop part of his wall falling. Where's the next attack? He was met with silence. Or rather, he was met with the overall din of frantic battle, but from the person he needed to hear from most, he heard nothing. He turned his head, desperately looking around for his teammates. Denki was off to one side, using his lightning to fend off some shrimpy-looking kid with weird purple hair who was trying to scale the wall. Momo was on her place at the top of the hill, keeping hold of the flag and quietly doing what she could to support the others. Kyoka was standing still. Something cold ran through his stomach, which was a sensation he really wasn't used to feeling, but couldn't stop it either way. As he rushed towards her, he quickly began shouting out, Kyoka. What's? Time slowed to a crawl as his eyes trailed up. Sitting atop his wall was Hitachi. The second the purple-haired teen noticed Shoto, he raised a hand and, in a move that almost caused Shoto to trip in confusion, gave him a slightly awkward wave and a weird kind of smile. Almost simultaneously, Kyoka turned to look at him, her eyes a blank daze, her earphones already hitting Shoto's sides. And his entire world turned upside down. Now. The three of them flew over the ice block. Fumikage with Dark Shadow's giant claws gripping and flinging him upwards, Izuku clinging to his shoulders like his life depended on it, and, following behind them, the fourth member of their motley crew. Ahahaha. Fear the wrath of my babies. A girl with a bright, almost neon pink blob of hair leapt up after them, supported by a dazzling array of various gadgets, trinkets, machines, and devices, all strapped to her body. The most notable was the large, square-looking backpack patterned with 4 pink ovals, and with a thick, almost steampunk-esque pair of goggles pulled over her eyes, it made her look like some kind of bizarre, mechanical insect. May. Right. Smokescreen go. The girl shouted gleefully as if this was all some insane game, which really it was, and from her backpack, a sudden rifle-like weapon popped into existence, aimed over her shoulder, and fired 3 capsules at the ground around the flag. Poor Momo barely had time to react as pink smoke, much like the kind from the mines in the obstacle course, exploded around her. Indeed, before she could form some kind of counter-plan, Fumikage was there. Or rather, Dark Shadow was there. A huge shadow-clad paw rushed at her and smashed her off her feet, throwing her directly towards a clearly panicking Denki who, almost comically, turned just in time for Momo hit him at full force. The two of them smashed up against the huge ice wall, and, at least for the time that Izuku needed, they were out of the game. Izuku landed, having let go of Fumikage the moment Dark Shadow had dropped them to the floor and immediately broke into a run towards the flag. He didn't need to see what anyone else was doing or how his team was acting. He trusted them to act as he needed them to act, because as long as they followed the plan they would win. Maybe they wouldn't come in first place, but they would make it to the 3rd round, and they would make their names known as the students who knocked Endeavor's son down a notch. Now all he needed was to put just one hand on the flag and Team Midoriya takes second place. I can't believe it. At present mixed voice, Izuku felt his heart swell to almost bursting and fire, hot but proud and confident, roared through his blood. Nemesis, perhaps just for that moment, did not rage or thrash within him, but grinned and rushed across his scars like a proud wolf, howling its dominance to the sky. Izuku had to hold back his own howl victory as he had done in the obstacle course. Instead, he settled for letting his grip of the flag become tight, as if at any moment it could fly from his grasp, and a sharp and vicious grin to form across his lips. As cam drones hovered above him, he took a moment to look across the hill, still surrounded by the huge ice wall, and assess the situation. Hitachi had brainwashed Kyoka. Fumikage and Dark Shadow had attacked fast, as he had needed them to, and had helped carry him right to the top of the hill. It had been pure luck that both Momo and Denki had fallen together, as Dark Shadow's next target was supposed to be Denki anyway. And Shoto. Poor Shoto. Poor, pitiable Ice Prince Shoto had been shocked into dizziness by Kyoka's vibrations, a move which Izuku had been on the sucker end of once before and had carefully logged for later. He could see him, a dash of red and white split hair, stumbling as he tried to regain his balance. His hand was already encased in ice, though without any sense of direction he was simply waving it in front of him, as if that would somehow stop them. But none of this would have been possible if not for Mei Hitsumi. It had been Hitachi's suggestion to approach her, and while she had immediately identified Izuku as that devil boy, it seemed she had no trepidation whatsoever about working with him. When he had bravely asked why she had given him a rather shocking answer. "People think you're some kinda spooky demon," she had grinned back the three boys, "but if you ask me, they're far too superstitious. There's only one true power in this universe, and her name is science." The young woman in question dropped beside him somewhat gracefully, a pair of hover boots on her feet soothing her landing. She grinned to Izuku and seemed utterly uncaring that Izuku's own smile seemed far sharper than it had been before, and lifted her goggles from her eyes. She was a pretty girl, he would give her that. She was a little heavy-set with a rather mature frame, though if it bothered her at all she made no sign of it. Her skin was an unhealthy pale, though in the way of someone spending too much time in front of a screen than any actual illness. Her face was constantly smiling and cheerful, which only helped light up her wild eyes, the color of spring daffodils, marked by strange pupils that were crossed like the scopes of sniper rifles. When she looked at Izuku he felt as though every ounce of manicure focus was on him, and he could help but feel a tiny bit unnerved by it. "Brilliant plan, devil boy." She nudged him suddenly, moving just a little too close for his liking. "We probably only have a minute or so before the others show up, but for now we're in second place." She suddenly grinned more viciously, and some cruel sense of delight crossed her gaze. "The moment those walls come down, I'm going to unleash the full force of my babies, and then they'll pay." Her voice darkened, and she pulled her goggles back down. "They'll all pay." "She is really weird," Nemesis hissed through his brain, marking possibly the first time ever that Izuku had heard his inner monster say anything of the sort about anyone, ever. Which said a lot about Mei Hitsumi. Still, the minutes passed one, then two, then with a sudden, tremendous crunch of falling ice, part of the vast barricade collapsed, and almost instantly it was filled with a number of battling teams, all of which were rushing towards them. This, however, had also been accounted for. Ahaha. Eat glue you retrobates. Mei roared her laughter to the sky as her backpack seemed to explode with a number of spider-like legs, all of which suddenly turned and began spewing a thick white goopy-looking substance around opening in the wall. It immediately caught at least 3 different students and, well, like glue, it stuck them to the ground. For the others still trying to get through, they suddenly found their opening completely blocked. She suddenly turned up to one of the camera drones and winked, "A device created by me, Mei Hitsumi, find my Instagram at hey." She snapped as the drone seemed to lose interest in her and turned to go find someone else to film. Dark Shadow. Fumikage's voice rang out suddenly from a lower part of the hill, "Defend the opening. Glady, my master." Dark Shadow caught out and, within a second, they were rushing and swiping at the students who had managed to avoid the glue trap, knocking some back and keeping others occupied. Izuku could feel his stomach twisting into knots, both with a panicked sense of anxiety that his estimations had all been off, and at a sudden rush of what he could only describe as battle lust. He felt jealous that Dark Shadow was having all the fun. He watched the vast demon smashing people aside, all while Fumikage looked on with eyes far colder than he usually sported. And he wanted to join them. He wanted to run down the hill, abandoning the flag and begin tearing into their helpless opponents. He wanted to show the world his battle prowess, his unstoppable fury, and his unholy wrath. He wanted to unleash his fire and sport talons on his fingers and laugh at their fear and, "You okay, devil boy?" May's voice snapped him out of his focus, and he suddenly felt his inner hell fire wash back along his scars like boiling water. He winced and breathed deeper, finding his grip on the flag weakening for just a moment. I'm fine," he half panted out, even as Nemesis rippled through his blood with power, oil thick and heavy. God, it was so tempting, and it would be so easy to just hand the flag to May and let her babysit their points, while he had placed himself at the flag for a reason. The others could all handle their own corners of the hill, he was the only one with a power that couldn't be controlled, and as such, he was better acting as their final line of defense rather than their first. Besides, his past experiences had shown that using his own hell-born power too much tended to cause electronics to spark and fail. He needed to hold back to keep May in the game. "Go and support Hitachi," Izuku found he was almost growling the words out, his tail swishing in irritation. "We have to keep Kyoka under his control so we can suppress Shoto, he's still the biggest danger to us." She gave him a sharp nod and, with a burst of her little jet engine boots, rocketed off down the hill. Another minute passed as the other students battled to take down other parts of the wall. More than once Izuku had to duck as lucky shots came his way. One, some sort of horn, smashed into the side of the flag and stuck like an arrow. At some point Shoto had begun firing off random sheets of ice, most of them missing completely, some even helping them, but more than a few getting far too close to Izuku for his own comfort. Still, with a mixture of Hitachi's continued control over Kyoka, May's constant array of bizarre and dazzling gadgets, and Fumikage and Dark Shadow's ironclad defense of the one opening in the wall, they continued to gain point by precious point. And then, his luck turned. Another part of the wall fell, one right beside Fumikage, causing the boy to jump in shock. Before he could even move aside, he was hit by a hailstorm of scales that battered him so hard he had to shield his eyes and face. "Master?" Dark Shadow screeched and turned from the opening they had been told to defend and rushed to their host. However, before they could even approach him, they were suddenly struck by the huge hand of a girl with red hair, causing the shadow demon to let out a loud and furious scream of rage. Izuku turned, his eyes wide and his own power spiking like burning oil through his body. He had never expected to hold the flag forever, but he had hoped that Shoto's wall would have held just a minute or two longer. Damn it, he had underestimated Class 1B's quirks, and now he was going to pay for it. No, he could keep his lead, all he needed to do was fend off anyone who got too close. He could lay down some flame in front of him and by barely a handful of seconds. "May!" He called as more figures came at him through the opening in the ice, and, within a heartbeat, he saw the boy with blonde hair, the one who had mocked him 2 weeks ago, rushing towards him. He had the same dazzling blue eyes and vulpine smile, and both spoke of a vicious, arrogant cunning that caused Izuku's stomach to twist and Nemesis to growl within his blood. As he approached, he suddenly turned to a boy next to him, a plain-looking teenager with brown hair, and bizarrely tapped him on the shoulder. Izuku panicked. And when he panicked, he tended to do very rash and very stupid things. He summoned Nemesis into his hand, held it down, and jumped backwards. Before the two boys could close the distance, there was a sudden boom, and the world under Izuku's feet erupted into a flash of corrupt blue flame and hot, stinking smoke. He flew back from the flag and almost ended up rolling down the sloping hill before he lanced his still talon-like fingers into the concrete and came to a ground-rending halt. Team Monoma has no weight. I can't believe this. A brilliant delaying move by young Izuku Midoriya. The flag was on fire. Well, not quite on fire, but the ground around the flag was certainly on fire. Blue flames sprang up from the burning floor and quite effectively stopped anyone from reaching forward and taking it. Izuku grit his teeth tightly as he tried to focus his overstimulated eyes back on the task at hand. Nausea washed through his stomach, but it wasn't enough to disable him, nor was it enough to allow his curse to rush through his heart and seize control of his mind. The blonde, however, didn't seem to mind. He turned, nodded to the boy beside him, and then they both looked down and blew. And the flames were instantly flattened. Not doused, but flattened, as if a blanket of air had suddenly dropped heavily on top of them. Nemesis almost skidded to a halt within his blood as Izuku blinked at the scene. The plain-haired boy stepped forward, and it seemed as though his foot passed through something as if breaking it before he reached forward and grabbed the flag. And they've done it. Present Mick screamed through the stadium to the roar of the crowd, Team Monoma have conquered fire and shadow and taken the flag. Damn it. Nemesis snapped with vicious, sharp teeth through the meat of Izuku's brain. Damn the seventh son's weakness. This loss rests on his shoulders. The blonde turned suddenly to spot Izuku and grinned. Then, slowly, he began stepping purposely towards him. Izuku managed to climb to shaking feet, all the while his eyes wide and his mind racing. Did they have the same quirk? How could that be possible? They didn't look related. No, wait, he had done something to him just before they got to the top of the hill. Oh wow, it looks like Class 1A isn't all it's cracked up to be. You couldn't even hold the flag, and we barely did anything. The boy spoke in a mocking tone, his hands held to each side as if he was shrugging casually. But that's to be expected from a class who can't even control their own students. Nito. Quit taunting him and help me defend the flag. The brown-haired teenager shouted at the blonde, but it seemed his teammate wasn't listening. You copied that quirk, didn't you? Izuku barked up at him as he heard more chaos erupting behind him. It seemed Denki and Momo were back on their feet and already coming to Shoto's rescue, as well as other parts of the wall collapsing around them. Damn it, it was all falling apart, and there was nothing he could do about it. Wow, you've got a sharp mind. Yeah, I did. Nito's mocking grin grew wider. He didn't slow in his pace, and Izuku hated him for it. He was so sickeningly confident, so stark in contrast to his own permanent anxiety. You see, since this festival started, I've been watching you, Izuku Midoriya. You've given the hero course, and UA, a bad name because of all the chaos you caused at the USJ. You're using a quirk you can't control and still thinking you can be a hero. He chuckled, and his eyes suddenly became hard. You're nothing more than a villain trying to ruin this school and everything we real heroes stand for, so I'm going to enjoy the look on your face when I use your quirk to pass this round. The floor dropped from under Izuku's feet. Fear like no other suddenly hit him full in the chest as he realized what this boy was about to do. He could copy quirks. He could copy Nemesis. He could copy Nemesis. No. Izuku unashamedly screamed in fear and began backing up. Fuck the sports festival, fuck winning, fuck proving people wrong. This boy could not copy his quirk, no matter what. He could live with another loss to add to his tally if it meant saving the lives of everyone in this stadium. You can't copy Nemesis. I can and will, Nito mocked, as confident as if the world itself was behind him, and I'll show them all what a real hero can do. He dares touch us and we shall. Nito dived forwards, and everything drifted away. Fear was like a rope around his neck, choking the life from his lungs and seizing his limbs. It was like a set of cruel chains, cold and heavy around his wrists, ankles and even his tail, weighing him to the floor. It was like a flurry of spears that lanced through his chest and heart, bloody and vicious and painful. And not even the might of Nemesis, of hellfire and power unholy, could stop the fear he felt as the blonde reached towards him, fingers only inches from his face. He felt his fingers shifting and turning, growing long and sharp as sunlight raced up his arms and the fire of hell itself gathering at his fingertips. But he couldn't move fast enough, not with his fear taking him so completely, shoving his head under the black water of terror and holding him down as he screamed air from his drowning lungs. And then, something huge and black dove before him, smashing into Nito like a truck and throwing him back up the hill. And the world hammered back into place. 1,000 noises, voices, screaming and yelling and cheering and roaring. 1,000 textures of smoke and dust and ice on his tongue. 1,000 sensations to his touch of grit and sweat and fire and cold, always cold, on light. But not one of them was the human touch of Nito's fingers on his cheek. Instead, before him, stood Fumikage and the vast demonic form of dark shadow hanging over their master protectively, looking as though they would snap at any second and tear someone's head off. Crimson eyes turned to look at Izuku and, through a panting beak, his friend asked, "Are you alright?" It took Izuku a second to realize that Fumikage was bleeding. There were 100 tiny cuts across his sleeves, and it looked as though he had hit the ground hard. How he had escaped from the girl with the giant hands Izuku didn't know, but he knew, in that moment, that he absolutely loved him. He had saved his life. He had saved everyone's lives. And he probably had no idea he had even done it. Izuku? We're never thanking the seventh son for this. Thank you. Holy fuck, thank you, Fumikage, you have no idea. Izuku almost stuttered as he tried to speak every word at once. Nito the blonde, he can copy quirks, he can. The air tore apart with a scream. A scream of utter horror, pain and terror that pushed at the boundaries of what was humanly capable. Fire, furnace hot and defensive, rushed along Izuku's scars like a riptide. As one, the two boys and the quirk familiar looked up to the top of the hill where Fumikage had thrown Nito. And like a mallet blow to the skull, crushing bone and brain and all other thought, it dawned on both cursed teenagers at the same time. Nito had not touched Izuku, he had not stolen Nemesis. But he had touched Fumikage, and therefore, he had stolen Dark Shadow. From the top of the hill, Nito, hunched over and on his knees, screamed as though his soul was being torn apart. And from his body, a demon was born. Sunlight black and great shot out of him, multi-limbed and roaring their birth cry in a voice that was somehow corvid and hellish all at once. It was one voice, but one great and drowning tone that brought forth images of vultures eating human flesh on abandoned battlefields, or butcher birds mocking their dying victims as they punctured them on gore-strewn thorns. The unlight limbs instantly cleared the hill of any other human, smashing aside all who dared get close. And then, amazingly, through the screaming of the human teenager whose soul was being invaded by a creature of hell, the demon's voice called out, "Traitor." And even more incredibly, for just a half-second Izuku heard Dark Shadow reply. It was barely a whisper in a tone that Izuku thought was utterly impossible for the soulless demon, but one that touched something deep within his own heart. Axipita? A vast shadow-like claw swung for them, faster than anything that size should have the right to move. It was only thanks to Nemesis screaming through Izuku's limbs that he even had the energy to suddenly grab his friend and dive back down the hill before it tore their guts from their stomachs. They landed heavily, with a sharp and painful thud into the hard-packed dirt of the arena floor. "What the? I don't know." Fumikage answered in a panicked shout before Izuku could even finish, Dark Shadow having already been pulled back inside him. Izuku felt his stomach knot painfully as he heard the horror and terror and pain in Fumikage's tone. He was blaming himself for this. Already he was feeling the punishing shame of losing control of his demonic curse, and already he was piling it on his own shoulders. And it wasn't even his fault. "Traitor!" The copy cried out with a voice that was a mixture of wailing pain and furious, unquenchable rage. "Traitor! Filthy traitor!" Students. Somehow, over the din of the demon writhing in agony and fury, Present Mick's voice managed to thunder across the stadium. Gone was joyous laughter and energy he had gleefully punctuated every sentence with before. Now it was the commanding, perhaps even harsh, tone of a trained hero. "Move away from the hill. The event has been suspended until we can secure Nito Monama's safety. I repeat, do not approach Nito Monama." Izuku did not obey. Someone was in pain, and more accurately, they were in the kind of pain that only he or Fumikage could ever truly understand. That was not just an out-of-control quirk, but a demonic entity that knew only cruelty and hate. As other students rushed past them, he and Fumikage both held their ground, a silent air of understanding passing between them. And they weren't the only ones. A hand suddenly landed square on his shoulder and he turned suddenly. "Hitachi?" He blinked and turned again to see a second person appear beside his taller friend, Shoto. Hitachi had his own share of bruises and scratches, as well as being covered in dirt, but his eyes shone with a bright, determined inner light. Shoto looked equally as determined but was clearly still a little woozy on his feet. Still, his gaze was focused up at the thrashing, awakening monster that Nito had unwittingly let into his soul. Evidently, he had abandoned any thoughts of competition in the face of this sudden, insane development. "We need to stop it." Hitachi wasted no time with niceties, and his gaze never left the top of the hill. "Fumikage, you said Dark Shadow was weak to light, right?" Fumikage paused for a moment before nodding. "Why yes, anything bright should do it." "Shoto," Hitachi snapped suddenly at the teenager, "we need fire. Pronto." "No." For a moment, it almost seemed as if the cold of Shoto's quirk had rushed into all of them. Then Hitachi snapped, "What the fuck do you mean no? I don't use my fire." Shoto's voice had become cruel. Painful. It ached with something dark and awful that caused Izuku's heart to tear, even in the midst of all the madness. "I held Nemesis back without it, and Dark Shadow can't be as strong as that. We were focused on the fading king." Nemesis hotly defended itself, though there was a growling, vicious bite to its tone. "Next time, we'll make sure to kill the Ice Prince first." "Well goddamn it." Hitachi looked around, his hands almost tearing his own hair out before something dawned over him, and his eyes grew wide. "All of you, get back, I'm going to help. I put Nemesis to sleep, I can do the same to a damn bird." "Hitachi, wait." Izuku went to reach out and grab his friend, to stop him from running to his certain death, but the boy was already gone before he even had a chance, vanishing into the huge dust cloud that the awakening demon had kicked up in their thrashing. Instantly Izuku's legs moved to chase after him. And to his great shame, it wasn't just because he wanted to help, even though his heart burned with the thought that someone was in pain and he was just letting it happen. It was that nemesis was in his blood, like fire and oil across thin water. It was that his own inner monster wanted battle, thirsted for it, needed it like the arrow needed the bow and the sword needed blood. And he didn't even get to take a single step forward. A hand clamped down onto his shoulder and suddenly cement, cold and unforgiving, raced up his legs to form around his knees. He was trapped in place before he could even try to help. For a brief second Nemesis roared through his blood, furious that their chance to set itself against a creature of hell, one of its own kind and one that it hated so deeply, had been denied. Izuku's scars flashed a fire-hot blue as he turned, his mouth set in a sudden snarl that he didn't remember putting there, his tail lashed out in fury, and his eyes blazed with a battle rush that he desperately tried to push back down. It was Cementus. He was a giant flat-headed block of a man. Literally, he was a block of cement. His eyes were beady and small, though he was equally heavised and large. The gray-skinned man stood at his side, one hand clamped firmly on his shoulder, the other hand already stretching out to raise a shield before them. The hill vanished from view, and a deep-set panic gripped Izuku, matched equally by a wave of demonic anger. "Sir. You can't, Hitachi, I have to. You are doing nothing and going nowhere, midoriya." Cementus's voice was a low, gravely bass that practically vibrated through the earth. "Let the teachers do their jobs," Shoto announced, his cold, joyless eyes fixing on Izuku. "There's nothing you can do, anyway." "Sir, you don't understand." Izuku actually pulled against a teacher's grip and against the cement around his legs and ignored the taller boy at his side. "You're all in danger. You don't." "Midoriya," the teacher's voice again rumbled out like distant thunder. "You will stand down. We can handle this. You don't need to put yourself in danger." It hit Izuku suddenly. Cementus was not here to stop Nito, Cementus was here to stop him. To let Izuku go would be to risk Nemesis being loose, and so, of course, they had used a teacher who could literally entomb him in cement, if worst came to worst. Shame hit Izuku like a bullet to the gut. Shame and anger and self-hate and frustration, all mixing together like fat churning meat in his stomach. Awful and disgusting and rotten. Tears formed along his eyes as his nails, still sharp, pressed into the palms of his tightly curled fists. How dare he stop us? How dare this filthy sinner tell us not to join battle? He is weak. And from the top of the hill there was a sudden bellowing cry, and all eyes looked up. However, what followed was a strange, unsettling silence that stretched painfully thin before snapping back into place. "He's all right." It was midnight, shouting over the raised walls to both the teachers and the crowd. "Everything's fine. He's sleeping like a baby." A cheer rose from the crowd, and to hear it make Izuku feel sick. Were they also ignorant? Were they also stupid that they could see what? A demon emerging from the teenager as he had copied a monster from another student? Izuku's gaze fell down as frustrated tears fell from his cheeks. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His scars washed hot and angry as his jaw set tight in his mouth. He had been so useless, he had been so utterly, stupidly useless. As Cementus let him go and the wall before them came rushing down like it was made of thick water, Izuku found himself still glued to the spot. He didn't want to move, he didn't want to do anything. He just cursed himself for being so pathetic. All because of his stupid, hell-born curse that stopped him from being a hero when people were in real pain. When Hitachi, who had admitted so many times that he'd be screwed in real combat, still managed to rush ahead of all of them and risk his own skin. And Izuku, who could knock down a brick wall with his flame, who could leap several meters high and, in times of pressure, could even glide on black shadowed wings, had done nothing. "Fumikage?" he asked softly and turned his head, Shoto having already left his side to get a better look at the situation. "Are you?" He blinked. Fumikage was gone. And, like another blow to his already ruined heart, he realized that during the entire event, he had never once bothered to check on his friend. His friend, who was at the very center of this whole thing, whose curse had been taken and copied and had almost, and still quite possibly, infected another human being. Fumikage, who had blamed himself the second the cry had gone up. Izuku turned, and without bothering to listen to what was being shouted over the loudspeaker, he began running off the field, thinking of nothing but finding the raven-headed teen. Poor Fumikage. Poor Nito. Poor everyone, basically. So, the reason I went with a king of the hill rather than the cavalry battle is twofold. Firstly, I needed to keep Kitsuki and Ibarra and Izuku apart for a little while longer. Secondly, writing the cavalry battle never worked. It's a nightmare to write out, and thus, I ended up going with something different. I also considered modifying the team more to not include Mei, but at the end of the day she was really just so essential to the fight and so fun to write for, I bowed to canon and kept her in. Also, I am also aware I'm not 100% sure that Kyoka's quirk works the way I wrote it, but I guess in this it does. I figured sound waves can knock people for a loop, not to mention her ability to listen made her essential as both the key to Shoto's victory and Izuku's disabling of Shoto. I could go on, but really I'd be rambling. I hope it worked out well enough, though I understand that there are several more holes in the whole thing. As I said, it was a nightmare to really work out properly, and hopefully the next chapter after this will make up for it. It has Fumikage backstory. And Hitachi being awesome. And will I explain why the Dark Shadow copy cried out traitor, or why Dark Shadow said Axapita? Well, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Thank you all for reading, till next time peeps. Chapter 28. Scars, beep boop time for updating woot woot. Hope you'll enjoy. Fumikage could hear them arguing. It was the fourth night this week they'd argued. His mother screamed at his father in a voice he could barely understand, while his father screamed back just as loud, just as angrily. Something crashed, something slammed, and then, finally, there was a gut-wrenching silence. The 7-year-old curled tighter into his bed and threw the thick, All Might-themed blanket over his head, hoping the covers would somehow block out the noise of his family falling apart. The space under his blanket was dark, though far from pitch black. Fumikage's room was sparsely decorated. There were a few posters of All Might, practically a staple for any child in Japan at this point, as well as some shelves holding a few old, worn-looking toys. Most notably, however, were the 4 bright nightlights dotted around the room. He naively held the belief that the demons didn't like the nightlights. They didn't like light at all. Dark Shadow was weaker in the day, so it made sense to his mind to keep as many lights on as he could. The child hugged his legs tightly and buried his beak into his chest as best he could. A second later he put his hands over the sides of his head, hoping to block the world out. Suddenly, there was another slam that echoed through the apartment, and he knew that both his parents had now left. He was used to this, being on his own. He knew how to cook his own food, pack his own lunches for school, and prepare himself for each day. He'd had to learn, and he'd learned quickly. Fumikage gulped and tried desperately to stop the tears from falling down his face. Then he felt it. The coldness of his quirk uncurling through his body, starting from his heart and pushing their way out through the skin on his back. The air around him took on a chill, and the shadows of his childish hiding place seemed to grow ever darker. "It's your fault, you know," Dark Shadow whispered softly into his ear, more serpent-like than the avian form they took. "They argue because of you. Shut up." Fumikage stammered, refusing to open his eyes even when he could feel the dark mocking gaze of his quirk familiar upon him. "And no, it's not." Though he didn't believe his own words. He sniffled again and tried to keep his fragile emotions under control. It was, after all, his emotions that had caused all of this. It was always his fault. Always. Because of the thing that lived inside him, because of what he had allowed them to do when he had become angry over a stupid toy of all things. The first time it had happened, when he had hurt that poor girl, he hadn't spoken for a week afterward. Within the year of Dark Shadow's awakening, there had been 2 other incidents. Both times Fumikage had shut down for almost a month, wordlessly moving through his days, cowering at every sound, and refusing to allow Dark Shadow out of his body. It's true. The monstrous creature urged like the sliding of a blade along his throat. "Because of what you are, because of who you are to become." Fumikage didn't reply. He simply tried to bury himself further into his covers, curling them around himself as tightly as his little form would allow. He was so thin, having shed weight in pounds since his curse appeared. His feathers wilted on his head, and he constantly felt weak and drained and exhausted. And he hated himself so much. "My Fumikage. My 7th son," Dark Shadow moved through the covers like a serpent through grass, cursed by fate, the cost of an ancestor's greed. "Do you know how long I fought for your soul to be mine? The things I've done to claim you as my own?" Shut up. The boy stammered under his covers, his eyes squeezing tight as the tears continued to fall. "It's not true. It's not true. It is true, my little slave." He could feel their shadow claws moving through his feathers, almost lovingly, "and you know it to be the truth. You've seen it for your own eyes." Fumikage's eyes creaked open, crimson and flooded with tears. Dark Shadow was at his shoulder, no bigger than a pet corn snake, but with eyes of burning, tempting gold and an avian head that mirrored his own. Their long, lipless grin was like that of a wolf tempting a lamb to the slaughter. "You are cursed, Fumikage. Your mother hates you, your father hates himself because you are his son. But they cocked their head just a little at the child, "I will never leave you." Your familiar, your guide, your master. Fumikage refused to reply. His fingers squeezed tight the blanket he had wrapped around himself in defense against a demon in his heart. Your soul is already promised to infernal pit, so why resist it? They cocked their head the other side now, curiously bird-like in their action. With my power at your command, you will cause such great evil upon this world. No, Fumikage hissed through his blankets, his eyes hardened even behind his tears. I'm not evil. I'm not a villain. As he spoke, he seemed to gather his determination, childlike and small as it was. He swallowed. One day I'm going to be a hero. I'm not gonna let you win. And I'm gonna banish all the demons back to hell, so no one will ever be hurt again. The shadow beast only chuckled, the sound practically echoing around the blanket space. We'll see, seventh son, we'll see. Fumikage curled up on the bathroom seat, the walls of the toilet cubicle high and tight around him. And he sobbed. He sobbed openly as he gripped the sides of his head, black feathers running through his fingers. He'd hurt another person. After years of keeping his monster under tight control, after mastering his emotions and learning to command dark shadow through will alone, it had happened again. Another person had been hurt, and it had been because of him. Because of what existed inside him, because of the fate he knew he was bound to no matter what he tried to do to avoid it. Another person had been hurt. And it was all his fault. The boys' locker room toilet was quiet and cold, the rest of the sunny, noisy stadium utterly shut out. The walls were tiled blue and striped with the school colors, the floor white and pristine. There was a slight scent of bleach and other cleaning fluids to the air. The perfect place for someone to hide from the rest of the world. Tears fell salt-rich and thick down his feathers and his teeth grit hard in his beak. His breaths came in chest-aching shudders, and each one felt as though it was being forced in and out of his lungs. He tried to curl up tighter on the bathroom seat, but it seemed no matter how small he tried to make himself it would never be enough. He couldn't curl himself inwards and vanish from the world, no matter how much he wished he could. He had fled the field the moment Cementus had arrived. The full weight of his actions crashing down onto him as the rush of battle, the adrenaline and power that coursed through him whenever he used dark shadow in combat, had faded. And the world, heavy and terrible, had come booming back through his mind. He could still hear the screams of Nito through his ears. He doubted he would ever forget them. They were so like his own after all, when he had been only 4 years old. It had been midnight, on the day of his birthday, that dark shadow had arrived. His room had been torn to shreds by the thrashing of the demon, as they had claimed his soul. He was never quite sure how he had managed to survive their possession, though Dark Shadow had told him they had let him live simply to use him. Things had been on a downhill ever since. He could feel his demon even now, moving within him like a cold shadow moves across a wall. A darkness within his soul, always so cold, always so cruel. They wanted to emerge, to talk. He couldn't hear their voice within his mind, as Izuku claimed he could with his own monster, but he could still feel their emotions. Their subtle, cunning tugs at his soul. Let me talk, they seemed to whisper in the very depths of his mind, we can explain. No. He needed to regain his balance, to repeat the well-worn mantras of spiritual and mental control that he had learned sitting beside his grandfather in the temple's inner sanctums. However, his emotions were spiking through his heart, and no matter what he did, he couldn't seem to gather his thoughts or calm his breath. He was lost to his own panic, his own fears. Fumikage's grip grew stronger, tighter on his own skull, threatening to pull his own feathers out. The door to the bathroom burst open suddenly, and the teen jumped on his seat. Fumikage? It was Izuku. And Fumikage did not want to talk to him. He didn't want pity, even from one who knew more than any other the pain he had gone through all his life. He didn't want company or help or anyone else. He wanted to be alone, to push all others away so they wouldn't be hurt. Because at the end of the day, that's all he could really do to help others. Just push them away and keep pushing until he was alone. To feel nothing and hold no one close. He stopped all noise, barely even breathing, and froze on his seat. Maybe if he was quiet enough, Izuku would simply go away. And yet, he also loosened the tight grip on his feathers, letting them go in favor of curling both hands together and holding them to his forehead, as if praying for his friend to leave. It had been such a stupid mistake to make friends, to think he had a shot at being normal with his mix of abnormal companions. Stupid, Fumikage. His destiny was shadow. His destiny was hell and damnation. It was not friendship. He was here to learn absolute control, to make Dark Shadow a weapon he could use to fight the darkness until the darkness finally claimed him. He was not at UA to make friends. And yet the boy, by some sixth sense Fumikage was sure belonged more to his demonic side than his human self, moved further into the bathroom. "Fumikage? Are you here?" He said nothing, and there was a long pause. "I know you're here, Nemesis can sense you." The statement may have been creepy coming from anyone else, but from him, it seemed bizarrely natural. The boy had an air of darkness that he was all too aware of. Not that Fumikage didn't have his own air of darkness. Maybe it was a soul-scarred thing. A few more footsteps followed until he stopped suddenly in front of the Fumikage's stall. The boy paused for a moment before sighing and simply stating, "It wasn't your fault." Fumikage's sorrow quickly turned into hot tight anger that caused his still tear-wet crimson eyes to glare at the door of the stall. Still, he said nothing. And I know at this point, that probably sounds pretty hollow, but it's true. "Fumikage, what happened wasn't your fault. If anything, it was mine." He knew this was coming too. Izuku piling the world's sorrow on his own shoulders, as if he alone deserved to act as humanity's Westebusket. Fumikage's beak opened, but he made no sound and quickly shut it again. Going into a mode of silence was another way of coping. His grandfather would argue otherwise, of course, telling him to speak his feelings openly and that any form of closing himself off was bad, but his grandfather wasn't there. And his parents, well, he no longer gave a fuck what they thought and hadn't done so for years. "I should have defended the flag better, I should have warned you somehow, I should have thought about your feelings, and I wish I could go back and change everything that happened." There was a slumping sound, and Fumikage spied Izuku's lower half under the door, his tail curling up into the boy's lap. It seemed he had decided to sit by the stall. "Shut up," he suddenly hissed in a low tone before his voice picked up again. "You did amazing out there, you really did. I let you down. I let everyone down. I'm sorry." Again, Fumikage went to open his beak to tell him to piss off and shut up and stop piling other people's problems on his shoulders. But again, the words seized in his throat. Dark shadow pushed something dark and cruel through his thoughts, a feeling of walking out there and strangling him, but he ignored it. Though he did breathe out a sigh, one loud enough to let Izuku know that, yes, he was actually there, and he adjusted on his seat, wiped his eyes clean, and wrapped his arms tightly around his knees. Izuku seemed to shift for a moment before sniffing and making a movement like he was wiping his own eyes on his sleeve. "I know how you feel, I do, but you should know no one was seriously hurt." Midnight put Nito to sleep and there was another sudden bang of the bathroom door opening, and both boys seemed to jump. "Goddamn it, I've been looking everywhere for you." Fumikage blinked. It was Hitachi. Hitachi was a strange case, at least in Fumikage's mind. The boy had faced down one of the most terrifying hell beasts he had ever seen, 3 times in fact, and yet according to Dark Shadow his soul was unharmed. Well, not unharmed, it had certainly changed via contact with the monster, but rather than become blemished, it had grown tougher, if that was the correct term. Dark Shadow hadn't quite managed to find the right word for it. Nevertheless, Hitachi's outright bravery and constant displays of courage in the face of demons was nothing short of astonishing. There were a few sudden steps, and Izuku clambered back to his feet. Another pause. "Fumikage? Dude, are you okay?" "He's not talking," Izuku answered in a soft tone. "That's fine, we can talk at him," Hitachi added swiftly. "You know that had nothing to do with you, right? I mean, that wasn't your fault. I already told him, it's all my ow." By the sounds of it, Hitachi had punched Izuku right in the arm, and Fumikage couldn't help a tiny smile cross his beak. "Shut up, that had nothing to with you either, moron. You did all you could to avoid it. Damn it, what is it with you guys blaming yourself for other people's stupidity?" There was a sudden, weird silence that settled on the bathroom. Fumikage wasn't quite buying everything Hitachi was saying. He did blame himself as it was him who had jumped right into Nito and, with Dark Shadow's help, had thrown him as far as he could. "I saw the whole thing," Hitachi continued, suddenly his voice surprisingly firm yet not cruel or harsh. "And if what you said was true, that Nito can copy quirks, then it's his stupid fault for trying to copy Nemesis in the first place, which I might remind you he didn't do because you managed to avoid him. And as for what happened with Dark Shadow, there was no way you," and Fumikage had the distinct impression that Hitachi was glaring at him through the cubicle door, "could have known. So, stop beating yourselves up because, as far as I'm concerned, we all got off pretty fucking lightly." There was another pause from beyond the door. "He's fine, you know. The teachers are taking the credit, but, yeah. I stopped him." "Seriously?" "Yeah, seriously," Hitachi's voice took on a lining of pride. "I managed to get a word out of him, brainwashed him and made him release the dark shadow copy. Midnight put him to sleep right after though. They're taking the credit for it, they don't want people to think that they can't handle their own students. He let out a dry scoff, fine by me, I'm just glad everyone is okay. Nito's soul has been touched by hell, Fumikage finally spoke, his voice a croaking audible whisper that echoed like a drowning scream in the bathroom, he will never recover. A cold silence settled in the bathroom. He heard Hitachi take a deep breath before simply saying, Dark Shadow said that an exorcism can be performed within the hour if a demon possessed a person. Nito only had that thing inside him for a few minutes, there was a folding of his arms, and if you ask me, he looked like he was fighting back the whole time. Either way you don't know that, and either way, there's nothing we can do about it. There was another long pause. Our team passed by the way. They decided that there wasn't enough time left in the match to justify continuing it. Us and Todoroki's team went through to the final round. How long do we have? Izuku asked. About an hour, they're running games for people who didn't pass, then they're having their halftime show. Franchouchu are playing. Oh, those girls from Saga? Yeah, it's like lame idol group shit though. I bet Achako will like it. She's stoked. So's Ijiro. Ijiro, really? Yeah, I know, right? Fumikage rolled his eyes as he got the message. They weren't leaving until he left, and as such, he slowly pulled himself back to his feet and opened the cubicle door. Hitachi and Izuku looked to him. Hitachi's smile was his usual half-smirk, and Izuku's looked like it was drawn on by a child, but either way, they were there. And they weren't going anywhere. They weren't running away from him, or laughing at him, or insulting him for being different. They weren't blaming him for what happened either, they weren't pointing a finger to him and screaming curses or blasphemies. They weren't leaving. And Fumikage couldn't help but feel his heart grow lighter because of it. We should talk to Nito, if we can, Fumikage mumbled, still not quite finding his voice, he might have questions. It is only right we answer them. Hitachi nodded, and yet, what he said next surprised not just Fumikage, but judging by the look on his face, Izuku too, you guys go. I need to have words with someone. For a moment the two shorter boys exchanged looks before Hitachi brushed a hand over the back of his neck, it's fine. His eyes narrowed at his own thoughts, I have a question I want answered. Toshinori Yagi frowned as his eyes scanned the busy eating hall set up for the students. He couldn't spot young Shinsu anywhere, though he did spot young Iida standing tall in the lunch line, and what looked to be the familiar bob of young Uraraka's brown hair beside him. It seemed that the young Midoriya, Shinsu and Tokoyami were otherwise engaged. The five of them were practically thick as thieves, and he had to admit, he had a tendency for pairing Izuku with at least one of them during their class exercises. He worked better when relaxed, and he clearly was more relaxed around his friends. Maybe they were somewhere else, waiting to eat away from the crowds. It made sense. He'd noticed that young Tokoyami and Midoriya in particular seemed to be wary of busy places. Midoriya, of course, he understood completely, and he suspected perhaps he had found someone who also suffered from an unstable, unruly quirk in young Tokoyami. He'd have to check those records later, especially after today's events. As well as perhaps some other things he now planned to look into. The blonde shook his head and turned to walk back out of the hall. He would have to have his words with young Shinsu later, perhaps after the tournament was over. The medical ward was surprisingly empty considering the day's activities. One might have thought it would have at least had a few sprained ankles, a couple of bloody noses or maybe even a broken finger or two. But then again, UA did have one of the world's most powerful healers on staff. One kiss from Recovery Girl and the students were on their way, albeit yawning and looking for an energy drink. Still, it didn't stop the two students from traipsing down the corridors, trying to ignore the growling of their hungry stomachs, along with the punch scent of septic and cleaning fluids to the nose. It was a combination that tended to make one feel lightheaded and slightly sick. And yet, Izuku and Fumikage were determined to make sure that Nito was okay. Tenyu and Achako both had apologized for not rushing to the scene earlier, but apparently, the students had been held back from doing so by Snipe, who had threatened to use rubber bullets on anyone who even dared. They had offered to come with the two to check on Nito, but Fumikage had insisted against it. Besides, they had their future matches to prepare for, and since they didn't expect to be there long, they could help get tables for them in the lunch hall. Izuku and Fumikage had been given the okay to see Nito after a quick begging session with Recovery Girl, who had given them both a raised eyebrow before finally sighing loudly and allowing it. Not that they told her their more unusual reason for being there, of course, but their argument had truth to it. The two boys did want to apologize to him, and they did want to see if he was doing okay. All talk of souls and demons had been certainly left out. She watched them with a beady eye as they moved past her blue-tinted glasses shining with something that wasn't quite suspicion, but far from trust. Izuku, however, ignored her. Even if she assumed something other than altruism in their actions, it wasn't like they would tell her. Izuku opened the recovery room door and was immediately greeted by the sight of the blonde-haired boy looking out of the ward window. The ward was small, with only 4 beds within it. There was another room for the girls, of course, but really, the stadium wards were designed for quick examinations and not much else. They could do all one would expect they could do, but in terms of what Izuku knew personally from the wards back at the main campus, they were somewhat basic. On the far wall was a single window, in which the glorious sun of the hot summer day shone through. The beds were all separated by white curtains, though they had all been tied back as they were currently not needed. Nito? Izuku braved as the two stepped further into the room, causing the boy to jump suddenly and turn back to look at them. Nito was sitting against a headboard with a single IV hooked to his arm, probably providing some form of nutrient-rich saline solution. He seemed to be dressed in the same clothes he'd worn during the battle, as they were covered in dust marks and had slight cuts in the stitching. His sun-blonde hair was mussed, and there was a paleness to his face, but otherwise, at least physically, he seemed fine. A result of recovery girl working her usual magic, no doubt. But it wasn't the physical the two teenagers were truly concerned with. For just a fleeting second, Nito seemed to have a look of fear over his face, especially as his eyes landed on Fumikage, but then, like someone donning a well-worn mask, he quickly smirked. "Come to lord your victory over me, huh, demon of class 1A? Izuku felt nemesis slide through his system like a sword being drawn from a sheath. "Keep talking, copycat, and we'll tear your tongue out." "No, not at all," Izuku swiftly covered, ignoring the growling of his inner monster. "We've come to apologize. Myself especially, Nito Monoma," Fumikage announced. The two of them had only just learned his full name a moment ago when Recovery Girl had told them. Fumikage's voice cracked as he spoke, and Izuku could tell that it was tearing him up to even be here. He placed every drop of blame on himself, unfairly so in Izuku's opinion, even despite Hitashi's harsh but realistic assessment. As good a friend as Hitachi was, he would never quite get how much it hurt to know that a thing within you, a creature made of shadow and hate, had lashed out and hurt another. A creature that was up to oneself to control, to keep in check, to keep safe from the world around them. Fumikage knew as Izuku knew. It was a shame that only those touched by hell could ever truly understand. The bird-headed boy moved closer to the bed, though not close enough to actually be in reach of the blonde, while Izuku moved and hovered nervously around the end of the bed. The scarred teenager watched as Fumikage bowed low and deep, and as he spoke, Izuku could almost hear him forcing the tears from his voice. "My name is Fumikage Tokoyami, and I take full responsibility for my actions. I'm sorry, so sorry, Nito, for causing you to copy Dark Shadow." "I'm sorry too," Izuku announced, matching Fumikage's bow, but not the weighty sorrow of his words. Not that he wasn't truly apologetic, of course, but he knew Fumikage was being far worse on himself than was truly needed. "I shouldn't have allowed any of that to happen. I should have, I dunno, done something." There was a long pause. Long enough for it to become awkward and weird. Then, Nito spoke. "Are you trying to insult me?" The two boys shot up straight. Fumikage with white eyes and Izuku already stammering out some new kind of apology, yet Nito quickly cut him off. "What happened because I miscalculated, not you two idiots." The words seemed to strike both the cursed boys dumb. That was until Fumikage finally braved out, but I should have known the demon of class 1A would keep some kind of bodyguard around him." Nito casually continued, running a hand through his hair and looking as irritatingly dismissive as he could in clothes covered in dirt, like always teams with like. "Next time I won't be so blind. You reveal your hand with every mistake you make. Now I know what to expect from both of you." Ahahaha. His words were deliberately mocking and cutting, and yet his laugh seemed forced. It was hard to tell though, as he seemed to be putting on an air of deliberate distaste, as if he was purposely trying to get a reaction out of the two of them. Fumikage clearly had no idea how to react, though Izuku couldn't help but notice him suddenly take a low and deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment in focus. One might think that it was a sigh of relief, yet Izuku suspected it was more to do with Fumikage suppressing whatever cruel emotion Dark Shadow was trying to influence his mind with. And it wasn't like Izuku was faring much better. He mocks us. He mocks us and laughs in our face, despite our attempt at diplomacy. We should strangle him and watch as the light fades from his eyes, just to teach him a lesson. Izuku copied Fumikage for a moment, taking a deep breath and pushing his demon back down. Nito, I have something I want to ask you, if you don't mind, Fumikage suddenly announced in a low, almost conspiratorial tone. He looked away, his hands momentarily playing with the hem of his shirt before suddenly folding across his chest. My quirk, Dark Shadow. They have some side effects. This was it. The million-yen question, as it were. Izuku tensed as Fumikage spoke, his anxiety twisting and writhing within his stomach like a coiled snake. His tail seemed to whip back and forth, betraying his nervousness. He desperately hoped, that the answer wouldn't be what he feared it would be. He hoped Nito's soul wasn't permanently scarred. I just wondered if you're okay. Fumikage continued, his voice low as whatever old fears, coupled with their old reactions, came to the fore within his mind. Have you felt any different? It was impossible to breach the subject without sounding like they were both insane, which he knew Fumikage was desperately trying to avoid. Still, Izuku wanted to try and help, if he could. You know, like, up here? Izuku tapped his head suddenly. You're not, I dunno, what? Going crazy? Nito suddenly cut in, his eyes narrowing at the two. What are you implying? Because I've copied 100 quirks in my life, and not one of them has driven me crazy. Fumikage and Izuku looked to one another wide-eyed and shocked. Whatever effects a quirk has fades when I let the quirk go. And even if I don't let it go, they fade after 5 minutes anyway, Nito suddenly continued, waving a dismissive hand. So even if your quirk is difficult to handle, or has any kind of mental effect, they'd vanish the moment I was done with it. Relief flooded through Izuku, almost cooling his always heated scars, and his tail relaxed behind him. So, Nito was alright. Whatever effects might have lingered would have faded either way, that at least was a huge load off his mind. His soul is craven and envious, Nemesis suddenly hissed through his ears, yet we see no shadow. The parasite did not lodge itself into his being, not that we can see. Izuku was unsure how to take the statement, yet it wasn't like he could voice the musings of his inner monster openly. At least not until he was alone with Fumikage again. But he took some heart in the fact that Nemesis seemed to have confirmed that the demonic crow beast was gone from Nito's soul. The blonde paused for just another moment and looked over to Fumikage. I don't envy you though. Your quirk awakening must have been hell. Yes, Fumikage answered, his voice suddenly low and heavy with memory. Yes, it was. The mood in the room sunk and for a moment it seemed a shadow passed over the outside sun. Oddly, as if showing some mercy for the sudden chill in mood, Nito spoke again. Your friend, by the way, he asked without looking to the teenagers and instead tried to scratch an itch around the IV drip in his arm. That purple-haired, Middle Eastern guy? Izuku frowned back at Nito, a little annoyed he'd referred to one of his best friends as that Middle Eastern guy when he was born and raised in Japan, and Nemesis hotly moved through his scars, reflecting his irritation. His name is Hitachi. Hitachi, right, what did he do to stop it? Oh, he brainwashed you, Izuku answered. He's done it before to me to stop Nemesis. And I'm pleased to see it would apparently work with an unruly dark shadow, Fumikage added with a low, musing tone. That is one good thing to come out of this accursed episode. Well, tell him I want to thank him, Nito commented suddenly, causing Izuku to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Obviously, Nito noticed this and frowned at the boy as he adjusted his position on the bed. Look, I'm not a complete asshole. You Class 1A jerks are all full of yourselves, and I meant what I said on the field about you giving you a bad name. A flash of hellfire threatened Izuku's scars, but the boy again forced Nemesis back down. But, well, he saved me when the quirk I copied was going crazy. I'd like to thank him for that. Sure, Izuku nodded. I'll let him know. And as for you guys, I guess I can gracefully accept your apology on the grounds that any groveling from Class 1A is worth it. He grinned again, and again Izuku didn't quite buy it. Still, it didn't seem as though he was any different from before, though perhaps his ego was certainly bruised. Izuku again turned to Fumikage, who simply locked him with his deep crimson gaze before sighing and giving him a tiny nod. It seemed they had as much of an answer as they were ever going to get. The two boys had left soon afterward, giving another quick apology each before leaving. Izuku, the boy who literally looked like a cheap tiefling from a tabletop game, seemed to be in a better mood than the crow-headed boy, Fumikage, who had remained somewhat dour and distant. Nito had kept his mocking smile up the entire time until the door had clicked back into place. Yet the moment it had, his entire facade dropped. Gone was the derisive confident student who had so easily hand-waved away the concerns of the darkly edged teenagers. Alone, in that room, was the real Nito. And he was scared. Scared because the memories of what had happened less than half an hour ago were fresh in his mind, and even when others had come to offer help, he had refused them. Because surely, they couldn't have known, they couldn't have felt what he had felt in that moment. He had taken a lot of quirks in his time and knew that not a single one felt the same as another. Each had their own effects on him, and not just by giving him power. One had caused him to laugh uncontrollably, another to weep like a child. He had copied Katsuki's quirk in one training exercise and had felt a bizarre mix of sudden, white-hot rage and a deep-seated fear for something that he couldn't explain. All were controllable, of course, given a few seconds of mental and emotional discipline. But not one had caused the pain he had felt when he had copied Dark Shadow. It had felt as though something had reached down through his heart and into something else, something deeper inside him, and had lodged its corpse-cold talons into him, never to let go. He had never experienced such dizzying pain, such horrifying coldness and terror and fear and hate like he had in that moment. Nito curled up tighter on his bed, suddenly finding that he was breathing deep, almost as if he was about to fall into another panic attack. He'd had two sins coming around already, though Recovery Girl had only seen one. Did Fumikage know? Did Fumikage feel that way all the time? How was it possible for any one person to live like that? And that other boy, Izuku, was his somehow similar? He had never heard of such a thing, but the look of fear in his eyes when Nito had told him his intentions on the hill. Scritch. Nito's head shot up and turned back to the window in sudden shock. Nothing? And yet he could have sworn. He gulped and shook his head. No, he was just tired. Tired and physically spent from making his miscalculation in the match. He had copied a bad quirk. It happened sometimes. Never like that, of course, but it happened. He just needed to relax and maybe a good night's rest. Yeah, that was it. His eyes glanced at the window again as he promised himself that he was fine, even if he felt as though he was once again putting on another mask. Everything was going to be fine. So, what do you want, Hitachi? From where Hitachi was standing, the corridor was warm with the summer sun. It was empty though, being a student's only passageway. Beyond them was a brick-red pathway, bushes and trees, nature and birds and insects, and who knew what else. From somewhere within the stadium he could hear the sounds of thousands cheering and roaring and laughing. He could hear Present Mix's booming tone shouting out commentary, undercut every now and then by Aizawa's wry sarcasm. But that didn't really matter. Right now, the world considered of this half-shaded corridor, himself, and the teenager across from him. Leaning against a wall, with a shadow cast across his face, was Shoto Todoroki. His arms were folded, his gaze tight and narrow, his mismatched eyes both so cold and joyless. It had been Hitachi who had demanded to meet him out here, and he had threatened to make it into a command, not a question, if Shoto hadn't agreed. He had honestly been surprised when the teenager had simply nodded. He allowed the moment to stretch a little longer. Hitachi wanted to see if he could somehow put the teenager on edge, or at least make him show some sign of unease. However, already his instincts were telling him that wouldn't be the case. This was someone used to hiding all emotion, all tells and tics. They were experienced in this, and that alone caused the weight within Hitashi's heart to grow. I wanted to talk to you, Hitachi announced calmly, about what just happened. Gone was the trepidation he had experienced before, a result of how Shoto had rescued him during the USJ. The boy had, undoubtedly, saved his life, and Hitachi had spent the last few weeks nursing a gigantic crush on him. Now, however, he felt as though he'd seen a different side to him. Now he felt as though his crush was no longer quite so warranted. Nito copied Dark Shadow. He reacted badly. Shoto shrugged, his voice flat and unemotional. No one was hurt. Our teams moved to the next round. What else is there to say? Hitachi's eyes narrowed. That's not what I'm talking about. He felt his stomach twist in anxiety, and his heart ached again. Damn it, he didn't want to be doing this. He didn't want to keep having to play the asshole because it was the only way he could communicate with the world, but he had no idea how else to approach this with Shoto. And damn it, the part of him that demanded he be a hero was the same part that demanded he do this. Well, what then? Shoto asked, cool and calm, his expression unreadable. I told you Dark Shadow has a weakness to light and asked you to use your fire. You refused. Hitashi's eyes brow furrowed just slightly. We could have saved him faster if you'd used it. He was never in any danger, Shoto calmly shot back. We're in a stadium surrounded by heroes. But what if we weren't? Hitachi suddenly snapped, a flash of irritation biting into his words. This was making him so angry, and his usual uncaring, sarcastic facade was cracking. What if we were out there? and he pointed suddenly to the wildness around the stadium. He let his arm fall and the anger truly enter his tone with a cold chill. Why didn't you use your fire? Something finally flickered in Shoto's eyes. Something dark and hateful, though Hitachi didn't feel like it was reflected on himself. Rather, he felt as though it was something deeper. There was a long pause from the teenager as the two fixed their gazes. Mismatched frost blue and storm gray meeting royal purple. Hitachi swore he could see the thoughts, like chess pieces, being moved across Shoto's mind, playing out behind the ice of his eyes. And then he spoke. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Hitachi easily hid his surprise, though his eyes did whiten a little, even if his lips kept stoic. It certainly helped hide the sudden knot that formed in his stomach. Yeah, where two people marry to cross their quirks to make their kids stronger. They're illegal though. As I'm sure you already know, my father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor, Shoto continued, his voice flat yet there was something there, like razor blades at the very edges of his speech. He grew up in a time when it wasn't illegal, when laws regarding quirks were still being formed and put into practice. He's a very rich and powerful man, no one tells him no, and he used his wealth and power to force my mother to marry him, all for the purpose of passing his quirk along, with hers, to their children. Hitachi's skin went cold. He was standing in the sunlight, yet his skin was cold. A terrible, awful shiver moved down his spine, and as Shoto continued, the pain, the razor blades in his voice, became sharper, more evident, as if they were cutting their way through his throat. All of it was to defeat All Might. He could never do it himself, so he decided his children should be the ones to take the number 1 spot. Shoto looked away for a moment as his thoughts drifted. My brothers and sister were failures, at least in his eyes, that's how he described them to me. I don't know, I never really talked to them, I was never allowed to. I spent my entire childhood alone, going to school then training until night with my father. He took a shuddering breath and for a moment his voice trembled as he spoke. My mother was kind to me at first, but as the years went on, she became distant. She became afraid of me. She called me a cursed child, refused to talk to me, to touch me. He raised a hand to the wine-red scar on his face. She would tell me this birthmark was proof of my curse, where the devil marked me. When she came near me, my father would stop her. When I was 7, she tried to kill me in my sleep. His voice threatened to shatter as he spoke, and Hitachi felt his heart drop out through his shoes. After that, my father sent her to a hospital, and I've not seen her since. Hitachi wanted to speak, to say something, but it felt as though all the air had drained from his lungs. Shoto's words crashed like wrecking balls through his mind. Cursed child. Devil marked. No, it couldn't be him. It couldn't be. Something calcified within Hitachi's heart as pieces began sliding into place, and a terrible, awful suspicion began rising within him. A suspicion he wished against everything wasn't true because the fallout could ruin lives and shake the heroic world, but a suspicion that he had to acknowledge. Shoto's jaw set just slightly, and yet his fury was almost as hot as open fire. My father. He always told me he sacrificed so much to make me perfect. To give me the flame he demands I use. To make me the tool for his failed ambition, he scoffed scornfully. Sacrifice. That's all he talks about. Sacrifices to make me strong, to make me powerful enough to defeat All Might. Suddenly his eyes locked back onto Hitachi, and it was all the boy could do not to wilt under his gaze. There was hate there, hate and terror and fury, but so much pain. Pain that Hitachi had never seen before, not in his own gaze, not even in Izuku's. This wasn't pain brought on by the world around him due to fate's unkindness, this was a pain inflicted on a personal level. This was a lifetime of orchestrated, regimental suffering. This was a lifetime of abuse carved into Shoto's soul. So, I refused to use his fire. I refused to give him the satisfaction of watching me use it to rise to the top. I will do it without his gifts, and I will make all his precious sacrifices mean nothing. For what he did to me, my brothers and sister, my mother. I will never, ever forgive him, and I will do all that I can to ruin his dreams. Hitachi felt his heart go through a shredder. He felt as though he should reach across, grab Shoto and hold him until all the hate was drained from his body. He felt angry. Angry that any one man, could ever be allowed to get away with this. Why hadn't anyone said anything? Why hadn't a hero stepped in and helped? Fuck, why hadn't Child Protective Services noticed a pain in Shoto's eyes and done something? And yet despite everything, all Hitachi could ask was, why are you telling me this? Shoto paused for a moment. During the USJ you could have died, yet even with all your injuries, you insisted we go and stop Nemesis together. I think you're the kind of person who won't talk about this to anyone else, and besides, you asked. You asked. The answer was so simple it almost blindsided Hitachi. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and nodded, fine. Cursed child. Devil marked. The thought was now stapled into Hitachi's brain. And a terrible, harrowing suspicion now curled uncomfortably in his heart. And worse was that he knew there was perhaps only one surefire way he was going to find the real truth of it. If that's everything, I've got the finals to prepare for. Shoto pushed himself from the wall and turned to walk away, out of the stadium and into his own isolation. Hitachi's heart seemed to remember it was supposed to be beating in his chest, and suddenly he felt all the weight of his own emotions on his shoulders. Sorrow, anger, emotional exhaustion on a level he'd only felt once before when Izuku had told them all of his own life, his own trip to hell, and his return to the world. In a way, he felt as though he'd just run through it all over again, and in a way, he knew if he acted on his suspicions, he may well go through it a third time yet. Shoto? Hitachi asked suddenly, looking up and over to the boy, who had already cleared a few meters between them, though at Hitachi's call, he stopped and turned to look back. I've spent my whole life thinking my quirk was evil. That what I can do to people, stealing their will and control away? That I would never be a hero, not a real one, not like All Might. What was he even saying? He wasn't even sure himself, just that he felt like he had to say something. But I never stopped trying to be a hero. To do good. Lately, I've discovered that evil isn't what I thought it was, and yet, it's so much worse than I ever thought it could be. But that only makes me want to fight even harder. He sighed and raised a hand to the back of his neck before eyes locked back onto the teenager. I'm fighting to win, to show everyone I can be a hero, despite everything. You should too. Shoto paused and raised an eyebrow at this, before simply nodding once, turning, and walking away. So? Nito isn't possessed, but something had certainly changed within him. Maybe a touch of the old temptant? For those who don't know what that is, shame on you, on your house and on your cow, go watch Red Blue Exorcist right away for an explanation. Secondly, Toshinori is looking for Hitachi? Wonder what that could mean. Thirdly, Hitachi replaces Izuku for the Shoto backstory scene. Why? Because I said so. Also, because I'm building to things. Things I say. Fourthly, I just wanted to quickly address a very common comment I've been getting lately. Yes, I do plan on giving Izuku some much needed confidence in himself and his power soon, very soon, after all the intern arc is coming, and I have major plans for it. But part of it is gonna be Izuku getting some confidence. This arc is being purposely written to highlight just how opposed and conflicting Izuku and Nemesis are, it's literally part of the plot. So I apologize for those getting irritated at the seeming lack of progress, but I assure you it is coming. The story, however, needs to shape itself to that moment first. So, with that said, I want to thank you all for reading, hope you enjoyed the chapter, and I'll see you next update for some May-flavored fun. Chapter 29. Scientist. Alright dudes, update time. Not much to say here, so enjoy the chapter. Inko Midoriya sat on the very edge of her seat, her eyes wide as she gaped at the TV. She had just watched as the King of the Hill had wrapped up with a rather shocking conclusion. And yet it wasn't her worst fear come true. It wasn't Izuku at the center of the terror, but rather another child. Izuku had been saved. How? She had no idea, as the cameras had cut away once the teachers had rushed to the center of the field, but she knew simply on sight that it was not Nemesis crying out and thrashing with shadow claws from the top of the hill. Furthermore, she knew it wasn't her son because she had seen him move down the hill before all hell had broken loose. She had texted him but received no reply, though she did not hold this against Izuku himself, but rather from the fact he probably had no real access to his phone. Still, she had to wonder just what he would even say in reply. He had become a child who barely talked to her anymore. A child who seemed to hoard secrets. A child who came home, stayed in his room to emerge only for dinner, then vanish again. The living room was clean and tidy as always, though the coffee table before her was covered in tissues. She had cried and cheered and cried again in a roller coaster of almost manic emotions as she had watched her son come so close to winning the obstacle course race. Then again as he had taken the hill only to have a terrible-looking accident happen and all of it to go up in dust. Well, almost in dust. They had just announced that yes, his team would be passing to the next round, and as his picture had flashed up alongside one boy she recognized as one of his friends, another crow-headed child she didn't know and a girl with bright pink hair, she had cheered in joy. Her baby was doing it. He was living his dream and overcoming the obstacles that had been placed before him. Some, she would guilty admit, she had put there herself. Inko turned her watery eyes and looked to the walls of her living room. Pictures of her and her half-smiling, half-worried-looking child at various ages dotted the walls, causing her heart to once again swell with love for her little Izuku. She remembered when her child was so much closer to her. Even at the height of his drug-induced apathy, he would still come to sit with her, to spend time with her. Perhaps it was because he had nothing better to do, perhaps it was because he had no friends to spend time with. Perhaps it was simply because he was too out of it to do anything else. But even as far back as a year, he would come to watch TV with her, to smile his shaky, wobbly smile at the screen, as heroes like All Might and Flashy Flash and Endeavor had been exalted by the newscasters. She remembered when he would tell her he would be one day. He'd use his terrible, cursed power for good, that he would banish the monsters back and save the day with a smile on his face. How long ago those days seemed now. And she knew it was her fault. It was her fault for drugging him, for hiding the truth from him, what she knew of it anyway. It was her fault for keeping his awful father from him all these years. No, it wasn't her fault. It was the best she could have done given the circumstances. It was the best shot he'd had at leading a normal life, a good life, one in which he could grow up without becoming like him. She did believe that. She really did. After all, it wasn't like his father had done anything to help. And who knew what her son would have become if he had stayed with her? Who knew what horrors he would have already committed in the name of hell, of his father, of all the darkness that called his name? Inko let out a long, shuddering sigh and closed her eyes for a moment, wiping away tears as the halftime show featuring a bunch of pop idol girls started. Where would she even begin? What could she tell him that would even start satisfying the questions she knew he had? It wasn't like she was his father. It wasn't like she knew everything. And yet, there was sudden buzzing at her side, and she turned to glance down at her phone. Hot anger suddenly shot through her as she saw the bastard calling Flash on the screen. He was calling her? Now? Why? With a deep frown already forming on her face, she slid a finger across the phone and answered with a shockingly curt, "What, Inko?" His voice was like honey to her ears. Honey surrounded by stinging bees. Her irritation deepened. "I must admit I'm amazed you picked up. What do you want?" She growled the words out, doing a rather amazing job at sounding threatening despite her very non-threatening nature. "I just thought I would tell you personally that our son is fine, as are his less important friends." Inko couldn't help her eyes widen in a moment of shock and was internally glad that this was a phone call and not a FaceTime video. What? You're watching the games, yes? This is Izuku's moment to shine, after all. I'm here at the grounds, keeping an eye on things. Inko had suspected something was up when Hikori had arrived so quickly after she had only just found out about the USJ incident mere minutes before. Now her suspicion was all but confirmed. You're at UA? I work for them, yes, Lucifer replied with what must have been a distracted look. You know, I thought you would be happier that Izuku is fine. I saw the television, Inko snapped suddenly. I know he was fine. That hero, Cementus, he built that big wall around that poor boy, and Izuku wasn't. She cut herself off suddenly as a terrible fear entered her thoughts. Did you plan that? What? The answer came in a rather insulted tone. No. Why no? What possible reason would I have for causing our son to possibly lose a match? I want him to win, Inko. And furthermore, I want him to win on his own terms. It's important that he does, for his sake. Inko didn't reply. She didn't believe him, because why would anyone ever take the devil at his word, but she wasn't entirely convinced that he was lying either. When it came to Izuku, she really had no idea how to take Lucifer's actions. He ignored him for all his life, yet the moment he started coming into his own powers, he was suddenly his guardian angel, saving him from death and keeping a stalkerish eye on him. Guardian angel. That would be the day. Look, Lucifer, I know you didn't really call to tell me something I know already, so just get to the point, Inko grumbled down the line, deciding she wanted to end this conversation as quickly as possible. I wanted to know if you've put any more thought into telling Izuku the truth. The words caused Inko to sit up as ice gripped her spine and frosted around her heart. Anxiety spiked through her brain and her eyes lined with tears. We always agreed it would be your responsibility to tell him, and I agreed to abide by that oath. He paused for a moment, and then he did something she had never heard him do. He sighed. He sighed long and heavily, and, for just a second, he sounded tired. Truly tired. Tired in a way that his kind wasn't supposed to feel. I can't protect him like I could before, Inko. Things have changed and he can't keep stumbling around in the dark, unsure of who and what he really is. It's time he knew what blood flows in his veins, what his power is, what his inheritance is. Before it's too late. Inko sobbed before she could stop herself. She knew this was coming, she had always known this was coming. She had even considered it this morning as she watched her son leave. And yet to hear it spoken by another, by Lucifer of all people. It hurt her. Inside. It tore at her heart and soul like no pain ever could. The truth hurt. The truth had always hurt. The truth, which she had tried too hard to ignore and pretend couldn't get to her amazing, wonderful son, was finally collapsing onto him. His destiny, his fate, his blood. She sobbed, and Lucifer, for all his sins, waited for her to stop. After the festival, she began, her hands shaking, her body emptying of all feeling other than crushing sorrow. After it's finished, and he's home, then I'll tell him. Then he can know. As winning students now filed out the stadium grounds, the crowd erupted into cheers. The stadium seemed to have been won over once again, perhaps by the pure crazed energy of Franchouchu, who Izuku had to admit had been pretty damn entertaining. Fumikage had told him that their earlier stuff had a more metal sound, and Izuku had believed it. Though he still couldn't shake the feeling that there had been something a little odd about all of them, and Nemesis seemed convinced that death somehow hung around them like an invisible cloud. Still, that was then, this was now. Now Izuku stood beside his friends, trying to ignore the roller coaster going on in his stomach and the anxious pounding of his own heart. His tail had twitched constantly, and so he had grabbed it and now toyed with the spear tip end. He was glad he had gotten used to the sensation of having a tail because it made for something to fidget with. Beside him Fumikage stood, looking utterly, emotionally exhausted. He clearly hadn't completely recovered from the terror with Nito, and Izuku honestly wondered if he should still be competing. On his other side stood Hitachi, Tenya and Achako in that order. Hitachi looked as cool as always, with an uncaring expression on his face. Tenya looked determined, as did Achako. Izuku only wished he could have their confidence. We have made it to the third round, despite Dark Shadow's complete incompetence, and that power-copying fool, Nemesis hissed unhelpfully through Izuku's mind. Now all we have to do is demolish the rest of them, and we will stand tall, proud and powerful. Izuku rolled his eyes. He was just happy he got this far without anything going completely tits up. All that remained was for him to hope against hope that their last challenges weren't too terrible, and he'd be okay. So, despite that little hiccup, you 16 students have made it this far. Midnight began, a wide grin on her lips and a flash to her bright blue eyes. She struck out her whip at the small crowd. You should all be incredibly proud of yourselves. However, now comes the final hurdle. The last challenge of the day, which will be randomly decided now. She turned suddenly to point back at the gigantic holo screen, which again showed a slot spinning like a gambling machine. Izuku's thumbs pressed deeper into his tail, despite the small ache of pain that shot from it. Please don't be combat, please don't be combat, please. One-on-one combat. The crowd roared out in joy as the screen suddenly changed to show a formal tournament structure, showing 4 tiers of battle, until someone was finally crowned overall champion. Some of the other students cheered, others tensed in focus or determination. Izuku, however, felt as though someone had walked up to him and dumped an ice-cold bucket of water over his head. All the feelings simply left his body to be replaced by one gigantic numbing sense of dread. That was, however, until Nemesis suddenly raced through his system like wildfire. Fire heat flashed along his scars, and his heart suddenly beat more fiercely from the battle hunger that his dark companion begged for. Combat. It cried like a cheering warrior of ancient ages through his mind. Bloodshed. Battle. Glory. We shall tear our opponents apart. We shall unleash fire and shadow upon them all. We shall wear the victor's crown at long last. And all will know our name and bow to us. And yet despite it screaming through his brain, Izuku barely reacted. He was simply staring forward, lost to his own dawning horror at the fact that he was going to be thrown into combat not once, but a possible 4 times, with a good chance that he would be going up against at least one of the 3 people on the field who hated his guts. God hates me. The words drifted from his mouth as Midnight began announcing who would be facing who, though all attention to the announcements was utterly lost. God hates me, he hates me. God actually hates me. Dude, Hitachi suddenly elbowed him sharply, a favorite tactic of the young man, and once Izuku looked to him the purple-haired boy nodded upwards at the screen. Check it out. You're facing May 1st. Izuku blinked at this, then looked up taking note of the giant tournament map for the first time. Hitachi was right. Izuku was up first and, right next to his name, was Mei Hitsumi. We face the scientist first? An easy win. Izuku, however, was not so sure. Though his heart skipped a beat when he saw who he would be facing should he actually beat Mei. Ibarra. Her match was against Tenya, and despite all the confidence he had in his friend he was sure Tenya would lose. Ibarra had already shown her control of her quirk was almost absolute, and Tenya's speed could be countered. He turned, looking past his friends and down the line where he spotted Ibarra standing beside Katsuki. Both of them were looking up at the sign, then, suddenly, Katsuki spotted Izuku looking over to them. He nudged the girl, who turned her cold green gaze towards him. She made no expression other than a look of casual disgust, as one might look at a cockroach that happened to be crossing their path, then turned back to Katsuki and whispered something to him. Izuku turned away and gulped. She was going to murder him. He was sure of it. She was going to find some way to murder him live on national television. She was going to, excuse me. Izuku's downward spiral suddenly halted when he turned to see Fumikage taking a step forward, his hand raised in the air. Excuse me, Miss Midnight. The teacher blinked at this sudden interruption before pointing her whip down at the crow-headed boy. Yes, Mr. Tokoyami? I would like to drop out. A sudden gasp ran through the stadium, and several cam drones hovered down to get better shots of the sudden, dramatic turn. Several of their little group quickly began asking, Fumikage? And dude, what? And this is highly unlike you. Fumikage, however, ignored them all. I caused harm to Nito Monoma. I should have been disqualified, and it's not right that I should go through while his team is given a loss. That wasn't your fault. Izuku found himself speaking before he even realized he was doing it. You can't. Izuku, the boy turned to him, his eyes flashing with something dangerous for just a moment before he sighed and relaxed, the anger vanishing with a blink. I understand what you're saying, but I should not be allowed to pass when I caused him such pain. Despite how intentional or unintentional it was, I would not feel right moving further. It is, he paused for a moment, a matter of honor. Honor? More like cowardice, Nemesis hissed with bared teeth. He just wishes to avoid our eventual battle when we'll finally burn Dark Shadow alive. Izuku, however, could absolutely understand Fumikage's stance. In a way, he wondered if it was right that he too stood down. Maybe it would be better for all if he did. That way he could avoid anything happening with Nemesis taking control or being turned into chopped liver by Ibarra or Katsuki. And yet that choice was taken from him before he could even formulate his thoughts. And don't you dare think of doing the same, Fumikage suddenly snapped at Izuku, locking him with his crimson gaze. What happened was never your fault, only mine. You've earned your place here, don't throw it away out of fear. Well, at least he has that right, Nemesis hissed quietly, causing Izuku to blink in shock. Nemesis was agreeing with something Fumikage said? This day really was full of surprises. Are you sure on this, Mr. Tokoyami? Midnight called out suddenly, her eyes stern and focused, and, for a moment, the mask of S&M Queen slipped. Here was a teacher, a hero, and a very serious one at that. Fumikage nodded, though Izuku could see something warring within him. No doubt it was Dark Shadow, furious that their master had chosen this route. I am, Miss Midnight. She grinned suddenly and seemed to shiver with some unspoken delight. Ooh, I do love the honorable types. It fills me with a vigor that's just so invigorating. Izuku rolled his eyes. Well, that lasted long. Well then, if this is your choice, then so be it. I'll replace you with someone from Nito Monoma's team. Computer. She turned and pointed her whip to the screen. Pick a random name from Monoma's team please. Izuku watched as Fumikage's name was quietly deleted, then suddenly replaced. Itsuka Kendo. Congratulations. Midnight smiled widely and winked to one of the cameras. I'm glad it's a girl. We ladies need more representation in the hero world. She then turned back to Fumikage and nodded to him. Mr. Tokoyami, would you please leave the field? The crow-headed boy turned and looked back to his friends. And yet there was no sorrow in his eyes, only a strange sort of smile that played across his beak. He bowed to them and stood again, even as Izuku wished he could grab him and tell him not to leave, and that he deserved to be there just as much as the rest of them. Fight well, my friends, you all worked hard to be here. His eyes landed on Izuku, and he quietly added, show them we have honor, show them we are not taken by the shadow just yet. Izuku stood for a moment longer, suddenly feeling a little better about being there, and then nodded, right. Izuku looked around nervously. His anxiety was spiking, and fire was flickering along his scars. Goddamn it, he wished people would stop cheering so loudly, it was really off-putting. Why couldn't they all just go home and watch it on TV? Oh, wait, now he was thinking about how many people were watching via TV. Great. Super. More nerves, just what he needed. The arena hadn't taken long to design, especially as Cementus had simply used his quirk to quickly and smoothly create it in the middle of the stadium floor. It was typical of any martial arts style flooring, though it was rather wide-spaced for plenty of movement. The rules had been spelled out quickly and simply. Either tap out, get knocked out, or become out of bounds to lose. The winner would go to the next round, though no serious injuries, chokeholds, or killing blows were allowed. Which Nemesis had, of course, called unfair and unsportsmanlike. Izuku had almost been a total and complete wreck of nerves until Cementus had made for himself a seat on one side of the arena, announcing he would stop any fight that got out of control. Plus, there was a rather oddly placed reminder to all the students that all the teaching staff were in attendance if anything else should go wrong. Midnight had suspiciously looked right at Izuku as she had spoken, which of course made Izuku feel like he was 2 inches tall. "Hey! Devil boy." Izuku snapped out of his anxious thoughts and looked across to see Mei Hitsumi looking as ever like some kind of clockwork insect, waving a hand at him. "Earth to devil boy. We're about to fight, how about you actually be here when we do, huh? We're going to tear her apart," Nemesis threatened with a cruel grin, "no matter what science she wields. Nothing can defeat shadow and fire." She grinned, though not at him, and instead turned her gaze to the surrounding stadium. "Make it a good show, will you? I've got potential sponsors to impress." Izuku honestly didn't know what kind of strategy he planned to use on the girl. She had mentioned her quirk was microscope eyes back when they had recruited her and were discussing how they would take the flag, and it didn't seem like it would be all too useful in a one-on-one fight. Yet he knew her real strength lay in her gadgets and devices. She was practically armed to the teeth, while all he had was his cursed uncontrollable power and whatever CQC he had memorized. He fixed his jaw as he took his place, feeling flame and dark power flow through his scars. He strangled it as much as he could, wishing to only use a tiny amount, if any, of his flame in the fight. All he needed to do was get close, avoiding her weaponry, then he could simply grab her and throw her out the ring. Quick, clean, simple. "We should rush her," Nemesis whispered, tempting and snake-like through his brain, "rush her and impale her on our claws. Or maybe just rush her." Rushing her sounded like the best option. "No impaling, just rushing." Midnight stood to one side with her whip raised. She glanced to Cementus, who nodded, then loudly announced, "After 3. 1. 2. 3. Go." For an eternal second, Izuku felt his power flood into his legs, warping and changing them as unlight took his skin and claws pushed their way from his toes. But it was only a second and he missed. Because the moment he did so, Mei, who was standing still one moment, was suddenly just not there. He stumbled to a halt, blinking in shock as he turned back to wonder where she was, fear and anxiety almost taking his heart as he knew she had to be attacking, she had to be, aha. Her voice filled the stadium, and it took Izuku another second to realize she had somehow managed to hack herself into the speaker system. "As you can see, not even the fastest of students can catch me with my patented Mac backpack system." He looked up, his body still shaking slightly from the rush of power to see Mei. Mei raised far above the tournament floor suspended by 4 spider-like metal limbs, making her look even more like an insect. The limbs moved in perfect unison as she turned, looking down on Izuku as she continued, inspired of course by the famous Membrane Labs pack, but mine is a vast improvement, with a 5% coolant capability and 7% more deadly laser output. She glanced over at a deeply frowning Midnight, a feature disabled for this match, of course. Izuku sighed softly and raised an eyebrow as Nemesis, with a tone that was oddly reflective of his own feelings, hissed, "This is going to be a very long match." About 9 minutes later and Izuku had yet to actually hit Mei Hitsumi once. She, on the other hand, had captured him 3 times, disabled him 4 times, and at one point almost launched him out the ring before rescuing him again. All with the help of her Mac backpack system, which Izuku had decided was the true evil of this earth and had to be destroyed at all costs. And that just about concludes this presentation, Mei finally announced after Izuku skidded to another halt, panting and drenched in sweat. Not that he was injured at all, hell he wasn't even hurt, he was just utterly exhausted from being Mei's unwitting test subject. That and holding back Nemesis's insane anger was a battle all in of itself. His demonic power had become more and more frustrated as time had gone on. What was worse was that his power wasn't having the same effect it usually had on other electronics, despite Izuku using it 3 times in the match. Once at the very beginning, again to escape a net Mei had trapped him in, and again when he had seen a single opening to blast her out of the ring. The fire had missed, as she had dodged, but it had been a close call. Yet not once did her devices show any sign of malfunctioning. He might have suspected something was amiss if most of his focus wasn't on holding back Nemesis. The rage of his monster was like boiling water right under his scars. We're going to kill her. We're going to kill her. We're going to shove that stupid backpack down her throat until she chokes on her own damned creation. Usually Izuku would immediately argue back, but in all honesty, he was pretty frustrated with Mei himself. They had only 30 seconds left in the match, and she had spent the entire time using him to advertise her inventions. He didn't enjoy being used as a prop for other people's advantage, just as he hated being looked upon like some kind of China doll stuffed with C4. He had already decided next time she came at him, he was going to stand his ground and blast her with "Remember that's Mei Hitsumi, Class 1H of the support course." Check me out online on all good social media sites by searching up Inventor Goddess and like and subscribe to my livestream every Friday, 7 till 9. She turned and winked at Izuku, "Thanks for the help, devil boy, and good luck on the rest of the tournament," Mei announced with a grin as she turned and began marching right off the side of the arena. Izuku blinked, the entire stadium blinked, Midnight blinked. And then, finally, the teacher seemed to remember she was supposed to be refereeing and stumbled back into motion. Mei Hitsumi is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins the match. Izuku stood there, utterly dumbfounded. She had just quit the match. Which meant he had won. It was the most worthless victory in the history of worthless victories, but he had won. He had no idea how to feel about it, and he turned to look to Midnight, who gave him a look of exasperation, shrugged, and shook her head. The message was clear: just take the win, kid. No, he couldn't just take the win. He hadn't earned it. He hadn't bled and sweat and fought for it with every ounce of his being. Hell, he had barely even used his damned power. It felt cheap and wrong, and the small amount of pride he had within his heart felt insulted. Nemesis certainly felt insulted, and its sudden spike of hot oil fire demanded he get answers. He quickly ran after Mei, even as the stadium gave him a mixed sort of clap and a cheer for his victory. She was already in the awning to the stadium grounds when he caught her. What the hell was that? He snapped as he caught up to her, causing her to turn and look at him with wide eyes. What the hell was what, devil boy? You used me. She gave him a confused look. Yes? And? Why did you do that? You threw away your chance to win the tournament. And humiliated us in the process. It suddenly seemed to dawn on Mei just what Izuku was getting at, and a wide grin stretched across her mouth. She turned fully to him, shaking her head just a little. I never cared about winning the tournament, devil boy, after all, what would I get out of it? No. Suddenly her arm was around Izuku's shoulder, pulling him close. Uncomfortably close. Then, before Izuku could even process, she was practically pressing her whole body to his side, and she pointed up to the stands. Do you see, up there? Izuku tried to edge away from her, feeling his cheeks and his scars light up. I know, up there is Dib Membrane, head of Membrane Labs, and his chief support scientist Zim. She grinned wickedly. They're only here for a month, and only to find a single intern for their Japan branch. See, you're fighting to get hero agencies to notice you, but all I care about is getting the support companies to notice me. And I can do that in just one match. Suddenly her hand slapped to his chest and fire spiked along scars. Once again, her wide, wild eyes, the color of spring daffodils, set on him. I'm not sorry for chasing my dreams, devil boy. I gave you a win, you gave me the opportunity of a lifetime. Izuku couldn't handle it any longer. He pushed her back and stumbled away, trying to get some breathing room to cool down his scars. Not that Mei even took offense to this, of course. She again simply laughed wickedly, though not cruelly. He could tell there was no malice in her attitude, just a complete lack of thought for other people's feelings. It was clear that in her mind they had both won, so what was the problem? I dunno, just you could have asked, Izuku grumbled as he folded his arms, feeling his inner monster curling through his blood, growling for some revenge, but otherwise starting to calm down. If I had, you wouldn't have tried so hard. Mei chuckled as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. He sighed, deciding that there was no way he was going to mend his wounded pride or somehow convince Mei that what she did was wrong. Clearly, she was some kind of cheerful sociopath who wouldn't listen no matter what he said. At the end of the day, Mei wasn't worth being mad over, and besides, in her weird, blunt way she was right. He had his win, an easy win at that, all considered. However, as she turned to leave, there was one other thing bugging the back of his brain. Hey, can I just ask? He spoke with a slightly nervous tone, as if he was almost afraid to find the answer. Mei stopped and turned back, giving a in response. When I use my power, it tends to not play well with electronics. I guess it's a side effect, Izuku spoke in a low tone, even though there was no one listening in. But your gadgets seemed fine. I mean, he became slightly guarded as he braved the subject. You wouldn't happen to do anything special to your equipment, would you? May paused at this, then cocked her head. All my equipment is special to me, devil boy, though I do tend to use membrane lab pattern circuitry for the interiors. They're a little obtuse to work with, but I think they're super cool. She grinned suddenly and clicked her fingers as a thought struck her. There's a rumor that Dib Membrane is super into the paranormal and apparently works protective wards into all their equipment. Maybe that's why your quirk didn't mess with them. Ha. As Izuku processed the answer, she suddenly slapped him on the arm and added, in that case, you should come to me for all your support item needs. Mine will be the only ones that work unless you want to pay for American imports. At that Izuku simply nodded, his brain still trying to get around the fact that some weirdo American's obsession with the occult had actually paid off in May's favor, and she'd had absolutely no idea. I like you, devil boy. Hit me up sometime, we'll talk shop. She turned and began marching back down the corridor, toodles for now. As she vanished into the gloom of the stadium, he turned and looked back out to the grounds where they were preparing for the next round and flashing commercials on the big screen. His body was cast in the shadow of the awning, and his gaze unfocused as his thoughts drifted. His first match was won, now came the real test. A match which really would push him to his limits. The match which was inevitably against Ibarra. As Izuku had coldly predicted, the next match was something of a wash for Ibarra. It had been, even more crushingly, against Tenya. He, along with the rest of his friends and classmates, had watched the match from a set of private seats lined with raised walls to block out any spectators who may have tried to distract the students. The seats were actually really good, and Izuku had been given a nice close view of the entire stadium floor. Still, it didn't make what he saw any less painful. At first, Izuku had been at least a little hopeful. Tenya had speed and possibly the ability to avoid Ibarra's vines before they could connect. However, as Tenya had sped towards her at the beginning of the match, Ibarra had simply surrounded herself in a cocoon of vines. Then, once Tenya had been stopped, unable to break through the barrier, the cocoon had suddenly exploded into a spinning whirlwind, which had grabbed him by surprise and thrown him out the ring. It was pretty depressing to watch. Tenya clearly deserved to go further and was very obviously upset at his loss, though he had managed to hold it together with dignified repose. Even so, it only made Izuku's stomach feel like it was being gripped and wrung like a wet rag. And it hadn't helped when present Mick had loudly asked the crowd, is there anyone who can stop this powerhouse of holy might? The next matches moved along just as swiftly. Itsuka and Tsuyu had quite the memorable match, though the girl from Class 1B won when she had landed a rather painful-looking shot at Tsuyu's side with a fist almost the size of her whole body and had knocked the frog girl just out the ring. Still, they had bowed respectfully and even hugged, and the crowd given them both a rousing round of applause. Next came Kyoka and Denki, which was over almost as soon as it began. Denki, of course, went in for his full 1 million volts shock, however, he had utterly underestimated the actual reach of his quirk, and Kyoka had darted backward the moment the bell rang. She was still hit, but not nearly enough to knock her out. Meanwhile, Denki had been reduced to a dumbfounded mess and had simply been walked out the arena by a still twitching Kyoka. Shoto and Ijiro were next, and, again, it was a wash, though this time in favor of Shoto. While Ijiro had been able to repeatedly punch through Shoto's walls of ice, he had been unable to move forward fast enough to actually close the gap between himself and Shoto. Eventually, Ijiro's feet had frozen to the floor and he'd had to surrender. Shoto, however, had made no cheer of his victory or even given a small prayer of thanks as Ibarra had done. He had simply turned and left the ring the moment the ice had melted, his face as placid and emotionless as always. Izuku had to wonder just what he was thinking and had gone to ask Hitachi if he had any ideas, only for the boy to already be gone from their line along the bench. Hitachi had been oddly quiet while they had watched the matches, and despite Izuku's own attempts to engage him and talk, only ever replied in monosyllabic notes or simple nods. Izuku didn't press him too much, despite a burning desire to do so. He couldn't go bringing out his worries in front of everyone, and they really hadn't had a chance to talk privately since it began. Still, he was worried for his friend. Hitachi's match had been up against a teenager from Class 1B called Niranjeki Shota, who had been on Ibarra's winning team. Izuku remembered him in particular as he seemed to have been rather apprehensive the entire time, and as he had stood out in the ring, The chubby young man seemed to have a constant look of unease on his face. It didn't matter though, about 3 seconds in the boy, who had started out trying to cautiously circle around Hitachi, suddenly came to a halt. Then he turned and walked right out of the ring. Izuku almost rolled his eyes as he noted the all-too-familiar unfocused, glazed look on his face. Someone hadn't been paying attention in the second match, otherwise, he would have known to keep his mouth shut. Or maybe Hitachi had just found the right words to make him answer. His friend was rather good at doing that after all. The only problem now, however, was that no matter what, Hitachi would be up against people who knew his quirk. Even more concerning was that it made his next match against Shoto. Someone who could probably take him with ease. And yet, when Hitachi sat back down with his friends, he didn't seem worried. Instead, he had returned to his focused expression of deep thought and one-note replies. The next match could hardly be called a match. It had been Katsuki against Momo, and from the moment Midnight had shouted go, it was pretty much over. Katsuki had simply blasted Momo out of the ring before she could even react. She had, in some quick defense, managed to make a rounded shield to save herself from being fried, but within the space of 7 seconds, she had been thrown out of bounds. To a chorus of boos, Katsuki had stormed off the field, ignoring everyone and shoving his hands into his pockets. Izuku couldn't help but feel sad for Momo, and somehow, even sadder for Katsuki. Next along was a Chaco versus a Class 1B boy called Senator Ibarra, the other winning member of Ibarra's team, and the one Izuku distinctly remembered sitting down in boredom halfway through their King of the Hill match. They had all given a Chaco their own boosts of confidence, with Izuku reminding her of Sen's quirk, which he had seen once when he had tried to assist Katsuki, only to have Katsuki yell at him. Apparently, he could turn his hands into drills, which was information Achako had carefully considered when creating her plan. She had not told the others what this plan was, however, insisting she could do it on her own, and that if she relied on the others too much she wouldn't grow as a fighter. Either way, once she was out on the field, she put on an amazing fight. Sen was as quick as the drills in his hands, and he came at Achako like a lightning bolt, tearing up parts of the concrete as he attempted to use his quirk to throw her to the ground, or at least out the ring, all the while avoiding Achako's own touch, knowing full well what it could do. At one point he almost succeeded, and Izuku had held his breath as Achako had gone flying towards the line. And yet, at the last second, she had landed herself, dodged Sen's strike, and tapped him on the arm, sending him floating up into the air. With no ability to propel himself, he had floated higher and higher until he had been declared unable to continue. Thankfully, Cementus had created a set of stairs for the defeated boy to walk down, and, as he had bowed and shaken hands with an exhausted and bruised-looking Achako, Izuku was sure he could see a blush across Sen's cheeks. There was a quick announcement that there would be a short interval before the next round of matches begun, and Izuku felt something heavy and painful settle within his stomach. He would be next up, and he would be against Ibarra. Well, we should get ready then, Fumikage announced with a nod and stood up, his eyes looking to Izuku. Are you coming? Izuku blinked in shock. What do you? We're going to help you form a plan, dude. Do you think we're going to let you face Ibarra without some advice? Tenya added as he looked to Izuku with a raised eyebrow, also rising to his feet. As someone interested in helping you succeed, I highly recommend. All right, Izuku held up his hands as he got out of his seat. His scars flickered with candle flame as he moved, her nervousness being somewhat abated by the offers of help from his friends. He had his pride, sure, but he also had his common sense, and if they were offering to help him brainstorm a plan, he wouldn't refuse. All right, you guys can help me plan. He took a moment to breathe and steady his heart and his twisting stomach as he turned to begin leading his little group away from the seats and towards the empty back corridors. He wanted to win, he needed to win, if only to prove to people that all his victories weren't just close scrapes and flukes. He could beat Ibarra, he just needed a plan. And he was glad he had his friends there to help him. So the future Inko-Izuku confrontation is set. And Lucy is keeping an eye on his boy. Most importantly, however, as I'm sure you'll all agree, is the fact that Mei has a pack. With 7% more deadly laser output. Who could have seen this amazing turn of events coming? And oh wait, you wanna know about Ibarra versus Izuku? Well, I can tell you that next chapter is over 9,000 words long. It's a beast, and it's a rival for my favorite fight so far, even with Nemesis versus All Might on the books. Yeah, next update is gonna be big, and it's gonna be bloody, and it's gonna have Ibarra backstory. The Wrath of God versus the Spawn of Lucifer, who will win? Fire or vine, shadow or light, small troubled bean or angry Bible thumper? Thank you all for reading, and I'll see y'all next time my dudes. Chapter 30. Neophyte. Oh yeah. The chapter a ton of you have been waiting for has finally arrived. Izuku vs Ibarra. One-on-one. The fight in the festival. The showdown in the stadium. No ifs, ands, or buts here. Just a flat-out slugfest of the ages. Let's get it on. Katsuki pushed open the door to the locker room and paused. She was praying. She was always praying. The moment Katsuki stepped within, he felt as though he had entered some reverent temple. The air was somehow quieter in here, despite the obvious sound of the thousands of people moving throughout the stadium. The moment the door clicked closed, it was as if the entire world existed only of that room at that exact moment. Ibarra sat at the wooden table, her head bowed, her hands clasped and her mouth whispering a constant stream of words meant only for herself and her god. He was still uncomfortable with this. Despite all the time they had spent together, Katsuki had yet to truly get used to Ibarra's constant and almost fanatical devotion to her faith. A faith that Katsuki, privately, though was completely stupid and unnecessary. He had told her that once, and only once, and his neck still stunk a little from where the thorns had bit into his skin. He moved with a surprising quietness through the locker room to take the space across from the girl. He didn't believe in her faith, but that didn't mean he was going to completely disrespect her praying. Some people needed that crutch in their lives. Ibarra certainly did. It was everything to her, and that was no exaggeration. She had told him as such in one of their few talks that it almost bordered on the personal. May I no longer fear any evil, since the Lord is with me, who lives and reigns within me, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever. Amen. As she finished her prayer, her eyes fluttered open and locked onto Katsuki with a mixture of surprise and sorrow. A sorrow that was there for only the barest second, then gone and immediately replaced with a mask that Katsuki knew all too well. Katsuki. Did your fight go well? Yeah, it was easy, the blonde replied, leaning an arm over the back of his chair as he turned, folding one leg over the other. He narrowed his ruby gaze at her and, with a covering growl, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." The young woman replied in her usual soft yet authoritative tone. The tone of a quiet commander, of a warrior holding back their strength. And yet when she spoke again, there was a crack. A crack in the armor she presented to the world. "I was just expecting someone else." Katsuki raised a slow eyebrow at this as he reached forward and grabbed a bottle of water from the table. He took a quick gulp before practically slamming it back down. "Who?" "My brother," Ibarra answered softly. Her eyes, the green of old emeralds, looked down for just a moment. He was supposed to be here. Her brother. Katsuki had heard her speak of this mysterious brother before, though she had never given him a name. Only that he was her brother in the church, and that she had always aspired to be just as strong as he was in both faith and ability. Katsuki had to wonder just what kind of man he was if Ibarra thought her faith was lacking in comparison to his. Not to mention someone who could actually be stronger than her. It had been a harsh lesson to learn, his first actual heroics class with Class 1B. He had thought he would have entered it as the strongest person there. After all, if it wasn't for Izuku's demonic monster, Katsuki knew he would easily be the strongest person in Class 1A. And then he had seen Ibarra in action. She had taken on 3 members of her own class with ease. And even when it had come to CQC, she had dismantled everyone who came at her. And she did it all without blinking, without any signs of remorse or hesitation. So much so that Vlad, their homeroom teacher, had openly asked her who had been teaching her to fight. She had answered, "My brother," wearing one of the few smiles Katsuki had ever seen her have. Katsuki hated admitting to himself that anyone on earth, other than perhaps All Might, had any chance of beating him, but seeing Ibarra in action, and even fighting against her, it had taught him a harsh, sharp lesson. He wasn't at the top of the class food chain. She was. So, when she had come to him while he was privately training, he had at first thought she had come to mock him. A few others in the class had tried to reach out to him, but he had rejected them. He didn't need their pity or sly questions about what had happened at the USJ. He was going to train and train to become stronger than anyone, strong enough to destroy that monster that pretended to be human. And he would do it alone. And that was where she had found him. Smashing punching bags into the ground to stop the memories filtering into his mind. It was there she had made him an offer. An offer to explain what he had seen, and more importantly, lessons in how to stop them. To stop the demon that existed within the school, to stop the demons that existed in the world at large. It had been a lot to swallow, and he wasn't sure he still completely believed everything, but it had formed a partnership that led him to where he was now. Sitting across from a religious fanatic, not quite friends, more than acquaintances, but most certainly the enemy of his enemy. If your brother isn't here, he's an asshole, Katsuki snapped, breaking the moment of silence. The words clearly hit Ibarra hard, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Slowly, however, her gaze turned and looked down. He cares for me. He does. So why isn't he here? I don't know. Call him. I tried, and I left texts. He won't answer. Ibarra sighed and moved a hand to her head, shaking it for a moment. Now, this surprised Katsuki. Ibarra was like a robot. A robot programmed to fight battles, praise God and to get good grades. She didn't often show emotion, and it was possibly the second reason why she seemed to have no friends in class. And yet this simple sigh and look of exasperation. It was something. Some evidence that beneath the robot was a girl. A girl with a family and feelings, with her own thoughts and emotions. My brother is strong in faith but he and the ecclesiarch are often at odds. I worry he has fallen out with him again. She shook her head and looked back to the blonde. There was a pause from the girl before she slowly braved, Katsuki, I know we're not friends, not really, but she paused for a moment, looking to him. I would like to ask something of you. Katsuki narrowed his gaze at her. What? Again, she seemed to pause, as if questioning her actions, before slowly she began. Before we go into battle, we're expected to give an oath of moment. My brother was supposed to hear my oath, but well she trailed away. You want me to hear an oath? Katsuki frowned in a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Why? You know I don't believe in all that Bible sh stuff. Katsuki caught himself. He did not feel like being strangled by vines again. That and they were supposed to be working together against a common enemy. He supposed the bare minimum of effort could be given to not upset her. You only need to speak a few words. I can show you them on my phone. All you really need to do is hear my oath, Ibarra pressed with a strange sort of desperation in her eyes. Please? It's important to me. It's important to my faith, to my order. I don't want to face the demon without my oath being witnessed. The demon. It was the only way she would really describe Izuku, and it was something he was still not quite used to hearing. And yet, he knew in his heart it was the truth. Izuku was not Izuku, or at least, he was not the boy he used to know. What controlled Izuku was a beast made of fire and shadow and hell itself. Izuku was not human, and perhaps he never had been. Fine. But make it quick, you're up in a few minutes. A smile flashed across Ibarra's lips, and a light entered her eyes that caused something within Katsuki to twinge, like a string suddenly being pulled in his heart. He quickly kicked the feeling out and flooded it with cold irritation. Stupid puberty. Together they stood up and Ibarra got out her phone, taking a few seconds to type some words down in a note before handing it to Katsuki. Just read what's on here, I'm sure you can handle it. There was a second's pause and her tone became softer. You have the soul of a knight, Katsuki. If only you would. You told me you wouldn't preach to me. Katsuki snapped as he took the phone. If you do that, I'll walk out the fucking room. Ibarra only smiled. Again, her eyes sparkled, and again Katsuki felt that irritating string being pulled. Then the smile fell, and the air shifted. It became heavy and almost cold. The robot took over the young woman, and Katsuki knew that the girl was taking a backseat to this emotionless fighting machine within her. Slowly, she knelt onto one knee and bowed her head, her vines falling about her face and curling along the floor. Katsuki couldn't help but swallow his feelings down. He wanted to shout and yell how stupid this all was, how dumb it was to be making oaths that no one cared about. But he had seen too much to dismiss it all, and besides, Ibarra seemed to know this world. She knew the rites and sacraments required for victory. Even if he didn't believe, he would go along with it. If ritual and superstition were what it took, then so be it. Izuku, or rather, Nemesis, had to be stopped. His eyes looked to the phone, and he began to read. Ibarra Shiozaki, you stand on the eve of battle against a great enemy. Speak your oath and be heard. My soul is cleansed, my heart is pure, my oath shall be sworn as thus. Katsuki had to hide a shiver at the tone of her voice. He had heard it before, this cold, calculated, almost brutal tone that stole over her when she prepared to fight, and again he couldn't help but wonder just what he was getting into, and just what had been done to her. I swear I will fight without remorse. I will fight without pity. I will fight without fear. I will defeat the enemy in the name of God Almighty, King and Savior. In the name of my order, in the name of justice and light. I will give all for victory and give all for the destruction of our foe. Do you swear this, here and now, in this oath of moment? Her voice was as cold as a steel blade, and in that moment, Katsuki swore he could feel a charge in the air, like lightning waiting to break. Her eyes looked up, and within them he saw only the unfeeling, unrelenting brutality of a warrior knight, trained and raised in fire and battle. And it scared him. "I swear. This is going to be a match to remember, folks." Present Mick boomed across the stadium, the energy in his voice reaching almost manic levels. The current favorite to win versus the plucky underdog. Izuku winced a little as he stood in the awning, waiting to be called to the field. It wasn't exactly a confidence boost to be called an underdog. "We're so excited," Nemesis growled through his blood like a pacing wolf. "We get to destroy the evangelist. Finally, after all this time, a worthy foe." A worthy foe? Well, that was an interesting assessment. More like absolutely terrifying foe in Izuku's book, but hey, that was him. "Just please, stick to the plan, okay?" Izuku whispered to his quirk, glancing out over the sea of faces while trying not to seem too obvious. "As long as we follow it," Nemesis seemed to strangely agree within his brain, "we shall have victory. But we must fight with all our might, we cannot allow fear or mercy to pull on our punches." Izuku wasn't sure what to make of that, but he took it as a sign that at least to start with, his monster would cooperate. The plan was clear in his mind, even if it was a shaky one, and required a precision that he had rarely shown in training. Fumikage had warned him that Ibarra's faith would act as a defense against his fire, making it less effective overall, but that did not make her immune. Hitachi had added that, at least physically, he was stronger than her, so a blunt force approach could be what was needed. Tenya had told Izuku that Ibarra's strength was clearly long range, so he needed to close the gap quickly. All these things and more were discussed, weighed, and calculated into Izuku's attack. Now all he needed was just a little luck. A green light suddenly blinked above him, and he knew that was his cue. Taking a huge breath of air to steady his shaking nerves, he began walking onto the field, trying to block out the sound of thousands of screaming people and focus entirely on the task at hand. Which didn't make him any less nervous, to be honest. Coming onto the field, Class 1A's own pet Demao. Present Mick yelped, and the microphone hissed in tinny response as he did so, causing practically the entire stadium to wince. Izuku certainly did, though he was glad that the man hadn't finished his sentence. He didn't need to be called a demon in front of the entire world. "Oh, right. Sorry, Aizawa. Sorry, kid." Izuku was walking up the steps to the arena now, and his heart clenched in his chest as he saw the familiar head of green hair doing the same. All welcome Class 1A's own determined, scrappy fighter, Izuku Midoriya. There was a rousing cheer for him that he couldn't help but smile at. It seemed despite his overall creepy, spooky and outright demonic appearance, he had at least some fans in the audience. And of course, give it up for the gift from God herself. The unstoppable holy warrior Ibarra Shiozaki. To Izuku's disappointment and to Nemesis's rage, Ibarra's cheer was much, much louder. He could see the girl across from him now, though there was enough space between them that he couldn't feel the static charge of lightning-like faith over his skin. Ibarra didn't seem to acknowledge the cheers. Her eyes, joyless and focused, were entirely on him. And the longer she kept her focus, the more nervous and uneasy he became. She seemed almost unblinking, like she was some kind of machine waiting until the match started so she could tear him to pieces. "Look at her," Nemesis grinned with bloody teeth within his brain. "She believes herself blessed by God. We shall show her what the blessing of shadow and fire can do." Burning flame began flowing along his scars and through his blood, flame that was hell-born and terrible, and at this moment, the only thing he had to stop himself from being murdered on live television. "Combatants, are you ready?" Midnight called from her position on the sidelines of the arena. Izuku looked over and, thankfully, noticed Cementus was also seated just at her side. They were his essential lifelines if Ibarra really did try to kill him, which he was still half convinced she was trying to do, despite the absurdity of it all. "We will do all we can to destroy our foe," the beast inside his mind grumbled out as if reading his thoughts. "If others try and stop us, then they too shall know our wrath." Ibarra bent her knees in readiness and moved one foot forward just slightly, and she raised her fists up to her face, taking the fighting stance of a martial artist. Izuku recognized the style as one of the ones recommended by Aizawa-sensei, Muay Thai. At the same time, her hair flared out around her, becoming almost like a flowing cape of forest green vines. "I'm ready," Ibarra called out, her voice a shock emotionless cold. Izuku did not copy her movements, though he did adjust his stance, moving his hands to his chest and keeping them open. He preferred the stances and techniques of karate. After all, swift, powerful strikes suited his quirk. He could feel lava moving through his scars, and the air began heating up around him. For a moment he grit his teeth as his fingernails grew longer, sharper, almost talon-like, with blotches of unlight spotting across his arms. Even Nemesis seemed to go silent as the beast of hell itself focused within him. There was nothing in the world left other than themselves and the holy warrior who stood before them. "I'm ready," Izuku called out, and to those who watched carefully, his teeth already seemed sharper within his mouth. Midnight raised her whip into the air, and it seemed as though the world itself slowed down its eternal spin. The cheering of the crowd faded away into a background fuzz. Izuku could feel his lungs inflate with every breath he took. He could feel his tail curl and still. He could feel his heartbeat beating within his chest. He could feel the fire flowing, corrupt and terrible through his scars. And he felt a smile snake itself onto his lips. He felt his body tense and eager for combat. He felt a dark lusting for blood and war boil within his heart. He felt his pride rise within his chest, eager to show the world that he was no coward, no fearful China doll but a warrior to be feared and respected. Despite himself, he felt as though he was born for this. Just as long as he and Nemesis both followed the plan. Go. Boom. The word had barely left Midnight's lips before the arena suddenly erupted into a flash of bright blue flame. Smoke quickly followed, and from it, darting not forwards but backward, was Izuku. He was panting and his brain was swimming, and every sense he had was suddenly on fire. Already he could tell, by the sounds of rushing vines, that he had not hit Ibarra. But that was fine, he hadn't intended to. Suddenly from the smoke, a wave of vines shot forwards, and with them came the static hissing of faith rushing along his skin like 1,000 biting ants. Izuku pushed it aside as Nemesis burned along his scars, moving in motion with his own actions, as both boy and monster responded the same way to the same threat. Move. Keep moving. Do not get caught. As the smoke cleared, Izuku saw Ibarra once again. And quietly, to himself, his suspicions were confirmed. She hadn't moved during his initial attack, though already her vines were stretching out around her, almost all of them rushing to try and attack Izuku himself. As he ran, he took a short breath before moving to stage 2 of his plan. He turned sharply, and with the help of Nemesis rushing into his legs, he began darting towards her. The vines rushed down at him like a mass of hunting, green-skinned snakes descending from the head of a mythical Medusa. And that was just what Izuku was counting on. Because despite everything about Izuku, there was one skill he knew he could rely on. One skill that was not born of hell, that belonged to him and him alone. One that he had learned through watching from the sidelines all his life when his focus had been a struggle to maintain. When he had no friends and all he could do was spend hours looking at the TV, quietly and dully absorbing all the information he saw there. He had been watching Ibarra from the beginning. And he had figured out her weakness. Just as the vines came to hit him, he turned his entire body in a sudden ballet twist, and, as he held his breath, time again slowed to a crawl. He felt cuts open up along his arm as the vines scraped him. He felt the buzz of lightning like faith move through his skin and teeth. He felt the rush of wind that came from such a strong and powerful strike tear past him, for a moment, exposing the stumps of blackened horns on his head. And he felt the fire burn through his legs, pumping energy and strength and power into his feet. And just as he landed, just as his foot hit the ground once again, he pressed down and leaped. Like a bullet wreathed in blue flame, he fired towards Ibarra, moving past the wall of vines she had shot towards him, and ignoring the buzz in his head that roared louder and louder, with wailing sirens of danger, danger, danger. That screamed through his nerves. Ignoring everything but his target. The girl who had called herself the Wrath of God. Corrupt blue fire flowed suddenly from his clawed, demonic palm as, moving with agonizing slowness, despite the mere milliseconds that passed before him. He blinked and he had already crossed a distance, coming into touching range of the girl. Her faith was like a hornet's nest within his own skull and across his skin, but through gritted, sharpened teeth, he pushed it aside. He was close enough to grab her now, should he wish, but that wasn't his objective. Because he'd noticed one very slight, but very large weakness in her quirk. She couldn't move and use it at the same time. Every use had been from a standing, or close to standing position. If he could knock her off balance and keep her off balance, he'd have a chance to win. And all it'd take was one good shot. His hand stretched forwards. Something roared with the tone of 1,000 battle cries. Eyes as dark as a haunted forest met the blazing green of Izuku's own. There was no fear. And then, there was only fire. The boom threw Izuku backward, and suddenly the world was spinning and roaring and dust and smoke and coppery spit and fire in his blood. Only by the grace of a god Izuku was sure hated him did he manage to land on his feet, and even then, it was only by slamming his claws into the concrete did he manage to stop himself. Eyes that seemed dimmed with a falling shadow, spiked with the glowing, fire-lit green of his eyes looked up. A direct hit on Ibarra. Boy, that's gotta sting. It was like Present Mick was shouting into his ear, but Izuku ignored it. He'd done it. He'd hit her right in her side just as he planned, and now, surely the smoke cleared. And Ibarra stood. It was obvious she had been hit hard, there was no mistaking that. But what Izuku had assumed was that he would be hitting her side, dealing a nasty, maybe even cruel shock of burn damage that she wouldn't be able to recover from. More importantly, he hoped it would knock her down and force her to move, allowing him the opportunity to press his advantage. Instead, she stood with one arm raised to her front, and upon it a long kite shield made of the thick vine wrapped over vine that even now was still being formed, replacing the burning pieces of her hair that littered the floor around her. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Her reaction time had to be she couldn't have this was the holy warrior stands. Presence Mick's confirmation of the incredible scene boomed through the roaring cheer of the stadium crowd. This girl is something else, folks. It took Izuku a second to realize that he had at least staggered her back, and her vine hair had been forced to recall back to protect her. She must have kept at least some of it in reserve, as if she had expected this move from him. Damn it. Nemesis howled through his brain as he picked himself back up, his plan suddenly flying out the window as his mind raced for a new one. Damn it. We were so close. We can still win, Izuku hissed openly to himself. We can, we? Ibarra replied as she lowered her shield arm, though she did not dissipate the shield itself. Izuku tensed but did not reply. I see you're not as blood-maddened as I thought. From what Katsuki told me, I took you as a demon of Belial. I see now you are more cunning than that. Perhaps you belong to Lilithia's court of snow and ice or Satani's cruel hedonistic realm. For a moment, her eyes narrowed. Strange, you didn't burn at the touch of my vines. Then she shrugged. It doesn't matter, your protection won't last forever, she continued as she held out her other arm. Izuku had some small note of pleasure to see some of her uniform had become frayed and burned, at least he had done some damage. And yet his heart dropped when her hair moved again. Wrapping along her arm, curling into her fist and flowing onwards, she formed a flail. A flail ending in vines that wrapped themselves into a ball, covered in 100 needle-sharp spines. Hey, wait, that's a weapon. Can she do that? Present Mick's voice boomed around the stadium. Coldly, Aizawa answered, she didn't bring a weapon to the arena, it's simply a smart use of her own quirk. It's completely within the rules. This caused Ibarra to almost smile. Izuku could see the tiny twitch of her fair lips. What are you planning to do? Izuku asked as he readied himself again, sure that his question was lost over the braying of the crowd. Are you going to kill me? Kill you? Ibarra frowned, no, why would I do that? Here? In front of thousands? Izuku almost breathed out a sigh of relief until she added, I'm going to expose you. What? You are a monster, she pointed the flail towards him, and everyone will see it. In this place, as your true self, the heroes will do the work for me, and the world will be free of another demon of hell. No wait, you don't have to do this. Izuku panicked out, even as Nemesis growled through his scars. Yes, I do, she replied simply, honestly, coldly, because you are the enemy and I am a soldier of God. There can be no other way. I will make you repent, Nemesis, in the name of God Almighty. Before Izuku could even respond, she took a short breath and charged. The flail swung at a speed that could have been only aided by her control over her quirk, and by chance alone did Izuku dodge. He moved to one side, more on instinct than anything else as she swung again, and again the mace end of her weapon missed him by mere inches. Rage and hot hell-born fire tore through him once again, and before he realized he was doing it, he was snarling and raising a burning palm up to strike her. Fire, burning and unnaturally blue burst from him, though it struck only her shield, and before Izuku knew it, she had already moved through the smoke to strike him with her elbow, smashing his jaw and sending him backwards. He recovered and with a bloody mouth of sharpened teeth he roared, his arms coated with unlight, his scars burning with a furnace blue as the light in his eyes continued to fade and deep within him, and the monster known as Nemesis gained foothold after foothold within his heart. And yet within himself, he warred to hold it back. He could feel its blood rage, its battle lust infecting him, pushing him further and further. Give in, let go, tear her to pieces. He wanted to, a terrible, awful part of him wanted to. And yet the human part of him remained, holding on to his promises of control, of hope and his own demands that he do better, that he be better. Even if Ibarra was determined to make him betray those promises. Again, he went on the attack. No strategy now, no clever plan, only the urge to attack, attack, attack. She was moving, which meant no more long-range attacks. This would be a battle of blood and furious close combat. Good thing he excelled at it. But against Ibarra, he was already finding he had met his counter. Izuku was burning. Every limb was on fire, and his brain was a mess of hyper-focused sensations and emotions crashing and raging within him. He was going too far, he knew he was going too far, he needed to stop and stop now and we will not lose again. Nemesis ordered within him in a tone that was almost too loud into his ear. The thick flooding rivers of oil-thick power were coursing through his every scar, setting them aflame with the fire of hell itself. But Izuku was still Izuku, and he couldn't figure out why. All he knew was that he wanted to win. All he knew was that Nemesis wanted to win. And so, somehow, together, they were fighting back. Their movements were a blur of burning flame and shadow black. He could feel his blood boiling under his skin as he struck at her again and again, sometimes with the burning flame of his hell-born power, sometimes with nothing but claw and fury, tearing at her shield and trying to rip it from her arm. No matter what, she kept repairing it, holding her ground until it was back up once again. He attacked her flail, burning it to stinking ash. Again, she repaired it within an instant, and again she swung it for his face, his body, an expert with the weapon that no girl her age should even know how to wield. He quickly found that she could curl the vines back, turning it from a long-range flail into a short-range mace, and that she was an expert with both. Every strike that hit him caused purified lightning to shoot across his body, and even being this close to her sent stabbing pins and needles across his skin. Izuku's mouth was bleeding, as were his many cuts. She had smashed him twice with the weapon, once in the side, another to his shoulder, and even landed in a few kicks to his stomach. He barely felt the pain that he knew had to be there. Some sane part of his brain told him he had broken a rib, but the darker, more terrible part of his mind demanded he continue. Ibarra wasn't exactly coming away clean. He had managed to land several blows on her already. Her mouth was bleeding from a punch that he was sure would have broken her jaw, the clothes on her right side had burned and now exposed the fire-redded skin of her stomach. He had slashed bloody rakes into her left arm, though again, she had simply ignored the pain and pushed through with a cold, unrelenting fury. And there was something else. Her scalp was starting to bleed. She was using her quirk to repair her shield and flail, and yet he knew it was starting to cost her. Just as it was starting to cost him. Yet despite the talons of his horrific inner demon digging into his heart, he refused to cave in, to allow it to take control. He would not lose again. He was sick of losing. He was sick of being the villain, being the monster that people pointed to and screamed. He was sick of it all. Of the staring faces, the quiet accusations, of being born of hell. And somehow, he and Nemesis found a unity through this. He could feel the hate of his demon, he could feel its drive to hurt and burn and fight, but somehow it was born not of bloodlust but a need, a burning, all-consuming desire to win just this once. Why? He found himself screaming at Ibarra as again he swung for her, flame and fire trailing from his fists. Why are you doing this? She did not answer. Why do you hate me? He screamed at her again as he smashed her shield and forced her backward. I'm not a monster. We're not evil. We just want to be a hero. Why can't you see that? She attempted a counter swing, but he dodged, and in a moment born only from the unnatural speed his limbs now possessed, he spotted an opening and struck. A fist made of unlight and flame smashed into her stomach, causing her to gasp and spit to fly from her mouth, and just for a second Izuku thought he had done it. He had finally. Her knee hit him square in his chest, and a second later her elbow barely missed his face as he reeled backwards. She hadn't even taken the time to register the pain. She had simply launched back into the war. It was almost as if she was possessed by something herself. Perhaps it was her faith, perhaps it was her hate. Izuku wasn't sure, just as he was no longer sure of anything. I hate you because you should be hated. Her words struck him as hard as her blows as she again rained hell upon him, and only through dodging back did he avoid her strikes. I hate you because of everything you've done to me. You and all your kind. Something within her was snapping as she continued her assault, driving him back and back. Something was finally entering her eyes, something that her exhaustion, her wounds, and the blood that flowed from her could no longer hold back. You are a demon, all you do is make others suffer. She screamed as the flail again barely missed taking Izuku's nose off his face. I was just a child. And you took everything from me. The flail shortened suddenly, becoming a mace and swinging down at Izuku. He held his arm up, and with a sickening crunch he felt his bones shatter upon impact, instantly paired with the lightning strike of her indomitable faith. And yet he felt no pain, only a sudden surge of white-hot flame and black oil, thick power washed through him, heating the air around him and causing fire to flow from the corners of his mouth as he screamed his anger into the air with the voices of the million damned, even as his arm fell away, exposing his body. Ibarra showed not a single hint of terror. If anything, her eyes were alive with a holy retribution that came only from the most deep-rooted zealotry. No pity, no remorse, no fear. She swung again, smashing his other arm aside, though not breaking it, forcing the opening wider. I am Ibarra Shiozaki, neophyte of the Knights Templar. The mace was gone from her hand, and the shield vanished from her arm as she reached forwards, falling towards him. Her voice was like a thunderbolt through his brain and heart and soul. And in his name, one hand landed and wrapped around Izuku's neck, the other landed squarely on his forehead, gripping his skull. I will banish you back to hell. In that second, as the world stopped spinning, his body was filled with holy lightning. The girl sat alone on the hospital bed, barely older than an infant, her body wrapped in bandages as she listened to the nurses through the open door. Such a tragedy, poor thing, her family thought they were giving a hitchhiker a ride, but it turns out he wanted to rob them. Oh my, I know, did horrible things to the father and the mother, both dead? On arrival. How did the girl? No idea. She keeps talking about how the hitchhiker wasn't a person, like he was some kind of monster. Tried to take her body, but she prayed to God and was saved. God? She's a Christian? Her family were. Some God if he would let that happen to her. The girl was older now, by a year or so. She wasn't quite sure anymore, the drugs they had her on made it hard to focus. Made it hard to do anything other than sit and stare through misty eyes at the world around her. She's doing much better, her guardian, Misaki, announced. She was a cold woman, tall and thin, and looked something like a scarecrow given life. She dressed like one too. On this new medication, I mean. She's been sleeping at night and barely talks about seeing monsters anymore. She still doesn't interact with the other children, but that's fine. As long as she's quiet, that's all that matters. Dr. Purinum smiled and gave a cut nod. We'll be keeping a close eye on her progress, but if she's stable then that's a positive sign. He sighed softly as he looked to the girl. Her green eyes turned back to him without a hint of deeper thought or emotion. Only the dull, closed mouth, the focus of the mentally drained. He looked back to Misaki and said, I hope she recovers in time, I really do, though all too often these days schizophrenia can become a permanent disability. Misaki shrugged, that'll be for her new parents to deal with. If she ever gets any. The doctor frowned at this before turning back to the girl and, with a small smile, told her, you're not alone in this world, little Ibarra. There are others out there just like you, and they're recovering too. You're doing great. Keep strong. Ibarra didn't smile back. She didn't do anything. She only stared through blank eyes. Her? Really? Misaki snorted at the man, you want her? Yes, really. The old man frowned back at the disdainful woman, she's one of us. She deserves to be around those who believe as she believes. She's too young to even understand what she's saying, Misaki snorted, and I will not hand her over to your weird little cult. We are not a cult, Misaki. We are Christians. In this day and age, you're a cult. The older man sighed before looking over to the girl, who sat, practically brain dead, on the couch before them. Why don't we let her decide, He moved over to her slowly, hobbling on his walking stick before kneeling down before her. Ibarra slowly focused on him. He had kind blue eyes, dark hair and a wrinkly, tanned face that spoke of a lifetime outdoors. He also had one large scar moving across his face that seemed somehow burned, even though it had long since healed. His clothes were strange and dark, though around his neck was a pendant of a cross, but not like the one Ibarra had around her own neck. The last thing she had of her family. Ibarra Shiozaki? He asked softly, the words filtering through her brain like droplets of water from a leaky faucet. My name is Ecclesiarch Kabishirayan, and I would like to offer you a chance at a new life. The girl blinked slowly, and her eyes pulled away. Curling around Misaki's legs was a cat. A cat cloaked in black shadow, with 5 eyes and a flickering serpent's tongue. It hissed with a tone that was both feline and serpentine. Fear tried to move through her face, but before she could even do so, Kabishi turned. And he saw it too. It noticed him, and then quickly backed away before fleeing from the room. Somehow, even through the drugs that filled her brain with cotton, she knew this meant something. She knew this was important. This man was important. He turned back to her, his kind eyes shining, and in a low voice, he whispered to her, "I can show you how to send them away, Ibarra." Through our faith, he took her hand softly as her eyes moved back to his. "Through holy God, we can fight back together. Deus Vult, my child." For the first time in years, the girl smiled. She hit the ground hard, blood spilling from her nose and her hair falling around her. "Get up," the voice of her brother was commanding and stern. "Get up, little sister, or I'll pick you up by your hair." Ibarra began climbing to her feet once again, but suddenly the wind was taken out of her by a sharp kick to the stomach, which sent her sprawling across the training room floor. Again, blood and bile sprayed from her mouth as the girl, now barely a teenager, fought to right herself. "You're weak," her brother taunted as he stormed towards her, his footfalls heavy. "How will you purge the demons and heretics if you can't even stand to fight me?" She coughed and her eyes focused on the hardwood ground. Suddenly something clattered before her. A wooden sword. "Take it and fight me properly this time." I can't beat you, brother," she spat the words out, her mouth tasting of sweet coppery blood. "I can't." And he said unto them, "Why are ye so fearful? How is it that ye have no faith?" Ibarra growled suddenly and grabbed the sword, scrambling to her feet to face her brother, who stood with his back to her, his wooden sword in his hand. He wore loose exercise pants and a black tank top, his hair was jet black and cut short against his head. "I am faithful. I am a knight." "Not yet, you're not," her brother corrected as he raised his sword and turned to her, a grim smile on his thin face, his brown eyes dull and dark, half his features hidden by the white bandage across his missing nose and around his sharp cheekbones. "Not until you can beat me." She knelt before the altar, her head bowed. The silence of the hall in the Holy Church of the True Cross was heavy on her shoulders, and despite the many eyes watching her, she felt as though this was a private moment. This was just for her reward for a lifetime of struggle and pain and faith. The smell of candle smoke flickered through the air, as well as holy oils and incense. The only light came from the overhead lanterns, causing shadows to dance across the dim room. She was dressed in her flowing white robes, emblazoned with the red cross of her order, ceremonial yet simple. The robes of a humble servant of the Lord. Ibarra had received her UA acceptance letter that morning. She had tossed it aside the moment they told her she was in. That had been easy, and something she had barely wanted to do in the first place. It was only because she had to go to a high school, one that would eventually give her the hero license she needed to operate freely, that she had applied at all. This moment, this was far more important. This was one of the most important moments of her entire life. Before her, leaning heavily on his walking stick, dressed in his great white robes of office with a mighty red cross emblazoned on his chest, was her ecclesiarch. On one side stood Prioress Shizuka, as quiet and humble as always, her features plain and her dark eyes, the color of newly surfaced coal, sparkled with pride for her favorite pupil. On his other side stood her brother. Tall and strong and dressed his own robes and armor of knighthood. Ibarra, the old man's voice cracked and shook from his age. His illnesses were eating at him even now, and all knew each day was a struggle for him. But he had pulled together enough of his strength to perform the ceremony. After all, who else could? "We have summoned you here to bestow upon you the rank of neophyte of our order and formally embrace you as one of our own. If you wish to refuse this honor, leave now." She did not move. After a moment, Ecclesiarch Rayan stepped forwards, and despite his withered hand shaking with age, he drew out his sword. It was old yet perfectly kept. The blade was razor sharp and long, almost as long as Ibarra was tall, and upon the blade was etched Psalm 144:1. "It is a terrible shame that one so young must be called to this eternal war, but we live in strange times when demons walk freely amongst the unknowing, and faith is tested at all sides." Ibarra tensed at his words, and for a moment the expectations she knew that came with her new position fell to her shoulders. She felt the eyes of her brother, already a knight, land on her. She refused to show weakness and kept her eyes focused down. With a shocking amount of control, and with a hand that could only have been steadied by an iron will of effort, the old man lowered the blade to slowly touch each of Ibarra's shoulders. "I dubbed the Ibarra Shiozaki, neophyte of the Holy Order of the Knights Templar." He lifted the blade up, and as he did so, Ibarra raised her head. Slowly he placed the blade back into its sheath, and for a moment, tried to raise his hand, as was expected. However, his strength failed, and overcome with his palsy, he grunted. It was terrible to see such a once mighty warrior brought low by the failures of age. He turned the knight at his side and simply asked, "Brother Chisholm, will you do the honors?" He stepped aside, with some aid from Prioress Shizuka, as Ibarra's brother took his place. For a moment, their eyes met. Stained glass green and muddied brown. Then, the back of his fist smashed across her face, whipping her head to one side and filling her mouth with hot coppery blood. But Ibarra did not fall, despite the rush of pain and the sudden urge to strike back. Though her jaw pulsed in agony, she turned slowly back to face her brother, panting with blood-pink teeth. As a true member of our order, his voice was low and heavy with all the weight he knew the moment demanded, let that be the last blow you receive unanswered. Her eyes burned with the strength of the faith she possessed, just as her brother's burned with his. It shall be so. Her hand wrapped around his neck as her eyes burned with hatred. Her faith poured off her and into Izuku, filling his body and brain and heart with sharp, stabbing, burning lightning that refused to give way to the blasphemous fire that flowed through his blood. And yet not every part of him was set alight. Not every part of him was cursed. The human parts of him, the parts that refused to give in to the darkness and hate and fire and hell that burned within him, reached up, took control of his one still usable hand, and curled it into a fist. Somehow, though his teeth clenched tight within his mouth and fire burned within his throat, he growled out, "We are not a demon." And Izuku swung at Ibarra's face with all the strength he could muster. It connected with a crunch that told of something breaking, and suddenly she was off him. From somewhere far away, but one that was quickly rushing back to him at full speed, Present Mick was screaming, "Ibarra Shiozaki. You have been warned. Strangling your opponent is against the rules. Both of you separate." The crowd, however, seemed to be loving it, and their roar of excitement at the vicious battle filled the entire stadium. Izuku scrambled back away from the woman, desperate to breathe, to get some space away from the skin-numbing, lightning static power of her faith, away from her hands that were far too strong, and her power which was far too well-trained. He was gulping down breaths into burning lungs, even as blood dripped from his chin and wounds, and Nemesis was screaming through his blood to get back over there and tear her heart out of her chest. He gritted his teeth and pulled it back. All he could do was pull it back. All he could do was curl there for a moment, doing everything he could to stop the darkness from downing him. Nemesis wanted blood, it wanted her blood, promising it wouldn't kill anyone else, just her and only her, and she needed to die and die right now. No, 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 Izuku spoke through teeth that were clenched so tight they might shatter in his mouth. He was gripping his useless arm as fire burned around him, causing the air to shimmer and crack, almost as if the universe itself was preparing to tear him from reality. The unlight was coating his entire chest now and could be seen creeping up around his neck like a living oil spill. Spines had pierced through the back of his shirt and along his arms, and as he finally opened his eyes, they revealed themselves to be black. Only black. Only the black of the void, of oblivion, broken only by the burning pagan green of his eyes. He turned, looking over to Ibarra, expecting her to be coming down on him with all the holy wrath her faith demanded of her. But she was just sitting and staring at her burned hands, ignoring the other bloody wounds across her body, and even the clear shattering of her broken nose. Her eyes were wide, her expression one of utter and complete shock, as if she had just been told some impossible truth that she was still wrapping her mind around. Slowly she looked up and met Izuku's gaze. And all the shock turned to nothing but outright hatred. Just as she had said before, there was no remorse, no pity, no fear. Just hatred for the enemy she had been raised to destroy. Midnight was shouting something to Cementus about pausing the fight, that they were both too injured to continue. Ibarra wasn't listening. She was on her feet in a second, just as he was on his taloned feet having long since broken through his trainers. Ibarra staggered slightly, her wounds finally catching up to her nose a bloody mess, her body covered in burns and cuts and bruises and her scalp bleeding across her forehead, forcing her to wipe the blood from her eyes. Izuku couldn't defend himself. One more shot and he would lose control. He had taken too much, and it was everything he had to stand even now. Yet fire was burning already in his palms, and Nemesis was moving him into a fighting position. We can't, we shall. No more losses, no more weakness, this time we shall win. Nemesis did not speak into his mind, it spoke with his mouth. With mounting horror, Izuku realized that he was no longer in control of his actions. The beast was moving with his body now and grinning with a bloody row of shark-like teeth. His chin lowered and his eyes blazed with a furious, hell-born hate that was focused and devoted entirely to this girl, this so-called Templar who had come to kill him. No, he would kill her. He thirsted for her death like a drowning man would thirst for one last breath. And Izuku couldn't stop it. He couldn't stop the demon raising his one good arm up once more as Ibarra summoned her flail and shield to her arms. Stupid woman, they were a distance, she could have attacked with her ranged vines. Though perhaps her pride demanded otherwise. Just as his pride demanded he make his final stand here and now, and that he end her life for daring to strike. No. No, he couldn't be this far gone. His jaw tightened suddenly, his eyes closed, and he turned his head as he groaned out some unintelligible noise of inner struggle. This second of hesitation cost him the initiative. Ibarra charged again, against all that should be possible, against the shouting of midnight and the orders of Cementus that went unheard and unheeded, above the sudden roaring of the baying, practically bloodthirsty crowd. Time slowed once again. Izuku, Nemesis, both turned their head and saw Ibarra descending on them, the flail swinging in her mouth, her bleeding mouth open in a roar of wrathful battle fury. There was no hesitation in her gaze, no fear at the monster that stood before her on blackened limbs of unlight and flowing corrupt flame. Nemesis screamed back at her with the voice of the million damned, and their good hand raised forth, fire already spewing across its palm. From within his own soul, Izuku pulled his quirk back with everything he had as fear gripped his heart, that whatever was left of him wouldn't be enough. That he'd gone too far. That his worst nightmare was about to once again come true. One last shot, and it'd be all over. He wanted her to die. He couldn't let her die. Boom. Later on, during many a post-match analysis over pints of beer, many would utter how that match was so different from the others. How something seemed older, perhaps. More personal, maybe. Certainly, it was far more intense than the others. Many jokingly, or half-jokingly, compared it to old myths and tales of ancient samurai fighting oni, or knights fighting dragons. Those who were there swore to their unbelieving friends how, in that last second as Ibarra had just avoided the wall that had been raised only to meet an explosion of blue flame, they could see a strange light around the head of the bloodied young woman, bright and shining. And others claimed that they saw something around the head of the young man, something dark and terrible, like the halo carved from a black hole. Videos proved useless as they had all amazingly failed as the boy had screamed, meaning that only those on the ground could make an actual verdict. The smoke and fire had cleared. A smoking body lay on the ground, with the other only upright because it had hit the concrete wall behind them. Midnight had called it, with a strained, shaking voice. Victory went to Ibarra Shiozaki. So there ya have it. A ton went down in this chapter, things that, as I said, had been planned from the very beginning. Ibarra's backstory was the big reveal here, for obvious reasons. Her being the other child was hinted at, kinda, YA back in chapter 2. Her being a Templar came a little bit later, as did Stain being her brother, but once I got the idea I just had to go with it. I mean, it's YA too delicious not to, right? I admit a bit of hypocrisy at the end there, with Izuku losing in the second round, despite my usual railings against people following the canon. My defense is that it works for the story I'm trying to tell that Izuku lost here and at this very moment. It'll become a little clearer next chapter. Speaking of next chapter, it's a bit of a wind down from this one, because obvious reasons, and it even has Hitachi meeting Endeavor. Ain't that gonna be super fun? Not to mention I'm not entirely done on the surprises just yet. I may have followed the canon slightly with this one, but things will not play out the same for other people. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed this bloody showdown, thank you for reading, and I'll see y'all next update.